Wyntier's Rise, Creatures of the Lands, Book 3. Authored by Megan Linsky and Kristen Lisson, writing as Natalie Erin. Narrated by Pete Gold. The story so far. In Vera's song, 5 years had gone by since the events of Book 1. Keatana's 5-year-old son Keanu and his changer, Ali, had a peaceful existence within the Varanian forest. But that peace did not last long. One day, Keanu and Ali's eyes began to glow, and they recited a prophecy that foretold of yet another perilous journey across the lands, one that would end in death. It was revealed that Ali was a prophetess, and alongside her powers of predicting the future, she also had immense magical abilities that could turn the very world on its head, powers that certain people desired to steal. Wyntier was a former enemy of Keanu, who had a history of violence. He was an evil Accompany, who desired to rule over the lands and Nesting's Haven, and would stop at nothing to do it. Shortly after the new prophecy was created, Keanu and Ali were kidnapped by Wyntier, along with Lilja's 5 wolf pups. Stolen away to the Iceborne Mountains, Wyntier sought to steal Ali's powers, though he had yet to come up with a way and continued his experiments to try and do so. Wyntier's changer, Vera, was a kind dragon who immediately fell in love with the children. She did her best to keep them safe while within Wyntier's clutches, although she was forced to obey Wyntier's orders against her will. Keatana and her friends embarked on a long journey in order to retrieve the children. Along the path, Keatana was attacked by Wyntier and ended up losing her memory, including all recollection of Keanu. Her memory was eventually restored when Keanu was attacked by elven rebels, and the trauma of seeing him injured brought back everything she had forgotten. Ionan's older brother, Makrel, went ahead of the group to confront Wyntier on his own, without his Accompany Anna, which deemed to be a grave mistake. Wyntier used a cruel experiment to change Makrel from a changer to a human permanently. Despite the mutation, Anna remained by Makrel's side, and they quickly fell in love. Vera and Ionan had a romantic history together, and still held feelings for one another. Vera did her best to ferry Ionan information about the children while avoiding Wyntier's commands. During this time, Vera and Ionan were secretly married, and she conceived a hatchling named Mirabelle. Keatana and our heroes were reunited with their children. Along the way home, Keatana crossed paths with her long-lost sister, Nineveh, who displayed terrifying magic. Keatana believed Nineveh had arrived to protect them, but the witch ended up leading the group into a trap. Nineveh and Wyntier had been married, and they gave birth to 2 children, Vivienna, an 8-year-old witch who was more powerful than her mother, and Soren, a 6-year-old boy who at first appeared vicious, but was actually gentle and kind. The group had to flee Nineveh's clutches and seek shelter elsewhere. Keatana and Keanu took Vivienna and Soren into their care as they escaped to Mount Dethan, a nearby volcano. There they met Keatana's eldest sister, Flaria, and took refuge. During their stay, Flaria's son Aravon, an arrogant teenager who despised his family, ran away from home. He met Carmilla, a dangerous Ortuzan. She turned him into a vampire-werewolf hybrid as well. Kia and Keanu confronted Wyntier and Nineveh, and a bloody fight ensued. Our heroes believed they vanquished both of the villains never to return. But the damage had already been done, for Wyntier had fatally wounded his changer. Vera did her best to defend the children she loved, but she died in the process of protecting them, leaving Ionan broken-hearted. Keanu, Ali, and the wolf pups were traumatized from being held hostage by Wyntier, and some scars from that experience never healed. Though there is yet more darkness to be faced. Ali prophesied that to save the lands, her allies must bring twin changers to their side, although she did not know who these twin changers were or where they may be. The threat of a potential war is brewing on the horizon. The first despondent was a calamity between the lands and Nesting's Haven many years ago, where both sides suffered terrible losses. whispers have spread throughout the lands that a second despondent is on its way and could soon spark a conflict within the realms that will bring all to their knees. Chapter 1. Blood is thicker than water. At the base of a large volcano sat a house which was built into the side of the towering inferno. The keeper of this land, a fiery young fairy with vibrant orange hair, was working in her garden under the presence of night. The volcanic soil was perfect for growing strange and exotic foods, which fed her family daily. Despite only having 3 people around, she always grew enough to feed 4, just in case. Flare looked up at the sound of footsteps behind her, hoping it was her son who had left so long ago. It was not the son she so desperately missed, but her 14-year-old daughter, who wore her sky-blue hair in curling pigtails. "Mum, I need to ask you something," the girl said nervously, shifting back and forth with unease. Her mother rose from the dirt. "What do you need to ask me, Mela?" Mela swallowed. "What happened to Aravon? You've never told me, not all this time. You've just given me excuses. I miss him. He hasn't come home and... Mela began to cry. Her mother rushed forward, wrapping her in a hug. "I don't know, dear. I want him back too." The fairy, unable to control herself, began to cry as well, her tears collecting in her daughter's hair. "Why did he have to go? We loved him so much," Mela whispered, leaning against her mother.
"Stop crying, Mela. I'm here now."
A rich, deep voice filled the air. Mela gasped as she pulled away from her mother, staring at the stranger before her. His hair was navy blue, just as she'd remembered, but he hadn't aged a day since he'd left his home as a teenager 10 years ago. Mela recoiled as she noticed the thin streams of dried blood coating the boy's lips. Aravon was still her brother, but Mela immediately thought that the child that had come home was in no way the child that had left. "Von!" Flare paid no attention to the glaring signs of warning dotted around her son's mouth and ran toward him, encasing him in a tight embrace. Flare kissed Aravon's face in adoration and said, "I knew you couldn't stay away. You had to come home. I never gave up on you, Von, not after all these years."
"It would have been better for you, Mother, if I'd never come back at all." Aravon smiled coyly. "I'm only here on unfinished business."
Flare's eyes narrowed in confusion. Fangs lengthened from Aravon's mouth. Flare hardly had time to gasp as Aravon sunk his fangs into her neck, burying them to the gums. "Mother!" Mela shouted in terror as Flare's warm, flush face slowly drained of colour. Aravon drank each drop of blood from her veins, and when there was nothing more to take, the Ortuzan ripped his fangs from his mother's body. He dropped her husk carelessly to the volcanic earth, an expression of betrayal still frozen on her face.
"What's going on out here?"
Mela's father, Nicholas, walked out of the house, his large hands bunched into fists. He was a giant among fairies, but Mela knew he was no match for what Aravon had become. Mela attempted to cry out a warning, but Aravon seized his father before he had time to fight back, burying the fangs into his shoulder. Nicholas cried out in pain and tried to grab his son, but his fierce attempts were futile. He became weak as he sank to his knees next to the body of his wife. Aravon had killed them before they'd even had a chance to realize their lost son had returned. "Von," Mela whispered. "How could you?" Aravon wiped his chin, smearing it on his shirt sleeve.
"Everyone has to eat, sister," he said. "Unfortunately, you're the main course."
"Why are you doing this?" she asked, backing away as her brother advanced on her.
"None of you ever gave me the respect I deserved. My father abused me and my mother looked away. You were the favourite child everyone loved," he snarled. "Now you'll pay the price." Mela knew she couldn't fight back. Aravon was too strong. If there was no hope for her parents, who had been powerful fairies in their own right, there was certainly none for her. Accepting her fate, Mela stood her ground and closed her eyes as her brother leapt in for the final kill.
Part 1. The Lands. Chapter 2. The Dragoness. Sand. The landscape was a great wide world of sand, dotted with crumbling ruins and massive caves hiding amongst the dunes. A landscape perfect for dragons. Mirabelle noted nothing of importance, though she was on top of a ruin that was large enough to see where the desert ended far, far away. The other dragons were hiding away from the scorching heat of the day, or simply hiding until something tasty came along to snack on, so she was certain she was alone. Only when she was completely sure no one else was around did she feel comfortable enough to sing. The sun shimmered on her turquoise scales, and her green feathered wings were spread carelessly in the sand. She didn't look like a desert dragon. She was too colourful. Each moment of her life, it seemed, her surroundings reminded her that she didn't belong here. "Come sleep, dear child, let your dreams come fly." Mirabelle started the song in a low note, afraid someone would hear. "Don't let your tears fall, even fall to mine." Her voice grew stronger, rising into a strong, sure voice that was unusual for her 11 years. "Though perhaps we may be apart, far away." Unable to contain herself, she burst freely. "Remember this song, we'll meet again someday." The wind carried her song away, and Mirabelle sat, pleased. "You have such a pretty voice. You need to learn how to use it around other dragons." Mirabelle gasped until she realized it was only her brother, Zaya. The white serpentine dragon slithered up the dune, the wind ruffling the black fur that ran down his neck and spine. Mirabelle puffed a small cloud of smoke his way. "You wish, Zaya." "Why are you always singing that song? I've never heard it before," Zaya asked, twirling around her. Mirabelle arched her neck. "I don't know. I sing it because it's pretty. Should there be a reason? Everyone knows I'm different." "You're not different." The other dragon stopped circling. She butted his head away with her horns. "Yes, I am. Do I look like any other desert dragon to you? I've got feathers that are way too hot, and blue scales that I can't hunt with. Not that it matters, because I can't eat, and I don't know why. How do you explain me going my whole life without food?" Zaya flicked his tongue. "You've got a very slow stomach?" She coughed. "Oh, and not to mention the fact that I can do this." She changed from a dragon into a short-haired grey puppy. Afraid another dragon would see, she transformed quickly and said, "How do you and Mama explain that?" Zaya was at a loss. "You're a magic dragon?" "Oh, certainly." Zaya inched forward and said, "Well, why don't we go ask Uncle Bloodbath about it? After all, he is the wisest and oldest dragon in the desert." Mirabelle thought about it. "You think he will mind the whole magic thing?" "No, and why would you care? You want answers, don't you?" Mirabelle nodded slowly before spreading her wings to take off, following her brother. The hatchlings flew to a black cave, one that was larger and cooler than the rest. Mirabelle sighed, finally able to fold her wings upon her back without discomfort. Slowly, she slunk into the cave. Within laid a blood-red dragon with a crooked horn upon his head, discoloured scales on his back from years of a harsh saddle. He was big, bigger than most, and a grey beard grew from his chin. He had just finished eating, and blood was dripping from his claws and around his mouth. As the old dragon noticed them, he grinned with his yellowed fangs. "I was wondering when you would come to visit. Lovely voice, Mirabelle. You should use it more often." Bloodbath's voice rumbled, but the echoing boom it once held had faded over the years. Still, the sound was enough to make the young dragons quiver. Mirabelle stumbled backward. "You heard me?" "The wind carried your voice down here, though I'm the only one who knows it was you. The other dragons enjoy your voice too. They've told me so, though they aren't sure who it could be. I am the only one who has guessed it is you singing." Bloodbath chuckled.
See? Magic! Zaya poked her. She turned away.
If they knew it was me, they wouldn't like it at all.
Don't be silly. Bloodbath flopped his tail down, making the cave shake. They would love you. Now, why did you come here? I can see singing is not the only thing on your mind today. A fiery blush rose in her scales before she asked,
I want to know why I'm so different, why my wings are all wrong, and why I can do this. She closed her eyes and changed into the tiniest finch she could manage, quivering on the floor. Bloodbath could hardly see her from his height. She changed back within seconds, her eyes still closed. Open your eyes, little dragon. I am not surprised. Bloodbath stared at Mirabelle as if her changing shape was the most normal thing in the world, and not something no other dragon could do. Mirabelle's eyes popped open. You knew I could change? Of course I knew. Known ever since you were born. Why is it making you upset? He asked her. But, Zaya spoke, as amazed as she. Dragons can't just transform when they want to. Bloodbath snorted. Of course not. Mirabelle's a changer, not a dragon. I'm a what? Mirabelle asked, leaping back. Zaya said, Yes, she's a what? Didn't Sunset ever tell you? Bloodbath asked in surprise, lowering his head to their height. Ionan must have said something. No, and why would Ionan know what I am? He's just an old friend of my mother's who visits sometimes. Mirabelle cocked her head. Ah, that explains it. I can't say much more then. Bloodbath shook his head. Just to tell you, Mirabelle, a changer is an animal that can take any form at almost any time. You are not a dragon, because your parents were not dragons. They were changers. Your main form is simply a dragon, and so here you are. It can't be. Are you sure? She asked. All her life, Mirabelle had thought Sunset was her birth mother. Could that not be true? Of course I am. I knew both of your parents. Did you know my father? She asked eagerly, jumping forward. Bloodbath hesitated. Your father is still alive. I'm sure you'll be able to find him fairly quickly in the Varanian forest. Mirabelle began hopping up and down with excitement. Can you tell me his name? I cannot, for it is not my right to say. I've never heard of changers before, Zaya added. Why? It appears Sunset kept certain things from you to keep you safe, Bloodbath said reluctantly. There were enemies of us before who sought to harm Mirabelle. They are long since gone, but I suppose Sunset chose to be extra cautious in case any of their allies remained alive. Did they kill my birth mother? Mirabelle asked. Bloodbath sighed, and smoke furled out of his nostrils slowly. Yes, little dragon, they did. And so you had to be hidden. Can you tell us more about the changers? Zaya twirled his tail. Only a little. Changers are bound to accompanies, very strong folk who ride them. They are sort of like fairies, but somewhat not so. Once a changer finds an accompany, they are together for life. It is an unbreakable bond that can never be severed. That's about all I know. You want to know more? Mirabelle will have to find her father. Mirabelle flew upward and clung to the old dragon's nose, swinging her tail. Thank you, Uncle Bloodbath. Now I know what I have to do. I must find my father. It's the only way to discover who I am. Bloodbath rumbled lowly. The two young dragons flew out of the cave, waving their wings in a farewell. Goodbye, Mirabelle. Good luck on your journey, though it might be wise to let your mother know first. Chapter 3. The Boy and His Griffin. On the other side of the small continent, winter was fading, and spring was beginning to bloom. The Varanian forest was still covered in a mix of slush and snow, but green grass was poking through the cold ground, and the tall trees above them were starting to bud. Birds sang a bright song, as the new smell of spring was well on the wind, and a golden sunlight trickled through the thawing woodland. Atop this hill was a boy, a timid young man of 15 with green hair, sallow skin, and golden eyes. He was far thinner than most fairies, and despite the thrilled smile on his face, it was obvious that this was a child who was very sick. Dark lines ran under his eyes, and his cheekbones jutted out under his skin. His wings, which sparkled black with the dusting of gold, flickered once in excitement, before disappearing. "Ready, Ali?" He was riding a magnificent creature, a great golden griffin with sparkling brown eyes. His mount showed nothing of the shy nature the boy had. She was strong, and obviously very proud, maybe a little too much. A single look at her sent many of the forest creatures scattering, though she had yet to reach 16. Her limbs were rippled in muscle, covered in shining feathers on her front legs, and beautiful yellow fur on the haunches. The griffin was large for her age, and her noble gilded wings were wrapped protectively around the legs of her rider. The griffin's feathers had been slicked down with oil on her underside, which dripped onto the snow. Her expression seemed permanently embedded in a ferocious glare, but when she looked back at her companion, her gaze softened. "Ready, Keanu," she responded eagerly. "Then here we go!" The fairy cheered and leaned forward, grasping onto the griffin's feathers. The griffin leapt zealously into the snow, landing on her stomach. Her oiled feathers slid off the slush and ice, and they began hurtling down the giant hill at a monstrous speed. The two teenagers screamed in exhilaration. They nearly slammed into several trees and even ran into a bush during their ride, though Ali was so large she merely crushed it and kept on going. While they whirled by, they heard an old red bird named Scarlet groan, "Oh no, they're going changer sledding again!" Animals yelled in terror as they were nearly crushed by the speeding griffin. A white wolf walked into their path by accident, and Keanu cried, "Kenai, watch out!" The she-wolf's eyes widened. She tried to leap out of the way, but they got to her first. Kenai went flying over Ali's head. Keanu reached up, pulling her onto the griffin's back. They went faster and faster, Ali letting out a cry of joy while Kenai screamed in horror. "Ali, stop!" Kenai yelped as a giant resting dragon loomed at the bottom of the hill. Ali flung out her talons to attempt a halt, but all her efforts did was send them tumbling into the great emerald beast. The impact was only a poke for the dragon, but it still was enough to gather his attention. "Oof!" The dragon raised his head, shaking it groggily. "Ali, Keanu, what are you doing? I was trying to rest." The beast snorted and looked down between his silver talons, where the young ones lay far below. "Not much, Io," Ali said, looking at him upside down from the crash. "Just a little changer sledding." "Changer sledding?" the dragon said, and he bared his giant fangs. "Ali, you know that's not allowed." "Don't blame her, Ionan, it wasn't her fault," Keanu protested. He put a hand on the dragon's hide, trying to get up from the ground, but his quivering legs failed. Ali turned onto her stomach and rose to her feet, putting her head underneath the boy so she could help him stand. "Indeed. It's obvious she can't slick her feathers down by herself." Ionan turned a stern eye on the youngsters, but it was clear he was amused. "And look, you've hit poor Kenai." Kenai jumped up. "Don't bother with me, Ionan. That was great. I only wish they would go changer sledding more often and bring me along." She wagged her tail. The dragon chuckled. "Shouldn't you be getting home to the pack? They will be hunting soon." "I only came to deliver a message from Dad to Kia." Kenai sat down. "And the pack's hunting here tonight. Our territory has been restricted again. Vixen doesn't want any wolves coming near her unicorns." The word was spiteful and full of hate from the wolf's mouth. "Haven't you sorted out that fight yet?" Ionan asked, lashing his tail in surprise. "Goodness, it's been going on for years and it gets worse every winter." "Well, winter's almost over. The pack won't be struggling for food with spring on the way," Keanu observed. "The wolves and the unicorns won't fight as much this summer." "That's true." Kenai turned to leave. "I have to meet my brothers and sisters. They need all the help they can get on the hunt."
Only because Midnight Star insists on sitting out. She hunts well enough for 3 wolves, yet hates to kill anything. Ali spoke about her friend's personal pacifism as if it was an insult to her, clacking her beak in revulsion. "Leave her alone. Midnight Star's just different, that's all," Keanu said. "She does eat a lot of berries," Kenai observed. "Bit unusual, but she's gentler than I." "A vegetarian wolf. Never was such a thing, not until Mids," Ali said. "I'll see you all in a bit, if the hunting's good." Kenai left promptly, shaking her tail as they said farewell. Ionan shook his back of snow, which had accumulated into an enormous pile.
"I haven't forgotten anything,"
he warned in his booming voice, but Ali widened her eyes at him innocently, and he laughed.
"Oh, go on. I won't tell Kyoto nor Kia, but don't let me catch you doing it again. Keanu, you know you can't be taking these sorts of risks. You're not strong enough to recover if you crash."
"I can't do anything," Keanu complained, but Ali rushed to Ionan and gave him a hug, wrapping her wings around his neck. She then grabbed Keanu by the back of his shirt and flung him onto her back, trotting away. Keanu started laughing. "What's so funny?" she asked him as they trounced through the melting snow and through the winding trails of the forest. "You look so funny when you're trying to be innocent," Keanu said. "It doesn't work on you. You're too formidable." Ali bounced her head and said, "Well, I suppose I look innocent to a dragon." "Ionan just babies you." Keanu wavered upon the griffin's back. He dug his fingers into Ali's feathers as he tried to hold on, hands shaking. He was on the verge of passing out. Ali noticed and slowed to a walk, glancing behind her every so often at Keanu's face. He grimaced as they walked, as if he was in pain. She tightened her wings around his legs to hold him so he wouldn't fall, and continued their journey until they reached a cozy, well-lit clearing. Kia's hut had been expanded in later years to include an upper floor that was their room. Keanu slid off of Ali and proceeded into the house, leaning against the wall as he did. Ali shook her feathers, transforming into a furry lynx. "Lynx, huh?" he asked. "Lynx, yes. You know most of my forms are too big to be indoors, and it's still too cold for anything else I'd like to change into." "I was wondering where you two got off to." A fairy came around the corner from the kitchen. She looked like her son, with long green hair and pale skin. Her sparkly white wings were visible, complementing her unusual pink eyes that seemed brave and proud. "Hey, Mom," Keanu said nervously. "We're just hanging around." "Is that why I see oil on your changer?" she asked, pointing to the dark substance coating Ali's underside. Ali laughed nervously and said, "Well, Keatana, there's a funny story about that." "Save it, Alakenzi." The fairy raised her eyebrow and Ali fell silent. "Could you do me a favor and bring in some water from the well? We're running low." "Of course," Keanu answered instantly. Keatana opened her mouth to protest as her son shuffled out the door. "I meant Ali." Ali turned to the fairy, crouching down in a low bow. "Please, let him do it. He really wants to be of use." Kia bit her lip. "He can't." "Let him try." Ali waggled her tail in a plea, and Kia nodded hesitantly. Ali followed her company out the door, where he went to pick up a bucket. Ali followed his lead, transforming into a griffin on her way outside. They reached the well in a short time, and outside of his mother's earshot, Keanu complained, "I don't see why she bothers whispering. Everybody knows I'm telepathic." "Because she believes you won't listen in on private conversations," Ali said, "and most of the time you don't." "I don't like to violate people's privacy, but if it's about me, I have the right to know." "Come now, she only worries. Let's get water from the well." She put the bucket on the hook with her beak, and Keanu lowered it down into the well, filling it up with water. Keanu pulled, and the bucket inched upward. Taking a deep breath, Keanu heaved, and the bucket moved halfway up the well. Keanu's arms shook. Abruptly, he dropped the bucket, sending it splashing back into the well. Frustrated, Keanu filled the bucket again and started pulling on the rope once more. Ali looked at him apprehensively and asked, "You want me to get that?" He shook his head, and finally grabbed the first bucket, yanking it out of the well. He took a long rest in between filling the first bucket and the second. By the time he was done, Keanu's breathing was heavy and laboured. Ali picked up the first bucket with ease in her beak and started on her way. Keanu looked down at his bucket with disdain, lifting it slowly. He shuffled down the path at a snail's pace. Ali looked back at him, putting her bucket down and adding, "You had better let me carry it. It's not worth another seizure. It'll be the second one this week." "I'm fine," he protested. Ali ruffled her wings, but didn't say anything. After a few more steps, Keanu put the bucket down and tripped. "Here, put the bucket on my back and hold it there," Ali instructed. "That way you're still helping, and we get this done and over with. Come on, I don't have all day." She picked up the bucket in her mouth again and stared at him. He smiled at her, knowing she was pretending to be annoyed, but in all reality, being kind. He tried to lift the bucket onto her back, but couldn't. Keanu gave up and said to her, "Go on then. We both know I can't." She picked up the other bucket in her beak, while at the same time helping Keanu walk to the house. Even the simplest of tasks was enough to make him weary. Changer sledding and drawing water from the well, two small things, had taken all of his energy for the day. He felt cheated. Ali put the buckets outside the door. When Keanu's mother saw him enter the house, she moaned, "Oh, Keanu, why wouldn't you let Ali help?" "I could have done it," he mumbled, but this was put aside as his mother guided him to the stairs. Kia shook her head. "Why did your father build these stairs? I told him it should have been a ramp." "Mum, I've climbed these stairs for 10 years. I don't need a ramp. Now let me go." Kia slowly released his arm, and Keanu began to climb. "See?" he asked. She slowly turned away, watching him out of the corner of her eye as she returned to the kitchen. When she was gone, he instantly turned to Ali and whispered, "Help me." She instantly ran up the stairs, transforming into a doe. Unfortunately, she was still very large, and they were squeezed together against the stairwell, quite stuck. "Ali, you're crushing me. Get tinier," Keanu growled. Ali murmured, "I'm trying. This stuff is hard." She finally shrunk down to a smaller size and dragged him upstairs, bursting into the bedroom at last. Keanu collapsed on his bed and sighed in exhaustion. Ali changed into a lynx again and jumped beside him, gasping, "It should have been a ramp." "Yeah," Keanu breathed heavily, "but don't tell them that." He didn't mind accommodations. In fact, he appreciated them because they made his life more accessible. But there was something about asking his parents for more help than they already provided that made him feel very guilty. He would continue to deal with the stairs. His room was small, yet able to fit a bed, a dresser, and various books that sat along the floor in neat stacks. Hundreds upon hundreds of drawings were tacked to the walls, some dating back to toddler years in a mix of finger paints and animal footprints. They'd been drawn by Keanu in charcoal, the subjects appearing real and intricate. Ali's torn stuffed animals laid scattered everywhere, in a contrast to Keanu's art supplies, which were on his desk in neat rows. A map of the lands hung buried within the drawings, which Keanu's grandmother had given him last year as a birthday present. One part of the map had been torn out violently. It was a small region of the Iceborns. It was unclear whether the prince's fingers or his changer's talons had torn it out, but both seemed content to leave the hole there. Keanu turned onto his back and looked up. "I wish it was summer. Then we could open up the roof and watch the stars at night." "I love the retractable roof Io made for us." Ali wagged her stumpy tail. "Midnight Star always used to come up here and we'd point out stars all night. She knows more about stars than anyone in the lands." "Midnight Star never comes to see anyone anymore," Keanu sighed. "Sometimes I think she watches the stars a little too much. She never talks to us. I've got to wonder if it's because of—" Ali said sharply, "We're not going to talk about it." Keanu blinked. "Right, I forgot. No talking about it." He sounded like he wanted to talk about it, whatever it was, but knew not to push the subject. There was a knock at the door, and Keanu yelled, "Come in!" The door opened. An extremely tall company walked in, ducking down because of the low ceiling. He had black hair and golden eyes, with strong muscles underneath his shirt. "Hello, Keota. Where'd you go?" Ali asked. Keota smiled a goofy grin. "I've been tending to things in the forest. The old memorial is starting to wear away. I can't believe it's been 15 years since the battle for the forest." 16, Dad, in a few months. It's March, Keanu said, sitting up. Keota's eyes widened, and he mumbled, "That's right. Time flies quicker than you think." He walked out the door and said, "By the way, Lyrica's looking for you. She's waiting with Snowdrop." Keanu and Ali went to follow Keota. They looked down at the stairs in angst, but Keanu managed to hover down them with his wings. He grabbed his coat for the 3rd time that day and headed out to find his cousin. Lyrica was petting the old silver Pegasus, who had reached 20 last spring. The girl was 11 years old, with black hair and red highlights, one streak that was shockingly blonde. Her wings were rainbow-coloured, the rarest anyone had ever seen. She was wearing a long fur dress and boots, bundled up tightly against the cold. "Hey, Lyrica, what are you up to today?" Keanu asked. Snowdrop whinnied. Lyrica laughed, her voice rising up and down in a harmonious note. "I came to visit. I heard the wolves were going to be around." When Lyrica spoke, it was like a song one had to listen to, lovely and light. She truly lived up to her name. Ali rolled her eyes. "Word travels fast in this one-horse forest." She lifted her gaze to Snowdrop to show her point. "Oh, Ali, we all know how badly you want to get out of here," Lyrica said. "You don't have to remind us every second." "It's not that I want to leave, it's just—" There was a pause, and Ali shuffled her feet. "I just feel this pull, like I'm supposed to be in another place." Keanu asked, "What do you mean?" She shook her head. "I can't explain it. It's too complicated." "Maybe you're like me," Lyrica said. She stopped petting Snowdrop, and the mare went away to try to find some grass. "Maybe you just have this—" "Part of you still missing?" Keanu and Ali said together, and the two glanced at each other. Ali shook her head. "I don't know, Lyrica. It's complicated." They began walking through the forest. Soon the group heard a cackle in the woods behind them, accompanied by low growls. 5 shapes came flying out at them from the brush, tackling them to the ground. "You guys!" Keanu laughed as 5 wolves licked their faces eagerly, barking and howling. Keanu had a large black male wolf on his chest, while a brown female with jade-green eyes nosed at his face. Lyrica had her dress tugged at playfully by a smaller brown and black male, with canine jumping in circles around her. "Snapfoot, you're going to rip her coat," Ali complained, nipping at the mixed beater. "And Shadowing, get off Keanu before you crush him, you're so blasted big."
"I can't help it, I'm strong. Believe me, if he'd felt a real tackle, he wouldn't be moving."
Shadowing barked happily, his tongue hanging out.
"You shouldn't be one to talk about size, Ali. You're going to be as big as a mountain when you're done growing,"
the brown female giggled.
"Oh, stop it, Jade," Ali clipped. "You don't know everything."
"As you keep reminding all of us," a calm voice said behind her. Keanu shouted, "Midnight Star!" and got up to welcome his friend. The wolf that had joined them was pitch black, with white flecks of fur along her back, so her very coat looked like the night sky. She was not as bulky as the others, but sleek and refined. She also seemed much more distant than the others, as if something nagging and complicated was distracting her from everyday life. Midnight Star looked at him. "Hello, everyone," she announced, looking at them in turn. "I've come to join the hunt. It appears they need me."
"Of course we do," Snapfoot put in. "Lara can't hunt anymore since Mingan died in the last unicorn raid. It took 4 of our best fighters, but at least we got 8 of them."
"The pack doesn't fight the unicorns, you know that," Jade reprimanded. "The wolves who want to fight them fight. Father hates all this silliness." Shadowing looked at her.
"I know he does, but he won't be pack leader much longer. He's getting old."
"So what are you going to do? When do you want to challenge Lilja?"
Ali asked, excited at the thought of a battle. Shadowin shuffled his paws. I don't want to fight him. He's my dad.
Well, you had better do it soon, before somebody else does. Lilja knows he can't stay leader forever.
Lyrica got up from the ground, and the rest followed. They proceeded through the forest at a leisurely stroll, as old friends. Midnight Star dropped her head as she walked along the ground.
All this fighting, it never amounts to anything.
She paused before she said,
I saw the night star Nayati again last night, and it made me wonder. That star is one of forewarning. I haven't seen it since we were all kidnapped.
Ali's steps slowed. The wolves glanced at each other warily, except for Midnight Star, who was lost in a deep, intuitive haze. Keanu said,
Al, don't get testy.
We're not discussing it, Ali said, and resumed back to her usual pace. Snapfoot raised his hackles and trotted up to her side.
Ali, it's time to move on. There's no changing what Wyntier did to us, and Vera's...
Ali let out a threatening hiss, raising the feathers along her head and back. Everybody knew when she made a sound like that to shut up or heads would roll. Keanu fell behind with his cousin so the others wouldn't listen in, though he could clearly hear the screaming thoughts of the wolves as they seethed at Ali silently. They were frustrated they couldn't discuss what they knew was on everyone's mind. Lyrica was first to speak.
You know, I thought you were going to get better as time goes on, but Ali seems to get worse. When she was 7, Mother told me that Ali used to talk about the kidnapping with anybody. Then, when she was 10, she would only talk about it to the wolves and you. After that, it was only you, and last year she decided she wouldn't talk about it at all. Now she's calling what happened it, and everybody else has to because she said so.
I know, Keanu muttered under his breath. It sucks. She goes berserk every time it's mentioned, and some people want to talk about it.
Do you want to talk about it?
Lyrica asked. Keanu picked up some melting snow and rolled it into a ball before he answered. Yeah, I guess so. But if I do, it'll hurt Al's feelings, and I'm not sure who to talk to. The wolves would listen, but I don't want to make them remember again. Mom always cries, and the rest of the forest animals are too busy to listen to me. Kasif would be all awkward, and Vixen would just make me feel odd. I won't go to Ionin. He never quite got over Vera.
What about your dad?
Lyrica asked. He looked skeptically at her. If you hadn't noticed, me and my dad aren't exactly the best of pals lately.
You've always got me to talk to. I wasn't around then,
Lyrica put in, nudging him with her arm. He smiled. Of course I do. But why would I do that, when you've got snow on your face? He splattered the snowball on top of her head, and they both burst out laughing. Lyrica tackled him, and the two fairies went rolling into the snow. The wolves saw the ruckus and joined in, romping around and pawing snow in each other's muzzles, while Midnight Star watched from afar. Ali rolled a giant snowball in her talons and dropped it on all of them while she was flying from a short height above. The two fairies threw snowballs at her in the air, but she dodged each one. The snowball fight continued until they were all dripping in wet snow and droplets of slush. After a few minutes, Keanu had lost his breath. Jade pushed her brother and sisters back, yelling, Guys, give him some space! I'm all right, Keanu breathed, putting a hand on his chest. Shadowin looked skyward, his glance narrowing. Sorry, guys. If we don't hurry, we'll get in trouble for missing the hunt. Then hunt. We gotta go home anyway, Keanu said. As the wolves left, Lyrica shook her head.
I had better head home too. Snowdrop flew me here and she won't wait long, poor thing. She's been dying to stretch her wings. No one ever rides her anymore.
When they had reached the hut, they told Lyrica goodbye. Kia took one look at Keanu's wet clothes and Ali's dripping fur and instantly lost it. You two, get some warm clothes on. We don't want you getting a cold, Kia shrieked. Oh, Mum, we'll be all right. Keanu sneezed loudly. Oh, great, Kyoto said, coming into the room with Ionin the rabbit. Sounds like somebody's had a cold for a few days and they were out romping in the snow. And we all know if one gets it,
the other will as well,
Ionan finished for him, looking at Ali.
Up to bed, both of you. No more running around for a few days.
Sure enough, the next morning they both had a horrid cold. So instead of exploring, the two stayed inside and watched the snow melt side by side under the covers near the window.
And that's why I've got to go, Mama. I've got to find my father so I know who I am.
Mirabelle finished her speech, looking up at her mother anxiously. The dragoness snorted. Sunset was all the colours of the setting sun, her scales a mixture of orange, pink, purple and red. Her 4 horns were shaken of dust as she said,
I suppose if it's that important, then I cannot stop you. 11 years is old enough to leave the nest. You mean it?
Mirabelle flew upward, looking her mother in the eye. Sunset flicked her tail.
I mean what I say, otherwise I wouldn't say it. We are dragons, not little geckos. If this quest is what you need to find yourself, Mirabelle, then we must begin at once.
We? Zaya asked cautiously.
You didn't think I'd let her go alone, did you?
Sunset asked, laughing.
We'll see her to the forest and stay with her a while. I say, her father is going to receive quite a shock when he finds out she's there. You know him? Mirabelle asked, stunned.
She smiled, her fangs glinting in the cave.
Yes, but I won't be the one to tell you who he is, for that is his choice. Hurry along now, little ones. If we are to get a head start on this journey, we must take flight now.
They left the cave, soaring into the desert sky. Mirabelle's heart sang with excitement. She saw the line of green that marked the desert's end, and she did a backflip in midair, knowing her father was somewhere beyond it. Keanu woke up in a cold sweat, lunging upright. Beside him, Ali was shaking and growling. She bared her lynx teeth, and Keanu shook her roughly, shouting in her ear, Ali, wake up! We were having a nightmare! Her brown eyes opened. She shook her head, face alight with terror. Ali jumped into his lap and shivered, burying her face in his shirt. I'm sorry, he said. I forgot because I sleep and dream, you dream too. Bad thing about having a fairy for an company, I guess. Ali gulped and set her head over his shoulder. What a terrible dream. He grabbed you and threw you against a wall. I can't believe I still remember that. It's okay. It's over now. He didn't bother to say it was just a dream, because it wasn't. It had happened, and even though it was in the past, it was still real. Ali's voice wavered while she snarled, Go back to sleep, Keanu. All this talking of it has given us this dream. Keanu nodded. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. Keanu got up from bed and asked, You want to come get a cup of water with me? She nodded and transformed into a doe, following him to the kitchen. He didn't need help down the stairs this time. We thought you were in bed, Kyoto said, looking at his son. Kia was soundly sleeping on Kyoto's lap in a chair, while Ionan perched as a cat on a bookshelf. Keanu got a pitcher and filled it with water from the basin. He drank deeply before answering, noticing the knowing glance Ionan had given him as they had come down the stairs. Bad dreams. Just when they were about to head back to bed, the door burst wide open. The accompany and changer turned to see 3 people, Lyrica among them. The other 2 were her parents, both fairies. One was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed male, and the other was a female with red streaks in her wild black hair. Kia woke up, startled from her husband's lap. Noticing their shocked appearance, she asked, Kasif, Vixen, what's the matter? Kasif took a deep breath before answering. They're back, Wyntier and Nineveh, and this time they've brought friends. Chapter 4. Reappearance of Demons. Kia lunged upward from her seat. She bawled, clutching Keanu to her protectively, despite the boy's weak struggles to pull away. Senseless, Kyoto sat in his chair numbly, and Ionan took the lead. Who are his friends? Ionan asked, stepping toward Vixen. A couple of Ortuzans, Kasif answered. A male and a female.
Vixen thinks things will get very difficult here soon. We must do something, Vixen said, slamming her fist into her hand.
This is ridiculous. Wyntier and Nineveh are dead. Keota rose from his chair sharply to oppose the two fairies. Wyntier shot his face off with that thing, and Nineveh was mauled by Lottie. I threw both of them off a cliff. I saw it happen. There's no way either of them could have survived that drop. We caught sight of them entering the forest, and have been tracking them ever since. I swear, Keota, they made it out somehow, Kasif said.
I'm not doing anything. If they're truly back, we're going to stay here and hide, Kia said. I won't make my baby face that monster again.
What are you talking about, Kia? We have to do something, Keota argued. If we just sit here, he'll destroy us. We have to find him and kill him for good this time.
No, I refuse to go anywhere near Wyntier unless I have to, Kia shouted. That's the end of it.
Kia is being unreasonable, Vixen snarled. Kia must do something, not be a sitting duck.
I don't care. Kia was firm with her decision. My son and I are staying here. If all of you want to try to hunt him down and get yourselves killed, fine, but I won't go through this again.
Keanu gasped as Kia squished him against her chest. Vixen glared at the Queen of the Lands with a look that said she was disgusted to be in the same room with her.
I do not know this Kia. The old Kia would fight, be ready to fight. She would go into battle eagerly, not cower in her home as a rabbit cowers in its hole.
I have a child to protect, Kia spat. One who has already suffered at Wyntier's hands. My duty is to protect the prince before anyone else.
Vixen turned slowly.
Vixen and Kasif must go to prepare for when Wyntier shows himself. When the Queen stops being a coward, she must come too.
When Vixen and her family left, it was like she took all the courage in the room as well. Unable to stand the tension, Keanu writhed out of Kia's grasp. He grabbed Ali in his arms and clambered upstairs to his room. For once, Ali had nothing to say. The next day, Keanu and Ali sat on the cold, wet ground in the middle of the Varanian, not caring about the muddy puddles accumulating around them. Both of them were thinking about what had happened the night before.
Did you hear the way Mum and Dad were yelling at each other after everyone left?
Keanu asked in a whisper.
Yeah, it was really loud, the Griffin said softly. Do you think they'll have another fight like that? He asked. I mean, they've fought before, but never like that. I hope not. It was horrible.
Ali looked up, her head cocked as she peered into the distance.
Who is that?
Keanu got off the ground in amazement. His griffin followed as a blue-haired fairy walked out of the woods, his hands behind his back.
Aravon?
Keanu asked, stepping forward.
Is it really you?
Yes, after all this time, I came home.
Aravon stopped before his cousin, rocking back and forth on his feet.
I realized I needed my family more than they needed me.
He smiled when he said this, as if his words were some cruel joke.
Hello, Von,
Ali said, somewhat snippily. Though she'd only met him once as a toddler, Ali had never been a fan of Keanu's older cousin.
Nice of you to come around after 10 years.
Keanu put his arm around Ali's shoulder to tell her to be quiet and said, Where have you been all this time? You don't look any different.
Here and there, I guess I just age well, Von shrugged.
Last time I saw you, you were only about this high. Von held a hand at his knee and laughed. Yeah, I'm a lot bigger now. Keanu tried to smile, though it was hard. Aravon felt more like a stranger than a cousin. Do your parents know you're back?
Aravon
nodded, looking in another direction. Ali peered closer and asked, What's that on your mouth?
Probably some food. I just ate.
Aravon rubbed his lips with the back of his hand and said,
Come for a walk with me.
You're not going to see my parents? Keanu asked, confused. Aravon shook his head.
I don't want everyone to know I'm back yet. I'm just not ready, you know?
Ali clacked her beak loudly, but Keanu nodded. Yeah, sure. Aravon smiled.
Thanks for understanding. You coming, Keanu?
Yeah, just going to be a little slow. A hint of pain was hidden in his voice. Ali rushed forward to catch Keanu as he tripped, pulling him upright.
It's that disease you have, isn't it?
Aravon asked offhandedly.
Heart snap syndrome? That's what's making you so weak.
Yeah, it is. I hate it, Keanu grumbled, leaning on Ali.
Want help, or does Ali have it? Aravon offered.
I'm okay. Ali's voice was stubborn, but underneath her resistance was a tone of exhaustion. It was obvious she needed a break. You can help if you want, Keanu offered, subbing in for his changer. Aravon wrapped his long arm around Keanu's shoulders, but his touch was given reluctantly, as if it bothered him to be near someone who was so sick. Ali noticed, and her feathered ears flattened against the back of her head as she prowled cautiously behind Aravon. A little while into their walk, Keanu kicked something. "What's that?" Ali asked. She bent down and nudged the object, which appeared to be a small piece of clustered metal. It certainly didn't belong in the forest.
I don't know. Aravon peered closer. Looks kind of odd if you ask me.
Keanu pulled away from his cousin and picked up the foreign object from the grass. As soon as it was within his grip, he gasped and dropped it as if burned. "What is it, Keanu?" Ali asked him. "Look at it, Ali." Keanu pointed to where the metal object lay in the grass, shaking. "Just look at it." Ali stared at the object for a second or two before flapping her wings, giving a cursed scream. "No, it can't be. It just can't be. Maybe it belongs to someone else." "Does anyone else in the lands have access to a human gun?" Keanu asked his changer. "It's his. I know it is." Neither changer nor a company had noticed that Aravon had backed away into the darkness of the woods. Without warning, Keanu's eyes rolled into the back of his head. He collapsed, writhing on the forest floor with uncontrolled movements, limbs flopping as his body jerked up and down. Drool began leaking out of his mouth. He gasped, taking short breaths as the seizure surged across his body. "Keanu!" Ali rushed to her accompanist's side and turned him on his side, a routine that she had become accustomed to. With nothing else to do, Ali sat on her haunches and waited for the spasms to stop, struggling to control her emotions. No matter how many seizures Keanu had, it never became any easier for her to watch. After a few long minutes, Keanu's seizure finally came to an end. He rolled onto his stomach and spit the excess saliva out of his mouth. "Great! I probably scared Vaughn off. I'm such a freak." "Forget Vaughn. You're not a freak." Ali put her head to his to comfort him. As she did so, a rustle in the trees caused her to jerk upright. Keanu sat up shakily. In front of him was a red-haired fairy with a black collared dress that covered the mottled flesh on her neck. She laughed at the teenagers as dark magic swirled around her hands. Nineveh. They knew who wouldn't be far behind. A shadow emerged beside the witch. Ali and Keanu quivered as their worst nightmare walked toward them, cold and triumphant as he'd ever been. Wyntier was just as cruel-looking as Keanu remembered, except this time he had a long scar across his cheek that he'd received when he'd shot himself in the face by accident. The scar only made him more attractive, more deadly. A brown python was wrapped around his shoulders, and the snake hissed as Wyntier approached. They were facing him again, and just like when he had kidnapped them, they were alone. Wyntier smiled. My, look what has come across our path. You're just as weak and puny as I remember, Keanu. Going to be 16 soon, aren't you? Such an important age. I'm surprised you've lived long enough to see it. I thought you'd be dead by now." Ali screeched a loud, threatening cry. Wyntier's eyes flickered toward her, and he exclaimed, "Ah, the young prophetess. You're more powerful than ever. Are you sure you want to stay on the losing side?" "I'll tear you apart," Ali snapped, digging her talons into the dirt. The python brought his head up and hissed at her. "Is that a threat?" The constrictor slithered off his company and changed, transforming into a brown wyvern, whose poisonous tail twitched in anticipation behind him, ready to strike. Lucas. Nineveh loomed closer. "Seems the prophetess wants to protect her dear friend." She drifted a long, manicured nail across her own skin, just underneath her neck. Ali let out a long string of curses. Wyntier beamed and asked her, "Now, Alakenzi, what would your mother say?"
Ali lost it. She pounced towards Wyntier, leaving Keanu unprotected. Lucas was on her in an instant. They fought viciously, Lucas trying to catch her with his stinger, while Ali lashed out at his neck with her beak. He pinned her several times, his iron jaws nearly missing her spine each time. Ali dug her talons into his scales, trying to rip the tender flesh underneath. While doing so, she screamed as loud as she could, "Ionan!" While the changers fought, Keanu heaved, unable to get up or even crawl away. Wyntier looked down at him with disgust. Pathetic and worthless. He stepped on the boy's leg and dug his heel in. Keanu yelped in pain, trapped in Wyntier's eyes. Wyntier's intense gaze held him still while Ali screamed in the background, just as captive as he'd been as a 5-year-old. Just then, the trees in front of him broke in half, toppling over and landing on Nineveh. The forest was torn in two as Ionan stampeded into the path, roaring his rage. The dragon grabbed Lucas with his fangs, slamming the creature against a fallen trunk. Lucas snarled a warning, but Ionan swung his tail sharply, knocking the wyvern out. Ionan whirled and lunged straight for Wyntier, looking to crunch him in his jaws. Wyntier leapt sideways and wrenched Nineveh out from underneath the fallen trunk. He pulled his wife to Lucas' side, and she spun her arms in a large circle above her head. Dark magic spiraled around them until the three companions became encompassed in its smoky veil. Before Ionan could make another move, they were gone. Ionan huffed, small flames furling out of his nose. He turned to Ali.
"How are you?"
he asked her. She got to her feet. She didn't appear injured, only frightened. "I'll live." She hurried over to Keanu, who was still curled up on the ground.
"Keanu?"
Ionan asked. Physically, he was fine, but there was something about the fairy that was not. He turned his head away to hide the tears that were falling down his cheeks. "I couldn't look away."
Ionan flapped his wings and said, "We must journey home. There's no telling where he'll go next."
Keanu climbed onto Ionan's back. Ali changed into a lynx and jumped onto the fairy's lap, and Ionan began the long journey back through the forest. He did not fly, merely weaved his way through the trees quickly. Taking to the air would only cause them to be followed.
"We must reach Kia and Kyoto," Ionan rumbled, "before Wyntier and Nineveh do."
Mirabelle flew far ahead of her brother and mother. Her heart raced as she batted her wings frantically in a race to get to the Varanian. "Come on, Zaya, hurry up!" "Slow down," the white dragon whined. "We can't keep up with you." "He's right, Mirabelle. You need to slow your pace," Sunset said gently, though her words carried a small, growly laugh. Mirabelle stopped and waited for her family to catch up. "Sorry, Mama. I'm just so excited about getting to meet my father. I guess I keep forgetting that I'm faster than you and Zaya." She did a loop in the air and began to glide gracefully at her brother's side, twirling in a corkscrew as she did so. "You look so much prettier in the air than you do on the ground," Zaya commented. "It's like you belong in the clouds. You are a dancer and the sky is your stage." "You really think so?" Mirabelle did another loop. "I really do feel more at home up here." "Of course you do. You are a dragon," Sunset said proudly. "All dragons belong in the sky, where there is nothing to stop them from accomplishing their dreams. Up here, the only thing that can get in the way of our power is pure blue sky." "Look, I see the Varanian," Zaya exclaimed, pointing with his wing. "It's beautiful," Mirabelle breathed, staring down in wonder at the trees. "I bet it looks so different on the ground." "Many say that you have not truly seen anything until you've seen it as the dragons do," Sunset said. "From above, everything looks beautiful no matter how ugly it may be. The simplest of rivers is like a blue ribbon trailing across a green bed of fabric. The trees are small figures dancing in every breeze. Animals are nothing more than little toys, and flowers are simple spots of colour." Sunset closed her eyes as she flew and sighed deeply. "Yes, it must be true. You cannot truly see until you see as dragons do. Every detail is caught in our gaze and made 1,000,000 times more beautiful than it was intended to be. I am amazed every time I look down at nature and its simple beauty." "Mama, what's that?" Zaya said, pointing with his nose. Several trees toppled over in the forest, accompanied by a colossal roar that could only be from a dragon. "Is that my father?" Mirabelle asked eagerly, looking closer. "I don't know, little ones. Stay close." Sunset flew above her children, shielding them with her wings. "This place is beautiful, but it is foreign to us, and we shouldn't take chances here." The two young dragons nodded in agreement and remained silent as they continued on their journey. Far below, Kenai and Shadowin were staring at something small, red and square, interwoven within the grass. "What do you think it is?" Kenai asked, completely perplexed. "A little piece of fabric," Shadowin said, and he bent down to pick it up in his teeth. "Where do you think it came from?" "I don't know," Kenai said, staring at the fabric. "Let's go ask Jade if she knows." "Good idea." The two wolves ran through the forest to catch up to the rest of the pack. They had been scouting for food, but had been distracted by the fabric, as the Varanian was virtually free of litter. As they found the green eyes of their sister, they drew her aside from everyone else. "What do you two want from me now?" Jade moaned. "Look what we found." Shadowin placed the small scrap on the ground and nudged it with his nose. "We thought you might be able to help us figure out where it came from." "Like I would know." Jade shook her head. "To me, it's just another piece of fabric." "So now what?" Kenai asked her brother. "Dad." Shadowin picked up the cloth and the three wolves made their way through the long line of pack members, finally coming to its leader. "Dad," Kenai called as soon as the alpha was in view. "We have to ask you something important." Lilja looked back at his two children curiously. He was an old wolf now, and his muzzle was greying, as was the rest of his fur. None of the other wolves had yet to win a fight against him, however, so leader he still stood. "Have you seen anything like this before?" Kenai asked as Shadowin placed the fabric before his father. "I don't think so." Lilja eyed it suspiciously, then sniffed the fabric. "It has a strange scent to it, like sulphur. You should bring it to Kia and Kyoto. It might have something to do with Wyntier." "What? Wyntier's back?" Kenai said in a yelp. Lilja whined lowly. "I had wished to tell you with all your brothers and sisters, but it is difficult to gather you all in one place. Yes, he is alive and he has returned, but we are unsure where he is." "Then this must go to Kia right away," Shadowin said firmly. "Thank you, Dad." Jade bounded after her siblings in the direction of the Fairy Queen's home. "This is crazy! Wyntier's back! We thought he was dead!" "Apparently not. If Dad said it, it must be true. He wouldn't say if it wasn't so," Shadowin said. On his way, he bowled into his brother, and the two wolves went tumbling head over heels into the dirt. "Out of the way, Snapfoot! We're on important business!" Shadowin growled. "What's so important about a strip of fabric?" Snapfoot asked, glancing at the piece of cloth in Kenai's mouth. "I'd like to know as well," Midnight Star asked. She'd secluded herself in the shelter of the bushes nearby, but had come out to see what all the ruckus was. "Wyntier, that's what," Jade snapped. "It probably belongs to him. We must get to Kia." At the mention of Wyntier, both Snapfoot and Midnight Star snapped to attention without asking any question. The 5 wolves ran frantically to Kia's house, Jade filling Snapfoot and Midnight Star in on the way. When they reached the hut, they noticed Keanu sitting on the ground with his back to the door, looking down at the soft green blades of grass that were beginning to grow. Ali sat next to him in the form of a large doe, also looking down. They seemed completely miserable. "What happened to you guys?" Kenai asked through the fabric in her mouth. Genuine concern filled her voice. "Wyntier and Nineveh found us. Ionan chased them off, but we can't find Mum and Dad. He's looking for them now," Keanu shrugged. "Wyntier attacked you?" Shadowin asked, shocked. "Yeah, he came back." Keanu sighed, never looking up to face the wolves.
Don't worry, Keanu. Wyntier won't hurt you as long as I'm here to protect you. Ali's normally strong voice was weak and shaky from crying, yet it still managed to bring a smile to Keanu's face.
And we'll protect you, Ali. We're not kids anymore. He can't possibly hurt us if we all stick together, Snapfoot said, stomping his paw.
You guys can't protect us all the time. You have duties to your pack, Keanu said. So why did you guys come here? We found this, and we don't know what it is or where it's from. Kenai handed the small bit of fabric to Keanu, and the fairy looked it over. I think it may be from one of my mum's dresses, Keanu told them. It looks like the one that she tore a few days ago. Oh, Kenai sounded disappointed. We thought it might be something exciting, not a torn dress. The wolves dropped their heads in discouragement. Ali perked her ears up and said cheerfully, Well, what if Keanu is wrong, and it's really a piece of a treasure map that was painted on the cloth?
Yes,
Shadowin said. His tail wagged as he caught on to the old game.
Maybe it is.
We had better find the rest of the pieces so we can get the treasure. Ali got up and took the form of a snow leopard, poking eagerly around the bushes, flowers, and ferns. Keanu and the wolves followed her lead, roughhousing here and there as they began to search for a treasure map that did not exist. Ali and Keanu eagerly played along, dying to get away from the horror they just experienced. The friends romped in their world of make-believe, just as they had when they were small, before their lives had changed forever. Hours later, when the friends were still immersed in their game, Ionan returned with Kia and Keota. Kia immediately rushed to embrace her son, wailing, My baby, I'm so happy you're safe. Did he hurt you?
I'm fine, Mum,
Keanu said, irritated.
Why did you leave him alone?
Keota asked angrily, rounding on Ionan.
I had to find the two of you. You were shirking off your duty as parents, as always. Wyntier's back and the two of you have chosen to ignore it instead of be proactive. Because of it, Keanu and Ali nearly died today. Ionan was furious. His giant claws ripped up the earth as he stomped around the yard. The wolves ran behind Keanu in a huddle, avoiding the dragon's rage.
We can hide, Kia said frantically. We can go somewhere he won't find us.
Running won't do any good. We can't pretend otherwise. He's here and he will do what it takes to capture Ali again so he can take her powers, Ionan insisted.
He's not gonna get Ali, not while I'm around,
Snapfoot said angrily.
Or me.
Or me.
Me too.
Me as well.
The 5 wolves raised their hackles. Ali shook her tail and said, I haven't prophesied in years. I'm not sure if I have any power left. There's no reason for him to want me.
He will always want you, Ali. You are a prophetess, Ionan said. Regardless if you have power or not, he will always seek to capture you because you were the one that got away. In his eyes, no one escapes from him and survives. He made that clear with Vera.
The wolves whimpered at the mention of her. Kia grabbed her son's hand and said, What is it you're holding? Keanu gave her the piece of fabric.
The wolves found it. I told them it was off one of your dresses.
That's not mine. I don't wear red. It looks like one of Flair's. It smells like Mount Dethan. Kia clutched the fabric in her palm. But that's impossible. Aravon, Ali said, her eyes widening in realization. He led us right to Wyntier. Keanu, don't you see? He had blood around his mouth. He's one of the Ortuzans working with them. He must have brought that fabric back to torment us.
But why would he have a piece of his mother's dress?
Keanu asked. A few seconds later, everyone realized why this was an irrelevant question to ask. Kia cried out, turning away from her son. Keota rushed to her and said,
Kia, don't think like that. We don't know anything. It's just a scrap of fabric. Wyntier couldn't possibly—
Get away from me, Kia snarled, and she pushed Keota as hard as she could. She ran into the hut, bawling, and her husband followed. While Keota was attempting to calm his wife, Ionan called into the forest for some scouts and sent them to Mount Dethan to see if it was all true. He then proceeded into the hut after Keota.
Do you think it's possible? Are Flair and her family dead?
Kenai asked quietly, looking up at her friend.
I don't know, Keanu said, an edge of panic to his voice. I hope not.
I don't see how Von could do such a thing.
I could, Ali snorted in disgust. I knew we never should have trusted him.
They're really loud,
Jade said, her ears flattening at the heated argument beginning to rise from Kyoto and Kia inside the house. Keanu shook his head.
I'm used to it. It's not unusual these days. They keep fighting. I just wish they would stop so life can go on.
Ali flattened her ears against her head and sighed. It only took until the next morning for Kia's scouts to return. Flair and Nicholas had been slaughtered, their bodies drained of blood and left discarded to the elements. Their daughter Mella was nowhere to be found. Chapter 5. A Glimpse of a Face Not Welcome. Ionan whipped his paw around, pinning Ali effectively and with little effort. The white lion put his teeth to the griffin's throat and said,
"Dead."
The changer let her go and sat on his haunches. The griffin shook her neck. Since Wyntier had attacked them, Ionan had been constantly working with Ali to better her fighting skills. They had seen no sign of the company since, but neither she nor Keanu were allowed to leave the immediate grounds around the hut without an escort. Once confirmation had come of the massacre of her sister's family, Kia had become paranoid. She asked wolves, bears, and mountain lions to patrol the area at all hours to ward off Wyntier and his minions. Ali doubted he was nearby. Wyntier didn't like being traced, so he was probably ruminating in a cave somewhere outside the Varanian until he came up with a better plan to kill them all. She was sure of it. Ali clipped her beak in irritation and snapped, "If this weren't a lesson and I didn't know you so well, you would be splattered all over the ground by now."
"Perhaps," Ionan rumbled. "But if it were a real battle, you would not have time to go chewing up your foes as if they were someone's dinner. Have some respect for your opponents."
Her feathers flattened. "It's in my nature to be so violent, you know it is."
"Indeed."
He cleaned his paw.
"Griffins are even more gruesome than dragons in their ways. If you were a true griffin instead of a changer, I have no doubt that you would rip your enemies' throats clean and enjoy the task at that."
"I may do so already if I ever run into them."
"Alakenzi," he growled, "you cannot go putting yourself in danger."
"I must protect Keanu."
"You must also protect yourself. Wyntier is after you, not Keanu."
"But I like fighting. I think it scares Keanu sometimes."
"And Keanu's spasms scare you."
"Not so much anymore." She looked up at the sky. "He's not afraid of them, and so neither should I. He treats the seizures more like an annoyance, but I can tell he's in pain."
"Just as stubborn as his mother." Ionan shook out his mane. "Be mindful not to let him make all the decisions. Remember that this is a partnership."
"Keanu's not stupid," she protested.
Ionan stepped forward. "I know that. He's a very intelligent young person, just as you are. But Kia's quick temper and Kyoto's lack of common sense in one person is not a very good mix. I know for myself I followed Kyoto's orders too obediently when I was younger, when I should have protested his actions at times."
"But he's not that way. Keanu's quiet and patient. He rarely gets angry and he never bosses me around," Ali insisted. "He's not like Kia or Kyoto at all."
"He may be different in some ways, but he is more like his parents than you'd like to admit," Ionan said. "Keanu does well when things are going his way, but when things are not, he tends to follow bad habits."
"Keanu would never do anything I wouldn't agree with. We're a team," Ali insisted.
"Your company is your dearest love and your closest friend. As changers, we are obligated to adore them. We do not have a choice. But do not follow him so blindly and faithfully without question. Remember what happened to Vera."
"I know what happened to Vera," Ali said harshly.
Ionan blinked. "Very well." He went to lead her on to the next lesson. Underneath her breath, she muttered,
"Keanu wouldn't hurt me. He can't. I know more than anything that has to be true."
Keanu gently tried to coax the flower out of its bud, pleading with the young blossom in the dirt. Nearby, his mother watched in anticipation.
"No, Keanu, like this.
Kia waved her hand, and at her touch, the flower blossomed into a beautiful daylily. Keanu tried not to be envious.
"How can you do that?" he asked, stroking the stem lightly with his finger. "It's not magic."
Kia stroked his head.
"I've always had a special way with plants. If you're going to run the forest and be king of the land someday, you'll have to follow my lead."
Keanu tried not to make a face as his mother turned away to tend her garden. He didn't want to be king. He didn't even want to be a prince. He'd just been born into the role. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his godfather prance proudly into the yard. He suppressed a groan. He knew this wouldn't go well.
"Let me show you, Keanu. It's easy,"
Kasif said smugly. He waved his hand in an extravagant fashion, but before he even finished, the flower had already went back inside its bud. Kasif made a grumpy face and grumbled,
"Well, obviously it's too early for it to bloom anyway."
Kyoto walked out of the house. Noticing the closed bud, he said,
"Don't worry, Keanu, you don't need to know any of that fairy stuff anyway."
"What do you mean he won't have to learn it?"
Kia stood with her hands on her hips, her dirty gloves staining her apron.
"Kia, we talked about this. He's in a company. Once he's 16, he's going to Nesting's Haven, where he belongs," Kyoto insisted.
"Only half a company. He's half fairy too, remind you, and he's heir to the throne. He belongs here in the lands." "I don't want to."
Keanu's voice came out small and faint. He wondered if anyone wished to ask what he wanted. Kasif stepped in.
"Don't you two care that Wyntier's trying to take over everything again?"
"No,"
Kia and Kyoto responded simultaneously. Kasif raised his eyebrows and exclaimed,
"The Kia and Kyoto I knew always cared about what was wrong with the world."
Kia's eyes darkened.
"That was long ago, Kasif. Wyntier can do whatever he wants so long as he's far away from us."
"That means it's okay for him to hurt innocent people,"
Kasif said in disgust.
"The Kia I remember was always ready to defend what she believed in, and the Kyoto I knew would have never backed down when lives were in danger. Don't you care about what's going on at all?"
"I care about keeping my family safe. Shouldn't you?" Kyoto growled.
"And what is that supposed to mean, you fool?"
Kasif's white wings fluttered visibly before vanishing in the light. While the fight escalated, Keanu quietly snuck away into the forest, disregarding his mother's orders to stay around the house. As the screams grew louder, he tried remembering a time when his parents were as Kasif described them. Usually Kia and Kyoto got along excellently, when they weren't making out on the counter or something. Since Wyntier had returned, they'd barely spoken a kind word to each other. Ionan and Ali came through the trees. Ionan shook his mane and said,
"Perfect timing. Now your father and I can start your flying lesson in good speed."
"I don't think Dad will be up to teaching anything at the moment."
Keanu jerked his head back to where the yelling was. Ionan bared his teeth.
"Those two are going to scream us out of house and home. Sounds like Kasif has gotten in on the argument as well. Oh, goodness."
Ionan headed toward the fighting. It was clear he expected the other two to follow, but Ali and Keanu just looked at each other.
"Shouldn't we go after him?" Ali asked. "I've been stuck in that house for days. I want to get out," Keanu complained. "But Wyntier's out there." "I don't care. I just want to get away from Mom and Dad."
Ali huffed.
"I guess you're right. He's probably not even in the area. With all the scouts Ionan sent, we would have caught him by now. But won't your parents come looking for us?" "They'll be fighting for hours," Keanu mumbled. "They won't even notice we're gone." "I suppose you're right."
Ali turned around and extended her wings.
"Shall we go for a ride?"
Keanu clambered on her back.
"As long as it's far away from here."
Ali took off almost immediately, and soon the world below couldn't touch them. They were freely soaring above the treetops without anything to bind them. Keanu took a deep breath of fresh air, and Ali spread her wings joyfully as they climbed into the clouds. They hadn't flown together in what felt like forever.
"Where shall we go?" "The seashore. We haven't been there in a while."
A few birds got in their path. Ali nipped at them playfully, giggling.
"Dumb teenagers,"
a goose snapped at them as Ali nearly missed his left wing. She laughed and tried to nip him again, but Keanu punched her playfully in the side and said, "Be nice!" After a time, a rocky cliff appeared below them. They descended, quickly landing on the abrasive rock above the coastline. Keanu peered over the cliff curiously, noticing something was different. "Hey, look at that!" A new house had been built on the beach a short distance away from the shore. The house was different, constructed in a way that Keanu had never seen before. It appeared otherworldly, made out of some sort of strange metal instead of wood, built in a boxy, square fashion. Ali bowed her head down to get a closer look. One of the doors opened. By instinct, Ali cried, "Get down!" She knocked Keanu's feet out from under him with her wing. Lying on their stomachs, they crawled closer to the edge of the cliff to get a better look. Out of the house came a man in a long white coat with dark skin and crooked glasses. "I didn't know we had any new fairies coming to live here, did you?" Keanu asked. Ali shook her head. The man in the white coat pulled out a small pad of paper, scribbling something upon it and appearing deeply concerned. "What's he doing?" Ali whispered as the man looked at the sea. Keanu peered closer. "I don't know." Ali's next question was halted as someone emerged from the house. What Keanu saw next made his mouth drop open. It was a girl, and she was his age. She had brunette blonde hair that fell in ringlets around her shoulders and dark skin like the man in the white coat. She was dressed in dark pants and a short-sleeved shirt. Her windswept, fierce look was enough to make even the bravest of men cower. She strode up to the bespectacled man, whom Keanu supposed must be her father, and began yelling at him. "Is everyone in this forest pissed off, or is it just me?" Ali laid her ears back. Keanu didn't answer, just leaned over the side of the cliff and watched eagerly. Ali got up. "Let's go. If I want to hear arguing, we can listen in at our place." Keanu glanced at the girl a few more times before climbing onto Ali. He watched the girl stride back into the house and slam the door before she slipped out of sight. Ali took to the air. Once Keanu's eyes were back in his head, he exclaimed, "Somebody new! We should come back and introduce ourselves, especially to that girl." "I didn't like her." Ali ruffled her feathers. "Her pants were too tight." "Is that all you noticed?" Keanu laughed. Ali sniffed loudly, and Keanu grinned. They turned toward home. On the way, a dark column rose up to meet them mid-air. They both began hacking uncontrollably, mouths filling with toxins. "Smoke!" Ali heaved, her nostrils flaring. They descended to find part of the forest completely destroyed by flame. Ali touched down to earth and looked around. "What happened here?" Keanu asked, confused. There was a badger nearby. He walked up to Keanu, avoiding the small flames that were still smouldering in the ashes.
"We're leaving, young prince. We're burning the woods so Wyntier doesn't get his hands on it."
"This is my mother's land. You don't have the right to destroy it," Keanu said, and Ali kicked some ash with her talon.
The badger snarled.
"If 2 Ortusans and a pair of insane lunatics running wild aren't bad enough, we've got a queen in power who doesn't know what she's doing. Nothing against your mother, young prince, but she will not aid those who need her help the most."
"My mother isn't like that,"
Keanu protested. The badger shook his head.
"You do not see, because you do not wish to see. There's bad in the Varanian, so we're leaving, and that's that. Besides—"
The badger turned away, taking his leave into the darkness of the destroyed trees.
"Why take your chances when there are humans about?"
Ali and Keanu looked at each other before saying in unison, "Humans?" Lyrica rose with the sun, which beamed bright, warm rays of light into her bedroom. Her window was wide open to the plains of the unicorns, and she watched as the herd outside frolicked and fed on the spoils of the land. She saw her mother, Vixen, tenderly stroking Dragonstar before climbing aboard his back and running into the forest in a search for Wyntier. Lyrica smiled as she said good morning to the things she loved. A musical flute and a pretty harp leaned against the foot of her bed. Sheets of music were scattered around the room in her pretty cursive handwriting. Beside her instruments were many hand-drawn pictures. Her cousin Keanu had done those, each a portrait of the people she loved. Keanu was the best artist Lyrica knew. Of course, she knew only one, but she was sure if she knew more, Keanu would still be the best. He was such a talented drawer. Each one of his portraits were lifelike, as if they'd spring off the page. She folded up her nightgown and put on a long-sleeved shirt and breeches. It was warm. Today looked like the first day she wouldn't have to wear a jacket. She eagerly skipped down to the kitchen and grabbed a muffin for breakfast, humming a tune as she did. Her father stumbled in from his bedroom, half of his blonde hair sticking up on the side of his head. He yawned and said,
"Where are you going today, honey?"
"I'd like to walk around in the forest," she said.
Kasif rubbed his face.
"I don't want you to go into the forest with Wyntier hanging around. It's bad enough I have to worry about your cousin, and he's nearly 16.
"The unicorns will protect me if I get into trouble. I won't wander far, I promise."
Very well,"
Kasif mumbled reluctantly, kissing her on the head.
"Stay close by."
She cheered as she ran out the door and straight to the forest. Her father was the best, and always had been. Lyrica, inspired by the beauty of the blossoming trees and the melting snow that would surely be gone by noon, began to sing. "Here we are." Sunset landed next to a river. "The Varanian forest. Watch your step now. I'm not sure how safe we are in these woods." Zaya crashed down in the river, splashing water everywhere. Mirabelle landed gently, like a dancer coming down from a pirouette. She looked around and asked, "Where do you think my father is?" "I don't know, my dear. Here somewhere." Sunset laid down and began to close her eyes, tired from the long flight. Zaya followed her lead, curling up by one of her large legs. "Mother!" Mirabelle exclaimed. Sunset's eyelids flickered and she said, "Oh, go on. Your brother and I need rest. We'll catch up to you later, but don't stray too far." At these last words, both dragons sank into a deep slumber. Mirabelle sighed, turning away from them. Mirabelle weaved through the paths in the forest, captivated by the beauty of the Varanian. She couldn't see how a place so majestic could be so deadly. The closer she got to the center of the woods, the more animals she could hear chattering. When she had been exploring for quite some time, the chatting changed to singing, and she listened closer to the song of the birds and whoever was leading them in their chorus. "The road is long and broken, frail hearts beat a restful song. Every raindrop tells your story. In every patient sunrise you belong." Whoever it was had a lovely voice, the prettiest Mirabelle had ever heard. Unexpectedly, a tremor shook through her body. She whispered, "Lyrica." Her blue eyes widened in surprise. What had she done? And why had she done it? She opened her mouth again, and out came once more, "Lyrica." Mirabelle flew down to the forest floor and began rushing through the trees, intent to know what was going on. "Maybe it's an enchantment and I've fallen under a spell. I could be made into a dragon stew by a witch," she thought wildly. But whatever was happening to her didn't seem bad. It seemed good. Very good. Unable to resist the pull, she raced forward until she was standing face to face with a young girl, very close to her age. Their eyes met, and Mirabelle sang again, "Lyrica." The girl looked at her strangely, though she appeared unafraid. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Mirabelle blinked. "I don't know." Then she joined in with the other part of the song. "Much anger stems from impatience, but you're in every nation. I've gained 10 times what I have lost through your love and adoration." Lyrica's face lit up. "You know that song?" Mirabelle giggled. "Of course. I know most songs. My name is Mirabelle. I love to sing." "I love to sing too," Lyrica said in delight. "Where do you come from? I've never seen you around the forest before."
I came from the desert. I've been looking for my father, Mirabelle said. She didn't know why she was spilling everything to this stranger, yet Mirabelle trusted her. It seemed right. I live here. My mum is the protector of the unicorns, Lyrica smiled. You want to go see them? It's not far, and afterward I could help you look for your father. I know this place better than you do. The hatchling squealed. Really? Thanks a lot. She jumped up and down. Hey, do you want a ride? I could fly you there. Lyrica gasped. Would you? Why not? I'm rather small for a dragon, but you're just my size, Mirabelle said. Get on. Lyrica clambered onto Mirabelle's back, fitting perfectly into the groove between the hatchling's shoulders. Her legs moulded to the body underneath her wings, and Lyrica whispered, This is weird. It's almost like we were made for each other. Lyrica and Mirabelle, best friends forever, Mirabelle cheered. Then she soared into the sky, far above the cover of the trees. It's gorgeous up here, Lyrica exclaimed. We're not even that high yet. I'll show you what it's like looking through a dragon's eye, just like my mother showed me. Lyrica began singing a song happily, and Mirabelle joined in. Their combined voices rang out in a harmony that had never been heard in the lands before, two parts of one piece that had finally been united. Be careful, Jade. You never know what's poisonous or not until you check. Lottie watched her niece gather various roots in her mouth. Jade tried not to roll her eyes. She spat the plants out and said, Don't fret, Aunt Lottie. I'm a healer just like you. I should know this stuff by now. A newly trained healer, Lottie reminded her gently. It's common sense not to stick your nose into places where it may be toxic. Both wolves looked up as howls rose from across the plains, over the expanse of the hills. Looks like you might have another chance to put your skills to practice. Animals are getting hurt. Lottie perked her ears up at the sound of wails and screams. Both wolves ran to the top of a hill where Jade's brothers and sisters were standing. Below, dozens of wolves and unicorns battled each other in yet another fight over territory. It's a frenzy out there, Shadowin cried as he looked down at the fight. Snapfoot bared his fangs. I'll show them whose land this is. He went to leap off the hill and into battle, but Lottie caught his fur with her teeth. Oh, no, you won't. You heard your father. His children are to take no part of this. They all cried out in sorrow as a unicorn kicked a wolf in the head. The unicorn galloped away from the wolf, who quivered once against the ground and was no more. No! Jade ran down the hill to try and resuscitate him, but she knew it was too late. Snapfoot fought with Lottie about wanting to take part in the fight, while Shadowin and Kenai just shook their heads. Midnight Star, unable to take the fighting anymore, rose up on her hind legs to call to the battle below. When will this cruel war be over? When will it end? The soldiers below, wolf or unicorn, did not hear her, so she bolted into the battlefield to try and make peace. Midnight Star, Lottie cried, but the she-wolf paid no attention to her aunt and charged into the fray. Midnight Star jumped out of the way of hooves lashing at her body. A stallion tried to bite her, but she ran away, spotting an old friend fighting with the mare who had killed the wolf. Midnight Star jumped between them and yelled, Stop! The mare kicked out with her front hoof, and the wolf lunged for her throat. Caught in the crossfire, Midnight Star ducked. Somebody grabbed her scruff, dragging her to the side of the battle. It was a huge grey she-wolf, younger than she, with grey eyes and a scarred face. Rebecca let her go and shouted, Are you crazy? Do you want to get killed out there? Midnight Star gasped for breath. Beside Rebecca was a very small red she-wolf with tiny paws, Adelaide. Her black eyes were filled with worry. A black male beside her growled, his tail bristling. What were you thinking? You can't stop them, Tattle said, shaking his head. Midnight Star blinked sadly. I had to try. Is it worth getting killed over? Rebecca snarled, the scars on her face shining as her hackles rose. I understand, Mids. This war between the wolves and the unicorns has been going on for over 10 years. You want this to be over. Adelaide licked the fur between Midnight Star's shoulders.
Midnight Star sighed. I just feel like I've got to stop it.
I think you've been reading the stars too much, Tattle barked. It's not that important.
It is important. Midnight Star jumped up. I have a feeling that I'm supposed to be the wolf to end this war. I don't know why, but I feel like ending it is worth dying for.
Adelaide gasped, and Tattle snapped. Well, like it or not, we're not going to allow you to become a martyr. You can't stop anything if you're dead. Now come on, we're taking you back to Mom.
The wolves slunk along the edge of the battle, trying to stay as concealed as possible. Adelaide stuck close by Midnight Star, making sure her best friend wouldn't try to sneak back into the fight. As they were reunited, Lottie kissed each of her children before she gave Midnight Star a disapproving look. I have to get back to Kasif, and your father will be looking for you. Leave these fools to their chosen end. It was unlike her to be so cruel, yet Midnight Star suspected Lottie was fed up with the war. She couldn't blame her aunt. She was sick of the fighting too, but unlike Lottie, Midnight Star felt she was obligated to do something about it. After a short flight, Mirabelle and Lyrica landed in the valley. The unicorns scattered at the sight of a dragon unknown to them, stopping a lengthy distance away to peer curiously behind. Lyrica leapt off Mirabelle's back and ran toward the house. "Come on, I have to introduce you to my parents," Lyrica cried eagerly. Enthusiastically, Mirabelle followed. There were hushed voices at the door. Lyrica cracked it open, but Mirabelle brought her tail up and held the girl back. Something was wrong.
"Did you find them yet?"
Kasif asked from inside. Vixen hissed. "No, Wyntier is skilled at hiding his tracks. Maybe Vixen was mistaken and he has gone."
"I've never known you to be wrong,"
Kasif said. Vixen sighed. "Vixen is not as strong as she used to be." Lyrica leaned back in surprise. Kasif said,
"You're tired. You should call off the search. He'll show himself eventually. He never stays quiet for long."
There was a loud sound as Vixen slammed her fist against the table. "We cannot let Wyntier run free. Wyntier is the reason Ionan had to leave Mirabelle behind in the desert." Mirabelle jumped backward, her wings fluttering in surprise. Shocked, Lyrica whispered, "Ionan's your dad. Why didn't you say so?" "I didn't know," Mirabelle replied, her blue eyes swimming with tears. "We've got to find him," Lyrica cried, and she jumped onto Mirabelle's back. As she did so, the door opened and her parents calmly walked outside. Kasif's mouth was wide open.
"What exactly do you think you're doing?" he asked.
"We're going to find her dad," Lyrica said, pointing to Mirabelle.
I'm sorry, but who is she?" Kasif asked, completely confused.
Vixen put a hand on Mirabelle's head. She knew exactly who the little dragon was. "Vixen is sorry you found out this way, but both Lyrica and Mirabelle must come inside. There is much to discuss."
"That's Mirabelle," Kasif said.
"Oh." Lyrica followed her mother inside. Mirabelle changed into a small sparrow and sat on Lyrica's shoulder, saying, "I'm sorry. I suppose I forgot to tell you that I'm a changer too. I hope you don't mind." "It only makes sense if Ionan's your father." Lyrica sat at the kitchen table. "But that must mean Vera's your mother." "Sunset raised me, but yes, Vera is the one who gave me life." Mirabelle hopped on Lyrica's shoulder, waiting for Vixen to speak. "When Mirabelle came to Lyrica, what did she say?" Vixen pressed, leaning on the table. Lyrica tapped her chin. "She said my name twice. Mother, what does this mean?" Vixen sat at the table and said, "Vixen has wished to tell you this for a long time, but things happen and she did not want Lyrica to worry." "Worry? About what?" "Vixen's parents fell in love. They were young and very wise, and very, very different." The fairy smiled sadly. "Vixen's father was a fairy, her mother an company. Vixen's mother fled to the lands from Nesting's Haven after she lost her changer in war. Then she met Vixen's papa, and now here we are." "Mom,
Are you saying you're both fairy and a company, just like Keanu?
Lyrica asked in amazement. Vixen nodded. Lyrica put her head in her hand and said,
If I've got a company and fairy blood, why aren't I sick like Keanu is, and why aren't you?
Keanu is a rare case, honey, Kasif said. His cousins Soren and Vivienne are fine. Heart snap syndrome doesn't happen to everybody. In fact, so far as we know, Keanu's the only one alive with his condition.
Dragonstar is Vixen's changer, Vixen said. Lyrica does not see him change, because he does not wish to. Vixen met her changer in Nesting's Haven long, long ago, and now Lyrica has met hers.
What?
Lyrica and Mirabelle both asked at once. Lyrica shook her head and said,
Mirabelle can't be my changer. I'm more fairy than a company.
Doesn't matter,
Kasif whispered. The colour had drained from his face.
This isn't fair. Mirabelle shook her head furiously. Not that I don't like you, Lyrica, but I barely know what an company is. I barely even know what I am.
Hush, little Mirabelle, Vixen soothed. Your father has been keeping you in the dark for too long.
We've got to find Ionan, Lyrica pressed. Mirabelle, I know we just met, but if you're my changer, I want to take care of you.
Mirabelle's beady eyes watered. Thank you, Lyrica. I'm not quite sure what being a changer in a company means, but I'm happy to be in it with you.
Then let's find Ionan, Lyrica insisted, so we can discover what the rest of this means.
Keanu climbed the trail up to the old memorial by himself, ignoring the twinge of fear that struck him as he made the hike. Ali was training with Ionan. He'd snuck away from the house as his parents were arguing again. If he had a seizure at the memorial, there would be no one around to help him, but he wanted to prove he could do something by himself for once. He ignored his fear, breathing heavily as he toted himself up to the top. When he had reached the summit, he brought out various items from his small leather bag, a sketchbook, a pack of drawing utensils. He watched the waterfall flow into the small pool for a second, observing the stones carved with the names of those who had died defending the Varanian forest from his grandfather Malachi a decade ago. He began to draw, and his fear was chased away with the passage of time and the spellbinding embrace of art. There was nothing in the world but the water rushing and the stroke of the lead upon the paper. After a long time, Keanu finished. He looked at his drawing of the waterfall. It was okay, but he knew he could have done better. He could tell his mind had been distracted. He stuffed the sketchbook and the rest of his supplies into his bag, swung it over his shoulder, and headed down the path. A little red bird came and landed on his head.
Hello, Keanu. What are you doing out here walking all alone? Don't you know Wyntier's about?
Keanu smiled. Hey, Scarlet, I was just drawing.
May I see?
Scarlet asked. Keanu showed him the drawing, and the bird whistled in approval.
It's good, but not up to your usual standards. What's wrong?
Getting a sudden stroke of inspiration, Keanu abruptly stopped. He grabbed his sketchbook and utensil. Scarlet hopped on his head as Keanu sat on a stone, scribbling frantically. The fairy drew a handsome face, cunning eyes, and a sinister smile in a matter of minutes.
Oh dear, Scarlet said. That drawing is much better than the other one, but I'd prefer it if you didn't draw, Wyntier. It looks too much like him, as if he were to jump out of the page and strangle us.
I know. Keanu crumpled up the paper and threw it as far as he could into the woods. Once he did, a jolt went through his arm. He cried out, grasping his wrist. Keanu suppressed a sob, but it wasn't due to his wrist, more out of frustration. I'm so sick of being in pain all the time. It never ends. Scarlet watched him carefully.
Tell you what, I'll accompany you down the hill. Once you're at the bottom, I have to go home. You should too.
The corners of Keanu's mouth twitched at his choice of words. Slowly, they made it to the base of the memorial, and Keanu waved farewell as lightning crackled above. He looked up as he walked. It was going to rain soon. Not looking where he was going, Keanu was thrown backward as somebody slammed into him from the front. Hazel eyes met golden as a sharp voice snapped.
Hey, watch where you're going. I'm trying to walk here.
Keanu stared. It was the same girl he had seen on the seashore. He felt his face redden with embarrassment. He hadn't wanted her to meet him like this, on the ground. The girl stared down at him, not offering any sort of apology. If anything, she looked irritated that he'd touched her at all.
"Sorry," he said. "I was just checking out the storm." "I thought me and my family were the only people on this island. Who are you?" the girl asked. "Keanu." He shifted onto his elbows. "You?" "Reagan," she replied. "I didn't know there were other kids here." "I didn't either until I saw you yesterday," Keanu answered. "What? You were spying on me?" Keanu shrunk back. "No, it was an accident. I wanted to introduce myself, but you and your dad were fighting. It didn't seem like a good time." "You saw that?"
Her eyes narrowed. She went to turn away, but Keanu asked feebly,
Can you help me up?"
Reagan turned to see Keanu still sprawled in the mud. She gave an exasperated sigh and held out her hand. He grabbed it, liking how warm and soft her grasp was in his own.
"So, what's the deal? How long have they made you stay in this place?" Reagan asked. "I was born here," Keanu answered. "Well, that sucks."
Reagan sympathized with him for the first time, making a face.
"Not really. I love it here."
Reagan looked at him scathingly.
"Why's your head all green anyway? Did you dye your hair? It's totally lame. And why are you named after a boat?" "My hair has always been green, and I'm not named after a boat, thank you very much." He crossed his arms. "It's a different spelling, with a K. Still makes me think of a canoe." "Don't be so mean," Keanu said, frowning. "Then stop being overly sensitive," she said carelessly. "And why are you dressed like that? You look like you walked right out of the Middle Ages. Is there a geek festival going on?" "I don't know what you're talking about. You're the one dressed weird." Keanu scrunched his nose. "It's jeans and a t-shirt. There's literally nothing more normal that I could wear."
Keanu's wings, black and powdered with starlight, appeared behind him. Reagan gasped, leaping backwards.
"What are those?" He looked at them. "My wings. Where are yours?" "I don't have any, you dimwit!" she shrieked. "What do you mean? I thought you were a fairy," he exclaimed, pointing at her. "A fairy?" she screamed. "Are you crazy or something?" "If you're not a fairy, what are you?" Keanu asked, confused. "I'm a human being, you freak! What else did you think I was?" Keanu's eyes became fearful at her words. "You're a human?"
He took a few steps away and put his back against a tree trunk.
Reagan shook her head. "I guess that's what happens when you live on a deserted island your whole life. You start to lose it." "I'm not crazy. I'm a fairy." "There's no such thing as fairies." "Yes, there is."
Keanu flew into the air, struggling to keep himself aloft. He couldn't remember the last time he flew on his own. He took a deep breath to sustain his energy.
"See? I thought that humans were extinct, but apparently they're not, so I'm willing to believe you. Give me a chance."
Reagan's chest heaved up and down as she stared at Keanu in disbelief, who was currently hovering in the air.
"All right, fine. You're definitely a fairy, whatever that is. Only half fairy. The other part of me is a company," he said. "And what the hell is that?" Reagan yelped. "A person, like us, only they're super strong and kind of tall. Except for me, I'm different that way. But I still have a changer." "Okay, I don't know what's up with all the names, but they're getting really annoying." Reagan puffed out a breath. "What the hell is a changer?" "It's an animal that can take any shape whenever they want." Keanu tilted his head. "They don't have changers where you come from?" "I'm not surprised. They're kind of rare." Reagan's eyes widened. Then she began to laugh, holding onto her stomach and bending over. Annoyed, Keanu asked, "What's so funny?" "Nothing," she giggled. "I just realized how funny this is. It's all a joke, isn't it? You're trying to mess with me. Typical stupid freshman. What are you, 14? "I'll be 16 in 2 weeks," he burst out, not knowing what a freshman was. "And what exactly are you doing here, anyway?" She stopped laughing. Her expression became sour. "My dad's a scientist." "What's that?" "I thought homeschooled kids were supposed to be smart. He studies things, learns how the world works."
Keanu looked at her blankly. Reagan sighed in irritation and said, "My dad made me move from Detroit so he could study your dumb island. I turned 16 last year." "Where's your mum?" he asked. Reagan's voice dropped to a growl. "She ran away when I was 11 and never came back." Keanu felt profoundly embarrassed for asking. "Oh." They jumped when the bushes crackled behind them. It was just Allie coming to bring him home before it rained. "Hey, Al, did you see anything?" Keanu rubbed her head tenderly, but Allie didn't seem to enjoy it. The griffin was giving the human girl a cold and judgmental gaze. She snapped her beak at Reagan, letting out a loud hiss. The girl screamed and jumped backward, clinging to a tree. "What is that thing?" Allie cawed angrily, and he said, "A griffin. Haven't you ever seen one?" "They aren't supposed to exist," Reagan screeched. "Well, I know they're supposed to be extinct, but I'm sure if you looked hard enough you could find a few." "No, they're made up." Keanu looked at Allie. "I guess she doesn't like griffins. Can you change into something else?" Allie glared at Keanu, but obeyed his request and changed into a lynx at his feet. Once she did so, Reagan floundered backwards, giving a loud and obnoxious scream. The girl slapped a hand to the side of her head and said, "I'm either on drugs or nuts. Where the hell did my dad bring me?" Confused about her reaction, Keanu went to speak. At the worst possible time, his body spasmed into a rapid convulsion. Allie spun around as he fell to the ground, voice frantic. "Keanu!" Reagan bolted at the sound of Allie's voice. Rain began to fall at a rapid rate, drenching his clothes as he writhed against the ground for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, endlessly. As the seizure ended, Keanu sat up slowly, wiping the blood from his mouth. He'd bit his lip as he fell, cutting the skin deeply. "I can't believe she saw that," he muttered. "She's never going to want to be my friend now." "I'm sorry, Keanu." Allie was soaked from the rain as well. Through the seizure, she'd sat diligently by his side. She put her head to his and said, "It's better this way. She's a human. She can't be trusted. The only ones who will ever understand what it means to be us is us. It's just you and me, like it should be." Keanu let her comfort him, but couldn't resist being disappointed. He couldn't help the fact that he wanted somebody else to share in his troubles for once, somebody who wasn't Allie. Chapter 6. The Forgotten Souls Return. The company sat calmly upon the massive black dragon. Her light pink eyes stared off into the distance as the wind blew her long, snow-white hair behind her. Her skin was nearly the same shade as her hair, absent of all colour. The woman herself seemed absent of everything that resembled being alive. One hand was locked firmly onto the dragon's right horn. The other was placed protectively over her large, pregnant stomach. The dragon was dark as night. 2 horns sat on top of his head and huge claws decorated his 4 feet, with teeth that were large and menacing. His figure was thin and wispy, yet powerful. Everything about him showed his strength, brilliance, and grace. His eyes sparkled the same black color as his scales. "Can we land so I may change already? You know I hate flying. It always annoys me to have wings," the dragon complained. Though his voice was soft, it had a controlled power behind it, one that silently threatened death to those who attacked the rider upon his back. "I guess we can." The company's voice was shaking and filled with pain, as if she were weeping without tears. "I'm sorry, Luciana. I know you want to get there as fast as possible, but I can't take much more of these things." "It's fine, Rex," Luciana said softly. "I don't care when we get there, so long as we arrive quickly." "I promise you we will get there soon." Rex spiraled down to the ground and landed softly despite his large form. Luciana climbed off his back. Rex changed into a large black panther, snarling and shaking his back in relief as his wings vanished. Luciana cumbersomely climbed back onto him, and off they went through the forest. "Do you think he remembers me?" she asked her changer. "How could he forget you, Luciana? You were his best friend. He didn't abandon you even when you were dating his worst enemy, Rex encouraged. If he doesn't remember you, then he's stupider than I remember.
Yes, but you know, Keo, he was always a bit, well...
Luciana laughed, and Rex purred happily. He loved it when his company laughed, but she rarely did anymore. Life had been too hard on her. Rex moved with incredible grace through the trees. His muscles flexed and propelled him forward much faster than a panther should be moving. Luciana looked down at the ground and watched it zoom by beneath them, becoming entranced by the muddled colours as they rushed by.
We have to stop soon. Being pregnant makes it really hard to sit for a long time.
She wiggled slightly as if to emphasize her point. They both fell silent as Rex carried her through the forest to the home of an old friend. When they reached their destination, they saw a green-haired fairy flitting around her garden planting spring seeds. When the fairy saw Luciana, she screamed shrilly and ran inside her small hut.
Now what is that all about?
Luciana asked herself. People don't seem very friendly around here, Rex muttered.
Indeed.
She climbed off Rex's back and walked up to the house, knocking hesitantly.
Who's there?
A frightened voice asked her.
My name is Luciana. I need your help.
Luciana's voice took on a desperate tone, one she hoped the stranger would sympathize with.
How do I know that I can trust you? The fairy asked. How do I know that you're not after my son?
I only need the help of an old friend, Luciana replied, disappointed. I was given information that I could find him here, but it seems I only found a frightened fairy.
Luciana turned to go. Not looking where she was going, she tripped over a branch and fell to the ground. She turned as she collapsed, rolling slightly to land on her side in order to protect the baby. Rex bolted forward and helped her to her feet slowly. Come on, Luciana. He's not here. Anna must have been wrong, he said softly.
Luce? Is that you?
Luciana turned in relief to see the golden-eyed company she'd been looking for, the one she had known since they were just children.
Keo!
She half ran, half waddled to where Kyoto stood. Tears began running down her cheeks as she approached him, arms outstretched.
You have to help me, Keo.
Luciana threw herself against his chest and buried her head there, crying.
You simply must.
He wrapped his arms around her and rocked her softly, as if it was the most natural thing in the world for him to do.
What happened, Luce? What's the matter? He asked. I can't help if I don't know the problem.
It all started with Wyntier. It goes back to when we dated in school, but you know that part,
Luciana sniffed.
Yeah, I know that part. I was there for most of it,
Kyoto grimaced as if he hated to remember.
Obviously, you can see I'm pregnant.
She pulled away from Kyoto and moved both hands so that they fell onto her stomach, enclosing the bump in her arms.
That's great, but who's the father? Kyoto asked.
I don't know.
Luciana began to cry harder.
I was out walking in Nestings Haven one night. I wanted to be by myself. I just needed to think. You know how I like to take walks alone.
She took a deep breath.
All I remember is being hit in the head, then waking up in the hospital. A month later, I got sick. I went back, and they told me I was pregnant.
At this, Kyoto's eyes also began to water.
I see. I'm so sorry, Luce. It's terrible that there's some monster out there who would do this to you.
He embraced her once again, holding her tighter this time.
If I had been there to protect you, it wouldn't have happened.
You can't save me from everything, Keo.
Luciana chuckled through her tears.
Even though you tried.
But why are you here?
I had nowhere else to go. Things are bad in Nestings Haven, Kyoto. It's not the place you remember. The council's out of control.
Luciana wiped her hand.
You know we've been in hiding for ages, but they found us. When the council brought us in, they accused me of committing all these terrible crimes and threatened to take Rex away from me all over again.
Rex growled as she said the words.
Luciana shook her head and said, It's not as fair or just. Something is going on in Nestings Haven that the council isn't telling us. I tried to figure out what it is, but I got caught. I managed to escape before the council took me back to Azazel, but staying in Nestings Haven proved too dangerous. Kyoto, I can't go back to prison,
but I have nowhere else to go."
"Keota, who is this?"
The green-haired fairy had come out of the house and was standing there with her hands on her hips, watching Keota hug the strange newcomer. All signs of terror were gone as she glared at the female wrapped in Keota's arms. Keota took a long breath. "Luciana, this is my wife, Kia. Kia, this is my best friend Luciana, and her changer, Rex." He didn't unleash Luciana from his arms. "She needs a place to go, so she's staying with us." Kia opened her mouth to protest before she noticed the large belly protruding from the accompany.
"I won't turn a pregnant woman away," she said reluctantly. "We have the room."
"Thank you." Luciana pulled herself away from Keota and nodded toward Kia. "You have no idea how much this means to me." Kia grimaced and looked toward her husband.
"Of course. Anything for a friend."
Luciana felt relieved at the fairy's acceptance, though she noted that Kia didn't seem any more comfortable at Keota's confession that he knew her personally. If anything, the fairy's eyes were more frightened than before.
"Should we go down to the beach or call her up here?"
Keanu asked Ali. The two friends were peering out from the edge of the forest, just outside the perimeters of the beach. Reagan was lying on a towel on the sand. She had a pair of funny dark glasses on her face, and was wearing nothing but a thin two-piece outfit that only covered what was inappropriate to show in public.
"I think we should go. Who wants some weird human hanging around anyway?" Ali commented. "I mean, just look at what she's wearing. It's absolutely despicable."
Ali had whined, complained, and done everything possible to stop Keanu from seeing the human girl again, but every attempt had failed. Her sourness plainly showed her disapproval of the situation.
"I don't see any problem with her clothes at all. I actually find it interesting that humans' clothes are so different than ours," Keanu said. "Let's go down there and get her."
"You go get her. I'll wait for you here,"
the doe said, with a hint of disgust in her voice.
"Fine, be that way."
Keanu walked onto the beach, reminding himself to hide his wings from view.
"Reagan!"
he called as he approached, mere feet away from the human lying upon the sand. The girl sat up abruptly, pushing her dark glasses onto her head as she noticed him come by. She didn't scream or run, so that was a good sign, but she didn't seem happy to see him either.
"It's Keanu, right?"
she asked.
"It sure is."
He plopped himself down in the sand beside her.
"You're not afraid of me after the last time, are you?"
"I wasn't afraid of you,"
Reagan said, as if offended.
"Your weird pet just freaked me out."
"Good," Keanu smiled, before his expression became worried.
You weren't freaked out, were you?" "I told you I got over the bird brain talking."
Keanu hesitated.
"Not that. The seizure."
Her eyes widened.
"Oh, yeah, I guess I'm over it. You have epilepsy, right?" "I don't know what that is,"
Keanu said.
"My disease is called heart snap syndrome. The seizures just happen."
Reagan frowned.
"Huh. That sucks."
"Yeah."
Keanu let the silence work its way into the conversation before asking,
"So, I was wondering if you wanted to come over for dinner."
"You want me to come over for dinner?"
She asked the question as if she couldn't believe he had the nerve to ask.
"Why not?" he shrugged. "As long as my family doesn't figure out that you're human, you'll be fine. Trust me."
"So I'm supposed to pretend that I'm a fairy like you?"
She rolled her eyes.
"Like that's gonna happen."
He smirked.
"No, just pretend not to be human."
"I'm not interested. I have things to do."
Reagan laid back down on her towel. Keanu made a face and said,
"Like what? You seem like you're bored out here by yourself."
"You wish. This is paradise for me."
"Come on, I promise you'll have fun,"
Keanu said, praying she'd say yes. Reagan sighed.
"Since you're so desperate for my presence, I guess I can pretend to be a fairy, but I don't know how long it'll last. I'll probably blow it by saying something stupid like I always do."
"I can help you out."
Keanu got up and offered her his hand. She took it and got to her feet.
"All right, I just have to go change first," she said.
"You look great. Come on."
In his excitement, Keanu grabbed Reagan's hand and began to pull her toward Ali.
Whatever you say, though the last parents who saw me in this bikini didn't want me anywhere near their son.
Regan pulled her hand away from Keanu.
Where are we going exactly?
To get Ali, and then we'll head to my house. Keanu began hiking toward the woods. One of these days I'll have to introduce you to the rest of my friends. They're wolves.
Wolves?
Regan halted in her tracks.
Okay, hold on. You said nothing about wolves. The canary I can deal with, but not vicious, snarling.
Oh, they're really nice, Keanu said, waving his hand. Their 10th birthday is coming up just after mine and Ali's. I have no idea what to get them. There's 5 of them, so it's a pain trying to find things for everybody all at once.
10-year-old wolves? That's impossible,
Regan protested, beginning to follow Keanu again.
Wolves don't live for more than a few years in the wild. If these wolves of yours are as old as you say they are, they have to be ancient. I mean, they're not super young, but they're not old either. They won't be for at least 5 more years, Keanu said.
This place doesn't make any sense, Regan said, shaking her head.
I guess animals live longer here than they do where you live, Keanu said. Don't ask me why.
And they can talk, too, Regan growled under her breath. This world was stranger to her. She'd say she wanted to go back to the United States, where things made more sense. But if Regan was completely honest with herself, she had to admit a world of talking animals certainly made more sense than whatever ridiculous buffoonery was going on back in her home country. Ali hid reluctantly in the trees, sticking her head out to hiss at Regan.
Quick, Keanu, we still have a chance to ditch the human girl. I heard that, Regan snapped. You know, that's a little freaky, her speaking and all. Not really, but I guess I'm just used to it.
Keanu stroked Ali's head gently, while the doe glared at Regan with all the hate she could muster.
Animals don't talk where I come from.
Regan crossed her arms.
Really? That's weird. All my friends talk, Keanu said.
Maybe they don't talk around her because she's simply awful, Ali said, speaking as if Regan wasn't there.
I don't think your pet likes me very much, Regan said, giving a nasty giggle. Pet? Ali stomped her hooves. I am not a pet. She doesn't want to associate with humans. She thinks they're all bad, Keanu replied. I'm sure the 2 of you will be great friends eventually. I will never be able to get along with someone who dresses like she does, Ali huffed.
Honey, I've got style. You're just jealous, Regan said, rolling her eyes. Keanu stepped between them. Come on, guys, let's go. He began to walk in the direction of his house. Ali and Regan followed, the 2 of them ignoring each other the entire way there. Chapter 7. The Tragic Tale of Luciana Morris. Underneath the shade of the trees, Luciana lay against Rex's side. His slow breathing soothed her anxiety and calmed her frantic heart. Yet she still felt if the panther were not here, she'd run off into the woods screaming never to return. The 2 of them were alone in the yard near the hut, watching the clouds go by and trying to rest, yet little rest came for Luciana these days. Her eyes drooping, Luciana slipped into another world, her mind returning to memories of her tragic past. The thing Luciana remembered most about Bumbleberry University was how massive it was. The old castle was completely made out of stone and over 1,000 years old. It housed hundreds of changers and companies completing their studies. However, no matter how many people populated the castle, she always felt entirely alone. Alone, unless her best friend was with her. She was no older than 14 as she stood beside a younger Keanu in front of his dorm at Bumbleberry University. She laughed at him as he tried to find his key, rather unsuccessfully. "Keanu, you goofball. Here." She handed him the spare she always had in case this happened, which, quite honestly, happened very frequently. "Thanks, Luce. I knew I could count on you to keep this one safe." He gave her a silly grin, then unlocked the door. The 2 of them walked inside, leaving the door open. "No problem, Keanu." She sat cross-legged on his bed. Keanu took his spot beside her, while Ionan sat on the windowsill, bathing in the sunlight as a cat. Rex curled up in her lap as a small black squirrel, commencing the start of their routine. It was the same every day, They would sit here for hours until Kyoto's roommate got tired of listening to them talk and forced the two to leave. Then they would wander around the grounds, not caring where they went, so long as they were together. "So how was your day?" she asked, stroking Rex softly.
"Okay, I guess,"
he shrugged.
"You should know how it went. You were there all day. We have all the same classes, Luce."
They both laughed softly. A red-haired boy walked in, a small mantis sitting on his shoulder.
"Hey, Galleon,"
Kyoto said, barely looking up. "Hey, Kyoto, Luce." Galleon nodded in Luciana's direction, and she smiled. "So, what are you two up to?" "Same as always," Luciana replied. "Don't you ever get tired of talking? I don't know what you have left to say after being together day in and day out," Galleon jibed. "When are you guys going to get together? Everyone knows it's going to happen eventually. We're even betting on when." Kyoto's ears reddened.
"We're not planning on getting together. We're just friends."
Luciana giggled, and Galleon gave her a knowing smile.
"Whatever. You both know you want each other. It's just a matter of time."
A shadow loomed in the doorway. An older, brown-haired boy walked into the dorm, striding in as if he needed no permission from anyone to enter. The room instantly chilled.
"What do you want, Wyntier?"
Galleon said sharply, turning around. It was clear the red-headed boy didn't like him. "I want to speak to Luciana." Wyntier's voice showed no hint of its usual coldness. It was rather thickened with a honey-like quality that made the words too sweet. "Me?" Luciana pointed to herself. "I guess." She pulled Rex off her lap and laid him on the bed. The changer watched as she rose to her feet and walked to Wyntier. "What do you want?" "May we step out into the hallway? I wish to speak to you alone." His voice was kind. It sounded all too wrong coming from him. "All right," she said timidly, glancing back at Kyoto, "if that's what you want." Wyntier led her out into the hallway and closed the door. "I have a question for you," he began. "Go ahead and ask it already," she said, nervously, shrinking away from his glance. Wyntier looked her up and down, giving her a tender stare. "Do you know about the spring dance on Saturday?" He reached out a hand and gently stroked her long hair. "Yes, I know about the dance." She did nothing to stop him from touching her hair. She wasn't sure if she liked it, but at the same time, she didn't know what he'd do if she told him to stop. "I wanted to know if you would go with me." "You want me to go to the dance with you?" she asked, shocked. "But you're popular, and no one really knows who I am." "Does it look like it matters to me?" he asked. "I suppose I could ask someone else." He turned away from her, and not wanting to miss her chance at having a date for the ball, Luciana leapt forward. "No, I'd love to go with you. It just caught me off guard." She smiled at him. "I'll pick you up at your room 10 minutes before the dance. Is that fine?" he asked, though it sounded more like a demand. "Of course. I'll be waiting for you." Her cheeks grew red and she giggled nervously. "Very well. Goodbye, Luciana." Wyntier headed down the hallway back toward his own dorm. She watched him go, still unsure about what had just happened. When he disappeared, she opened the door and went back into Kyoto's room. "Wyntier asked me to the dance," she exclaimed, jumping onto the bed. "I can't believe it. He finally noticed me." Kyoto made a face. "That's great, Luce." He glanced down at the bed, avoiding her eyes. "Really great." The memory began to change. Luciana stood in a large shop, a curtain separating her from the room around her. She reached out and clutched the soft black velvet, carefully pulling it to the side. "What do you think about this one, Kyo?" she asked. She gestured to the floor-length gown she wore. It was the same pale pink as her eyes, the layers of silk and lace covered with intricate beadwork and embroidery. She'd never felt more extravagant. "It looks amazing on you," Kyoto said, staring at her from where he sat. "You're beautiful." "Thanks." She walked over to the mirror and spun around a few times. "You think Wyntier will like it?" "Of course Wyntier will like it. How could anyone not like you?" At the mention of Wyntier, his expression became foul, but he made no other objection. "Are you going with anyone?" she asked. "No. No one asked me to go with them," he sighed. "Why don't you hang out with me and Wyntier? I'm sure he won't mind, and I wouldn't want you to miss out." She placed a small, pale hand on his shoulder and smiled sweetly. Kyoto frowned. "I don't know." "Come on, it'll be fun. Besides, I might even dance with you once or twice.
Kyoto's face brightened. All right, I'll come, but just for you. He stood up. Is this the one that you want?
I think so,
she nodded. The dress rustled as she slipped behind the curtain to change out of it. Just as she vanished out of sight, the shop owner came into the back room.
Have you found one you like, miss?
She asked.
I did,
Luciana said, walking out with the dress slung over one arm.
How much is it exactly? 400 coins,
the shopkeeper informed her. Luciana's face fell.
Oh, I don't have that much money.
She looked at her gown.
What am I going to do? I need a dress.
I'll pay for it, Luce, Kyoto offered, already bringing out his small money bag. You don't have to worry about paying me back.
Kyoto, that's way too much, she protested. I know you can't afford it.
Ionan's good for it. Trust me, he'll help me out, Kyoto insisted.
Did you ask him before we came?
No, but he'll be okay with it. Luciana doubted that, but she hugged her friend all the same.
Thank you, Kyo.
She felt the deepest love for her best friend as she embraced him. Because of him, she now had a dress, a beautiful gown that would make her a queen for what she was sure would be the best night of her life. The memory faded into a blur of colours, changing once again. It was the night of the big dance. She was in her room getting ready, and the dress fit just as well as the day she'd bought it. 2 small pearls dangled from her ears on silver frames, while blush powdered her cheeks. Her necklace was a small pink flower her mother had given to her the day after her grandmother died, and it complemented the pink in her eyes. She wore pink high-heeled shoes that made her taller, and her white hair was gathered in a series of curls that towered at the top of her head. For the first time in her life, Luciana finally felt pretty. There was a knock at the door, and she turned gracefully to open it. Rex came to her side as she opened the door to reveal Wyntier in his best clothes. Luciana thought his suit looked perfect on him, just as her dress looked perfect on her. "Are you ready to go, my dear?" Wyntier bowed politely and took her hand.
Of course I am. Come on, Rex.
The small black squirrel ran onto her shoulder, opposite the other changer. Vera was on Wyntier's shoulder in the form of a small sparrow, a little purple bow tied around her neck. She didn't say a greeting, only sat meekly on her accompany's shoulder. She didn't seem half as excited to attend the dance as Luciana was.
"Don't forget we have to get Kyo,"
Luciana reminded Wyntier casually. "Yes, we must not forget the little whelp," Wyntier said dryly.
"Be nice to him, Wyntier. He's my best friend,"
Luciana said, trying to appear civil so she wouldn't anger her date. Wyntier was always making mean comments about Kyoto, but Kyoto did the same to him, so Luciana tried to ignore them both. Luciana practically wrenched her arm away from Wyntier's in excitement as they approached Kyoto's dorm.
"Kyo!"
Luciana called, skipping into the room.
"Are you ready to go?"
"Of course I am." Kyoto turned away from the mirror to face her. "How do I look?" Kyoto wore all black, like Wyntier, but a gold tie added a splash of colour. His suit jacket was too big for him, while his pants were too small, exposing his ankles. Ionan sat on his shoulder as a cat, an emerald bow tie standing out against his white fur.
"Must I wear this foolish little thing?"
the changer snarled angrily.
"You have to look nice, Ionan."
Luciana smiled at the small cat, giggling at the bow tie she had picked out for him.
"Well, I think it's ridiculous."
He scratched at it, appearing rather bothered.
"I think you look very handsome, Ionan."
Vera spoke for the first time in her soft, springy voice, glancing warily at Wyntier. The cat looked down.
"I suppose if you like it, Vera, it's quite all right."
"Why isn't Rex wearing his bow, Luce?" Kyoto asked.
"Because I don't know how to tie them right,"
Luciana explained.
"Could you do it for me?"
She pulled out a piece of pale pink fabric that matched her dress. "Sure." Kyoto took the fabric and looked at Rex. As he got closer, the small squirrel ran to Luciana's other shoulder, smacking Wyntier across the face with his tail. The accompany didn't say anything, but his mouth twitched.
"Rex, as your accompany, I order you to sit still while Kyoto puts your bow tie on,"
Luciana commanded in a slightly playful tone. Rex gave in, knowing he couldn't disobey a direct order. Kyoto tied the bow tie and then backed up.
"It looks great on you, Rex," Vera exclaimed happily, losing mind of her place. Wyntier glared at her, and she fell silent.
Vera, I am your brother. You liking it does not matter to me as much as it matters to Ionan.
Rex appeared to pout, while Ionan hid his head behind Keota, embarrassed.
The dance is going to start soon. Come on.
Luciana grabbed Wyntier's and Keota's hands, dragging them toward the event. The entrance hall was decorated richly for the occasion. The walls were covered with ribbons and garlands of all colours, while a group of musicians sat in one corner playing the most beautiful music Luciana had ever heard. The teachers stood against the walls, watching the students carefully as they waltzed around the room elegantly. Luciana thought it all looked like a wonderful dream. Wyntier took no time in leading Luciana out to the floor, parading her around lavishly and spinning her in time with the music. Keota leaned against a wall and watched, while Ionan and Vera snuck off together to a place unnoticed by their accompanies. Rex had taken off with several female changers, and was in the middle of dancing with all of them at once.
Wyntier, it's all so lovely.
Luciana smiled as they twirled, feeling enchanted. But not near as lovely as you are, my dear. Wyntier touched her cheek gently, and she blushed. After an hour or so, the headmistress took the stage, speaking in a loud, booming voice.
We would like to announce this year's King and Queen.
The music stopped. Everyone fell silent in anticipation, eagerly watching the headmistress open the small envelope.
This year's king is, no surprise here, Wyntier Ignavus.
The crowd applauded as the brown-haired boy made his way to the stage. An arrogant smile spread across his face. As he was crowned, silence once more fell upon the students.
This year's queen is Luciana Morris.
Even the headmistress seemed surprised when she announced the name. The room fell deathly silent, and Luciana gasped, turning to Keota.
I didn't even know I was running, she said.
Who cares? Get up there and get your crown loose.
Keota pushed her toward the stage.
If anyone deserves this, it's you.
She nodded and walked to the stage, standing beside Wyntier. As she was crowned, she felt tears fill her eyes. The crowd clapped politely, and she held her head up, feeling so proud. She was once the most unpopular girl in school, and now she was queen. She'd never been so happy. Wyntier faced her and smiled, his dark eyes sparkling in anticipation. The smile was different from the one that had graced his lips when the night had begun. It was no longer warm and nice. Something else had overcome it. I have something I would like to ask you, Luciana. Wyntier twisted the words as he said them, making them thick and foreboding.
You can ask me anything, she told him.
The collected students fell silent once more so they could hear the conversation taking place on the stage, inching closer curiously.
Are you honestly so stupid that you don't realize I never liked you?
Wyntier sneered.
I can't believe that I had you going for so long. I thought you would have figured this out days ago.
The world seemed to freeze for Luciana.
Wyntier, what do you mean?
I did all this as a joke, he said, spreading his hand over the crowd. My friends dared me to take the ugliest girl in school to the dance, and so I did. I never have and never will love a freak.
Wyntier began to laugh.
I rigged the voting so you would win queen, so I could do this to you.
From out of his jacket, Wyntier pulled out a long knife. Before Luciana could even gasp, he'd taken the knife and run it down the front of her dress, tearing it in two and exposing her to the crowd. Attempting to cover herself with the fragments of her tattered gown, tears filled Luciana's eyes. The headmistress stared on with a stunned expression as Wyntier let out a booming laugh, unsure of what to do. The rest of the students began to laugh with Wyntier. Luciana ran down the steps of the stage and toward the door. Tears poured down her cheeks as she pushed the laughing teenagers out of her way, scampering up to her dorm. Rex followed right behind her. Luciana's eyes opened quickly. Even now, years later, the memory made her eyes water. She'd hoped in time she'd recover from such nightmares. Recent events had only amplified their effect.
Why must I remember such horrible things? She asked, turning toward Rex.
The changer was awake and staring at her sympathetically, as if the memory was as painful for him as it was for her. Because it is the rough times that teach us how to get back up and try again, and the difficult parts of our lives that make us stronger. He wiped her tears gently away, using his large paw. It will be okay, Luciana. I promise you. I will never let anyone hurt you like he did ever again. I know, Rex. She wiped her face and stroked the large cat gently. You're all I ever need. You and Keanu can make everything better in my life. Rex purred softly as she stroked his head. Though she was tired, Luciana did not allow herself to rest further. She could not stand bringing back more memories. Her life had only gotten worse from that night. Keanu lay alone in a field of flowers outside the Varanian forest, feeling very confused. He hadn't seen Luciana in ages, and now she'd suddenly showed up on his doorstep asking for his help. He had no clue what Luciana expected of him, so he had come here to think, without telling anyone where he was going. I don't know what she wants me to do. I have a wife, he said out loud, as if reminding himself that he was married. Luciana had been the whole reason he had met Keanu. He'd been running away from her situation, trying to separate himself from the whole mess. It only turned up 15 years later to haunt him. He wasn't mad at Luciana. None of it was her fault. But he was mad at Wyntier. As always, every bad thing that had ever happened to him always came about because of Wyntier. Keanu laid back in the sun and closed his eyes, falling into a meditative state to remember a much darker time, a time when everything had changed. Even 3 years later, Luciana still hadn't recovered from the night of the spring dance. They were about to graduate, and the days of their freshman year were far behind them. But Luciana seemed to forget this as they walked from class to class amongst the massive grounds of the castle. She ducked her head and hid her gaze from whoever passed by, cringing whenever a student looked her way. "Hey, look guys, it's the freak!" a black-haired boy shouted across the hall, pointing in their direction. Keanu placed an arm around his best friend's shoulders, trying to shield her from the nasty comments. "It's okay, Luce. They just call you names because they don't like themselves," he said softly, not knowing what else to say. The name Freak had stuck and never really gone away, all thanks to Wyntier. The bully had made a game out of tormenting Luciana ever since the dance had ended. "You say that whenever someone says something mean. It's starting to get a little old." Luciana never looked up. "Hey, Freak, why don't you ditch your little boyfriend and go jump off a cliff? Then we could see how many people really care about you," the boy called. "Yeah, go kill yourself, you ugly bitch. Nobody wants a freak hanging around," a girl at his side screamed. 3 years of endless torture finally made Luciana stop in her tracks. She dropped the books she was holding, and they fell to the ground carelessly discarded. "Why don't you just shut up?" Luciana glared at the boy, ready to fight. "Come and make me, you little freak," he snarled at her. "Don't you test me," Luciana snarled. "I will tear you to shreds." "Is that a threat?" The boy came closer and stuck his face right in front of hers, daring her to make a move. This was bad. Keanu looked around for Rex and Ionan, but they were in other classes and hadn't been released yet. "No, it was a warning." Luciana's mouth rose in a snarl. "But now you're too late to protect yourself." Luciana grabbed onto the boy's hair and slammed him into the wall. Before he could get up, she was on top of him, clawing at his throat with her fingernails. He threw up a hand, and she bit down on the bare flesh. Luciana punched him in the face and began to pull his hair out in large chunks. The boy screamed louder as Luciana continued her assault, too terrified to fight back. "Luce!" Keanu said. He tried to pull her off the boy, but the company threw him backward with a strength Keanu didn't know she had. Keanu watched the scene in horror. He had never known that his shy friend could get so violent. Luciana, in her fury, was unstoppable. No one dared to get near her, for they were all afraid they would be next. The fight only lasted a couple of minutes, but it felt like hours to everyone who witnessed it, horrified by the blood that was gushing from the gashes on the boy's neck and face. It took 4 teachers and their changers to restrain Luciana, and by that time, the boy's face was little more than tattered ribbons of flesh. The boy was sent to the hospital, badly injured. Luciana had hurt him so severely that his condition was critical. The council soon came to retrieve Luciana, and Rex had been pulled out of his classes to go with her, even though he hadn't been there. Keanu spent that night nervously awaiting some sort of news, though nothing came. The next morning, he heard that Luciana's punishment would be decided immediately by the council that day. The council had been quick to call a trial, as nothing of this scale had ever happened at Bumbleberry before. He sat in the stands of the courtroom that afternoon, looking down at Luciana. She had been put in chains, and Rex was confined in a small metal box with at least 6 locks on it. The small squirrel screamed angrily, but Luciana didn't move. She stood there, like a stone statue, her matted and tangled hair dangling in front of her face. Even though Rex was her brother, Wyntier hadn't allowed Vera to come to the trial. Vera never spoke up when her company tormented Luciana, and Keanu hated her for it. Keanu didn't care that Ionan loved her. Vera's inability to stick up for Luciana in 3 years was unforgivable in his eyes. He watched as the council slowly took their seats before the crowd, and listened as the oath of truth was taken by all. As the final council member took the oath, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned toward Luciana in the center of the room.
Luciana Morris, you are here to be punished for attempted murder. Is this correct?
Nicodemus, the head of council, seemed so stern and stoic. The wyvern at his side quivered, as if excited by the judgment. Yes, Luciana's voice shook, and her eyes remained locked on the floor as she confirmed the charges.
Do you have anything to say to defend yourself?
Nicodemus asked cruelly, as if he'd already convicted her. No. Luciana did not bother to give excuses, simply accepted her fate.
Well then, from what we were told earlier this morning, I believe the council has come to a decision.
He turned to look around him at the other council members. They all nodded their heads in agreement.
Luciana Morris, for your crimes, you shall be sentenced with the highest punishment the council possesses, permanent separation from your changer.
Luciana's head snapped up. For the first time since the trial began, she seemed alive. You can't! She lashed out as the guards surrounded her, attempting to break away from her chains. Rex took the form of a panther, and the cage shattered to pieces as he lunged toward Luciana. Several guards restrained the giant cat with ropes. He roared angrily underneath them, trying to break free.
Luciana Morris, you will serve a life sentence in Azazel prison, while your changer will be sent to the work camps.
Nicodemus boomed loudly over the chaos, continuing the sentence.
You shall never see one another again for the rest of your days.
You can't do this to her, Keanu called, but the noise of the roaring changer blocked out his voice. He watched in horror as Luciana was dragged out one door and Rex out the other. Both cried out in defiance, but no one listened. No one had listened to Luciana since this whole thing began. I'll get this fixed, Luce, Keanu whispered to himself. Even if it's the last thing I do, I will get this fixed. The memory changed. It was a month later, and Keanu had been researching for weeks. His grades had slipped, and he was at risk of not graduating. But he didn't care. Nothing had mattered to him after the trial, except saving Luciana. It had taken him days to finally convince the council to hear him out. He was in the council room, in the same spot where Luciana had received her sentence, staring upward at the council members who gathered along the sides of the banisters like vicious crows. Ionan stood by his side in dragon form, ready to back him up. Ionan had suggested he make the argument for Luciana's freedom, as he was more eloquent. But changers were rarely, if ever, permitted to speak before the council. Keanu would have to speak on his own.
Why have you come before us today?
Nicodemus asked. He had a look on his face that showed his annoyance with the boy. Keanu took a deep breath. I have come to ask you to reconsider the fate of Luciana Morris.
She was sentenced a month ago, but I have proved that the crime she was convicted of was not her fault." "And how have you done this?" The head of the council leaned back in his chair and picked at a fingernail, bored. "I did some research on Luciana's family. Her mother had a case of mental illness that could be passed on from generation to generation," Keanu said. "If Luciana's mother had the illness, then so could Luciana. It would explain the way she behaved. She had never been violent before the incident." Keanu paused, looking up. "If she is ill, it still gives no excuse for her actions. She nearly killed that poor boy," Nicodemus said, leaning forward. "And how did you come by this information?" "Luciana's mother was a resident of an asylum until she died a few years ago," he replied quickly. "I got the information from the hospital directly." Nicodemus leaned back, tapping his chin. "We shall take a look at the information you have gathered. Give us 1 hour to consult, and then return when you are called." Keanu nodded and walked out of the room to leave the council to deliberate. The following hour was the longest hour of his life. He paced back and forth across the small waiting room, while Ionan watched, flicking his tail. After what seemed like days, the accompany at the desk instructed him to go back in. As Keanu approached, he noticed a slight change in Nicodemus's face. Rather than looking annoyed, he appeared pleased, gleeful even. "Well done, Keanu Morimoto. You have saved your friend." Nicodemus clapped his hands together. "We shall hand you the papers necessary to get both her and her changer back home. However, if anything else like this happens again, the punishment will be the same, and you will be unable to save her. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir, I do." Keanu couldn't help but smile. He'd done it. Luciana was saved. "Then go and get Miss Luciana. I don't expect to see or hear from you ever again." Nicodemus waved his hand, dismissing him. Keanu ran off quickly, obtaining the papers from the accompany at the desk outside. He bolted into the sunshine of Nesting's Haven, hardly able to control himself. "Ionan, you get Rex, and I'll go get Luce," he commanded, handing the papers to his changer.
"I can do that. We'll meet back at your parents' house, correct?"
Ionan asked as he took the papers in his mouth. "Yep, that's the plan." Keanu ran off in the direction of Azazel, the large prison that housed the worst of Nesting's Haven. The building was 10 stories high and located far outside of the city, but most of the cells were underground. The high walls surrounding the prison were dark, and the brick was covered in vines that grew up all 4 sides of the prison. The building was old and crumbling, exactly the kind of place that looked scarier than it should have. He walked slowly to the front gate, his heart beating twice its normal rate.
"Stop right there, son."
A strong guard in a full suit of armor held out his hand, stopping the boy.
"No one enters here."
"I'm here to get my friend. The council said she could be released," he stammered.
"Do you have all the legal documents?"
the guard asked him. "I have them right here." Keanu handed the papers to the guard, feeling nervous. The guard's eyebrows raised.
"Luciana Morris, huh?"
The guard huffed in disbelief.
"Good luck getting her out of there."
"What do you mean?" Keanu stared at the guard, confused.
"Every time someone goes near that girl, they lose a finger, or in some cases an arm."
The guard's face was completely serious.
"She hasn't been out of her cell since they brought her here."
Keanu gulped. "Well, we're best friends. I'm sure she won't hurt me."
"Good luck to you, kid."
The guard handed him back the papers and sent him inside. Keanu crept slowly to the front desk, shivering. The inside was cold, dank, and dripping with moisture, twice as scary as the outside. He kept glancing around him nervously. "Hello, can I help you?" The accompany at the front desk asked the question in a sickly sweet voice, out of character for such a terrible place. Her changer, a jolly little hedgehog, waddled from side to side on her desk. "I'm here to get my friend, Luciana Morris," he told her, pulling out the papers. "Of course. Let me see the release forms." He handed them to her. She peered at them oddly, as if she couldn't believe who was being released. "Wait here. I'll go get a guard to take you to her cell." She rose from her seat and disappeared through a door behind her.
She returned with an company that was even larger than the one outside, whose changer was a monstrous bear that took up the width of the hallway. The guard leaned down by the boy's ear.
"I'll take you to the cell, but I won't be going in. That girl's crazy."
His voice was rough and cruel, but at the mention of Luciana, it shook slightly in fear. "Okay," Keanu nodded. The terror inside him grew as the larger company led him through the halls. They walked down 2 flights of stairs and retrieved a lantern before heading down one final flight. Keanu was led down a dark hallway lined with cells made of iron bars, none of which had light. Screams and moans echoed down the cavern, and arms reached out at him from between the bars, craving the touch of someone from the outside world. The guard stopped at the end of the hallway in front of a cell from which no noise emitted. He pulled out his keys and unlocked the door.
"Here you go."
He backed up warily after placing the lantern on a hook on the wall. "Thank you." Keanu peered into the cell, and his stomach twisted as he witnessed the most horrifying sight he would ever see. Luciana sat in the corner of the small cell, encircled by little chunks of bone and skin that were discarded on the floor. Apparently, the first guard had been correct. She'd been taking off fingers. A decaying, gnarled limb lay in a corner, chunks of flesh torn off as if by mouth. He'd thought they were exaggerating about the arm, but no one exaggerated in Azazel. Lies were useless in a place where the worst had already happened. The walls were covered in blood. At first he thought it was merely splatters, until he realized that the blood spelt Rex, hundreds upon hundreds of times upon the stone. Luciana sat in her small corner. Her long hair was knotted in huge clumps and filled with dirt, and her prison clothes, a simple grey sack, was torn. She had lost weight due to lack of sunlight, and the bones of her face were easily seen through her pale skin. She rocked back and forth, her eyes glazed, staring at nothing. The reason why Nicodemus and the council was willing to let Luciana go hit him fully, searing away all sense of hope. The loss of her changer had driven Luciana mad. There was no more punishment to give, nothing more to take. They'd already done the worst to her. And now that the job was done, the council was willing to toss the girl aside as if she were nothing but a nuisance. He approached her slowly. She hissed, pushing herself farther back into the corner. "Come on, Luce. It's me, Keanu." He took another step forward. "Don't come any closer to me," she growled. "Luce, I'm here to get you out. I'm going to help you find Rex again." Her eyes lit up at the sound of her changer's name. "Rex," she whispered. "Yeah, Rex," he repeated. "You just have to come with me." "I can't walk. My legs don't work," she told him. She looked down at the floor in despair. "I can carry you if you'll let me." He walked to her, and she put her arms up slowly. He picked her up and cradled her against his chest, carrying her out of the cell. "I'm ready to go back up now," he told the guard, who stared at him in awe.
"How did you do that?"
the man asked. "Do what?" Keanu asked in return.
"Touch her without losing a limb,"
the guard gasped. Keanu glared cruelly back at the guard. "I'm only treating her as she deserves to be treated, not like she's something to be thrown away." When they had reached the city streets, it was dark. Keanu's arms hurt from carrying Luciana up all those steps, but he didn't complain or put her down. "Are you ready to go, Luce?" he asked her. "Rex," she said softly to herself. "I want to find Rex." "We're going to see Rex, and no one is ever going to take you away from him again." Ionan wasn't at the house when Keanu arrived. Luciana clung to Keanu's shirt, refusing to allow him to set her down. "Come on, Luciana. Let go of Keanu and come sit down," Mrs. Morimotti told her in a gentle, loving voice. "I want Rex right now," she demanded, slamming her fist into Keanu's chest. "I don't care about anything else. I will not let go until I get what he promised me." Keanu looked toward his mother with a pained expression. "I think she just bruised me. I hope Ionan gets here soon." Just as he said it, a loud roar shook the house.
Come on, you fool. Luciana is right inside that house. You just need to cooperate.
Ionan was outside, and he wasn't happy.
Release me this instant, you horrid pest! Luciana's gone. Now leave me alone, Rex wailed.
Luciana's head perked up at the sound of her changer's voice. She jumped out of Kyoto's arms and stumbled awkwardly to the door, suddenly able to walk. She pulled it open and fell to her knees just outside. Rex stood before her, fighting Ionan angrily. His fur was clumped, with bones that were easily visible underneath, eyes bloodshot. If he were in his normal condition, he would have torn Ionan to pieces by now, but in his weakened state, he could only struggle. As his eyes fell upon Luciana, he calmed instantly. Ionan released the changer and backed away. Luciana collapsed onto Rex's back, wrapping her arms tightly around his thick neck. She buried her face into the soft black fur, and he purred as she stroked his throat. Ionan took the form of a falcon and landed on his accompanist's shoulder, rubbing his head against Kyoto's. It was hard to watch the scene without being close to your bonded partner. Mrs. Morimotti came out of the house to witness the reunion.
Why don't you both come inside?
She approached Rex and Luce quickly, with no sense of caution. Rex growled lowly, and she slowly backed away.
Or not?
Just give them some space, Mum. They'll be back to normal soon.
Kyoto had all the confidence in the world as he stated this, and Ionan nodded to confirm his words. But things didn't go back to normal. Rex's relationship with Vera had been severed permanently, as he was infuriated with his sister for doing nothing to free him while he was in the camps. Luciana stopped attending school and used the small amount of money she had left from her mother's inheritance to purchase a house in the worst part of town, removed from the rest of the world. Kyoto went to her house to check on her and Rex every day. At first, she let him in. Then, she stopped answering the door, and he had to let himself in using the spare key. A few months later, the key vanished, and she locked all the doors and windows. Kyoto stood outside for hours, banging loudly on the door, begging she let him in, but no one ever came. The world slowly began to forget all about Luciana Morris. It wasn't long until no one knew she existed. The house became covered in vines, falling into disrepair. Sometimes one could hear her cry, but the world was convinced it was the ghost of Luciana's deceased mother, weeping for the child that had faded away without tasting death. No one believed Kyoto when he told them about her. Ionan knew of his troubles, but no one else did. At graduation, he walked alone. A few years later, people began going missing in the district Luciana lived in. Eventually, bodies started showing up. Kyoto knew with certainty it wasn't Luciana, but people blamed her for the murders anyway. The council tried to drag Luciana back to jail again, but Kyoto refused to allow her to go back to Azazel. Under the cover of night, he and Ionan helped Luciana and Rex escape from their holding cell once again, but this time they were caught. Kyoto had no choice but to flee the lands and leave Nesting's Haven behind him. He'd tried to bring Luciana along, but she would not go. She didn't want to do anything but linger in the streets of Nesting's Haven and wait for death. This was so unfair. Life had stolen Luciana away from him without giving him any say in the matter. His best friend was gone forever.
Are you okay, Dad? You're crying.
Kyoto touched his eyes gently as he emerged from his memories, gazing at the tears that had gathered on his fingers. Ali and Keanu were there, and seemed disturbed that they'd found him in a field of flowers weeping.
I guess I am crying, he laughed softly, trying to break the tension. Sorry to worry you, Keanu. I'm fine, really.
He stood up, ruffling his son's hair.
If you say so, Keanu said slowly. Mom sent me to tell you that she needs your help with dinner.
Keanu reached up and fixed his now messy locks with a flat expression.
Keanu, can we go? It's starting to get cold out here and I don't have much on.
A girl came into view at the edge of the flower-filled clearing, appearing impatient.
Sorry, Reagan, Keanu called back. We can go in a minute.
You're quick to jump at her requests. I say we just let her freeze,
Ali growled, glaring back at the teenager.
That's not very nice, Ali,
Keanu scolded. Who is this? Kyoto asked. His eyes bulged out of his head as he looked over the girl disapprovingly, his eyes hovering on her outfit.
This is Reagan. Reagan, this is my dad, Kyoto, Keanu said. Reagan's a fairy. She came here from really far away.
Really? Where are you from, Reagan? Kyoto asked.
Michigan?
Reagan responded. Michigan? Kyoto gave her a confused look.
Yeah, it's in America, Reagan said. Haven't you heard of it?
No, I haven't, Kyoto told her in a tone that suggested she was lying. But you learn new things every day. He turned toward his son. Let's get home before your mother starts to worry. You know how she gets.
Yeah, I know,
Keanu frowned.
I really don't feel like being squeezed to death again.
Kyoto lingered before following. His mind was still filled with the horrible last memory of his best friend, and his worry that despite her request for his help, she hadn't changed. Chapter 8. The Second Prophecy. Ali changed into a tiny bluebird on her way back to the forest. She landed on Keanu's shoulder, casting a glance at Reagan as if to say, "Back off, sister, he's mine." "You can keep him, honey," Reagan growled underneath her breath, obviously freezing in her bikini. Keanu's dad walked slowly next to her, looking at her every so often, as if he knew there was something about her he didn't trust. Reagan hurried to Keanu's side. "I think he knows," she whispered.
"Don't be silly, he's not that smart,"
Keanu put in.
"Okay, not to be rude or anything, but your dad is creeping me out," she said, in a very rude tone. "He keeps staring at me with this dumb expression." "That's how my dad looks at everyone, you'll see."
After walking for a long time, the hut came into view. Kia came out of the house carrying a vegetarian dish. She placed it on a long table which had been brought out from inside. Luciana sat at the table with Rex, who balanced on her belly as a squirrel. Reagan looked at the food and asked,
"Where's the meat? There's not enough food for everyone here." "Our companies and changers don't eat. We get our energy from sunlight," Ali sniped. "The fairies are the only ones eating, but you knew that already, didn't you?"
"We only eat plants," Keanu informed Reagan under his breath, so his family wouldn't hear. "It would be wasteful to kill something when we don't need to. And besides, what if what you're eating is a friend?"
"Everything I eat doesn't talk back."
Reagan cast steely eyes at Ali. Ionan came into the clearing. Reagan took some terrified steps backward, gasping in surprise.
"It's a dragon," she said, choked. "I can't believe it."
Ionan heard her and tilted his head.
"Who is this?"
he asked, putting his giant nose to the girl's head and sniffing. His hot breath blew her hair back, and she whimpered. Ionan's pupils narrowed, but he said nothing, changing instantly into a sorrel horse.
"This is Reagan, Ionan. She's a new friend,"
Keanu said.
"We're more of acquaintances, actually."
Reagan attempted to catch her bearings, but still appeared shaken. Rex hopped off of Luciana, changing into a panther as he went. "Well, well, it seems the past has finally come full circle."
"Rex,"
Ionan said in surprise, noticing him for the first time.
"I thought you and Luciana were dead."
"Of course you did. You forgot us, just like everyone else. Why should you remember?" Rex growled. Ionan stomped his hoof.
"You should be more appreciative. Don't you remember how we used to be friends? I helped Kyoto get you both out of prison, you know. Not once, but twice."
"I haven't forgotten," Rex said. "But how can I be grateful to someone who caused my sister's death?" Ionan reared at this, baring his teeth as he came crashing back down to earth.
"Wyntier killed Vera, not I. I did everything in my power to save her."
"I don't believe you. Vera and I hadn't spoken since my imprisonment, but that doesn't change the fact that I still cared about her." Rex prowled forward, showing his fangs as he approached the changer. Ionan snorted angrily.
"And may it be that if you had come to help us instead of hiding alone in your little hole, she would still be alive today."
Rex gave a wild scream and plunged toward the changer. Ionan spun out of the way and the panther missed, spiraling through the air. Luciana stood up and said, "Rex, come here now. That's an order." The panther slunk back to his place beside her. Ionan shook his mane and said, "Lady Luciana, I am glad you are well."
"Thank you," she nodded. "It's nice to see you too."
Ionan and Rex glared at each other one last time before Ionan stood beside Keota. Completely lost, Regan leaned over and asked Keanu,
"What was that about?"
"Tell you later."
The young fairy seemed bothered, his mouth a thin slant.
"I didn't know it was some sort of family reunion. Why'd you bring me into it?"
Regan hissed.
"Luciana has been here for a few hours. I thought Ionan would have seen her and Rex by now." He shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Just go with it."
Kia hadn't bothered with the argument between Ionan and Rex. She'd been too distracted by Regan's outfit.
"My dear, why don't you come inside so I can give you something to wear?" Kia asked. "I can tell you're cold."
"She can wear my clothes,"
Keanu said, trying to be helpful.
"I don't think that's such a good idea," Kia said.
She stared at Ali, who was hopping madly up and down on Keanu's shoulder.
"I'll give her something of mine. She's about my size."
As they went into the house, Ali sawed off Keanu's shoulder.
"Just a minute."
"Ali!" Ionan called out in exasperation, but the changer didn't listen. Ali followed Regan into Kia's bedroom, where the human girl was changing into a soft green gown. As soon as Keotana was out of earshot, Ali hovered into Regan's face.
"Listen here, human girl. You do anything to mess up Keanu, I'll mess you up. Got it?"
"Oh, believe me, Cupcake, he's got that covered,"
Regan said, rolling her eyes as she fastened the dress.
"What a bunch of losers you all are.
You've all got problems."
"I can't believe I'm here listening to drama about some pointless crap that happened years ago instead of relaxing on the beach like I should be." "You don't get it, do you? Any of it? People are dying. A war could start. You don't understand anything. You don't understand how sick Keanu is."
Ali batted her wings furiously. Regan tossed her hair over her shoulder and said,
"I still don't see what the big deal is. Keanu is sick, but that doesn't make him any different from anyone else. His seizures cannot go on forever. Sooner or later, his heart won't be able to take it anymore."
Ali's voice, now vacant from anger, shook with a pain that Regan could not decipher.
"Any day could be his last. He knows it, and he doesn't care. That's why everyone is so protective of him. His parents like to pretend he will grow up to be a leader. But I am the only one who knows his heart, and it is dying. I can feel it failing every day."
Ali dropped her head.
"There are plenty of people with disorders like his who live long lives in my world."
Regan crossed her arms.
"Why not take him to get some medicine in the human world?"
Ali's beak was so close to Regan's nose as she spoke, she nearly clipped the skin.
"I'm not going to force him to do something against his will. That is the difference between our race and yours, human." "Whatever."
Regan turned away. Ali fluttered out the open window, and Kia came to retrieve the girl.
"You look nice in that," Kia said. "I'm glad Keanu has found someone his age to talk to. He's been very lonely growing up here on his own." "Thanks,"
Regan muttered, not sure of what to think. This new magical world was strange to her, and nothing made sense. More than anything, she wished she could go back home. But home didn't exist anymore. All that was left was her tiny house on this island and her dad. So Regan figured she might as well make the most of it. As the small party went on, the tension outside dulled. People were beginning to chat, save for Rex and Ionan, who kept their distance from each other. Ali changed into a griffin and stayed beside Keanu, refusing to give up her place at his side while Regan was nearby.
"We're finally here,"
Kasif emerged from the bushes, riding double with Vixen on Dragonstar. The Great One hopped off her unicorn and proclaimed loudly,
"Vixen would like to introduce her daughter Lyrica and her new changer."
"Changer?" several people cried at once. Out stepped Mirabelle, with Lyrica sitting on her back. Rex saw the young changer and jumped back, his claws digging into the grass. Ionan changed back into a dragon, letting out a gentle rumble. Mirabelle looked at him, and at this moment, father and daughter locked eyes. Everyone became quiet. Lyrica slid off of Mirabelle's back. The young dragon stood her ground, blinking at her father. Ionan stepped forward and rumbled,
"It's a surprise to see you here, Mira."
"Why didn't you tell me?" Mirabelle stampeded forward, halting at Ionan's feet. "All those times you visited, you forgot to leave out the fact that—"
"That I'm your father?" Ionan said gently.
Ali let out a cry.
"So that's where you went every weekend. I thought you went to visit Vera's grave. Now I find out you both had a baby?"
"Everyone, let him explain," Keanu said, holding out his hands. Keanu turned to his father in shock. You knew, and you didn't tell us." "We all knew," Keanu said softly. "Keanu thought it wasn't safe to bring Mirabelle back to the forest with us, so he ordered Ionan to leave her in the desert." "What else have you kept from us?" Keanu said, balling his hands up and walking toward his father. Regan began to back into the woods to head toward home, and nobody noticed her leave. Rex seethed. "I knew it. Now I can see what this has become. She looks exactly like her. How many times did you stare into your daughter's eyes and see Vera?" Ionan dropped his head. Ali padded toward the dragon, her head low. I thought I was your only daughter." Ionan bowed his head.
"You will always be my daughter, Ali. But Mira is my child too."
Ali began backing away, shaking her head. "No, I can't believe you lied about Vera. You lied about everything."
"Ali, please,"
Ionan said, advancing toward her.
"I did what I had to keep both of you safe."
"That doesn't make it right. We deserved to know," Mirabelle shouted. Something was happening to Ali. Her head swiveled back and forth, as if she was trying to bring herself out of a bad dream. Her wings flapped uselessly, scattering dust, as her talons held onto the earth for dear life. "Ali!" Keanu was bent over, holding both sides of his head. His fingernails dug into his scalp, face scrunched as he fought some invisible opponent inside his mind. "It's coming! Fight it, Keanu! Fight!" Ali's last words came in a gasp, and the birdsong that emitted from the trees halted. The skies darkened. A whirlwind began raging around the forest, causing trees to topple over and shingles to rip off the roof of the small hut. Keanu and Ali opened their eyes at the same time. They were glowing with a foreboding, mythical light. "Not again!" Kia cried, and she jumped forward to grab Keanu. Keota held her back, as Keanu and Ali began to speak in an ethereal, mystic voice that wasn't their own. "The loss has been paid, and the battle was won. The new legacy has truly begun. Good has triumphed and settled the score, but it is only the first that has started this war. They have been chosen, brought together as one, but by the despondent's end, there shall be none. The leader and the prince, the silent and the faithful, the accused. The Dranon and the fire, the darkness and the follower, brother and sister. With 2 songs and 8 beams, out of which will come 2 rulers. The cloud drifter and 1 sun, who has the light of the stars upon her back. The witch will take control of all lands far and wide, to own the creatures within them, and harm from the inside. Then the lands that will not bow, the witch will cast them black. The land will surely die, and the queen will be attacked. 3 beams, 1 sun, and the cloud drifter shall travel among the stars, and seek the court of hundreds, found in a land afar. Her mother's daughter all the way through, wings green and scaled blue, shall lead you out of darkness, with her life she will bless. Can there be a healing? Can there be a cure? A family's pain will haunt them, until no more can be endured. Dark hair and dark eyes, the traitor in disguise, the cruel man's son will call, and then betray you all. Then hope it shall be lost, until the items 3 brought together by a secret that came across the sea. Least shall be the greatest, to become the great one's heir, one of her own family, wings shining and are rare. An empress will rise, feathers and talons true. Her crown shall rule all bonded pairs, and an age will start anew. Then a final struggle between the haven and the lands will bring upon the Empress freedom flies at her command. Yes, the final finish shall bring despondence end. What shall the victory bring? Except the loss of friends. The alliance will be brought together in perfect harmony, friends brought to stop the evil and set the changers free. When the whirlwind ended, the sky returned and birdsong began. Ali fled into the woods, scampering away from the safety of her home. His eyes no longer glowing, Keanu cried, "Ali!" He ran after her. Seeing her cousin's panic, Lyrica went to follow. Mirabelle took one last look at her father before she fled into the woods after her company. Vixen bowed her head. My, such a mess has been made of things.
Chapter 9. Interpreting the Future. Ali knew the rest of them couldn't keep up with her. She ran all the way to the plains, where she bumped into the creature she wished to see most.
Ali, what's wrong?
Kenai asked, watching the griffin gasp for air. Ali collapsed on the ground. Kenai sat beside her, twirling her white tail around Ali's forefeet.
Kenai, it's awful,
Ali said, voice wavering. She sounded like she was about to cry.
Everything's falling to pieces.
It can't be that bad, Kenai said, licking the griffin's ears.
It is. I created another prophecy,
the griffin screeched, near hysteria.
You did? What did it say?
Kenai asked in shock.
I can't remember. I can't remember anything when I go under like that,
Ali said.
But that's not all. Ionan's been hiding things from us.
Ali told her everything quickly, and Kenai's eyes darkened in sorrow. Kenai put her paw on Ali's foot and said,
They were just trying to keep you safe. A lot of bad things are happening recently as a result of keeping us safe, she sniffed bitterly.
Shadowin, Snapfoot, Jade, and Midnight Star came bounding into the bushes.
We heard trampling and figured it was you. What happened?
Shadowin asked. Kenai retold the whole story. By this time, Keanu and Lyrica had caught up. The little girl was struggling to keep her taller cousin aloft, who seemed winded.
Ali, don't run off like that,
Keanu snapped, coughing as his lungs gasped for breath.
You know I can't follow.
I'm sorry, Keanu, Ali said meekly, lowering her head. I was only scared. I don't like it when I prophesy.
I know, but I went through it too. It's not just you.
Keanu sat by her side. Lyrica fiddled with a stone in the grass and said,
I wish Mirabelle and I had found you sooner. We could have gotten here quicker, but Mum and Dad wanted to surprise everyone at dinner.
Of course they did. It's like Vixen to give everyone surprises at the worst of times when nobody wants them, Ali said grumpily.
Keanu picked up a branch and threw it.
How could this have slipped by us so easily? Why didn't we figure out Ionan and Vera had a kid? Are we that unobservant?
Not all of us,
Midnight Star said guiltily, tucking her tail behind her.
Mids?
Kenai asked. Her sister stared back at her.
Don't tell me you knew as well,
Snapfoot shouted. When she only looked at him, he let his tail down.
But how?
It was a long time ago, Midnight Star said. I was spending the night at your house, Keanu and Ali, and I couldn't sleep, so I went outside to look at the stars. I ended up eavesdropping on Keota and Ionan by accident. They were arguing because Ionan wanted to visit his daughter, but Keota didn't want him to go. Why didn't you tell us? Jade asked in a hurt tone. It was very private, Midnight Star said defensively, in a hostile way that was very unlike her.
How much more private can it get than between us?
Keanu asked her, outraged.
We were the originals, Mids. We were in there together, stuck in that cave, being tormented by Wyntier. How could you not tell us?
I don't know, she growled.
I just didn't.
If it helps, I don't think you should blame her for what she didn't say.
I'm sorry I'm hurting you so bad just by being here. I shouldn't have come at all." Everyone jumped at the sound of Mirabelle's voice. The young dragon had found them, and there were small tears dotting her eyes. Lyrica patted the dragon on the head as a way to comfort her. "You really do look like her," Ali said. The griffin stood up and said, "Come on, I know where we can go." They followed the griffin through the bushes until she came to the entrance of a briar patch, with a hole that was large enough for all of them to crawl through. The wolves wagged their tails as they manoeuvred through the thorns, and Shadowin said, "I can't believe this old place is still here. We haven't been here since we were kids." "Keanu and I don't come by very often," Ali said. "Only when we wish to get away." The rain began falling as they huddled inside the briar patch. Keanu pulled a spare piece of parchment and a thin stick of lead out of his pocket, which he always carried with him. He drew intensely, and when he had finished, he held the drawing up for all of them to see. "Oh," Mirabelle gasped. "Is that my mother?" Keanu swallowed thickly. "Yep, that's her." "She's beautiful," Mirabelle said. "I always tried to picture what she looked like in my mind, but now I know. Thank you for showing me." "I'll hold on to it for you, Mirabelle," Lyrica said. Keanu handed her the paper. Lyrica folded it up, putting it inside her dress pocket. "I don't know what I'm going to do," Ali mourned. "If I made another prophecy, that means something big is coming. I'm not ready for this. Not again." Shadowin's deep voice rumbled as he spoke. "Whatever happens, we're all in this together." "Yes," Snapfoot agreed. "There's no way out of this unless we remain as one." It wasn't too long before somebody came looking for them. The eyes of the white cat glittered in the darkness as he entered the thorny sanctuary.
"You all, I'm glad I found you. It was time you were told the truth," Ionan said.
"What truth?"
Jade asked, her green eyes flashing. Ionan laid down. The cat sighed.
"As a child, Ali told Keanu and I of dreams she was having. Dreams of twin changers bonded to one Accompany, with whoever side they join, winning the war."
"Yes, it is very faint, but I think I recall," Ali said.
"I recall every word you said," Ionan sighed in exhaustion. "Your parents have asked me not to speak of it, but it is truly clear each one of you is a part of the new prophecy."
Midnight Star nodded, as if she understood something very clearly. The others, however, only gazed at each other with blank expressions.
"But it's so confusing," Ali protested. "It doesn't make any sense. And the part about the traitor, no, not Soren and Zorna."
Ionan gave her a sad gaze.
"I'm afraid so. The prophecy speaks of an empress and a terrible war fought between the lands and Nesting's haven. It can only be the second despondent."
"So there is going to be another war," Kenai said. "I knew it was going to happen."
Snapfoot spoke.
"Are we all going to die? The prophecy says there won't be any of us left."
Everyone shivered. Ionan flicked his tail.
"I'm not sure. This prophecy is one that I cannot decipher. My sight has been clouded on this. Kia and Kyoto wish to keep it quiet, to act as if it will not come true."
"Prophecies are true whether they are 1 year old or 1,000. You should know that," Ali said.
Ionan stood, beckoning to Mirabelle.
"My daughter, I am sorry I did not tell you before that I was your father, but I was forbidden by my Accompany to do so, and as you will learn, it is impossible for a changer to go against a direct command."
"Everybody but Ali, of course," Keanu said, rubbing his changer's head. "She always has to be the exception for everything."
Mirabelle hesitated. Then she rushed forward, drawing her father close with her wings.
"I forgive you, Papa. You were always there for me, even if I did not know it."
Ionan pulled away from his daughter with a thick gruffness in his voice.
"We must venture home. It is getting late. Let us be done with today's troubles."
Ionan led them out of the briar patch, back toward the safety of the Varanian forest. Midnight Star snuck away when nobody was watching, and sat upon a hill gazing skyward. No stars tonight. Midnight Star's eyes pierced the blackness in a saddened determination. Just darkness. The blue sky peaks were elegant majesties, but the mountains seemed marred and tainted when occupied by vile creatures such as these. A girl with caramel streaks through her black hair laughed to herself, the golden of her eyes slicing through whoever ventured near. Beside her, Aravon sat on a rock, the sides of his mouth coated with fresh blood.
So, when are we planning to move in?
Carmilla asked, hand on her hip. They'd taken refuge here after Vixen had chased Wyntier and Nineveh for days. The Great One had lost the trail, but the four of them knew she wouldn't give up the search. They had to act quickly. Nineveh checked her makeup in a small hand mirror, making the object vanish with a swipe of her hand. We have to surround them first. Every fairy bordering the Varanian forest must die. Otherwise, Keir will be able to call for help. We can't let anyone get in the way.
That'll take forever, Aravon whined, clutching his ankles.
Quit being impatient, Wyntier snapped. It took 10 years to formulate this plan, and you're complaining about waiting a few more days? You led us to the prophetess, but it was due to the strength of her friends that she got away. We must be more careful next time.
Yet Wyntier seemed anxious. He stood at the edge of the mountain, ravenously, looking down at the expansion of the land below.
This wouldn't be a problem if we were bloodlusters, Carmilla snarled. Then we could do whatever we wanted, and nobody could stop us.
Are you suggesting something? Nineveh turned, raising an eyebrow. Carmilla grinned.
Our enemies can survive after an Altuzan attack, but bloodlusters eat out your heart. That's how they survive.
And what is so fantastic about these monstrous creatures? Wyntier asked, hardly listening.
They're much stronger than Altuzans. People always think Altuzans are so great, but they're nothing compared to bloodlusters.
Carmilla glanced at Nineveh.
It would be great if we could change Von. He already has the strength. The effects of his powers would double if he were a bloodluster. We could get the prophetess out of the way easily, and it wouldn't matter that we lost her powers, because we'd have our own.
And how do you do this? Wyntier was officially interested. A greedy glow filled his eyes as he turned his attention toward the Altuzan.
Well, first you have to be an Altuzan. Then, by the light of the full moon, you have to eat a heart,
Carmilla explained.
Is that all there is? Wyntier asked dryly.
Don't be ridiculous. It can't just be anything. The victim has to be a highly magical creature, something very rare. It also has to be the right age. You can't kill it when it's a baby, and not when it's an adult. It has to be in that in-between stage.
Carmilla sighed.
Lastly, you have to torture it, and eat out its heart while it's still living. That's the hardest part, and why bloodlusters are so rare. Usually Altuzans succumb to their bloodthirst before they can eat the heart. It's very, very cruel. Only the very worst of Altuzans can do it. So I'm sure Von and I will have no problem,
Carmilla laughed. Really? Wyntier grinned. Well, what do you and Von say about eating a young griffin's heart? Will that do to transform you into bloodlusters? Carmilla grinned at Aravon.
I think a griffin's heart will do just fine.
Zaya twitched in his sleep. With an abrupt start, he flew awake suddenly, claws tearing at the ground as he spun to his feet in the middle of the blossoming grove. His mother was awake. Sunset stared at the hatchling with eyes unblinking against the light. They'd been following Mirabelle for quite some time in order to keep her safe, but never revealed themselves to her. Sunset said she wanted her daughter to learn how to handle things on her own, as a dragon, and thought coddling her would only prolong the process. Zaya didn't think this was strange. To his mother, there was nothing more important than learning how to be a proper, intimidating dragon, one who could do things independently and without permission. The notion that Ionan was Mirabelle's father had been a shock to Zaya at first, but it didn't take long for the dragon to become accustomed to it. He liked Ionan very much, and had gotten to know him well during his many visits to the desert. He decided that it was better that Ionan was Mirabel's father instead of some strange dragon he didn't know. When he asked his mother why she never told Mirabel the truth, Sunset merely closed her eyes and said, "It was not what her father wished." Now his mother was staring at him in a peculiar way. Zaya slithered to her head for comfort, at which she replied, "You've been having the dreams for months, haven't you?" Zaya jumped backward, gaping. "How did you know?" Sunset paused. She flicked her tongue out of her mouth to catch a passerby bird, crunching it with her jaws, before continuing. "Your father would have the same dreams, endless dreams of the stars and sailing upon them, that would not cease." Zaya brushed his tail against the ground. It was puzzling to him, disturbing even, that he shared these dreams with his father. In them, he'd soared against the constellations, following the path of a black she-wolf, her back dotted with white stars. It had been the same dream for months now, and it had not ceased, regardless of how many nights that passed. "Your father was a very unique dragon," Sunset said. "He was also very old, hundreds upon hundreds of years. He had been the portal of the last sky-gazer that existed in the lands. Now the task has passed on to you through your blood." "Portal? Sky-gazer?" Zaya said, shaking his head. "Mother, I don't understand what these things mean." "You will, in time." Sunset shifted her wings. "You feel a pull, do you not, my child? Where does it beckon you to go?" "To Black Wolf," he responded honestly. "In my dreams, there is always a black wolf with white spots like stars upon her back. Ever since we have entered the forest, I can feel her nearby. I know it sounds crazy, Mother, but I do." "Dragons must not resist the urge to fly wherever their wings may take them," Sunset said. "Go in search of your black wolf. She will need you, for sky-gazers always need their portal, and you are hers." "But, Mother, what about you?" Sunset puffed a jet of flame. "It is high time you leave the nest, my dear, and go in the way of your destiny. I cannot stop you. For if I tried, fate would pull you away as easily as a stem is pulled away from the bloom of a flower. Not even dragons can resist what is to be, child." Zaya ran to his mother, brushing his cheek against hers. "We will meet again, I promise. Tell Mirabel I am sorry I left." "She will understand. She has her a company now, and we are all tied to our fates." "Yes, I believe you are right. Goodbye for now, Mother." Zaya bolted into the wilderness, in the direction of the plains, following a pull that tore at his heart, demanding that he do whatever it took to reach it. The pull intensified as he ran, centering his attention and focusing it on a single point. He knew not where he was going, why he had to go, nor what would happen when he got there. He only knew that it was very important he did. Skygazer, portal, they were merely words that needed no meaning, for now. He had to find this black wolf. To him, it was the only thing that mattered. Everyone in the pack was dreaming. It was best to leave quickly and get it over with. Midnight Star crept quietly, her belly nearly scraping the floor as she made her way out of the cave. The stars had reappeared, and the rain had stopped. Nothing was to be heard except the hoot of an owl. She sighed in relief, until she heard a familiar voice ask, "What are you doing?" Midnight Star whirled around to see Snapfoot standing behind her, head tilted curiously. She bared her teeth. "Don't try to stop me, Snapfoot. I have to leave." "Leave? Why?" His tail fell as he crawled toward his sister, ears back. "Why are you ditching us? I thought we were all in this together. The prophecy said—" "That's exactly why I have to leave, Snap," she said. "Didn't you listen? The prophecy said I'm the one who is supposed to bring an end to the war between the unicorns and the wolves. I thought about it, and I realized there's only one thing to do. I have to go and find the assembly of the lands, the animals that have authority over all the others who live here.
I believe they're somewhere in the Iceborne Mountains. They have even more power than the Queen. They can stop this. They're the only ones who can."
Snapfoot shook his head.
"But why does it have to be you? Why can't someone else do it? We need you here."
"No, you don't," she said quietly. "Snapfoot, I'm different. I don't belong here. This is my destiny. I know it. I have to do it because—"
"Because why?"
She sharply raised her head in a sudden bout of determination.
"Because I know that I'll regret it if I don't."
She bolted, and, caught by surprise, Snapfoot didn't give chase. She ran as fast as she could, so if the others woke up, they couldn't catch her. But no one came to follow. She felt a twinge of hurt. Part of her wished that her brothers and sisters would drag her back home, but a deeper part of her preferred it this way, leaving without a painful goodbye. Unexpectedly, Midnight Star found that Adelaide was running beside her. Tattle and Rebecca were there as well, following Midnight Star as if there was nothing wrong with her scampering away in the middle of the night.
"We saw you as we were on midnight patrol. Where are you going?"
Adelaide asked. Midnight Star didn't look at her.
"I'm going away to find the Assembly of the Lands, so I can put a stop to this war."
"We're coming with you,"
Tattle growled immediately, his large paws thudding the ground at her side.
"No, this is something I must do alone."
Rebecca spun in front of her, halting the wolf's path.
"We're best friends. Like it or not, we're tagging along."
"What about the pack?"
"The pack has enough trouble feeding everyone as it is," Adelaide said. "It's better if they have 3 less mouths to feed."
Midnight Star looked at them, so glad to have such good friends. She had wanted to go alone, but now she was utterly relieved that she didn't have to.
"All right. If you're that determined about it, you can come along."
The 4 wolves ran until they were clear out of the plains and nearly into another fairy's territory. When the sun was halfway over the hilltops, Midnight Star noticed a small white dragon waiting in their path, raising his wings to block the rising sun.
"Hello,"
the dragon said.
"I know that I'm a stranger to you, but I've dreamt of our quest for a long time. I've been searching for you all night, and now I've finally found you. Wherever you're going, I'm coming as well, to help."
The other wolves growled at the strange dragon, but Midnight Star peered at him closely, narrowing her eyes. The rays of the sun shone around his white form, and at his presence, the clouds drifted in a magical shape against the border of the sky.
"Are you the Cloud Drifter?"
she asked, stepping forward. His nostrils flared.
"I don't know what you're talking about, but if you've been searching for someone too, I think I might be him. No matter what you're doing, I'll follow. I am Zaya."
"There is a prophecy of a creature called the Cloud Drifter who would aid me on my quest to end the fighting between the unicorns and the wolves," Midnight Star said. "If you believe that you might be him, you may come with us. I am Midnight Star." The other wolves stared at her in disbelief as the dragon bowed his head to her, but Midnight Star paid them no attention.
"Come on, if we're going to end this war, we might as well get a head start."
The 5 of them raced off into the sunrise, adventures of all kinds set before their destination.
"Midnight Star's gone. I'll let her go."
Snapfoot was gathered with his siblings in a circle, looking down at his large feet. When Midnight Star, Adelaide, Rebecca and Tattle were nowhere to be found the next morning, Lilja had called a search. Late in the afternoon, Snapfoot finally came clean about where Midnight Star was to his parents. Now he was breaking the news to the rest of his family. It didn't get any easier on the second try.
"What?"
Kenai asked, scared.
"Where did they go? Are they coming back?"
"She said she was going to find the Assembly of the Lands, wherever they are, to stop the war between the unicorns and the wolves," Snapfoot said glumly.
Jade growled.
"This doesn't make sense. How could they just abandon us?" "She thought it was part of the prophecy," Snapfoot said.
"Forget the prophecy,"
Shadowin shouted.
"She needs to come home."
"We don't know which way they went.
And they wouldn't come back. They're too far away by now for anyone to catch up. Snapfoot blinked his eyes in weariness. He looked as if he had run for hours trying. Perhaps he had.
We may never see her again, Jade whimpered. You heard the prophecy. We could all be dead by the time she gets back.
If she gets back, Kenai whispered. A tear dropped into her white fur. Her brothers and sister moved in to comfort her, howling lone calls of sorrow. Ionan sighed deeply. Smoke flickered out of his nose as he walked through the Varanian forest on foot, looking for Wyntier. Even now, Keanu was refusing to let Mirabelle stay with them, and demanded she live with Vixen and Kasif instead. It was the appropriate thing to do, as Lyrica was Mirabelle's company, but Ionan couldn't help but feel cheated. Luciana and Rex had once again stampeded back into their lives, and Keanu had welcomed both of them with open arms, but the daughter of his own changer was unwelcome?
It is only a matter of time before Luciana causes more chaos, Ionan thought bitterly. She always does.
He struggled to comprehend how things could become worse. He'd been with Lilja and Cornea, searching for Midnight Star and her friends all day, but it was clear they were nowhere near the forest. Keanu and Ali had taken the disappearance of their friend very hard. They were sure Wyntier would find her and kill her before she reached the Assembly of the Lands. Ionan could not say that was a lie, so was forced to comfort them in silence. He looked for somewhere to take off, and found himself in the very clearing where he had fallen 15 years ago. Old memories of wolf pups and telling stories to forest animals made him smile. It seemed like only yesterday when he had first set foot in the Varanian, but nearly 2 decades had passed. How quickly time flew. But he couldn't linger here. There was work to be done. He thought back to when Malachi Shaman had poisoned the forest. Such a simple time. Things were easier, and his friends were braver. He would have never considered a plague a slight thing years ago, but compared with Wyntier, the memory of Malachi's threat appeared a harmless kitten. He thought he saw a flash of scales nearby. He moved the branches out of the way with his tail and looked down. An orange she-dragon was crying, tears rolling down her face and into the river. He knew if Mirabelle had come that sunset wasn't far away. Even so, it was strange seeing her here, not bathing in the heat of the desert she loved.
Sunset? What on earth is the matter?
He asked, sitting at her side.
It is nothing, Ionan, just motherly blues.
She took her tail and wiped the rest of her tears away. She stood to leave, but Ionan blocked her way.
Come now, do tell. We are good friends now, are we not?
She looked away.
Yes, we are very good friends. Very well. I will tell you. I am simply sad because I have an empty nest. My son has joined his fate with the wolf, and my daughter now has her company.
Zaya left with Midnight Star too?
Ionan asked in shock. Why?
He has been having dreams. I believe that Zaya is a portal. I told him to go, to seek his skygazer out.
Sunset sniffed. A large ball of fire fell to the forest floor from her nostril, alighting a bush.
His skygazer? A portal? I am not aware of this lore, Ionan said.
Someone from Nesting's Haven would not know of the skygazers. Only a creature of the lands, who is old enough to remember their presence on our homeland, Sunset said solemnly. Regardless of the legends, both of my children are gone. They are grown dragons now.
I understand. My Ali is nearly grown up now as well. Every time I turn around, she grows more and more into a lady, Ionan said. But you must understand that your life is not over.
My brother would be ashamed of me, such a strong dragon acting this way, she laughed.
Bloodbath would certainly not be ashamed. He would be proud of you for raising them, as am I.
Ionan rose his head high.
I do declare,
Sunset shook her wings, and they rippled as a wave in the ocean.
I feel as stretched as a piece of skin the hatchlings use for play. I wish I could feel young again.
Shall we dance, then? It's been a long time since either of us has, I assume. Do you recall the Morticon Winged Waltz? Ionan asked.
She looked up at him. It was the first dance my mate and I performed when we fell in love.
What a coincidence! I mean... He pulled back sheepishly. There are no coincidences, but it is strange, however. That is the first dance Vera and I shared as well, back when we were very, very young. It was a long time ago.
Indeed.
Sunset began to move around him in a circular motion. He followed her until they had gone around in circles 3 times, the tips of their tails nearly touching each other's noses. They began to weave like snakes, heads diving in and out as they turned to face each other again. After the dragons had spun twice, they backed away from each other. Ionan bowed, one leg coiled against him, the other stretched as he lowered his eyes and head. Sunset curtsied her head in reply. They flung into the air, knocking down trees as they took to the sky. Their wings opened at the same time. Sunset twirled straight up like a spinning arrow. Ionan made circles around her, going up and down until they switched places. He retracted his left wing and hers the right, and they drifted upward in a spiral motion. The 2 dragons made a serpentine around the clouds, climbing higher and higher. When they had reached a great height, they clasped claws on all 4 legs, then went spiraling down to land. Around and around they went as they fell together, neither one letting go or opening their wings. Just before they were about to crash to the ground, they relinquished their hold and fluttered to the earth unharmed.
Ionan, Sunset said softly, I think we went too far.
I agree and apologize. I didn't mean to do the entire dance, he replied.
Sunset huffed.
You and I both know that interlocking claws and falling, the death promise, is a move only completed by mated pairs. After my mate died, I could never again...
I understand. Ionan bowed his head. I do not believe I could love another either. Forgive me. I became carried away.
The fault was not yours alone. I enjoyed it too.
She nuzzled the place under his cheekbone. Ionan shivered. Nobody had touched him like that in over 10 years.
Thank you for making me feel young again,
Sunset said to him, before she spread her leathery wings and flew off. Ouch! Keanu bit his lip, turning away as Vixen quickly put some cloth onto the new wound. She threw away the syringe she had gotten from Nesting's Haven. The boy shifted on the bench, putting his sleeve over the injection site. He moved his arm in a circle, staring at the objects scattered carelessly around Vixen's small house. Nearby, Ali sat on a chair as a lynx, watching with wary eyes. He didn't love the shots Vixen gave him monthly, but they helped his muscle pain and staved off the worst of his illness, so he tolerated them. He'd be sore for the rest of the day, but tomorrow he knew he'd feel much better. Vixen wrote something on her board.
Dearest Keanu has lost weight.
I just didn't eat anything last night, that's all, he said.
More like he doesn't hardly eat at all. Ali tried to purr, but her voice came out as a growl.
The young prince must try to eat, though he doesn't feel well.
Vixen looked up from her board.
But he has grown a few inches, so that is a good sign.
Will I ever be as tall as Dad?
He asked hopefully. Vixen twirled, setting down her board next to the boy.
No, but the young prince may be taller yet. Answer these questions and then you are done.
She gave him a sheet of paper and an inky quill, then pirouetted out of the room, calling,
Lottie, Jade, where is that medicine Vixen needed? Is it here yet?
Ali gazed out the window as Keanu began writing. After a few minutes, he turned bright red and held up the paper.
Hey, what kind of questions are these?
He asked, waving it around in the air. Ali jumped down from her chair and onto the bench. When she saw the questions he had to answer, she laughed, falling upon her back and snickering loudly.
Oh, you think that's funny, do you? He demanded in a teasing manner.
Yes, I do, she chuckled. I find it interesting that your health has to do with answering questions about your love life.
What love life?
He grumbled, writing a big no over the question. He finished the rest quickly and went out the door, handing the paper to Vixen as he did so. His father was waiting for him. Keota asked, How was it?
Humiliating after that stupid paper she gave me. I'm going to go home and go take a bath. Maybe the water will make my muscles stop throbbing.
Keanu rubbed his arm. Vixen had dragged Kia through a closed door, but it didn't matter. Keanu heard everything they were saying through the power of his telepathy.
It's gotten worse. How is that even possible?
Kia asked. Vixen does not know. Keanu is not doing well, Vixen said in a sad, soft tone. Keanu cut off the telepathic connection and walked out of the hut, because he didn't want to know. Ali was still laughing. To distract himself, he smiled and said,
Can you cut it out? Seriously, if somebody had asked you something like that, do you think I'd still be laughing?
Ali changed into a griffin, ruffling her wings cheerfully.
I know you would be. It's just the funniest thing when your doctor/aunt has to know about what's going on down... Shut up!
His smile fell when he watched his parents walk out of Vixen's house. Kia seemed deeply upset, and Kyoto had that far-off, detached look he always got when he was trying to be strong.
Did she give you bad news?
Keanu asked glumly, and Ali's wings drooped. Kyoto tried to force a smile. Of course not, son. Let's just go home. You really do need a bath. You smell like wolves. They started the long walk home. Keanu got on Ali's back and wouldn't look at his parents. He tried to turn his telepathy off to their thoughts, but his efforts were useless. Kia and Kyoto's minds were panicked and loud. Vixen had definitely told them something terrible. Keanu knew she would. He felt weaker and weaker these days, but he preferred not to know what the Great One said. He knew he was dying. Why torture himself with more facts? He'd rather his death jump upon him and surprise him on a day when he wasn't expecting it. It was hell knowing exactly how much time you had left, so you could count the days and minutes of your life ticking by. He was glad not to know. Halfway back home, Ionan met them with hasty explanations, which Kyoto waved off. They flew back to the hut, at which Kyoto jumped off of Ionan's back as if scolded and said, I'm going to find Luce. Keanu could practically feel the disapproval radiating off Ionan, but the changer didn't say anything. Kia, however, slipped off of Ionan and said to her husband,
You'd think you'd want to be with your family at a time like this, not running off with some strange woman.
I need to get away, Kia, Kyoto said, walking away from her with his back turned.
You've been spending more time with her than all of us lately, Kia called after him. Don't you care about your son?
Guys, Keanu said softly. Of course I care, Kyoto shouted, turning around. But she needs me right now.
I need you. My sister just died. I'm your wife, Kia snapped.
And she's my best friend, Kyoto shot back.
Kyoto, she hasn't been your best friend in years,
Ionan reminded him calmly. Kyoto didn't listen. Kia, I'm sorry about Flair, I really am. But she's gone and there's nothing we can do for her now. But Luce is still here and I can save her. Kyoto stomped off into the woods. Kia grimaced and went into her hut, lip quivering. She came out sometime later with soap, towels, and new clothes. They were tucked inside a bucket, which she gave to Ali to carry.
Now don't take too long. Make sure Ali goes with you.
Kia gave Keanu a kiss on the cheek and hurried inside, cupping a hand over her mouth.
Kiatana,
Ionan said softly. He transformed into a large rabbit and hopped after her, shutting the door with his back foot. We all know what that was about, Keanu said as they made their way down the river bend, looking for a secluded place to bathe. Mum acts like there's more between Dad and Luciana than friendship. I think she's jealous. I don't know, Ali said, struggling to talk while carrying the bucket. When I talked to Ionan about it, he said they have a complicated past. The griffin shook her head. But I know Kyoto loves Kia. They're meant for each other. Do you think my dad would cheat on my mum? Ali didn't answer. They were quiet for a very long while, even after they had found a part of the river that shone with sunlight. He tested the water and found it very warm, unusual for late March. Keanu began to strip, first throwing his shirt carelessly over his shoulder. His emotions caused him not to bother where he put his clothes, because it felt as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders.
His pants ended up on the other side of the river, and his socks were tossed over a branch carelessly, snagging the yarn. When he was totally nude, he took soap from the bucket and stepped into the water. His muscles convulsed at the touch of the water, but soon relaxed as he sunk into the depths of the river. Ali heard a snap in the bushes and went off to investigate, the bucket still in her beak. She came back without it. "Nothing," she shrugged, lying on the ground. Keanu dipped underwater and began scrubbing his hair with the soap, tilting his head at Ali. "Where's the bucket?" he asked. She looked around. "I don't know. I must have forgotten it when I went looking for the crackly noise." "Crackly noise. Right, well, go get it," he said, irritated. "I'm not going to go get it. I'm comfortable here," she whined. "You go get it." "I don't have any clothes on," Keanu yelled. "Who's going to see you?" Ali crossed her feet. "Me, a couple of birds, and the Creator. Nothing nobody in this forest hasn't seen before." "What if somebody we don't know is walking around in the forest?" he protested. "Oh, yes, I'm sure Wyntier is prowling around just waiting to catch you with your pants off," Ali said, rolling her eyes. "Stop complaining, Keanu. Nobody's out here." "Well, I'm not coming out." "Suit yourself. I'm not about to get up." She laid her head down in defiance, clacking her beak loudly. Unexpectedly, another crack was heard in the bushes directly in front of him. Ali lifted her head and asked quickly, "What was that?" Keanu peered at the bushes. When he recognized the person staring back at him, he screamed and put everything but his head under water. "Ali!" he whimpered. The griffin squawked, rising to her feet. Reagan, whose leisurely walk was now ruined by bumping into Keanu, jumped from the bushes, a hand in front of her face. She was trying to suppress a laugh. She seemed to think it was hilarious that she'd found Keanu naked in the middle of the woods. Reddening, Keanu asked, "Ali, get my clothes!" "I can't find them," she cried in panic. She'd been looking for them the instant she spotted Reagan. Keanu said wildly, Reagan, there's a bucket that Ali lost. It has some clothes in it. Can you get it for me?" The human girl laughed, taking off in search for the missing object. Once she was out of sight, Ali plunged into the water, shielding Keanu with her wings. The two walked up to the bank, where the changer pushed the fairy into the bushes. "Wait here," she instructed, taking off after Reagan. Keanu huddled against the bushes, dripping wet. He had never been more embarrassed in his life. When Ali came racing back with the bucket, he didn't even bother using the towels to dry off. He instantly threw on his clothes, emerging from the bushes with a bowed head. Reagan giggled once more. Sorry for walking in on you," she said. "Why is Ali here?" "I have to have somebody with me when I bathe," Keanu said, unable to look at her. "If I don't, and I have a seizure, I'll drown." "Oh," Reagan shrugged. "Just to let you know, I didn't see anything. At all. Nothing. So too bad for you, Romeo." "What's that supposed to mean?" Ali asked. "You wouldn't understand it. It's a human story," Reagan said, waving her hand. "But it's your own fault. Nobody takes a bath outside. Anybody could just walk in on them." Farther away, a man's voice could be heard. Reagan jumped at the sound and said, "Shit, it's my dad. I don't want to see him." "We don't really either," Ali added. "Ali, lead him away," Keanu ordered, pointing in the other direction. "Me? Why me?" she said. "Because you're the fastest and he's not looking for you," Keanu begged. "Ali, please." Ali hurried away with an aggravated caw. As she left, Reagan grabbed Keanu's hand and started pulling on him. "You know the forest better than I do. Please just get me away from him." Keanu squeezed her hand. "Come on, I know just the place." They began the hike through the woods. Reagan pulled her hand from Keanu's and said, "So what happened the other day at your dinner? That big storm came in and your eyes got all crazy." Keanu's shoulders slumped. He didn't realize she'd seen. "Oh, that. It's something that happens to Ali and me. She has the gift of prophecy, and since we're connected, I share her power too." "Prophecy? You mean like magic?" "Sort of." "This place just gets weirder and weirder." Reagan shook her head. The climb up the hill aggravated Keanu's muscles. His body felt like it had been beaten once they reached the top, but her reaction was worth it. Regan's mouth dropped open as Keanu led her to the memorial. She stood in awe of the beautiful waterfall that cascaded down to the stones below. "What is this place?" she asked. "It's something my mum and dad built to remember those who lost their lives in a battle a long time ago," Keanu said. "I come here all the time to draw." "You draw?" Regan asked. Keanu nodded. He walked behind a tree, lifting a small rock to reveal a pad of paper and some drawing utensils tucked underneath. "This is where I keep my extra supplies. Nobody knows about it, not even Ali." Keanu smiled. "But I guess you do now. It can be our secret." Keanu pulled out a piece of paper from the sketchbook. "I hope you don't mind, but I drew you the other day. I was thinking about you and, well," he shrugged, giving her a lopsided grin. "It just came out." "You drew me? That's creepy." Regan's voice trailed off as she took the drawing from Keanu, looking at it with wonder. "Wow. Keanu, this is really good." She looked at him. "Why are you here? You're really talented." "The Varanian is my home. Where else would I go?" he asked, leaning against a stone. "No, Keanu, you don't get it." Regan snatched the sketchbook out from under his arm, thumbing through it. "This is amazing. With your kind of skill, you could go anywhere you wanted to. You're an amazing artist." "Thanks, I guess," he said. "I've been told that all my life, but it's different coming from you." "Why, because I'm a human?" "No, because you're you." Regan handed him back his sketchbook and took a seat on a nearby log. "How did you get so good? I have friends who go to the best art schools in the world, but they're not half as incredible as you." Keanu sat beside her. "Drawing's the perfect thing to do when you're stuck in bed all the time and can't get up. All my life, drawing's been the only thing that I've been able to do better than anyone else. No matter how sick I am, I can always pick up a piece of charcoal or some lead and lose myself. I don't feel so sick when I draw. I feel normal." Regan nodded. "I guess that makes sense. Though I kind of wish you'd leave this place. You're wasting your talent here, hanging out with that loudmouth chicken." Keanu closed his sketchbook slowly. "Maybe someday," he said. "I'd consider it, if you went with me."
Lilja crept quietly, so quietly that the stag on the small cliff above him could not hear. All he had to do was leap up and catch the animal by the throat, easily tearing him to his doom. His 4 remaining children snuck behind him, assisting the hunt.
"Do it, Dad," Shadowin whispered. "What are you waiting for?"
At his son's prompt, Lilja jumped into the air, aiming for the creature's throat with his jaws. He didn't leap high enough. His front end hit the cliff. He scrambled to get a decent hold as the deer bolted, fleeing to the safety of the plains. Snapfoot and Shadowin followed the beast, but as the element of surprise was gone, they soon gave up the chase. "Are you all right, Father?" Kenai asked, jumping onto the ledge and dragging her leader up by the scruff of the neck.
"I'm fine," Lilja huffed. "I'm not as young as I used to be."
Jade looked at him sympathetically as the boys came trotting back. Lilja stood, his legs quivering, and said,
"Ah, well, let's head back to camp and try again later."
The 5 wolves made their way back, each of the young ones bowing their heads in sadness. No matter what they all wanted to believe, it was too true. The days of Lilja's youth were long over. Before they reached camp, Shadowin halted.
"Dad, wait!"
The old wolf turned around, his brown eyes sparking in interest.
"What is it, son?"
The young black wolf took a step forward. He stammered as he began to speak.
"You see, the pack's too large. The prey isn't what it used to be, and all of us can't eat, even with Mids and the others gone. Do you understand what I'm getting at?"
Lilja sat down, his giant paws resting underneath his bushy tail.
"I understand, my son. I knew this day would come, though it seems it has come too soon."
"Then you understand. We have to go with him,"
Jade said. She took her place by her brother, patiently waiting. Snapfoot looked around in confusion to see his 2 remaining sisters by Shadowin's side. Kenai came forward and said, "Normally we would all go our separate ways, but ever since Wyntier captured us, I don't think we can stand to be apart."
"But Shadowing, you're the oldest. You're supposed to be leader after father," Snapfoot argued. "Why would you go off on your own and make a new pack?"
His brother stared back. As the answer slowly came to him, Snapfoot felt shivers run down his spine. He bared his teeth and said,
"When did you decide this without asking me? This is unfair."
"No, it's not, Snap. Shadowin never wanted to fight Dad for the pack. He always wanted to go off and make his own," Kenai said softly.
"And he has to take both of you, the only sisters I have left," Snapfoot growled.
"We'll be nearby," Jade protested.
"Yeah, sure. I bet you'll—"
His last sentence was cut off as his father flew at him with his fangs bared. Snapfoot rolled underneath him in surprise and pushed his father off of him, snarling. The other 3 wolves watched them, waiting expectantly for the outcome. As they circled, Snapfoot's mind whirled. He didn't know how he was supposed to beat Lilja. He was an older wolf with much more experience and bigger by far. Lilja flew at his son and pinned him to the ground, lunging for his throat to signal victory. Snapfoot reached around and bit his father's heels, causing him to stumble back. Lilja was tossed to the ground as Snapfoot shoved the old wolf's body upward with all his strength. In that moment, Snapfoot recalled flashbacks of fighting with Ali. It had always been in play, but they had fought so fiercely that it scared everyone else. He had always lost against the griffin, but there were times in which he had nearly won. And his father was much weaker and slower than Ali was. A bout of confidence surged through the young wolf. Snapfoot jumped over Lilja and swept his father's legs out from under him. Using his front paws, he shoved the old wolf to the ground and pinned him by the throat. Moments passed before Snapfoot let him up. His siblings had left immediately after the fight was over to make a new pack. There was no place for old wolves in the new order. Such was the way of their kind.
"So comes the end of a legacy," Lilja said. "You fought well, my son."
"It feels wrong," Snapfoot confessed, looking down at the ground.
"What does? Why is it wrong to replace an unsuitable leader with a new one who's more able to lead the pack?"
Lilja licked his fur clean of dust.
"You're the best leader the pack has ever had. Everyone says so," Snapfoot replied meekly. "With good time, I'll soon be second best. I'm sure you'll lead our pack into a bright future, my son."
Lilja started walking toward the camp, nudging his son so he took the lead. The full impact of what had been done struck Snapfoot. He was the alpha. All of the things he had wanted, had planned for the pack but thought would never come true, could now become reality. He raised his head high, walking with grace. Things had changed abruptly in the past few weeks, but Lilja had challenged him to take up the role of new leader. No matter what, Snapfoot swore he wouldn't let his father down. Chapter 10. A Very Important Birthday. Days passed. The cool March air turned softly into sweet whispers of spring. As Keanu and Ali awoke simultaneously on March 21st, huge smiles spread across their faces. It was Keanu's birthday, and the 16-year anniversary of when they had been bonded as changer and a company. Keanu leapt out of bed and scooped Ali as a lynx into his arms.
"Happy 16th, Keanu!" Ali cheered, snuggling against his chest.
"Happy 16th, Ali!" He squeezed his changer, swaying back and forth. She fell out of his arms, changing into the smallest doe form she could fit in the house, and running to his dresser.
"Come on, come on!"
Ali began pulling clothes out of the drawers, scattering them around the room.
I will, just stop messing up our room," he laughed.
After a quick selection, Ali pranced to the door, helping Keanu down the stairs. For once, Keanu felt good. He hoped there were no seizures today. Ionan hopped around the kitchen eagerly as a rabbit at Kia and Kyota's feet. For the first time in weeks, they weren't arguing.
"Today is a special day for you both."
Kia smiled and brushed back Keanu's hair, kissing his forehead.
"Indeed,"
Ionan said.
16 years together is a great feat. You are now old enough to be called a man in our society, Keanu, and you a grown lady, Ali."
"I think we still have some growing to do."
Keanu laughed nervously.
That depends,
Kyoto said, though his smile didn't seem completely honest.
You can't come in the house today, we're getting surprises for you.
No peeking around at all?
Ali moaned, and she poked her head into the closet. Ionan hopped to the door and put his paws on it.
Oh, no you don't. Go outside and stay there. You have visitors waiting for you.
As they opened the door to the outside world, several voices screamed at them all at once. "Happy birthday, Ali and Keanu!" Every animal in the forest screamed, hopping up and down in the trees and on the lawn. There were dozens upon dozens of creatures gathered in the small clearing. They had come from long distances, merely to wish them well on their birthday. Scarlet landed on Keanu's head, appearing very pleased with himself.
"You like the surprise? I've been planning it all week. Happy birthday!"
"Yes, a very happy birthday indeed, young prince." Sunset slunk from behind the house with Lyrica and Mirabelle. The two girls were wearing multiple ribbons on their heads in celebration, which streamed behind them in the wind.
"Wait until you see what we've planned for you guys,"
Lyrica squealed, but Mirabelle smacked her tail in front of her mouth. The two girls giggled and ran off. Behind them, everyone in the forest was bustling in preparation. "Shoo, shoo!" Sunset pushed them away with her head. "Out of the backyard. Go fly around in the forest."
"Oh, must we?"
Ali complained, but soon there were many paws on their backs, shoving them into trees. As they headed away from their house, there were many cheers. Snowdrop cried, "They're gone. Let's hurry before they come back." Ali changed into a griffin, scooping Keanu onto her back.
"I'm in a right mind to go back and spy,"
she said mischievously.
"You'll ruin their hard work. Surprises are no fun unless they're surprises,"
Keanu reprimanded playfully, bouncing because of her high trot. She crouched and jumped without warning. Keanu clutched onto her feathers to hang on as they sprung into the air. They flew as high as they could, until the air thinned so they could no longer breathe. At this point, Keanu smiled and let go, falling off of Ali's back to skydive toward the ground. Ali waited a few seconds before chasing after him. He fell faster and faster, but only exhilaration reached him, and only joy entered his mind. He spiraled downward in the sky until Ali caught him in her claws, performing a spiral and placing him on her back once again. "That's the best thing ever!" Keanu sighed in happiness and laid his head upon Ali's neck. It was the ultimate form of trust between Changer and a company, and they had performed it many times, but it was always out of sight of the adults. One of Keanu's favorite pastimes was skydiving, but he knew if his parents heard about it, they'd make sure he never left their sight again.
"It always scares me a little," Ali confessed. "What if you had a seizure as you fell?" "I won't have a seizure, it's too perfect of a moment."
He closed his eyes and rocked back and forth on her, making her sway as she flew.
"All the same,"
Ali's eyes narrowed.
"You're the bravest griffin I know. You wouldn't let me die." "I'm the only griffin you know." "Well, even if I knew all the griffins in the world, you would still be the bravest, as well as the best changer."
"You don't mean that."
"Oh, yes, I do."
"Well, if I'm the best changer in the world, then you are the best a company. I've never met a better one than you." Keanu made a face.
"Ali, I'm a horrible a company. I'm not tall or strong, not to mention my health sucks."
"But you want to know what makes you the best? You're my Keanu." Keanu buried his face into her feathers.
"I love you, Ali."
"And I love you, Keanu." Keanu scoured the ground and spotted a lone figure walking in a field filled with yellow flowers below.
"Hey, look, it's Reagan. Why don't we invite her to the party?"
Ali sighed, turning downward to descend. "All right, we can invite the human girl, but only for you, Keanu." Keanu jumped off of Ali before they even touched the ground, sprinting toward the girl.
"Hey, Reagan, guess what? Today is our birthday."
"You have the same birthday, too? Is there anything you two don't share?" Reagan said in disdain.
"No, there's not. Not anything."
Ali stepped forward smugly, flicking her tail. "Good to know." Reagan shook her hair out of her eyes. "So, Sweet 16. That's a good year. My party was huge. I invited over 300 people. Are you going to have a party?"
"You bet. Everyone in the forest is coming. We were wondering if you wanted to join," Keanu said.
Reagan glanced at Ali before smiling reluctantly.
Sure, I'll come.
Keanu noticed the look on Ali's face. He grinned and said,
Ali, it's our birthday. Cheer up.
No, she said grumpily. He started scratching the area behind her owlish ears, and her body instantly sagged in relaxation.
Hey, cut that out. You know that feels really good. Stop it.
Ali started to twitch, thumping her leg against the ground. Snowdrop descended from the sky, landing by Ali.
Your mother sent me to make sure you two don't go sneaking back to the party, the Pegasus said. She knew that you would try.
Ali would try, not me, Keanu said. But since you're here, why don't we have some fun?
How so?
Snowdrop neighed, flicking her tail.
We should have a race. Reagan on Snowdrop and me on Ali, if that's all right with you, Snow.
That sounds wonderful. I haven't been ridden in ages, Snowdrop said.
Then she looked at Reagan.
You do know how to ride, right? Because I'm not stopping if you fall off.
Of course I know how to ride, Reagan said snottily. My friend used to have horses. She didn't grow up in the suburbs of Detroit like I did, lucky for her. She got to live in Bloomfield Hills on a big farm with a huge stable. It was really fancy.
Okay, whatever that means, Snowdrop said, as the girl climbed onto her back. It's your fault if you go tumbling to the ground.
Ready? Keanu asked. To that stone and back. He pointed to a boulder at the other end of the field. Ready, get set, go!
At his word, both creatures charged into a speed that seemed magical. Ali had changed into a chestnut mare to keep up with Snowdrop, who flew just as easily along the ground as she did the sky. Ali took the lead, and Keanu whooped in exhilaration as they began to pass Reagan and Snowdrop.
Oh, no, you don't,
Reagan murmured, and she urged Snowdrop to go faster. Ali and Snowdrop were neck and neck, and tied for first when they crossed the finish line. Keanu's wind-blown hair was everywhere.
That was crazy! I've never seen Ali run so fast!
Let's try again after I catch my breath, Snowdrop gasped.
They waited a few more minutes before racing twice more, with the same result.
We're never going to crown any winners this way, Keanu complained.
He glanced at Snowdrop and said,
Hey, Reagan, why don't we switch?
Excuse me?
Ali snapped. Keanu got off his changer and said,
I'll ride Snowdrop and you'll ride Ali.
Ali and Reagan stared at each other, their gazes filled with absolute loathing, before the human girl reluctantly dismounted the Pegasus. Keanu hopped on Snowdrop, teasing,
Come on, girls, or I'll leave you behind.
Ali snorted when Reagan climbed onto her back. The changer danced back and forth as Reagan grabbed her mane, her muscles tense.
Don't buck me off,
Reagan grumbled, sure Ali was seconds away from doing so. Ali gnashed her teeth.
You should feel lucky I haven't tossed you to the ground already. Are you sure you can hold on? Are you sure you can keep up? Reagan snapped.
Ali went to say something nasty back, but Keanu whirled by her on Snowdrop, laughing loudly.
You lost your chance, he called,
hurtling toward the boulder. Keanu's cheating caused them to spur into action. Ali took off before Reagan had a good hold, flattening her ears against her head. Their mutual dislike of one another was pushed aside as Reagan and Ali raced toward the finish, closing the gap between their competitor. Even though Keanu had gotten a vast head start, the girls quickly caught up. It wasn't long before they flew by the Pegasus, crossing the finish before Snowdrop and Keanu had gathered what happened. Reagan slid off of Ali's back instantly, the immense enmity between them evolving once more as Keanu and Snowdrop raced across the finish.
You guys make an excellent team, Keanu said. Snowdrop and I weren't even close.
The girls didn't say anything. Snowdrop took a deep breath and said,
It's time to go back, Keanu. Your party's ready by now.
Once they got to the backyard, Keanu's mouth dropped open. Golden streamers had been hung in the trees, and yellow cloths covered a long table in the middle of the backyard. Luciana and Rex were gathered at the end of the table, along with his grandmother Carolinia. Keanu gave her a hug before his mother tapped him on the shoulder, handing him a giant card that looked handmade.
Soren, Zorna, Vivi and Melody all send their love, Kia said. They promise to visit as soon as school ends.
Zorna's coming this summer?
Ali asked, her ears perking up. Keanu grinned slyly at her, tilting his head. She added coolly,
That's great. I'm excited to see them.
Sit down, sit down! Lyrica pushed her cousin into a chair.
Ali plopped down next to him, changing back into a griffin.
It's time to start dinner!
Kasif and Vixen brought out a great deal of trays covered in food, the animals cheering in excitement. This was their favourite part of the party. As the feasting began, Reagan looked around and asked,
"Hey, where are those dogs that you always hang around with?"
"They're wolves, and they're all kind of busy," Keanu said. "It's complicated." Mirabelle stood up, and Lyrica rushed to her side.
"We would like to give Ali and Keanu their present now, if that's all right."
She looked at Ionan, and the great dragon nodded. Lyrica and Mirabelle climbed on a platform covered in golden ribbon, and Lyrica pulled out a harp.
"We wanted to sing a song for you and Ali," Lyrica said. "We hope you like it."
Lyrica and Mirabelle began singing a beautiful song full of perfect harmony, and the entire clearing fell silent to listen to their lovely voices. As the girls finished their song, the clearing erupted in a roaring applause. Even the hungriest of the animals had stopped eating to listen to them. The shy Mirabelle stepped out of the circle of attention, and Lyrica with her, both girls receiving strong hugs by their fathers. "That was great, Lyrica," Keanu said, giving his cousin a one-armed embrace. As he said this, Kia and Kyoto came out, carrying a giant gold cake, several layers tall. Keanu smiled as he loaded the biggest piece he could onto his plate. It only took minutes for half the cake to be gone. Most of the animals had taken out giant chunks with their teeth, leaving the fairies to cut around the fragmented pieces. "Here, darling, have some cake." Kasif hurried toward his wife, carrying a plate. Unexpectedly, he tripped, and the piece he had been holding flew right into Vixen's face. Kasif gasped, "Vixen, I'm so sorry." Vixen smiled foxily and pushed her own cake into his face. As this happened, the whole forest suddenly erupted. Cake began flying through the air, splattering onto the faces of animals and fairies. Mirabelle dropped a piece of cake onto Ionan's head, giggling. "Got you, Papa," she cried, flying off. Ionan laughed, only to be pelted by an abnormally large piece by Rex. In response, Ionan scooped up half of the cake and smeared it onto the panther's coat. The two changers began pelting each other relentlessly with cake, though their actions were far from playful. "Take this, Keanu!" Ali smashed the cake on her accompany's head. Keanu took the yellow frosting covering his hair and smeared it all over her feathers. Then, with a nasty smile, he headed over to Reagan. "You better not—" Splat! Reagan's face was covered in cake. She smeared it off her chin and said, "Take this!" Reagan took her cake and stuffed it down the back of his shirt. "Ah, get it out!" Keanu started jumping up and down frantically, trying to slip the cake out of his clothes while Reagan bent over laughing. Kyoto ducked as Luciana threw her frosting at him, arms over his head. "Oh no, you don't, Luce," Kyoto said playfully. He peeled the frosting she threw at him off the house window, tossing it back at her. It smacked her in the face, and Kyoto laughed, tackling her to the ground. Their clothes were splattered with frosting as they landed. Luciana sat on top of Kyoto's hips and said, "You look good covered in cake." "Thanks," Kyoto said. "So do you." Kia had seen, but pretended not to, as she chucked a small bit of frosting at Scarlet. The best part about the food fight was not one speck of the cake was wasted. By the time everyone was clean, 40 stuffed animals sat on their backs, rubbing their swollen bellies from all the cake they'd cleaned up.
"Best birthday ever,"
Lyrica said, as a hunting hound licked the last remaining dot of frosting off her cheek.
"By the way, isn't it time for presents?"
Carolinia came forward and gave Keanu a black case lined with velvet. "Open it up, Keanu, and see what's inside," she urged. The glimmer emitted by what was inside lit up their faces. There were black talon coverings for Ali, sharp as blades and able to cut through the thickest of metal. Next to it lay a double-edged knife with a green hilt. The hilt had a design of the Varanian forest on it, with an image of the hut embedded in the metal. "The talon coverings I had specially made, but the blade was your great-grandfather's," Carolinia smiled. "This way, you'll always be able to remember your homeland." "Thanks, grandmother." Keanu picked up the blade and turned it around in his palm, looking at it. Ali's eyes glinted greedily at the sight of the talon blades. Ionan came forward next. With a swipe of his wing, he revealed suits of glittering gold. armour!" Ali exclaimed, rushing to thank him with a hug. Keanu gazed at the present. The armour was designed to cover his torso, arms, and legs, intricately designed with swirls. In the middle of the breastplate was a griffin rearing on its hind legs, wings spread wide. Ali's armour matched his, and would cover her head, neck, and legs. The headplate was decorated with the letters K and A woven together. Ionan chuckled and said,
"It took me a long time to find the gold, and even longer to meld the armour, but it was well worth it."
"Oh, thank you, Ali squealed. "Can I try it on?" "Wait for your other gifts first," Kia called. She opened the door. Keota came out carrying a small black saddle with small silver stirrups and a brown sash.
"In Nesting's Haven, when an company turns 16, he receives a saddle," Keota said. "It's a rite of passage."
The two of them gazed at the saddle in amazement. It would be able to stand up the hardiest of weather and be comfortable in the longest and toughest of rides.
"Thanks, Dad."
Keanu gave his father a stiff hug.
"And thank you too, Mum."
Keota set the saddle on the table, and Keanu strode into the house to get his gift for Ali. He called out the door.
"Close your eyes."
She obeyed, shutting them tightly.
"Okay, you can open them."
Once Ali saw what he held in his hands, tears came to her eyes. It was a gorgeous halter made of white leather and silver beads. Ali looked closer, admiring its handiwork.
"It took me a year to make it. You can attach reins to make it a bridle, but they're just for show. I hope you like it."
Keanu unbuckled the bridle and put it on her head gently. She tossed her head and whispered, "Oh, Keanu, this is the best present ever. It's so beautiful." Ali squeezed into the house and handed him a leather bag, which he opened. Inside was a new drawing kit. "It's nothing compared to what you gave me, but you're always talking about how you want to travel, so I made you a new bag for all your art supplies," she explained. "I saw that your drawing stuff was getting low, so I—" Her words were stifled as he wrapped his arms around her and gave her a great hug. Her wings unfolded and she encased them around her company tightly, embracing him back. In all their years together, they'd never felt so close. "Wait! Vixen has not given her present yet." Vixen strode forward and opened her right hand to reveal yet another gift. Suspended from a chain was a pendant made of gold. It was a griffin rearing on its hind legs, talons extended and beak open. The eye of the griffin was a brown stone glittering in the light. Vixen then opened her left hand to reveal a second matching pendant of white gold with a blue stone for the griffin's eye. Vixen took the gold necklace and fastened it around Ali's neck, while placing the white pendant around Keanu's. She then brought the two pendants together. The talons of the griffins clicked and joined as one, making one singular necklace that connected both Ali and Keanu. "These were Vixen's and Dragonstar's pendants. They are family heirlooms that have been passed down for generations," Vixen said. "Vixen thinks Keanu and Ali should have it. They need it far more than Vixen and Dragonstar do."
"Thanks, Vixen," Keanu said, lifting the white griffin pendant in his hand to look at it more closely. "It's been a good birthday."
"Yes," Ali said, "a very good birthday indeed."
Chapter 11. The Peculiar Sight of Human Cages.
"I can't believe your mother gave Keanu that knife for his birthday. What does she think he's going to use it for?"
"Don't you insult my mother. Your changer gave him armour. A knife is one thing. If Wyntier sneaks up on him, at least he can use it to defend himself. But the idea of him going into battle with his condition—"
Keanu was red in the face the next day as he escorted Reagan out of the house, his head bowed in embarrassment. Reagan had stayed late at his party and had come back the next day to hang out, but she was cutting her visit short because Kia and Keota had gotten into another argument, and she felt awkward sticking around to hear it. For once, Ali's attention was averted away from Reagan. She was listening to the raging fight between Kia and Keota, flattening her owl ears back when she heard Ionan's gargantuan roar for everyone to be quiet.
"Sorry about that," Keanu murmured. "They fight a lot these days."
Regan gave him an encouraging smile. "Don't worry about it, Romeo. My parents fought all the time until my mom left. Maybe one of your parents will leave too and you'll be able to get some peace."
"That will never happen," Keanu said suddenly.
Regan gave him a shrug. "I didn't think my parents would split up either, but they did, and my life's completely better for it, because now I don't have to listen to them fight anymore. You'll see when your parents get divorced. It's better for everybody." Regan twirled around to head home. Keanu watched her go, feeling rather forlorn.
"We need an adult to talk to," Ali said sadly, and Keanu nodded. "I'm not sure how we make sense of any of this."
Ionan came out of the house, changing from his tomcat form into a dragon. Sparks flitted from his nose as he angrily left Kia and Kyoto to their argument.
"Ionan," Keanu asked cautiously, "can we talk to you about something?"
The dragon turned in confusion, eyes narrowed. He saw that Ali's body sagged, while Keanu's wings kept flickering in and out of view.
"Certainly, Keanu. Climb on."
He knelt so Keanu could sit upon his shoulders. Ali changed into a lynx so she could hop next to him. After a short flight, they landed by the seashore. There were a cluster of pine trees swaying in the distance. Ionan laid down, and Keanu and Ali slid off his back, leaning against his large stomach. They were far enough away from Regan's house that they wouldn't be spotted, left alone to speak with the elder.
"What weighs on your minds?"
Ionan asked curiously. Keanu looked away.
"I'm tired of all the fighting."
"As am I,"
Ali put in, staring upward. Keanu wrapped his arms tightly around him.
"We hate it. I try to fix it, but there's nothing that I do that works. I yell and scream just as loud as they do, but they don't care to hear me, and I know it's all my fault. I thought I was a good kid, but I know I was an accident. If I had never been born, they would be a happy couple, but I came along and ruined it."
"Keanu, stop saying such things."
Ionan shook his head.
"It's true. I was never supposed to happen. I'm sick, really sick, and I'm never going to get better."
Keanu clenched his fists in rage.
"Why don't they just throw me out so they can get back to loving each other like they used to? All they argue about is me anyway."
He had dissolved into furious tears. Ali crawled into his lap, and Ionan put his wing around him, drawing the fairy close. Ionan put his head down and looked at him out of one great yellow eye.
"Keanu, none of this was or is your fault. Your parents love you."
"They have a nice way of showing it. They don't even listen to me," he said bitterly.
Ali wiped the tears from his eyes with her paw as they continued to flow.
"Listen to me, Keanu. Your parents choose to fight, and it is their fight to continue, not yours. There is nothing you can do to make it better."
"So what? I'm powerless to do anything, just like usual?" he snapped. "I can't handle my sickness, and I can't handle this."
Ionan looked at him sadly.
"That is the way of the world, young prince. Even if you are as large and strong as I, it does no good with affairs of the heart. When it comes to things like these, I'm as little and unable as you are."
"You've always been able to handle things."
Ionan grimaced and shook his head.
"Not always, young prince."
He gazed out at the ocean, and his scales shimmered as he took a deep breath, sighing tiredly.
"You were never an accident, Keanu," he rumbled. "I became enraged when I discovered your mother was pregnant, but as soon as we laid eyes upon your tiny face, it was love at first sight for all of us. You were meant to be. I promised forever that I would protect you, no matter the cost."
Keanu blinked.
"But all Mom and Dad fight about is how to protect me or how to treat my illness."
"That isn't true. They are choosing to fight because your father refuses to let go of memories from the past," Ionan insisted. "Luciana's arrival here in the forest has brought back many things that should have stayed dead."
"Then why is she here? She needs to leave," Keanu said angrily. "Ionan, you're his changer. You know how he feels. Is he still in love with Luciana? Is he going to leave my mum?"
Ionan looked profoundly uncomfortable, as if he didn't wish to tell them the truth.
"I can't say for certain what he will do or how he feels, but what I do know is he cares deeply for your mother still and always will. Luciana was his friend, but Kia is his wife, and that is a profound difference. He chose to marry Kia. That choice is not something that is easy to break once one makes it, even if he desires to.
Sometimes I wish I'd never been born, Keanu mumbled. Maybe I shouldn't have been, if my dad was really meant to end up with Luciana.
Don't say such things. What of Ali? What would have become of her if you had never existed?
Ali stirred at the idea. Wyntier would have captured me and killed me for sure, I know it. Nobody would have loved me enough to come chasing after me.
Ionan sighed once more.
I haven't seen anything of Wyntier or Nineveh since you were attacked. It makes me concerned.
That witch, Ali snarled. When we next meet, I'll sink my talons into her so quick.
You won't do anything. Keanu wrapped his arms around her and held her. You'll stay with me and I'll hold you so tight you won't be able to move. She nipped him playfully on the arm.
Not unless I hold you prisoner first.
She squirmed out of his arms and changed into a doe, tagging him and springing away. Keanu ran after her, both of them laughing so loudly the birds flew out of trees. Ionan followed them through their game of tag until Keanu was out of breath. Ionan saw Reagan's house in the distance and changed into a stag, towering over Ali with his 8-pointed antlers. Reagan and her father were arguing just as loudly as Keota and Kia had been, though from this distance none of them could hear what the fight was about. The skies had grown grey, and it began to rain. Reagan angrily shouted at her father, then hurried into the forest to get away from him. Her father ran after. As Reagan followed her father into the woods, curiosity got the better of the fairy. He strode up to the abode, the changes following. He'd never been in Reagan's house before. It looked very different from his small hut. He wondered if it was even more different on the inside.
Keanu, be careful, Ali said,
but he didn't listen. When they were by the house, Ionan's ears perked up when he heard soft whimpering noises.
What was that?
Ali looked in the window. She let out a gasp and reared, her sharp hooves striking the air.
Who has done this? Who has the nerve to imprison the creatures of Mortica this way?
Keanu peeked in the window, and what he saw turned his stomach. Animals of all sorts and sizes were imprisoned within small cages inside the house, some of them sickly and appearing injured. Keanu had wondered what Reagan's father had come here to do, but now he had his answer. The humans were experimenting on the animals, just like Wyntier had experimented on Soren and Zorna with the drugs. But why would they do that? And was Reagan involved? Ionan snorted fiercely as he stared at the sight.
Humans are never satisfied.
He stomped his hooves and waved his antlers around in a terrible rage.
You knew Reagan was a human?
Keanu gasped.
I always knew, but I felt it was only right to give her a chance. Now I know for sure that humans can't be trusted,
Ionan said. Keanu cursed Ionan's powerful intuition just as Reagan came out of the woods, without her father. She must have lost him in the woods. She headed toward Keanu, screaming loudly.
What are you doing here? Just leave me alone!
This is inexcusable, Ionan roared. These creatures are not your playthings to do what you wish with them when you please.
This isn't my fault. This is my dad. Stop blaming me,
Reagan shouted. Tears beaded the corners of her eyes, but she didn't let them fall.
Blame must be given for this horrible crime, Ionan bellowed back.
I don't want this. I didn't even want to be here. My dad made me come,
Reagan yelled. While Reagan and Ionan were caught up in the heat of the moment, Ali pointed to the animals stuck inside their cages. Keanu, I need your help. Use your telepathy to open the doors and set them free.
What good will that do?
Keanu asked. Just do as I say. She stared pointedly at the window. Keanu closed his eyes, squinting them in concentration. After a moment, the locks opened of their own accord, and the doors to the cages swung open.
Now what?
He asked.
Now open up the door around the back,
Ali whispered. He did that too, and dozens of animals came pouring out of the house. Most of the birds flew right out the door without looking back, and the rabbits too. But there was a singular doe that shivered in the doorway, her sides marked with bruises and scars. She was too afraid to venture outside. Ali stepped inside the home, daring to venture closer.
"It's okay. You can leave now. I've set you free. You don't have to be afraid anymore."
The doe didn't say anything. Ali came to her and asked, "What is your name?"
"Stream,"
the doe said meekly.
"My name is Stream. The humans caught me weeks ago. I lost my fawn because of those monsters."
"Follow me, Stream, and we'll get you out of here."
Ali led her out of the house, and the doe followed cautiously behind. When Stream's hooves touched the edge of the forest, Ali pushed the deer with her head. She fled without another word, sprinting to the safety of the woods. Reagan had noticed the animals escaping. She grabbed at her hair in a panic, her eyes huge.
"What have you done? Dad is going to kill me. He'll think I set them free." "It's what you deserve for allowing this to happen in the first place,"
Ali said coldly.
Ali is right. This is a terrible thing to condone, human.
Ionan raged, shaking his head.
"You don't understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to help,"
Reagan insisted.
"That's what we were arguing about. I wanted to let the animals loose, but Dad insisted he's trying to find a cure for sick people and that this island might be the key. I didn't want those animals to suffer either, but what if it's what has to be done in order to help others?"
Keanu paused. Her father was trying to find a cure for an illness? What kind? Keanu knew all too well what it was like to struggle with a disease, but he didn't like the idea of experimenting on animals to find a cure.
"Just go away," Reagan screamed. "Leave me to clean up your mess."
"We're sorry, Reagan," Keanu started, but Ali scooped the fairy onto her back. She bounded out of sight before the girl could say anything more, Ionan trailing behind.
Chapter 12. Magic Crowns and Romantic Inklings. A few hours later, Reagan sat with a surly expression in her room, where her father had confined her for the rest of the night. He'd been absolutely furious when he'd come back to find his experiments missing. He assumed that Reagan had been so mad about their fight that she opened the cages and let them go free. She'd thought about opening those cages multiple times, and now that she was in trouble for it, she wished she had.
"What am I supposed to believe, that a little fairy came and set them loose?"
her father had screamed when he found the animals gone. But that was exactly what had happened, though she knew that he had help. It was obvious that Keanu was a follower, not a leader. She knew that Ali was the one who had encouraged him to let them go. Her father didn't understand. He couldn't understand the animals when they talked, but she could. She hadn't been able to hear animals speak until she came to this island. Back in Michigan, a cat was a cat and a dog was a dog, but something was different about the creatures here. They had longer lives and could hold full conversations like any other person. Her father hadn't heard the animals pleading with him to stop hurting them or to let them go, but Reagan could, and the most recent pleas for mercy had been too much to bear. She didn't know if her father was close to finding a cure for whatever terrible thing he insisted had to be fixed. He didn't even tell her what it was. All he told her was they had to move to this island, because this place was the only location on Earth that could provide what they needed. They'd come here on a private plane, which had dumped them off and promptly flown away. Reagan didn't understand why this small continent wasn't on any maps, why she'd never heard of it before, and why she hadn't been able to research it online. It was as if this place didn't exist, according to the human world. But Reagan was here, so she knew it was all real. She wanted to discuss the creatures she'd seen with her father. She wanted to confront him that he'd brought her to a world where dragons, griffins, and magical beings like fairies existed, but he didn't tell her why. Though maybe her father didn't really know how magical this world was himself if he couldn't hear the animals talking, not like she could. He'd blow her off, like he always did, and seclude himself in his lab to study, avoiding her and avoiding the problem. She made a nasty noise. It didn't matter. Her life had been awful ever since she had come to this island, and she wasn't about to come second to a bird. Keanu was the only person she knew around here, and she didn't want to end up completely alone with no one to talk to. But at the same time, she couldn't stand Ali. Keanu was going to have to make a decision. It was either going to be her or that griffin. There was no question to whom he would pick. He'd go with Ali every time.
Unless... An idea formed in her head, making her smile. She'd start a fight between Ali and Keanu, and when they were mad enough at each other, she would ask him to make a choice, and he'd ditch the griffin and pick her. It was the perfect revenge against Ali for getting her into trouble. She'd done it hundreds of times in high school, pit friends against each other. It would be easy to do it with these two. She flopped back on her bed happily, trying to think of something bad enough to make the accompany and changer fight. They were so close. Only something big would cause a rift between them. Her smile grew larger. The answer was obvious. She'd make Keanu fall in love with her. When Regan went looking for Keanu the next morning, it didn't take her long to find him. The fairy was sitting on a rock by a small lake, tongue between his teeth, as he bent over a piece of parchment, scribbling furiously away. Regan watched the fairy for a moment or two as he moved the lead across the paper. Keanu really loved art. It was obvious in the way his expression changed as he created the various emotions throughout his sketch. Regan jumped when she saw Keanu glance up. The fairy grinned. "Hey, Ray, what's going on?" "Nothing, just bored," she said, sitting beside him. "Why are you out here by yourself?" "I snuck out. My parents think I'm in my room. They never noticed me leave." "Where's Allie?" Regan said, mouth souring at the taste of the name on her tongue. "She's out with Ionan," Keanu said. "It's probably a good thing neither one of them are here right now. They're both pretty mad at you." "They shouldn't be. My dad was the one keeping all those animals, not me," Regan said angrily. "I'm not blaming you," Keanu said quickly. "We all do stuff for our parents that we shouldn't." He closed his sketchbook slowly, putting his drawing supplies into his leather bag. "But I don't know why your dad would do something like that." "It's his job," Regan said. "We left so he could work on his research in private." "What was he doing that was so controversial?" Regan glanced to the side. "I don't want to talk about it. Can you just drop it?" "Okay." Keanu began shuffling in his bag. "I felt bad for getting you in trouble the other day, so I brought you this." Keanu pulled out a massive golden crown, one embedded with multiple gems of all colors. "It's something my mum and dad found on their adventures throughout the lands. It's been sitting around for years and nobody's paid any attention to it. I thought you'd like to have it." "That's a huge crown. It's fit for a king," Regan said, staring at it. "That's only what it looks like when I touch it. It changes depending on who's wearing it." Keanu placed the crown on Regan's head, and it morphed into a glass crown with jagged, sharp edges, pitch black in color. "Mum said she got it from a creature called Nagley in the Blue Sky Peaks. I always thought it was a cool story." "It's pretty cool," Regan admitted. "Though it's kind of weird. Stuff doesn't—" "Change where you come from, I know," Keanu smiled. "A lot of things happen here that don't happen back home, don't they?" Regan nodded. "Yeah, it's like living in a fairy tale, except I don't like it. When I was a little girl, I always pretended I was a princess living in a magical land full of unicorns and dragons. And now that I'm here, all I want to do is go back home." "I'm sorry, Regan," Keanu said. "I wish I could help." "Well, you can't, so—" Regan shrugged. Keanu shook his head abruptly, covering his ears as if someone was screaming directly in his face. "What's wrong with you?" Regan asked. "You're thinking too loud," he said. "It's really hard not to pay attention when you're doing that." What?" Regan asked. "I have telepathy. I can read other people's thoughts," Keanu said. "Some fairies get it, some don't." "Oh, that's great. Any other special powers you'd like to tell me about?" Regan asked, putting her hands on her hips. "No," Keanu sighed and closed his eyes. "That's better." "Have you been reading my mind this whole time?" Regan said. "I've never read your mind until now." Keanu looked at her. "I don't like it. Just because I have a power doesn't mean I should use it. I try not to read anyone's mind unless I have to. It's an invasion of privacy. I wouldn't want anyone messing around in my head, so I don't let myself do that to other people, especially not my friends." "Good for you for having morals, I guess," Regan shrugged. "I know if I had that kind of ability, I'd use it as much as possible. Make things a lot easier to know what someone's thinking." "I promise I will never read your mind, Regan. Not even if there's something I really want to find out," Keanu said. "I trust you to tell me the truth no matter what." Regan frowned. "Thanks, Keanu, But you really, really shouldn't. Having telepathy does give you some perks, though. Keanu smiled lopsidedly. He waved his hand, and the blossoms blooming from the trees softly detached from their branches, spinning like dancers upon the air. Hundreds of flowers were twirling in a circle around them, moving up and down in a spiraling pirouette against the golden morning sun. Reagan gasped as she watched the spellbinding array, unable to believe her eyes. "I can move stuff with my mind," Keanu said. "It's not hard, unless it's really heavy." He took a deep breath, putting a hand on the rock he was sitting on. "It does take a lot out of me, though." "It's worth it, Keanu," Reagan said. She leaned against the boy, putting her head against his chest. She could hear his weak heart increase in rapid beats as she grew closer. "This is pretty damn magical." "Yeah." Shakily and slowly, Keanu put his arm around her shoulder. "I guess it is." Deliberately, Reagan looked up at Keanu. Right there, in the middle of the swirling blossoms, she placed her lips on his. Keanu's heart beat wildly as, feverishly, he kissed her back. Almost as quickly as she kissed him, she pulled away. The crown nearly fell off the top of her head as she got to her feet. "I'm sorry," she said. "I've got to get back." The blossoms plummeted to the floor as she re-entered the woods. Reagan didn't know whether to be proud or disgusted with herself. Chapter 13. The Origin of Changers and Accompanies. A few days passed since Reagan left Keanu in the flower field. Kenai trotted happily along, observing her surroundings after a full meal. It had once again been a successful hunt, and she felt as if the very world was at her pack's feet. With her gaze held high, she tripped over someone in her path. She gasped, nearly falling to the ground before she caught herself. A young girl was lying face down on the ground. From the looks of things, she'd been here quite a while. The smell wasn't fairy nor a company. It was something different, something Kenai had never smelled before. She assumed the girl must be a human, but she wasn't afraid. She had heard Keanu was running around with a human girl named Reagan, but if Keanu trusted the humans, it was good enough for Kenai. "What are you doing?" the she-wolf asked curiously, poking her head in the girl's hair. "I tripped," the girl said. "I can see that, but why aren't you getting up?" Kenai asked. "Because I don't want to. Just let me lay here." Her voice came out muffled against the grass, deadened and sad. "Come on now, up you go." Kenai nudged the girl's body, her voice playful. Not wanting to be bothered, the girl raised her head and sat up. Even with all the dirt smudged across her face, Kenai could see the girl was very pretty. Once she saw the wolf, the girl screamed. "Get away!" she cried, scooting against a tree trunk. Kenai laughed, saying, "Why are you so afraid?" "You're a wolf! You'll eat me!" she cried shrilly. Kenai chuckled. "Of course not. My belly is full, and we don't hunt humans." "That's not what I hear." The girl brushed a lock of hair behind her ear. Kenai's eyes narrowed. "Your name is Reagan, isn't it? I bet you've heard that wolves are dumb, bloodthirsty brutes who like to kill for pleasure." The girl nodded. "That's only my brother Snapfoot." Kenai laughed out loud before she added, "Just kidding. He wouldn't hurt anybody without a good reason." "You eat poor, innocent things," Reagan said, "like deer." "It is our nature." Kenai's eyes softened. "We can't help what we are." Kenai's tail waved in the breeze. "We do what we must to live. To live, we have to kill. That is the way of our world. I don't understand many things, but I can understand the land and the way I love my family and my friends. I can understand the respect we have between predator and prey, and even though I can't understand you, I can understand what is within you. You are what you are, and is there any stopping it?" As Reagan pondered this, Keanu came walking through the brush. His expression was unreadable. It was hard to tell whether the fairy had been crying or had just gotten done screaming his rage to the world. "He left," he said instantly, with no other explanation. Kenai whirled around, and Reagan asked, "Your dad?" "Yeah." He plopped down on the ground next to Reagan. "He cheated on my mum. It was just a kiss, but it meant everything." "What do you mean?" Kenai asked, astonished.
Just what I said. I guess he and Luciana went for a walk and Mum walked in on them kissing. His voice had taken on a distant, detached tone, as if he couldn't believe what he was saying was real.
I didn't know Luciana had a thing for Kyoto,
Kenai said. I don't think she liked it, Keanu said reluctantly. I mean, I can't tell for sure, but I walked in on them the same time Mum did, and it was for sure that Dad made the first move. Luciana looked shocked, like she couldn't believe he did that. She probably thinks they're just friends, while Dad wants something more.
What did Kia do?
Kenai asked. She lost it. She went off on Dad and told him to get out, so he did. He and Luciana flew away to Nesting's Haven. I begged him to stay and try to work things out, but he... Keanu put his head in his hand, seemingly to stop himself from crying.
Ionan's gone too?
Kenai asked. No, Ionan refused to go. It's kind of twisted that my dad made Ionan stay here for years and now he's the one who's leaving. Keanu stared dully at the ground. I guess Dad doesn't love Mum anymore.
Don't be too sad, Keanu. Divorce happens to a lot of people, Reagan said, putting a hand on his arm.
You know, it makes me think this whole love story crap is just a bunch of garbage. I can't disagree with you. He wiped his nose on his sleeve and sniffed. Kenai simply laid her head on his shoulder for a minute or two, then licked his face gently, before padding off to find the rest of her pack. It wasn't too long before, in silence, Keanu got off the ground and went back to his house. Reagan, having nothing else to do, followed him. Ali, the doe, was waiting for them there. She had a sourness in her brown eyes, like she'd known Keanu would go running for Reagan. Her necklace flashed in the sunlight. She walked over to Sunset nearby, who was watching Ionan from a distance. The mighty stag's head was nearly scraping the ground. It was as if Ionan had been cleaved in two. Kyoto's absence had hit him harder than almost everyone, save for Kia.
Please, tell us a story, Sunset, to get our mind off all this horrible mess, Ali begged.
She sat down in front of Sunset's head, with Keanu at her side. Reagan followed, hiding behind Keanu.
What story should I tell?
The dragon asked, keeping her eyes on Ionan. The stag bounded off into the woods, seeking sanctuary within the tall trees. Tell us the history of the changes and the accompanies, Keanu said. That's always a good one.
Ah, yes. I have heard it many times when Ionan told it to Mirabelle over a desert campfire. It is a good tale, and history too. Listen closely, dear ones, for this tale is who you are, Sunset said. It was long ago there existed lands in the sea. They were miles and miles wide and full of magic. This place was called Mortica, more commonly known today as the Lands. In Mortica there lived a phoenix, and his name was Zorna. He had been raised from an egg by a powerful young fairy named Filialoha. Now Zorna loved Filialoha, and Filialoha loved Zorna. They went everywhere together and were never separated. Sunset deepened her voice. One day, on their many travels throughout Mortica, they met a unicorn entangled in the brush. Feeling pity for the creature, they freed it and nursed it back to health. When the creature became well, the unicorn changed into a woman with snow-white hair and an enchanted voice.
A light spirit,
Ali added eagerly, as if this was her favourite part of the story.
Zorna and Filialoha were amazed. "Do not be frightened," the spirit said. "I mean you no harm, but give you a blessing. You tended to me when I was near death. For your kindness, I will make you like us. You will be bonded forever, and the phoenix will no longer be just a phoenix, but a creature of many forms like I. You shall not know how you change, or how you are made. You shall merely be." She touched the space between Zorna's eyes, and instantly he morphed into a stag. The light spirit vanished. Zorna, enthralled with his new power, flew Filialoha up into the skies as a dragon, carrying his friend upon his back. As time went on, Zorna and Filialoha fell in love, Zorna with a pretty young Dranan, and Filialoha with an elf called Osias. It wasn't long before Zorna's mate gave birth to 3 healthy children. Though the children had hatched as Dranan, Zorna's gift of change had passed on to his hatchlings. Filialoha's children grew very tall and incredibly strong as she was.
all of Filialoha and Zorna's children became unable to eat or sleep, but rather absorbed their energy from the sun. It was just as the Light Spirit had said. Sunset laid her tail over her paws. Over time, their offspring mated with many other creatures. Soon, an entire new species had been created. Filialoha noticed Mortica was becoming crowded and decided her kind needed a place to stay. Thus, a search began. The inside of an old volcano was chosen as home, and they called it Nesting's Haven. After all was settled, Filialoha ruled Nesting's Haven as the first Great One. She called the animals changers and the strong people accompanies. Sunset shook her head. Time passed. Filialoha and Zorna died as all things do, and others took her place. As time went on, a rumor began that the changers were jealous of the accompanies and wanted to take Nesting's Haven for themselves. The accompanies became frightened, and with the help of a witch from far away, they created a binding spell using 3 magical items. The spell would make it impossible for changers to disobey orders. The magic took hold, and it has been that way ever since. A tale exists of a way to break the enchantment, but only with the 3 items that were used to create the curse. In order to set the changers free, these items would have to be destroyed. But these items are still missing, and therefore the changers serve the accompanies as they always have, not as bonded equals, but as servants forevermore. Our prophecy, Keanu said in realization as Sunset finished the story. It said that the 3 items would be brought together by a secret from across the sea. They must exist if we foretold of them. Do you think we're supposed to find and destroy them, Allie? I don't know. She scratched at an itch on her chest, moving her necklace to the side as she did so. As far as I'm concerned, I just want to stay out of it. Sunset rose to her feet. I wish to see my daughter and her accompany, if you don't mind. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thanks, Sunset. Keanu lifted a hand in thanks. The group was blown backwards by a gust of wind as the dragon took off, buffeting the edges of the trees as she flew away. She's beautiful, Regan sighed, seemingly swept up in the magic of the moment. She blends right into the setting sun. There was only one other dragon in the world who was prettier than Sunset. Allie got up from the ground and walked away. Her melancholy returned once more now that stories could no longer distract them from their problems. Regan looked at Keanu. What is she talking about? Keanu hesitated before diving into the story of how he was kidnapped 10 years ago, and all about how Wyntier was after them now. Regan's eyes grew larger and larger with each part. He wasn't able to tell her anything about Vera, except for the fact that she had died. Then we came back here and that was it. Allie never showed another sign of her powers until recently, Keanu finished. That must have sucked for you, Regan said sadly. It did, but I think my parents splitting up is worse, he sighed. But everything's not so bad. Why? Because, Keanu leaned over to kiss her lightly on the lips. I met you. When Keanu kissed Regan, Allie gasped in surprise. She changed back into a griffin, beating her wings furiously. Keanu, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? I like Regan, Keanu said, taking the girl's hand and glaring at his changer. So what? You like her? She's a human, and an unpleasant one at that. This is disgusting, Allie snapped. You just want me all to yourself. Face it, Al, you don't like to share, Keanu rebutted, gripping Regan's hand more tightly within his own. She's the one who doesn't want to share, Allie shouted, pointing at Regan with her wing. I could tolerate you liking her if she was even the slightest bit bearable. Regan ripped her hand out of the fairy's and got to her feet. Keanu, this isn't going to work out. What do you mean? He asked, rising upward. Regan took a deep breath before holding her ground, crossing her arms tightly around her body. If you want to be my boyfriend, you're going to have to ditch Allie. No exceptions. You get to keep one of us, not both. I agree, Keanu. It's either me or her. Allie stood her ground. What are you talking about? I couldn't choose between either one of you, Keanu shouted. You're both being unfair. Friends don't give each other ultimatums. Keanu, just make a decision.
Ali was goading him to make a quick choice because she knew he would pick her. But that wasn't going to work. Reagan had a plan.
Yes, Keanu, pick the one who has your interests at heart.
Reagan moved toward him in a confident manner.
Me.
Ali made an angry noise as Keanu blinked. Reagan shrugged and said,
I'm looking out for you. I didn't do a damn thing to Ali, and she instantly hated me for no good reason. She can't stand that I like you. She'll never let anyone else around you. All the stuff that Wyntier has done to you has been her fault. If she wasn't around, you wouldn't have been kidnapped in the first place, and he wouldn't be after you now. If you ditch Ali, Wyntier will leave you and your family alone. He doesn't want you. He's after Ali.
Don't listen to her, Keanu, Ali hissed.
Everything I've said so far is pretty true,
Reagan said snidely.
Keanu, she's not good for you. I know what's best, and she's not it, Ali protested.
There she goes, telling you what to do again. Reagan pointed her finger at the griffin. Like I said, if you had never met her, you would be a normal fairy with a family that's still together. Just because some psycho wants her, that doesn't mean you and your parents have to suffer. I bet if she wasn't around, your dad would come back. Your parents broke up because of Wyntier anyway. Just send her away and all your problems would be over with. Then we would get to be together. You know it, and I know it.
Keanu turned away. Ali's beak fell open in shock as the fairy said, I'm not sure.
How can you blame me for all of this? Ali hushed. This isn't my fault.
I know it's not your fault, Ali, Keanu said quietly. I know you can't help who you are. He looked down. But being bonded to you has caused a lot of trouble. Reagan smirked as she watched the griffin's wings droop to the ground in disbelief. You could practically see her heart break.
Is that how you feel? After all I've done for you?
Is that all I am? Somebody for you to take care of? Do you think I owe you because I'm sick and can't help myself? Keanu snapped.
Of course she does. Your health problems distract her from how messed up her life is, so she sticks around, Reagan commented. Keanu, why are you listening? Ali had tears in her eyes now, and she was furiously lashing her tail. You've only known her for a few weeks, and I've been with you all my life. I'm your changer. And you're the reason why he's in so much pain. None of this will be happening to him if you weren't here, Reagan said. I can make him happy. All you do is make him miserable. Ali looked like she nearly believed her. She never let any of the tears fall, but whispered menacingly, Just pick, Keanu. Minutes passed. Keanu looked from Ali to Reagan, torn between the two. After a while, Reagan shrugged and said, If you finally make up your mind, you know where to find me. I think we both know what the right decision is. Her words left an ominous ring in the clearing long after she had gone. Changer and a company stood staring each other down, a light rainfall beginning to trickle from the twilight skies. I can't believe you, Ali said. Can't believe what? Keanu snapped. How gullible you are. You believe anything she tells you. Ali gave a sarcastic, pitiful noise. Iona tried to warn me about this, but I didn't listen. I thought you'd know better than to pick a girl over me. I'm not my dad, Keanu shouted. You're just like your dad, Ali sneered. He lost his head when he met Kia and he tossed Iona to the side. What, are you going to abandon me, go to Reagan, and then come crawling back a few years later when you've finally figured out how horrible she is? Or are you just going to cheat on her when you get bored like Kyoto cheated on Kia? My dad cheated on Mom because Wyntier came back. If Wyntier hadn't shown his stupid face in the forest again looking for you, Dad wouldn't have left, Keanu said furiously. If you really think that, you're just as dumb as your father is. Don't talk about Dad like that, Keanu raged. I'll talk about anybody who abandons his wife, his sick kid, and his changer for someone he hasn't seen in years, Ali said, even if he is your dad. As twilight dissolved, the world darkened. The skies were black with glittering stars, shadowed by grey clouds. A heavy windstorm was picking up, and thunder echoed in the distance. So, what's it going to be, Keanu? Are you going to come home with me or run after that bitch just like Kyoto did? Ali snarled. Don't call Reagan names, Keanu said, clenching his fists. You're the one who's been avoiding her and making everything difficult. I don't know what you see in her. She's such a snake. Shut up right now.
The rain droplets fell across their faces as Keanu took a step toward the griffin. Ali clacked her beak.
Is that an order, Keanu?
She raised her wings until they pointed directly upward, quivering in rage. It definitely is, Keanu said harshly, under his breath. Ali's eyes were fearsome as she stepped forward, placing her face inches from her accompanee.
Well, unfortunately for you, I don't have to follow orders like every other changer. I'm stronger.
This would have terrified anyone else, but not Keanu. He stood his ground and looked her right in the eye. You don't scare me. Ali cawed at his reply, viciously whirling around.
I should.
She ran to a lone tree nearby and tackled it, uprooting it clean away from the ground.
Wonderful. I suppose you feel great now, real mature.
He rolled his eyes. There was a crushing sound as Ionan landed nearby, shaking the rain off his scales. We must hurry home, you two. This storm grows in strength. Ionan paused, looking between them as he noticed the tension. What is going on here? Ali ignored Ionan and turned to face Keanu. When she spoke, her voice was full of poison.
I don't have to follow your orders. I have the power not to. I'll call her whatever I like. And you know what else? I'm glad your dad left. All he ever did was fight with you and Keir and Ionan. He ditched his family and his changer. He's a useless bum. And if you choose Reagan, so are you.
That's enough! Keanu screamed. He took a few steps forward and Ali stopped in mid-sentence with an open beak. You're always trying to control me and telling me what to do, Keanu screamed. You act as if I can't take care of myself. Here's a secret, Ali. I know I'm going to die, so you're just going to have to get over it. None of this would have happened to me if you were gone.
Keanu,
Ali gasped, stepping backwards. No, go away, Ali. Go away and never come back. Ali, finally, started crying. She shook her head violently before she crouched down and sprung into the sky, taking off into the incoming storm. Keanu, go back to the house, Ionan said sharply. I'll bring Ali back. Keanu watched the dragon give chase, the rain blurring his vision. The anger fled from his face, to be replaced with an expression of utter regret, as he tangled one hand in his green hair. What have I done? He whispered. Chapter 14. Thunder and Bullets. Ali, come back! Ionan roared against the thunder. The wind hammered against the dragon, and both changers struggled to stay in flight and not be carried off by the growing storm as they flew over a large canyon. The river was swelling with the falling rain. It crashed against the walls of the canyon far below the flying creatures. No! She cried. Ali, don't do this! Keanu loves you! Ionan protested, head down. Ali cackled bitterly.
He loves me. He loves me less than some girl he met a month ago.
He doesn't know what he's doing. Come home!
No!
Ali dove straight for the canyon's edge to try and lose him. Ionan tailed her, avoiding the sharp edges of the canyon and maneuvering carefully to avoid crashing into the rock so he wasn't swept into the ravaging current below.
Ali!
Ionan cried one last time, in an effort to bring her home.
Stop!
Just before he reached her, something large slammed into his side. It threw the dragon out of the air and onto the cliffside above the canyon. Ionan snarled as he saw the wyvern Lucas stalking toward him, his venomous tail twitching in delight. The two changers collided, biting and scratching at each other in an animalistic duel.
Ionan!
Ali screamed. She flew back to help him, wings beating furiously against the wind. Her talons extended toward Lucas in an attempt to pull the wyvern away. Out of the corner of his eye, Ionan saw Nineveh. He realized with terror that she was the one who had summoned the storm. Thunder crashed at the exact moment a gunshot echoed across the sky. Ionan pinned Lucas underneath him and looked up. Ali's eyes were wide with shock as a red spurt of blood sprouted within her chest, staining her golden feathers red. She hung suspended in midair for a few sacred seconds before her eyes closed, falling downward, head first. Ionan bellowed and went to catch her, but Lucas wriggled free and snagged him by the tail, holding him in place. Ali fell in a slow, graceful way. She had nearly reached the river before Ionan saw two figures reach out and grab her from the air. Ionan watched in horror as Aravon and Carmilla each bit a side of Ali's chest, ripping it open with their mouths in jagged, barbaric movements. Her organs and muscle were exposed to the Ortuzans as Carmilla reached her hand inside and tore Ali's heart away by the strings, splitting the still beating organ into two pieces. She handed one half to Aravon and took the other half for herself. Under the light of the full moon, against the power of the storm, Carmilla and Aravon slid a piece of Ali's hearts down their throats. Heads bent backwards in ravenous glory of their feast, the two Ortuzans began howling in ecstasy. In their arms, Ali's body slumped dramatically in death, blood spilling out between the opening in her torso the monsters had created. Ionan felt Lucas's stinger sink just behind his neck, into his spine. With the poison filling his blood, the changer's strength left him, and he crumpled to the ground. The rain was falling more slowly now. Ionan got shakily to his feet, limbs watery. Lucas might have poisoned him, but Ionan's size had prevented the poison from causing death, a miscalculation that Wyntier had obviously missed. Death. Panic filled his veins and he took off crookedly to the sky, scanning the cliffs and struggling to stay aloft. He didn't have to go far. He let out a terrible roar as he landed, a sound that was devastated and unknowing, filled with the tragedy of loss. All that was left of Ali was a bloody pool of feathers. The halter Keanu gave her laid on the ground in broken fragments. Her body was nowhere to be found. The Ortuzans had taken it with them, to devour everything but the bones. Ionan picked up the pieces of Ali's broken halter with his claws, holding them fragilely before breaking into horrified sobs, mourning the loss of his eldest daughter.
It was the darkest hour of the night, the time just before sunrise. Keanu had been up all night with his mother, waiting for Ionan and Ali to return. Kia couldn't have looked more tired if she tried, yet she refused to go to sleep. Her hands nervously shook as she pressed them together in her lap. The sound of whooshing wings caused him to jump. Kia went to the door. "Stay here," she instructed her son, hustling into the yard. Keanu looked out the window. Ionan was outside, but Ali wasn't with him. Keanu's heart sank. He tried pushing the terrible possibilities of everything that could have happened out of his head, but they wouldn't go away. Something was wrong. He knew it. He felt it. Ionan's head was down. Whatever he was saying very quietly. Kia was still. Then her hands flew to her mouth. She shook her head fiercely back and forth as if she was denying something was true. The door was pulled open slowly. Keanu's heart was beating so fast he felt it would burst out of his chest. A bout of nausea hit him, and he clung to the armrest of the sofa as his mother sat beside him, taking his hands in hers. Ionan, as a rabbit, hopped onto the couch on the other side of him. The changer appeared completely devastated. "Mum, where's Ali? What's going on?" he asked. "Ali," Kia stared, tears rolling down her face. "Ali's not coming home, Keanu." "What are you saying?" Keanu asked the words slowly, feeling as if he was sinking into a terrible nightmare. "Wyntier had a gun. 2 Ortuzans were with him." Kia's words weren't real. It was as if she was speaking from another room, another time, another place. "It was Carmilla and Von," Kia continued. "Ali was flying away from Ionan, and Lucas tackled Ionan to the ground. Wyntier shot her. It was very quick, Keanu. Carmilla and Von took her body." "No," he gasped. "No, you're a liar! You're lying! No!" Keanu screamed in response to the worst pain he had ever experienced, clutching the griffin amulet that was twisted tightly around his neck. Kia rushed forward to comfort him, but he pushed her away, tears streaming down his face as he yelled in his grief. Keanu had never been in so much agony. He had been so close to Ali that the fact that she was no longer alive was ripping him to pieces. There was no escape, no refuge from this suffering. All that existed was hell, and he was in it. Chapter 15. Transformation of the Bloodlusters. Under the light of the full moon, Aravon and Carmilla lay on the ground, shaking violently. After eating the heart, they had crawled into the cover of some trees by the river and left the griffin's lifeless body on a nearby bridge. Other animals would come along and finish off what the Ortuzans hadn't. Wyntier was no longer concerned with her. The prophetess was dead, and now not even her power could compare to the strength of the monsters in front of him. Carmilla clutched her stomach, eyes rolling in the back of her head. Aravon pressed his hands against his ears as if he were trying to block out a loud noise. Both of them twitched and screamed as loudly as their lungs would permit. The transformation from Ortuzan to Bloodluster was obviously very painful. Eventually, the change began, first in Carmilla, and then in Von. Carmilla suddenly stopped shaking as her legs and arms grew slightly longer. Sharp claws sprouted from her fingers, and her fangs became sharper, longer. Her eyes went from caramel to black, and her skin became as white as snow. Her features became sharper as her body thinned into something lithe and stretched. Aravon changed seconds after she did. His limbs and claws became just as long as hers, although his teeth grew much sharper, eyes melting into cold darkness. Neither of them appeared humanoid anymore, but rather sick and twisted monsters that made the very forest shudder around them. Von released a deep, throaty growl before turning toward Carmilla. The two bloodlusters stared each other down, until Wyntier, who'd been watching nearby, stepped between them.
"You know what you have to do now."
"Sure," Carmilla replied coyly. Even her voice had become more menacing, colder, crueler.
"Of course we know what to do," Aravon said in a slightly deeper, stronger voice. "It's time to show off what we've become."
He began to laugh, a cruel, echoing sound that petrified those who were close enough to hear it. It wasn't long before Carmilla joined in, adding her own ringing laugh that had once been beautiful, but was now only horrifying. Wyntier smiled. The Bloodlusters had been born. The only thing that was certain was there would be blood. Regan pranced joyfully through the forest, looking for Keanu. She'd slept wonderfully that night, certain the next morning that he'd pick her. She'd done everything she could to get him to hate his changer, and she was almost certain it worked. She headed toward the old hut, but when she arrived, she noticed that nobody was there. Confused, she circled the area before throwing caution to the wind, letting herself inside and climbing the staircase to Keanu's room. Keanu was sitting on the floor, his arms wrapped around his legs, staring listlessly off into nothing. His eyes, rimmed with red, flinched to her face.
"What's wrong with you?"
She asked the question harshly, not feeling in the mood for waterworks. Keanu didn't say anything, not right away. "I never had a chance of being with you, did I?" She looked down at the floor.
"Sorry, no. I was just having fun. You know, a bit of playing around. It was a joke."
The confession made his eyes darken, though his expression didn't change. "Love isn't something you give to someone, then take back when you like." She flinched, placing her hands on her hips.
"Whatever. At least you'll have more time to spend with Allie. I know I took it too far the other day. Maybe now that this fling between us is over, she'll come around."
At the mention of her name, the fairy said in a flat voice, "Allie's dead." Regan's voice cracked as she asked, "What?" "Did you hear me?" he asked harshly. "I got into an argument with her and told her to leave. She was flying away and Wyntier killed her. It's my fault she's gone." I never meant it to go that far." Regan shook her head as her chest tightened. "I was only trying to get your attention." "Why do you care? You got what you wanted," Keanu snapped. "I got in a fight with her because of what you said. I told her I wanted her gone forever. Looks like we both got what we wished for." His voice had dissolved into a shaky whisper. Regan couldn't say anything more except, "I'm so sorry, Keanu." She bolted from his room, leaving him alone, and tearing back toward her house. Branches lashed into her face, and pine needles scratched at her hands as she ran, but she didn't care. She didn't stop until she had reached her bedroom. She collapsed onto her bed and wept into her pillow, until her eyes were just as red and teary as Keanu's were. She didn't want Allie to get hurt. She just wanted to mess with Keanu's feelings, because it made her feel like she was important to him. But she'd made the biggest mistake of her life. Now, someone was dead because she wanted to play games. Regan hated herself for being so cruel.
Regan?
Her father opened the door, walking to his daughter's bedside and sitting down next to her.
What's wrong?
Regan sniffed as her father began to stroke her hair. Dad, I want to go home. We're destroying this place. We need to go back to Detroit.
I know you don't belong here. You belong back in the city, her father said calmly. Taking you away from civilization was the worst thing I could have done.
So, we're going back? Regan said hopefully, sitting up.
Adam sighed. Not exactly. I have to go with my employer to a place he calls Nesting's Haven. He won't fund my experiments if I don't go with him.
I don't want to go anywhere else but back home, even if it means I don't get to be with you, Regan shouted. She shoved her father away.
Adam nodded sadly. If that's what you want, I'll send you back.
He got up and walked away from his daughter, pausing at the doorway.
I'll arrange a plane to fly you back home. You can stay with your friends until you're ready to go to college like you wanted. I won't make you be with me any longer.
He closed the door. After a few minutes, Regan guiltily wiped the tears off her face and stood to follow her father. Dad, we should talk about this. Her footsteps paused at the top of the staircase as she heard someone she didn't know say, I don't believe you understand, Adam. I need you where I need you, and at the current moment that is doing whatever I ask of you. There was a strange man in her house. From the staircase, she watched her father bow humbly to the stranger who was hidden in the kitchen.
Mr. Wyntier, sir, can't there be a way that I can remain with my child?
Adam protested. Regan emitted a strangled gasp. Wyntier. Her father was working for Wyntier. Regan wondered, was her father really studying a mysterious illness, or something more sinister to suit Wyntier's purposes? No. You must come with me to Nesting's Haven immediately and leave her behind. There is no time to make preparations for her departure, Wyntier said coolly. Adam swallowed.
Then it seems that I have to force myself to quit this position. I can't keep working for you if it's ruining the relationship I have with my daughter.
Wyntier laughed. I believe you misheard me. When I said you must, I meant it. You have no say in the matter. There was a loud crunching noise from above. Regan glanced upward as several talons pierced the roof of the house, ripping a hole in the ceiling. A brown, scaly monster, one with a scorpion's tail and a dragon's wings, grabbed her father around the middle with its foot. Regan watched as the one she assumed was Wyntier climbed onto the monster. They flew into the sky, Adam emitting yells of utter terror. Regan suppressed a terrified scream as she watched her father be kidnapped by Wyntier. The wyvern flew them away until her father had vanished, and Regan was left completely alone. Chapter 16. Betrayal by Fire. The entire family had come out to support Keanu. They didn't hold a funeral for Ali, as they didn't have a body to bury, but Kia thought it best that they have some sort of memorial to honor her life. Vixen, Kasif, Lyrica, and Mirabelle gathered around Keanu in a circle in the backyard. Sunset had come to support Ionan, lying her tail across his in a gesture of comfort. The wolves had been told what happened, but for various reasons had decided not to come. Keanu knew that they blamed him for Ali's death. It didn't hurt him much to know that, because he blamed himself too. He knew his friends couldn't face him right now. Are you ready, Keanu? Kia held a basket of flowers in her arms that she had picked that morning. The plan was to throw them over the waterfall at the memorial as a final goodbye. I don't care, Keanu mumbled. I just want to get this over with.
Keanu, you must allow yourself to grieve, Ionan said. Suppressing your sorrow will only make this worse.
Worse? Keanu asked. How can it get any worse? My father's gone and my changer's dead. My changer is dead. Before much more could be said, Mirabelle screamed. The group turned toward the sound and saw Nineveh standing at the edge of the memorial alone. The wind blew Nineva's red hair, and she stated simply, I see Keota has left. There's nothing more for you to gain by fighting against us, Kia. Join us. I want to help.
Is your idea of help putting my son in this state? Keatana dropped the basket and gestured angrily to Keanu, a hand on the knife tucked in her belt. She shook furiously. It had to be done. Wyntier would have never left your family alone otherwise, Nineveh said. Now that the prophetess is gone, he agreed to let all of you live, on the condition you join us. Are you going to come with me or not? Never, Kia snarled. Kia, please, Nineveh said in a nearly pleading tone. Kia said nothing. Nineveh's face was near begging, until her temper bounded loose, and she snapped, Very well, you made your choice. Vixen will not allow this to happen, Vixen cried, pulling out a knife and charging toward Nineveh. The witch's time is at an end. As Vixen was charging toward her, Nineveh flicked her hand carelessly upward. A blast of black magic darted from the witch's palm and hit Vixen directly in the chest. Vixen tumbled to the ground, clutching her heart and gasping for breath. Keanu stumbled backward in shock as Kasif ran to Vixen's side, trying to help her up. Something wasn't right. Nineveh would have never risked approaching Vixen unless she knew the fairy wasn't at her full power. The Great One wasn't well. What was wrong with her? Nineveh raised her hands, and from them black fire emerged, igniting the trees and spreading at a rate faster than was physically possible without the aid of magic. The area surrounding the memorial caught flame, and Nineveh aimed her hand at the small hut at the bottom of the hill, opening her hand quickly. Kia's entire house combusted into a massive inferno, the black flames devouring the hut as if it were nothing more than paper cast into a fireplace. And the lands that will not bow, the witch will cast them black, Keanu thought. There was no escaping the prophecy. It was going to come true whether he wanted it to or not. Even though Ali was dead, her words would still bring the future, no matter what happened. They fled. Kasif helped Vixen run as they headed for the safety of the plains. No matter how fast they were, the dark magic was faster, and flames encompassed them wherever they stepped. Keanu clutched at his chest, struggling to run, before Ionan scooped him up onto his back as a stallion and began racing for an exit. Snowdrop and Dragonstar emerged from the flames, surrounded by hundreds of animals fleeing the same fiery fate. Snowdrop and Dragonstar swept the fairies onto their backs to charge toward refuge. Lyrica cried loudly as Mirabelle darted this way and that as a tiny pony, her changer's eyes wide as Mira's hooves touched crumbling ash with each step. When they had finally broken free from the burning trees and reached the plains, Kia slid off Snowdrop and turned to her only son. She had tears in her eyes. Ionan, you need to take him. What? Keanu gasped. No, Mum, I want to stay with you. I can't leave the forest. Not while Nineveh is burning it to the ground. If I don't save it, I'll die, Kia whispered. She kissed her son's head. Kasif and I will remain behind to try and stop her. Mum, you can't do anything to stop her. She'll kill you. Keanu looked at Vixen, wanting her to do something, but the fairy made no protest. Her head was slumped on Dragonstar's back, and her mouth was open, as she gazed at something none of them could see. She cried out in pain and clutched at her stomach. Kasif was holding on to Lyrica. The small girl sobbed as her father spoke calming words to her, glancing behind him at the blazing inferno.
Kia, I won't leave you behind,
Ionan said. He changed into a dragon, baring his teeth.
I will fight this with you, until the bitter end.
Kia placed a hand on the dragon's cheek and put her forehead upon his. I know you would, Ionan, but you need to take Lyrica, Keanu, and Mirabelle to Nesting's Haven and find Keota. You can't be apart from him. We should understand by now what happens when accompanies and changers are separated. She laughed, and a fountain of tears leaked out of her eyes. You're the only one in the world who I trust to take care of my son.
Ionan's gaze softened. So you're still the Keatana I know.
I'm a fighter who's been sitting on the sidelines too long, she said harshly. Now go, Ionan. Keanu didn't have time to say goodbye. He felt his mother's hand brush out of his fingers as Ionan took to the skies, tumbling forward onto the dragon's neck. Dragonstar had grown wings and had to lean this way and that as he flew to keep Vixen from falling off. Sunset followed, hovering protectively over Mirabelle as the small dragon carried Lyrica to an unknown fate. Below them, the forest appeared nothing more than a cluster of flames and smoke, a black splotch in the land that had once been lush and green. It was over. Keanu's home, the only place he'd ever known, was nothing more than kindling for Nineva's fire. He'd lost everything.
Keanu!
Lyrica screamed. He knew the seizure was coming long before it happened. Keanu slid off Ionan's back, falling toward the ground slowly, as if sliding through quicksand.
Everyone's gone, he thought. Mela.
The ground grew closer and closer.
Midnight Star.
He was still hurtling through the clouds.
Dad.
It was a wonder he hadn't hit already.
Mom.
He was near death now. He had to be.
Ali.
Someone caught him in their talons, spiraling upward. Ionan refused to let him perish, though he sorely wanted to.
Ali.
The beating of Ionan's wings slowed and became a steady pace as the dragon held the fairy in his steady claws. The 5 of them pointed toward the desert, which they would need to cross in order to get to Nesting's haven. The wind ruffled Keanu's hair as they drew closer with every beat of his broken heart.
Ali.
Part 2. Nesting's Haven. Chapter 17. Welcome to Bumbleberry University. Viviana and Soren looked up at the massive, towering school in front of them. Melody as an owl on Vivi's shoulders, and Zorna a furry bat on Soren's. It was the beginning of spring, and the start of a new semester. Today they'd be starting new classes. Blossoming flowers grew all around the courtyard in clumps, minuscule next to the giant, ancient castle that was Bumbleberry University.
I can't wait for summer, Soren said, shifting his shoulders. I want to go back to the Varanian.
For now, we should just worry about school,
Melody hooted from her spot on Viviana's shoulder.
What do you guys have to worry about? You graduate this year,
Zorna laughed, digging his claws into his accompanist's shoulder.
You two don't, Viviana said, and if you want to next year, you guys should focus more on your classes rather than goofing off.
She nudged her brother playfully with her shoulder.
Right, Soren said, rolling his eyes and grinning. I'll remember that.
He was 17 now, but he couldn't wait to graduate from Bumbleberry University and make his way in the world. Viviana had just turned 19, but it seemed like she had the opposite opinion. She loved Bumbleberry and wasn't ready to graduate and become an adult just yet. A large crowd began to form nearby, near the edge of the courtyard. Wheels rumbled down the stone road on the outskirts of the university's grounds as a large black carriage came into view.
Now what is that all about? Viviana asked. Come on, Saul. Let's go check it out.
As they pushed through the group of loud and noisy students, the black carriage pulled up to the school and stopped a few feet away from the massive crowd. The carriage was pulled by 2 beautiful and strong horses wearing silver harnesses. A large orange mare stood closest to the gathering, shaking her head up and down as if she was showing off. Next to her, an equally large brown stallion shied away from the crowd, as if he hated the attention. The carriage they pulled was just as gorgeous as the horses were. It was made of black wood, carved with the images of flowers and animals. The handle on the door was made of intricately sculpted metal, and the curtains in the window were purple velvet. Soren stared in wonder at the whole ensemble, taking in every detail. Whoever owned this carriage had more money than the creator himself. The door slowly began to open, and he turned to see who could afford such an expensive ride to school. A young girl about his age poked her head out cautiously, then slowly stepped out of the carriage, closing the door behind her. She had bright pink hair that was put up in a mass of curls on the back of her head, and distrusting, dusty eyes that had the same shade of pink within them. Her lips were a very light shade of red, and she wore blush on her cheeks. The silk gown she wore was white in colour, covered in lace and tiny glass beads that caught the light and reflected it in rainbow colours. Her earrings were made of the same glass beads and dangled an inch away from her earlobe. The necklace around her neck was gold, and in the shape of 2 ferrets intertwined around a tiny diamond. As the girl began to walk forward, the crowd formed a path for her to strut through. She looked at everyone as though they might randomly attack her, though from her proud stance, it appeared she didn't mind having the opportunity to fight back. Halfway through the crowd, she stopped.
Pumpkin, Martin, we have to go now,
she called them softly, in a voice like a soft summer's breeze.
Coming, Chameleon,
the 2 horses replied in unison.
They changed into 2 small ferrets, one orange and one brown. They ran up the accompany's legs and took their places on each of the girl's small shoulders. Once the 2 changers were situated, she walked up to the front door and into the school, leaving the carriage behind as if she no longer needed it or wanted it.
Great, like we need a pompous rich kid running around, Viviana complained. That's not just any rich kid.
A young boy with curly dark blonde hair spoke up from behind her, his greyish-blue eyes locking on the new arrival.
That's Chameleon. She's the daughter of Nicodemus. He was the old head of the council until he was poisoned years ago.
Hi, Darren, Soren said, greeting his best friend.
So she's all alone? Well, no, Darren informed him. She lives with her godparents.
Why does she have 2 changers?
Vivi asked.
Pumpkin and Martin are twins. They refused to split up when they went into their finding ceremony, so they were both bonded to the same company, Darren explained.
How'd you hear all this?
Viviana asked, putting her hand on her hip. Rumours have been going around about her for days. I paid attention to the most interesting ones, the boy responded.
Of course you did, Soren said, laughing.
Well, at least it's an interesting story. Ready to go to our new classes, Soren? Darren asked.
I'm more than ready.
Anything's better than having to take Changer Science again, Soren replied. See you later, Vivi.
Viviana stayed behind a moment longer.
Twin changers, she murmured. Now where have I heard that before?
Soren sat in class and wondered what Darren was up to. The 2 friends had separated to find their new lockers, which changed every semester, and now Darren was missing. Soren's first hour was History of the Lands, and he was incredibly bored. The teacher rambled on about the first despondent, a topic Soren already knew everything about thanks to Aunt Vixen. So rather than hear the story again about the great battle between Nesting's Haven and the Lands, he daydreamed about what to do when school got out. He wasn't much of a student, more of an adventurer. The minute the bell rang, Soren ran down the hall toward the locker he had been given, Zorna following as a small coyote. On his way, he heard a very familiar cry for help.
Get me out of here, a familiar voice begged.
Where are you, Darren? Soren asked, trying not to laugh and failing epically.
In the locker, Darren replied meekly.
Again?
Soren asked.
Yes, some idiots shoved me in here. Federin is in here with me, Darren said sadly.
Can't Federin break down the door? Soren said, tapping on the lockers and trying to figure out which one Darren was in.
No, he's resting like last time, Darren grumped. I told him not to curl up in my bag, but he did anyway.
Soren chuckled and looked down at Zorna. Should we help him, Zo, or just leave him to fend for himself?
I think we should leave him. That would be hilarious, Zorna barked, wagging his tail. Come on, guys, get me out of here, Darren whined.
Well, it's kind of hard to do if I don't know what locker you're in, Soren complained.
I'm in the one that's talking to you, genius.
Yeah, but which one is talking?
4th locker from the door.
So this one? Soren banged on the locker specified.
Jeez, that's really loud. Knock it off already,
Darren complained.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, we'll get you out. 1 minute. Soren stepped back. Just like last time, Zo, he said, looking down at his changer.
Can do.
Zorna took the form of a phoenix and flew upward, picking the lock with his talon. The locker clicked open, and Darren fell out onto the floor in a heap, his books tumbling out with him.
Thank you.
Darren sat up and rubbed his head. A small tan hamster waddled out of his bag and looked up at him.
Why are you on the floor, Darren?
The changer asked, twitching its nose.
Because you're too lazy to help me up, Federin, Darren snapped. We were trapped in a locker and you were busy thinking about Creator knows what.
Again? That's the 4th time this year.
Federin yawned and walked back into the bag where he curled up and began to rest.
Oh, no you don't, Federin, Darren yelled.
But it's nice and warm in your bag,
the changer complained.
I don't care. Get out here right now, Darren ordered.
Soren laughed. He and Zorna walked away, leaving the pair to argue. Federin spent most of his time resting and hardly ever went to class. Soren was pretty sure Darren was crazy for trying to convince his changer to do anything other than laze around.
Soren, we need to get going. We're going to be late,
Zorna said. Crap, you're right, Soren said, breaking into a run. Helping Darren had slowed them down,
and now they had to hurry to make it to their next class before the bell rang. As they were sprinting, the loud bell went off, and the sound echoed down the empty halls. Too late. Soren swore, but kept running. He made it to the classroom 2 minutes later, Zorna right on his heels.
"Sorry I'm late, Professor," Soren said, apologizing quickly.
"So nice of you to join us, young man," the company replied kindly, and Soren caught a better look of him. The professor appeared scruffy and a little frazzled, but his soft hazel eyes seemed to speak of kindness. Word around school was Professor Morok had lost his changer when Wyntier had brought chaos to Nestings Haven over 10 years ago, but he was one of the fewer companies that didn't go mad from the loss. He continued to teach, but didn't get out much. "You may take a seat next to Chameleon," Professor Morok said, gesturing to the front of the class. "Excuse me, Professor, must someone sit with me?" a voice asked nervously. It was the same girl from earlier. She sat in the front row at a table meant for 2 students, and was the only one sitting by herself. "There is nowhere else for him to go, Chameleon. He has to sit with you," Professor Morok told her. "Take your seat, Mr. "It's Soren," Soren told him. "Just Soren." Soren didn't like using his father's last name, so he tried not to wherever he went. "Then take your seat, Soren, so we may begin." Soren sat down next to Chameleon. She scooted her chair as far away from him as possible, a look of mistrust on her pretty face. "Welcome to the art of teamwork," Professor Morok began. "In this class, you will learn to work with your changer and with other companies. Your partner is the person you're sitting with. If there are any problems, well," Professor Morok chuckled, "you'll just have to survive." Chameleon moaned quietly in despair as Professor Morok continued. "You will learn how to plan an attack with others and how to execute it flawlessly. Let's start by introducing ourselves. You have 10 minutes to talk with your partner." The professor sat at his desk, leaned back, and watched as the students began to converse with each other, focusing an eye on Soren and Chameleon. "I'm Soren." The company offered his hand to Chameleon to shake. She took it, but quickly pulled her hand back as soon as the gesture was finished. "Chameleon," she said dismissively, turning to face away from him. "So, what kind of things do you do for fun?" he asked, trying his best to ignore her strange behaviour. Zorna was attempting to talk to Martin and Pumpkin underneath the desk, but her changers seemed just as distant as their company was. "Why are you trying so hard to get me to talk?" she asked. "Because we're partners," he said. "We're supposed to talk to each other." Chameleon sighed. "I guess you're right. If we have to work together, might as well get to know each other." She straightened up in a very proper way, stating her next words like she was citing a passage from a textbook. "My favourite thing to do is write poetry. What do you like to do?" I like to go flying with Zorna," he told her. The coyote at his side perked up his ears at hearing his name. "And when I'm at home, I enjoy teasing my cousin, Keanu. He'll be 16 soon." He laughed, as if it was something he was already looking forward to. "Sounds like fun." A soft smile appeared on her face. "So, where do you live?" "Well, technically I live on campus with my sister, but it's not really home. Home is back in the Varanian forest, with my aunts and uncles and all my cousins," Soren replied. "And the wolves, they're my family too. What about you?" "I live with my godparents, but I know they want to get rid of me. They think I'm a challenge to deal with, probably because I don't really trust them, and partially because I do what I want when I want." She rolled her eyes and looked up at the ceiling. "My dad died when I was 6, and I never knew my mum. It's just been me, Pumpkin, and Martin for the longest time." "If it makes you feel any better, my parents tried to drug me. When I ran away with my sister, they didn't even care." Soren stroked Zorna's head gently. "They did worse things to me, Sor," his changer put in. "I'm glad we got out of there. Life is better without them." "Wow, my parents never hated me. They just died." Chameleon reached out and took his hand in hers. "It's okay, Soren. I understand what it's like to be abandoned by your parents. I'll be here if you need me." As she said this, Soren realized the entire room had stopped talking. Everyone was looking at them as if they couldn't believe her eyes. Chameleon looked again at the floor and put both her hands in her lap, reclusive once again. "What's the big deal?" Soren whispered to Zorna, completely confused. Professor Morok was staring too. "I'll talk to you after class, Soren," the professor told him. "Continue on, class." Soren turned to look at Chameleon. A small tear fell and struck her hand.
I hate this, she said. I told my godparents I didn't want to come here. I wanted to stay home.
Why are you crying? Soren asked softly.
Everyone treats me like some sort of freak. They always have, she sniffed. I'm just something to stare at.
Don't cry, Cam, Soren said comfortingly. So they all looked at you. Who cares what they think? She looked up at him and smiled.
You called me Cam.
Do you like it? I won't call you that if you don't want me to, he told her quickly.
No, I love it,
she giggled at his reaction.
It's just no one's ever called me anything other than Chameleon before. It's nice to have a friend who can call me by something other than my full name.
Oh, okay then. Soren just smiled, not knowing what else to say.
Can I call you Saw, like Zorna did? Or is that reserved for changes only? She laughed.
Soren felt his insides go soft. You can call me anything you want to.
It's nice to have a friend, Chameleon said. It feels good to know that I won't be alone anymore.
Are you sure we can trust him, Chameleon?
The small brown ferret named Martin jumped up onto her knee, placing his paws on her stomach.
Of course we can trust him, Martin, otherwise she wouldn't be talking to him, the orange ferret said in near blind devotion. Chameleon is always right.
The bell rang. Chameleon grabbed her bag, scooping up her changes. I guess I'll see you later, Soren said.
Yeah, look for me in the entrance hall later. We can talk more then.
She smiled and left the room, seemingly waltzing out after the rest of the students. Soren walked reluctantly to Professor Morok's desk, Zorna dragging behind. You wanted to talk to me, Professor?
Yes, about Chameleon.
Professor Morok began hesitantly, appearing bothered.
I've known her for quite some time, and she hasn't trusted anyone since her father died. She's under the impression that everyone is out to get her. She even hates her godparents. I don't know how you did it, but somehow you managed to gain her trust in a matter of minutes.
Well, Soren said, I wasn't trying to. I was just being nice.
Don't misuse the trust she has given you, Professor Morok said solemnly. Be kind to her, and if anything happens to make her angry at you, run.
Wait, run? Soren asked.
Yes, run.
What is that supposed to mean? He asked, staring at the teacher.
Just remember to run.
Professor Morok shifted back in his chair.
Now, get moving. You don't want to be late again.
Soren left the room and then looked at Zorna. Any clue what that was all about? He asked the coyote.
None at all, the changer answered.
Soren managed to get to his next 2 classes on time, and he found he hated all of them. The first was mathematics, which he despised because he didn't understand it. Next was geography, something he'd always been horrible at. The class before break was battle technique. He loved this class, but when the teacher refused to teach him, his entire attitude about it soured. She took one look at him and sent him into the hallway for the remainder of the class, excluding him from the group. When the hour was over, Soren stomped angrily down to the headmaster's office to argue about the unfair treatment. When he got there, the professor that had done him wrong had beat him to it. She paced back and forth angrily in front of the headmaster's desk.
I will not teach that boy, she screeched. The last time I instructed someone from his family, he tried to destroy Nesting's Haven. What's to stop his son from doing the same? His father was bad to the core, and I'm willing to bet that he will be too.
Professor Smithton, you must teach him, the headmaster replied, folding his hands together on his desk. You don't have a choice in the matter.
I can always make him sit in the hall for an hour, Professor Smithton yelled back. I'm not above such desperate matters.
No one had noticed Soren standing in the doorway. The boy took a step forward. Zorna snagged his pant leg with his teeth, holding him back. Don't I get any kind of say in this? Soren asked, walking up to the desk. I'm not my father, and I never will be. He's cruel and heartless. I'm kind and compassionate. Just ask anyone who knows me.
I will not teach someone that looks like him,
Professor Smithton hissed. She turned on her heel and stormed away back to her classroom, shaking her head.
You will continue attending the class, the headmaster told him. Forgive Professor Smithton. Wyntier killed several members of her family. I hope you understand.
I get it, Soren said, but his chest burned with the injustice of it all. When was the world going to learn he was nothing like his father?
I'm absolutely certain she'll give in eventually, the headmaster nodded, oblivious to the situation. Now go and enjoy your free time with your friends. This will all sort itself out soon.
Thank you, sir. Soren turned out of the headmaster's office, proceeding to the entrance hall to meet Chameleon and her changers. He opened the large door and slipped inside. Rows and rows of tables dominated the hall, surrounded by dozens of chairs. The walls were painted with murals that depicted the history of the accompanies and changers. The ceiling had glass panes in it to let the sunlight filter in. Accompanies and changers of all kinds sat at the tables, playing games or doing homework. His stomach rumbled, but Soren told himself he'd eat later. His fairy blood might require him to eat, but he hated being the only one besides his sister who had to. He mostly ate alone in his dorm, when nobody but Zorna was around to see. He looked around for Chameleon. She sat alone with Pumpkin and Martin at a table toward the back of the hall. Soren quickly made his way toward her, but Darren caught him.
"Hey, buddy, how were all your classes?"
Darren asked. "Pretty good," Soren shrugged. "Actually, no. They were all terrible. Hey, follow me. I need some help with something."
"What do you need help with?"
Darren trailed his friend towards the back of the hall. "Mathematics. I have no clue what's going on," Soren replied.
"You know, I'm not all that great at math,"
Darren said. "Yeah, but you already took the class last semester, so you'd be better at it than me," Soren told him. "Come on."
"Why are we going back here? Vivi's over there somewhere,"
Darren said, pointing to the other end of the hall. "Yeah, but we're not looking for Vivi," Soren said.
"He's looking for Chameleon,"
Zorna teased, nipping playfully at his accompany's fingers. "Zorna," Soren said, a blush starting to rise in his cheeks.
"You know it's true," the changer replied. "It's only been a few hours and you already have a crush on her."
"Don't waste your time," Darren said. "That girl wouldn't trust herself if she didn't have to."
He laughed.
"Soren!"
Chameleon noticed them from across the room. She jumped up from her seat and ran over to him.
"I knew you'd be here."
She smiled and took his hand.
"Come on, let's go sit down."
She pulled him toward the table she had claimed eagerly, as if no one had ever done such a simple thing as sit with her before. Darren remained standing next to the table, dumbfounded, while Soren introduced them. "Cam, this is Darren. He's a good friend of mine."
"I don't know if I trust him. He looks suspicious,"
Chameleon said, tapping her chin and gazing at the boy.
"You don't have to trust me," Darren said in a flat tone. "I'm going to find Vivi."
Darren took off toward the other end of the hall as fast as he could without causing undue attention to himself.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to scare him off,"
Chameleon said, apologizing. "Don't worry about it. Anybody could scare him off. He's a very timid person, just like Fedor in his changer," Soren grinned.
"Thank you for really coming to find me," she said quietly. "I was afraid you wouldn't."
"I had to go talk to the headmaster for a minute," Soren explained. "That's why I wasn't here sooner."
"What did you have to talk to him about?"
she asked. "Just a professor who's decided not to teach me," he grumbled, "all because of my father."
"Oh, I see. Who's your father?"
In a small voice, Soren replied. "Wyntier."
"Wyntier? The Wyntier?"
Chameleon repeated. "Yeah," Soren said, fearing she would leave him. "That's him. I hate him. I haven't seen him in years, but I'm glad he's out of my life. He tried to kill my family too. Everybody in Nesting's Haven seems to forget that." She took his hand.
"It's okay. I don't care who your dad is. I'm sure the teacher will give in eventually."
"Maybe you're right," he said. His cheeks once again blossomed red when Chameleon took his hand. "I think that would be great if she did, because I really want to take that class."
"What class is it?"
"Battle technique. It's my favorite."
"Wow, that kind of sucks."
She let out a huff, sticking her lower lip out.
"Just give it time. Things will get better."
"I believe you." At that moment, the bell rang. They got up slowly from their seats. "I guess I'll see you later then," Soren said, looking at the floor.
"What do you have for your next 2 classes?" she asked him.
"Next I have the art of writing," he replied.
"I have that class next too," she exclaimed cheerfully. "We can walk together."
Soren smiled broadly. "Yeah, that'd be great. Come on, Zorna, let's go."
"I'm coming, Sor."
The coyote got up. Chameleon's 2 ferret changers were perched on his back, looking particularly cheerful.
"I think I like these guys."
"We like you too, Zorna,"
Pumpkin and Martin said in unison, wiggling on the changer's back. Soren and Chameleon laughed and walked toward the door, the 3 changers following in their stead.
"See, I told you."
Darren pointed to Soren and Chameleon as they passed, his voice a whiny whimper.
That girl hasn't even been here a day and she's crawling all over Soren.
Wow, I guess you were right, Vivienne commented, staring at her brother. I never thought Soren would be able to get a girl to like him. He's just so shy.
Well, he did, Darren grumped, crossing his arms. And it's the prettiest girl in this whole place. He didn't even give me a chance to get with her.
I'm sure there will be other girls for you, Darren, Melody hooted from Vivi's shoulder.
Yeah, I agree with the owl. Federin peeked out of Darren's pocket to voice his opinion before tumbling back inside the boy's jacket to rest. Why did I get stuck with the one changer that's constantly just lying there to think? Darren whined.
I doubt that he thinks. He probably just lays there, Vivienne giggled. I mean, he doesn't have much of a brain to think with, right?
You're right about that, Darren replied. Well, I have to get going. I'll see you later, Vivi.
See you, Darren.
She waved as he walked away, wondering why Darren was so upset. Sure, Soren had gotten to Chameleon first, but so what? There were plenty of other girls in the school. Darren would just have to find someone else.
Welcome to the Art of Writing. I'm Professor Rose.
The young woman at the front of the classroom smiled at them, her rat changer perching itself at the top of her desk.
I prefer you use Rose rather than my last name. It's so boring.
The professor giggled, and Soren spared a glance at Chameleon. This teacher was barely out of school herself, and was particularly girly. He didn't know if he could take her class seriously. But Chameleon seemed pretty interested in it, so he supposed he should pretend to be too to try and impress her. Professor Rose pranced around the room.
Throughout this class, you will be writing everything from poems to papers. Some of the things you write will be shared in front of the class, others will not.
The professor came to a stop in the middle of the room.
So, why don't we get started? Is there anyone here who has already written something in the past and wants to share?
Why don't you share a poem, Cam? Soren nudged her gently, whispering to her. You said you like poetry, and I bet you've got something you've written on you. I know you'll be great.
I don't know. I've never been good at getting up in front of people,
Chameleon replied nervously. If you screw up, I'll make a fool of myself to create a distraction, Soren offered.
Really? You'd do that for me?
She asked. Of course. What are friends for?
Okay.
She nodded and stood up from her desk.
I have something, Professor Rose.
She raised her hand and pulled a sheet of folded paper from her bag, hands quivering slightly.
Wonderful! Come on up here, darling.
Professor Rose smiled, tapping her desk eagerly with her hand as a sign for Chameleon to come to where she stood. Chameleon drifted to the front of the room, nervously raising the paper in front of her face.
I wrote this about a year ago. I think it's one of my better pieces, Chameleon said quietly. Here it goes.
Chameleon took a deep breath and began to recite.
To drown within a pool of water blue, surrounded by the fish and the coloured reef, never even having a single clue as to what you are doing here beneath. A stab of pain that is over quickly, never given the chance to scream out loud, falling down upon the floor so weakly, lost forever in the silent black shroud. A love so pure and perfect that it sings, ripped and torn away from me so cruelly. To me a horrid gruelling pain it brings, such a heartbreak as this must be deadly. Nothing better than the release of death to those who are broken with nothing left.
The class was silent. A small tear rolled down the girl's cheek as she slowly walked back to her seat. Professor Rose's mouth was open. The teacher shut it slowly before continuing on with her lecture, acting as if nothing had ever happened. That was great, Cam. I wish I could write like that. Soren placed his arm around her shoulders when she sat down.
You really think so?
Chameleon asked, wiping the lone tear from the middle of her cheek. A small trail was left in the blush where it had fallen. Yeah, that was amazing, Soren commented. I could never write anything like that even if I tried. Nobody else read anything after Chameleon. When the bell rang, everyone rushed out of sight, away from the girl and her friend. Soren and Chameleon lingered.
I don't want to go. This is the only class I have with you today, Chameleon said quietly.
You can stop by my dorm later. It's number 29 on the 3rd floor, Soren told her with a smile.
You'd really let me come visit you? Chameleon asked in surprise.
Sure, as long as you don't mind Darren and Vivi being there too, Soren said. They kind of take over the place.
Is Darren that kid that was with you earlier?
Yeah, that's Darren.
I don't know. He didn't seem to like me very much.
She stared at the ground nervously.
He was just shocked that you and I are friends now, Soren commented. He's a little odd like that.
Okay, but who's Vivi?
She looked back up at him. Vivi's my older sister, Soren explained. You'll like her. She's pretty awesome.
Okay, I guess I'll try to get along with other people, she swallowed. I'll see you later tonight.
Any time you want to come over, just stop by, Soren told her, feeling light-headed as she left the room. He didn't know why, but he felt like this semester at Bumbleberry University was going to be the best he'd ever had. Chapter 18. The Angel in Hiding. The Swan stared longingly as she watched the students file into the entrance hall. The tall towers of the university stretched above her, casting down dark shadows upon the palm trees she was taking refuge under. The building had been constructed as a grand fortress long ago to defend bonded pairs from the agony of the first despondent, but now it was simply a school that needed repairs, a beautiful castle that she was not allowed to enter. The air was hot in Nestings Haven, but she was used to it. After all, she did live outdoors. The Swan walked back toward the school courtyard, where a small pond lay in waiting for her. She paddled around the water aimlessly, like she did every day. Ever since she could remember, she'd wanted to attend Bumbleberry University, but that seemed like an impossible dream. After all, a changer couldn't attend the university unless they had bonded with an accompany, and she never had. A changer laughed with their accompany as they raced to class, but the Swan tried to ignore them. Even though she wanted to go to school, she would have given it up for a chance for someone to love her. The Swan dipped her beak in the water. She had nothing to call her own. She'd been in a finding ceremony every year ever since she'd been born, and had never found an accompany. Her 16th birthday was on the horizon, and that was the cut-off point. Nobody had ever gone without an accompany past age 16. There would be nobody her age left to bond with. She didn't know what she would do then. She came to the pond's edge and set her feet on the shore, changing into a lovely white fox. She could never change into anything without the colour being white. It was just the way she was. She gazed at her reflection in the water mindlessly, mind muddled with lonely thoughts. Yes, she had nothing, and nothing had her. There was only one time she could remember being happy. There was a woman, Miriam, who had found her and taken care of her for a while, but when Angel started to get on her nerves, she had stopped. She didn't see why Miriam had gotten so upset with her. She never said anything to make her angry. Then again, she didn't say anything at all. All of Angel's memories were of living out in the heat, hiding away from everyone by day, and shivering under the bushes at night. She'd been raised in the Changer orphanage when she was very little, and had been pushed out when she was old enough to take care of herself. She didn't even have a proper name, only a nickname, Angel. The orphanage director named her that, after her pretty white wings. Bitterness welled up inside her. All she'd been told when she was little was that her mother and father had died in the Great Siege when Wyntier had attacked Nestings Haven. Angel had lost her parents and her voice during the siege. The doctors had said she would never speak. One of the worst parts about not being able to talk was she couldn't ask any questions. All she could do was stare at people and try to make gestures so they could understand her. People didn't think she was smart. They thought because she couldn't speak, she wasn't intelligent. That was the worst part. She changed back into a swan and flew away from the school, not wanting to be noticed. The pureness of her coloration did that too often, attracted undue attention. If the professors caught her lurking about the grounds, she'd be shooed away again. She didn't want that to happen. She came to land in front of a massive stone cathedral that sat on top of a large cliffside, one that overlooked all of Nestings Haven. The cathedral had a massive stone staircase leading to the city streets below, and was surrounded by vats of oil and incense. People were filing out by the dozens, so she hid behind a marble pillar until all of them were gone. When nobody was around to see, she entered the temple. This was the one place she couldn't be kicked out of because of her status as an unbound changer. Refugees could take sanctuary here. Her flat feet smacked on the shiny floors, and as always, she was swept away with amazement as she gazed at the stained glass windows. The red pews were empty, and all was silent,
as she made her way to the altar. Candles smouldered on their holders. She walked toward the altar cautiously.
"Are you even there, Creator?" she asked the silence. "Can you even hear me? I don't know if you would listen to a silent prayer, especially from an unbound changer."
She backed up a few feet, already regretting the decision to come inside. She bumped into someone who was behind her, jumping backward at the touch of a stranger. The otter behind her jumped as well. Frightened, Angel changed into a dove and flew off into the rafters to hide. She hid behind a pole, and the brown otter cried,
"Hey, hold up! I didn't mean to scare you. Wait for me!"
He turned into a brown wren and fluttered after her to catch up. She hopped along the beam, and he said,
"No, don't run away. It's all right. Seriously."
He was trying so hard to make it up to her that she softened. For the first time, someone was actually concerned that they'd frightened her off.
"I'm Martin," he said as he landed on the beam beside her. "I'm sorry I ran into you. Did you want some privacy?"
She shook her head. He sighed in relief and changed into a brown ferret, putting a paw to his head.
"That's good. I didn't want to ruin anything. I just like it in here so much, you know? It's so peaceful and quiet, and nobody can bother you. I don't have to worry about what happens here. It's so safe. It's almost like you can hear the Creator speak. Do you know what I'm saying?"
She nodded quickly. He laughed and sat back down.
"Look at me. Here I am, chewing your ear off. Sorry for being rude. Who are you?"
She kept silent. He cocked his head at her and asked,
"What's the matter? Lost your voice?"
He didn't realize the absurdity of his statement, so she simply nodded again. He laughed and said,
"Don't be shy. Tell me your name."
She opened her beak. He leapt back in surprise, expecting an attack. Instead, she stretched out her neck in a position that one would expect to see if she was screaming, except no sound came out. The effort made her feathers ruffle. Martin gazed at her in shock.
"You can't talk, can you? And I just went and insulted you. I'm sorry."
He dipped his head. She ran forward and pulled at his coat with her beak, as an invitation to follow her. He changed back into a wren. They flew out of the temple and to the sandy ground outside. With her beak, she drew some letters in the sand.
"Angel, is that your name?"
he asked. She nodded again, and he asked,
"Shouldn't you be with your company?"
She shook her head and drew more letters in the sand. Unbound. Outcast.
"You're an outcast?" he said, baffled. "Well, that's not very fair. Why aren't you in school right now?"
She tilted her head. He got embarrassed and scratched his head with his wing.
"Okay, I'm not in school either, but it's not like me to sneak out. I just wanted some alone time. My sister is sort of hogging our company all to herself."
Angel's eyes widened, and Martin said,
"Yes, we're bonded to one company. It's a long story."
Angel dipped her head and pointed to the words on the ground again as an indication he needed to stay away. No one spoke to her, and she didn't want Martin to receive a punishment for associating with her.
"Outcast," he murmured.
You know what? So are we. Well, Pumpkin and Chameleon could be popular if they really wanted to, but Chameleon never trusts anyone, and Pumpkin won't ditch her. But we hang out with a bunch of other outcasts. There's Soren and Vivienne. Everybody hates them because they're Wyntier's kids. You know who Wyntier is, right?
Angel gave him a confused glance. She had heard of Wyntier, but his involvement in anything beyond the Great Siege was a mystery to her.
Anyway, their changers are outcasts too, just for being with them. And the last kid, Darren, and his changer keep getting shoved into lockers. So all we really are is a bunch of misfits. You'd fit right in.
She smiled. Martin hopped around her in a circle.
Come with me. I bet we can find a way to sneak you inside the school.
This was the most insane class Soren had ever been in. Soren leaned away from the table, giving a confused, open-mouthed stare at Mr. Menselin. The crazy elder waved his hands around in the air. He acted out his class, History of the Lands, as if past events were literally taking place right in front of him.
"The second despondent is coming," he shouted. "Prepare for death as the arrival of the twin changers sets off the greatest war in a century. We must be ready."
His platypus changer, who was just as mad as he was, made a gurgling sound in agreement. Vivienne leaned back in her chair and stared at her fingernails. Melody was yawning on her shoulder as a mouse, bored. Vivienne and Melody were such good students they'd passed every single course Bumbleberry had to offer, and now had to retake a few just to fill time until graduation. Soren wished Zorna were here, but he was probably in nature skills trying to get Fedder in to help him do whatever changers did when they were roaming in the wild. He hoped this class would get over with quickly, so he could get to battle tactics quicker. He'd heard Professor Smithton had resigned and been replaced with another teacher. He sighed in relief when he realized he wouldn't have to face Smithton again.
Quack! The second despondent foretells doom!
The platypus croaked.
Yes, doom!
Mr. Menselin's eyes grew wild, and he tore at his hair.
There are twin changers, bound to one, and their enemy shall be undone. There is light inside and darkness within, but whomever the twin changers side with will win. Quack! There is a changer filled with power. Her time will come at bleakest hour.
Soren turned his head away as Professor Menselin and the platypus shuffled out of the room, muttering to themselves. "Can you believe this guy?" he asked his sister. Vivienne wasn't listening to him, and neither was Melody. They looked at each other simultaneously before Vivienne exclaimed,
"That's where I've heard it before. That's where."
"Heard what before?" Soren asked. But before she could answer, there was a tapping at the window by his desk. A wren was knocking on the glass, with a white dove trailing him. Soren leaned over to open it. Both birds fluttered in through the window, landing on the desk.
"Martin, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at flying practice with Chameleon and Pumpkin?"
Vivienne asked. Martin changed into a ferret.
Chameleon never rides me. She's always on Pumpkin, he said sourly. I wasn't needed, and I wasn't about to waste my time watching everyone else, so I skipped. Anyway, look who I found.
He motioned to the dove, who was cowering against the desk. Vivienne sat on the other side of it.
"Who is she?"
she asked.
This is Angel. She can't talk, Martin explained. She doesn't have an company, so they won't let her come to school. I'm trying to find a way to sneak her in.
They won't let you go to school? That's not fair, Soren said. He opened up his school bag and said, Hop in. You can come to all my classes and hide in my bag.
And she can stay in our dorm at night,
Vivienne offered.
Our roommates switched dorms, so Melody and I have the room to ourselves. There's plenty of space.
Angel hesitated before doing as they asked, fluttering inside the black bag. She ruffled her feathers in a particular way, peeking her head out of the bag.
I think she's saying thank you,
Martin said. It's nothing, Soren told Angel. I'm willing to help anyone out, especially a new friend. Angel's pale eyes glimmered cheerfully. The next day, during their free hour in the entrance hall, Soren and Zorna were hurrying to finish up their homework. Chameleon laughed and said,
What's up, Sor? I've never seen you work so hard on homework in my life.
Today's the celebration carnival,
Zorna explained, clambering over Soren's papers as a bat.
Soren, no, your calculations are off. It's supposed to be 5, not 1. Yeah, but anyway, the carnival. Soren and I go every year. Does anyone else want to join?
I'm not going, Darren said crossly. I went once and had a horrible time. That was 5 years ago, Darren, and that was when you still had a head brace, Soren protested.
What's the celebration carnival?
Chameleon asked curiously. You've lived in Nesting's Haven all your life and have never been, Soren asked aghast.
My godparents hardly let me out of the house when I was growing up, Chameleon said. They only made me come to Bumbleberry University because they could no longer handle me at home.
Why were they so protective of you?
Zorna asked.
It doesn't matter,
Pumpkin said, cutting him off. Zorna scowled, but didn't ask more questions.
Is the dress code casual or what?
Chameleon asked curiously. It's come as you are, Soren said.
That rules me out,
she said sadly, looking down at her expensive dress.
I know every girl in school would kill to have my wardrobe, but when you've got to wear fancy things every day, it gets old fast. I would wear regular clothes if my godparents didn't make me dress up. I don't want to go to the carnival and draw attention.
You can borrow some of my clothes, and then we could all go together,
Vivienne said. You wouldn't be recognized in some of my dresses. Everyone would still recognize me. I do have pink hair.
Chameleon's eyes widened, and she smiled.
Unless...
Chameleon's pink curls changed, straightening into a short brown hairstyle. Her pale eyes morphed into a murky blue, her nose lengthening and lips thinning to become pale and straight. It was like watching a changer transform, except that it seemed completely unnatural. How'd you do that? Soren asked, gaping.
My name is Chameleon. It's just something I was born with.
She made her brown hair go back to pink, so nobody else would notice.
OK, since we're all going to the carnival, that means Darren has to come too.
Oh no, there's no way. Darren closed his book with a snap. I refuse to attend such a ridiculous event.
I'll go with you, Darren, Viviana put in. I haven't been to the Celebration Carnival in a long time.
It'll be fun, Soren said. Meet you all tonight in the entrance hall after class. Look what they've dragged me into this time, Darren groaned, shaking his head. After Soren and Viviana had their dinner, they met everyone else as planned. Chameleon had brown hair again and was wearing a plain dress of Viviana's. Both Soren and Chameleon dragged Darren by the arms to the carnival. Federin the hamster clung to his shirt, wearing a green ribbon. Zorna was a black phoenix and had a red ribbon tied around his neck, while Melody was a tan owl with a midnight blue ribbon.
What's with the ribbons? Chameleon asked.
The Celebration Carnival is mainly a changer celebration. They do this super cool ceremony. You'll see when we get there, Soren said. He pulled 3 more ribbons out of his pocket. 2 pink ones for Martin and Pumpkin, who were ferrets, and a silver one for Angel, who was a swan.
She refuses to hide. We could get caught,
Viviana complained, pointing at Angel. The swan, though silent, was staring defiantly at Soren's bag on the floor. Although she was happy to be attending school, Soren knew Angel couldn't be comfortable being stuck inside the bag all day. Soren shrugged and said, "That's all right. Nobody will even notice her when the party starts." He looked over at Martin and Pumpkin. "I suggest you guys get bigger. The carnival's not as crazy as in the days of the Dranon changes, but there's still a pretty big risk of you getting stepped on. Changes are different during the celebration. You'll see what I mean." The twins changed into horses, and after tying the ribbons into their manes, they headed out the door. It was a long walk to the carnival, but there was a lot to see. Vendors coerced money out of pedestrians for various wares, and children ran along the streets of Nestings Haven, their changers pulling balloons after them. Palm trees were covered in streamers, and confetti littered the streets. Although it was crowded, Soren couldn't help but notice the carnival wasn't as packed as it usually was. The crowd was thin and sparse, when typically there wouldn't be enough space to walk. Where was everyone?
"Everything's so colourful,"
Pumpkin exclaimed in awe. Soren smiled and said, "It gets better." They wandered to the court in the middle of Nestings Haven, set far below in the belly of the dead volcano which they had made their home. The courtyard was gigantic, shaped in the likeness of a sphere, with gardens all around it, the flowers grown in such shapes that as they descended the steps, it looked like changers and accompanies were dancing within the petals. "It's gorgeous," Chameleon hushed, in awe of the city's beauty. When they reached the bottom of the steps, Darren bolted. Soren grabbed Chameleon's hand, chasing after him.
"Where are we going?"
Chameleon yelled over the loudness of the crowd. She realized her changers had left her. She gave a cry of panic, but Soren said, "It's okay, Cam. They know what to do. It's instinct."
"What's instinct? Where'd they all go?"
she screamed. "Never mind. Just get to the center." Soren pulled her along until they had joined a big group of accompanies who were jumbled together at the center of the court. Chameleon gave a sigh of relief as she saw Pumpkin and Martin standing at the very edge of the circle which the accompanies had formed. Zorna and Angel were standing on either side of them. Federin had changed into a tiny dog, the largest form he could come by. For once in his life, he didn't look tired. Melody was next to him, standing as a sheep. You could tell she was doing everything she could not to change into her main form, a Dranon. The changers began to turn on the spot as the pounding of large drums emitted from the border, circling the court below. A symphony of flutes joined the drums. The changers sprang into the air, changing into a different form as they landed. The music became faster and faster as chimes, harps, and trumpets joined. Soon there was all kinds of music mingling together, beautiful, triumphant, and foreign. The changers danced and twirled, jumping and transforming, never the same form twice as they landed upon the stone. Once they had circled around the entire court, they began to sing. "This is the part where we dance! Come on, Chameleon!" Soren cheered. He grabbed her hands and they spun around and around, feet flying as colours from the ribbons whirled around them. Viviana was dancing on her own, spinning on the spot to the music, while Darren merely swayed back and forth. "Oh, no, you don't," Soren laughed. He grabbed Darren. Soren, Chameleon, and Viviana grabbed hands and spun around Darren in a circle. Darren looked at them awkwardly before he began to enjoy himself, dancing as fiercely as the rest of them. The only ones more wild than the accompanies were the changers. They were absent of thought, only creatures of emotion, changing with the music and singing at the top of their voices. When the song ended, all the changers came to an abrupt stop. Then they rushed to their accompanies with shouts of great joy. Zurna came and landed on Soren's shoulder. The phoenix was gasping for air and shaking, but appeared vibrantly alive. Darren was still dancing. Angel, who had no accompany to return to, resorted to twirling circles around him, bending her neck in time with the imaginary song. Although they looked terribly ungainly, their smiles were broad. Others began noticing and started laughing at them, pointing their fingers.
"Look at the two freaks! What nerds!" someone cried. One accompany stuck out his foot. Darren tripped over it, tumbling into Angel. The swan squawked in surprise, bursting into a new form her friends had never seen before. Angel's body melded into that of two creatures, with the legs of a snow leopard, her front a massive white eagle. Her steely silver talons flashed in the light, and she laid her owl ears flat against her head. The crowd gasped, pointing at the snow-white griffin. Angel crouched down with her tail between her legs. Hushed whispers rippled through the crowd as Angel gazed back, terrified. Her friends gathered around her, and Viviana stuttered, "Angel, why didn't you show us your true form?" She turned away from them. Without a warning, Angel transformed into a white fox and took off back toward the school, running up the steps of the court as fast as her legs could take her. "Angel, wait!" Martin cried. He pushed several changers to the side so he could run after his friend. "We have to go after her," Soren said. The small group pushed themselves through the crowd and out of the party, ignoring the glares others were giving them on the way out. They found Angel swimming on a small pond next to the school, her head tucked between her wing. Martin was by the pond as a ferret and was trying to coax her out of it. "Come on, Angel, we didn't mean to scare you," Martin said. Soren knelt by the edge of the pond. "I'm sorry it didn't go as well as we hoped," he said, "but you really were beautiful. You shouldn't be ashamed of having such an awesome main form. You're probably the only changer in Nesting's Haven that can transform into a griffin." Angel pulled her head out of her wing and looked at him. "In fact, we only know of one other changer who can transform into a griffin," Soren added. "That's pretty special." Angel came closer. She stepped out of the pond and gazed up at Soren. "Don't be afraid of who you are," Soren said. "Creator knows all of us are misfits too, but that's what makes us us. They laugh at you because you're different, but you should laugh at them because they're all the same. It's better to be unique than be like everyone else. We're proud of being outcasts, and you should be too." Angel hesitated before she nodded. She then transformed into a fluffy guinea pig, running up Soren's leg, into his pocket, and out of sight.
Chapter 19. Strange Disappearances. Soren and Zurna had been more tired from the carnival than they thought. Soren kept drifting in and out of sleep, his dreams meshing with the warm sunlight beaming through his window. Zurna was resting as a bat on the ceiling above his head. Soren moaned and said drowsily, "Come on, Zo, we're going to be late for class." The bat stretched out his wings and let go, falling from the ceiling to land upon Soren's chest lazily.
"Who are you, Federin? Get up!"
Soren yawned. "What time is it?" Zurna lifted his head and shrugged, crawling off Soren and slipping under the covers. "Zo, cut it out," Soren complained. There was an urgent knocking. Soren groaned and got up, stumbling to the door. Zurna poked his head up and mumbled,
"Saw, where'd you go? Saw!"
Soren threw a pillow at him.
"Move it, Zurna, it's already... Holy crap!"
Soren scampered to get dressed.
"We've practically missed first hour. Get up, Zo!"
He opened the door to see Angel standing outside his dorm as a swan, tapping her foot. It seemed she'd been waiting outside for a long time. She transformed into a guinea pig and shuffled into Soren's bag, scratching the sides of the fabric and giving an impatient huff. Zurna wiggled the blankets off of him.
"Why didn't one of the others wake us up?"
"I don't know," Soren said, irritated. "You'd think Darren would bother to remind us." He grabbed his bag, with no time left for breakfast. Zurna changed into an ocelot, and they bolted out the door. By the time he made it to class, History of the Lands was almost over. "I'm so sorry I'm late," Soren apologized as he entered the room.
Everyone was staring at him and Zorna, but Professor Menselin wasn't there. It was another teacher, one Soren never had before but had heard was called Professor Aurora. The teacher raised her eyebrows and said,
"Timeliness is a thing I value, young company. Don't do it again, or else I'm liable to throw you out."
"What happened to Professor Menselin?" Soren asked.
"He has presently been removed from his position,"
Professor Aurora said coldly.
"From now on, I will be instructing this class."
"Oh, okay." Soren proceeded to his seat beside Darren. Zorna growled at the students, staring at them as they walked by.
"Why didn't you wake us up?"
Soren hissed at Darren. Darren avoided his friend's gaze.
"I don't know. I was busy. Sorry."
"Thanks a lot," he grumbled.
"Believe me, you haven't missed much," Darren promised, an angry spark coming into his eyes. "Vivi's already left. She couldn't take it anymore."
"What do you mean?"
Zorna asked, but Darren just jerked his head as an indication to listen. Soren looked away and focused his attention on Professor Aurora. It would seem she was talking about something important, so it caught his attention.
"You may have heard many things about the Great Siege 16 years ago, said to have been caused by Wyntier Ignavus," Professor Aurora said. "It was a night of terror, one where many companies and changers died. I am here to inform you that the Great Siege was actually not caused by Wyntier, but interestingly enough, simply a riot of unstable changers."
"What?" Soren hissed. Darren mumbled.
"It gets worse."
Professor Aurora motioned to her unicorn changer on her left. He stomped his hooves and said, "You may have been told by your parents that Wyntier Ignavus was a terrible person. Wyntier actually was in a company of great ideas, but because his dream of a new order was frightening to the council, he was listed as an outlaw. The council has since realized that they were wrong. Our government has revisited his ideas as of recently and decided to put them into practice."
"Are all of you insane?"
Zorna shouted out loud, unable to contain himself. Professor Aurora turned to him and said,
"One of these new ideas is that a changer will not speak unless asked to by his company. Did you ask your company to speak?"
"Zorna doesn't have to ask. He belongs to no one but himself," Soren shouted, blood boiling with rage. A senior by the name of Francisca raised her hand.
"Professor, is that right? I thought it was a partnership between changer and a company that makes the whole thing work." "Young girls shouldn't question their elders,"
Professor Aurora snapped, eyes skirting toward the door. She seemed tense, as if she was afraid that someone was watching her.
"Isn't that what school is for, asking questions?" Darren asked.
"My mother can't walk because of what Wyntier did," Francisca protested. "I don't believe a group of changers caused the Great Siege. Your mother's injury was an accident, Francisca. The house fell in on her," Professor Aurora said. "Only because Wyntier was the one who caused it to topple over," she snapped. "It was an unruly changer who caused the house to cave in, as I said before," Professor Aurora argued back. "An unfortunate accident."
"And was Vera's death an accident too?" Soren said, standing from his desk sharply. The chair he was sitting in flung backward onto the floor with the quick movement. Professor Aurora turned to him and said,
"Wyntier has been missing for years, Soren. His changer probably died from the separation."
"Tell me that when you can erase the memory of him beating her from my head," he snarled. Zorna put a paw on his company's hand. Soren was near tears, but he wouldn't break down, not here, not in front of everyone.
"You were a child, Soren. You probably made the whole thing up after your aunt and uncle took you in," Professor Aurora said calmly.
"You're trying to tell me that I never knew him, that I made up everything about my dad," Soren said. "I'm not stupid. He's alive and he's out there." Soren was going to lose control, so Zorna stepped in.
"Soren isn't lying. I was there, and I remember what happened."
"Really, Zorna, when you can't even remember your own parents?"
a boy across the room questioned. The room had been silent before, but now it had an icy clarity that made everyone feel uncomfortable. "Watch it, Oriole," Soren said in a threatening tone.
"You two don't even remember being bonded, or how you met," Oriole argued. "I've had class with you two since we were kids, and I've heard the story, Soren. You've told it to me yourself. All you remember is going to sleep one night, and the next morning you had a black fawn in your crib. Can't you at least listen to Professor Aurora? Some of what she's saying makes sense."
"That's quite enough, Oriole," Aurora said.
"It's true," Oriole shouted. "Zorna tells everyone all the time that he doesn't have any memories of anything before Soren."
Do you remember anything from when you were a baby? Soren snapped. No? Then shut your big stupid mouth.
Zorna was wounded. It was easy to see in the way he stood that what Oriol had said really hurt him. Without another word, Soren picked him up and stomped to the door.
Soren, if you walk out that door, it's detention for both of you,
Professor Aurora warned. Soren slammed the door behind him. With Zorna still in his arms and Angel in his pocket, he began to run. All was quiet in the library. It was a simple place to hide, far enough away from their dorm and the classrooms that nobody would suspect to look for them here. The librarian smiled at Soren and Zorna as they came in, then went back to her book without any questions. They liked Mrs. Miriam, and she liked them. Their group came in frequently, unlike other students, so they had made it their usual hangout spot. Miriam had often helped them with questions, and knew more about history than anyone else alive. The bell had rung several minutes ago, but Soren and Zorna didn't plan on going to Professor Morok's class. They were too upset. Chameleon would wonder where they were, but word would travel around soon enough. As soon as Soren and Zorna had snuck behind a shelf in the back corner, Angel jumped out of Soren's pocket, appearing concerned, and changed into a swan. Soren sat down behind a bookshelf, and Zorna changed into a phoenix, dragging his long tail behind him on the floor. Soren stroked his back and said to Angel, "Don't give me that look. What else can we do?" Angel clicked her beak, and Soren said, "What, fight? Tell people the truth about who my father is? That would get us into even more trouble." She turned away from them and settled on the floor, ruffling her feathers.
"You shouldn't have spoken up," Zorna said sadly. "It's true that I don't know where I came from or who my parents are."
"That doesn't matter," Soren insisted, and he reached out to embrace his changer. "All that matters is you belong with me." Zorna nestled his head against his accompanier's neck. It wasn't long before there was a loud bang as the library doors were thrown open. His sister rounded the corner, Melody the mouse trailing.
"What were you thinking? Look where your temper has gotten you this time,"
Viviana whispered harshly, taking a seat next to him. "If you believe I was going to let them talk to Zorna like that, then you don't know me." Soren pulled up his legs and put his arms around them.
"But why did you have to—"
"You already left the class. Don't blame me." His voice had developed a rough quality to it, the kind that happened when his throat choked up. Her face softened.
"Oh, Soren."
She put her arms around him, and they sat alone in the aisle, not knowing what to do anymore. Both of the siblings and their changers had gotten detention that night. Soren for walking out on Professor Aurora and talking back, and Viviana for skipping her classes.
"Like it matters. I've taken every class this place has to offer 10 times over," she'd said harshly when informed by a teacher.
The changers were equally punished for following their accompanies. They couldn't have cared about the trouble if they tried, but it didn't make their accompanies feel any better about it.
"Why are you so guilty? What are we supposed to do, abandon you?"
Melody hooted. Viviana stroked her feathers lightly. Zorna clung to Soren's chest, Soren's arms wrapped around his body.
"Dee's right. You're my brother, Soren. I can't let you take all the blame when it's partially my fault," Zorna squawked.
When they got to the classroom where detention was being held, they received a welcome surprise. Darren, who they hadn't seen since first hour, was sitting at one desk with Federin dozing in his hand. He sported a black eye and was sitting across from Chameleon, who they hadn't seen all day. Unlike Darren, Chameleon wasn't wounded, though her fancy dress was ripped. Martin and Pumpkin's ferret fur was a bit ruffled, but they were no worse for wear. "What happened to you?" Soren asked. Chameleon smiled.
"Hello, Sor. We heard what happened earlier. A group of kids were talking badly about you and I got kind of angry."
"What do you mean?" Soren asked. "This big mouth was saying you were some sort of bastard," Darren said angrily. "So Chameleon got furious and—"
"And what?"
he pressed. Darren swallowed. "Well, I'm not really sure what she did."
"It's not important," Chameleon said shortly. "I just got mad, and they attacked me. Then Pumpkin and Martin get into it, and the next thing I know, Darren jumped in." "You guys shouldn't have done that. Now we're all in trouble," Viviana said. "It was self-defense," Pumpkin protested. "They just came at us. It was pure instinct. I'm going to be a changer and not regret what I do."
Pumpkin began cleaning her orange fur in a way that suggested she cared less about what the others thought.
You did that for us?
Zorno said, shocked. He was usually fighting people off instead of having others fight for him.
It was amazing, Martin babbled. Darren punched some kid in the nose. He was bleeding and everything. But Federin was the best. He stopped resting for 5 seconds and jumped up to bite this one-changer on the butt. He's got a patch of fur missing now.
Angel poked her head out of Soren's pocket as an ermine. She had refused to stay behind in his dorm room and had gone along with them for their punishment. Martin waved a paw and said,
"Hello, Angel. I've missed you. It's not been the same all day without you there."
Angel changed into a swan and walked over to Martin. At this moment, the door opened. They all gasped, realizing Angel was in plain sight. Professor Morok came in and looked directly at her.
"I know you're all supposed to be serving detention with me, but I don't have this young lady on the list to be punished. Who is this?"
They were caught. With a heavy voice, Soren said, "This is Angel. She goes here." Professor Morok gave him a look.
"Come now, Soren. You can do better than that."
He peered at the swan.
"I've never taught you, and you should at least be a sophomore, but I have seen you before."
Morok paused.
"You're an unbound changer, aren't you?"
Angel stared defiantly at him. Soren moved forward and said, "We're not letting you kick her out. She's our friend. If she goes, we go."
"Is that how you truly feel?"
Professor Morok stared at them. He took his seat at the desk and said,
"Well, I suppose I've gained another student."
The group stared at the teacher in shock. Viviana said,
"But Professor Morok."
"But what?"
"It's unfair."
He shook his head.
"It's only recently that the school has been so selective about who they allow in. Then again, the council isn't exactly performing justice in our courts nowadays, so why should the school be any different?"
"What are you talking about?" Soren said, confused.
"Soren, haven't you been paying attention?" Professor Morok scolded. "The council is getting worse and worse every day. People can't do anything anymore without getting arrested." "I don't know. Stuff like this just doesn't happen overnight," Viviana protested.
Melody bobbed her owl head and said,
"Yes, the council can't just take over all of a sudden." "It hasn't been happening overnight," Morok said. "For the past 10 years things have been changing. Rivalry between the lands and Nestings Haven has been building. For the past decade, ever since Wyntier's great siege, Nestings Haven has been suffering. Life is hard here now, when it never was before." Professor Morok sighed. "And it seems our city is willing to let the council do whatever they want in order to prevent a second despondent from happening again, even if it means taking freedom away from other people, changers in particular. They want to keep everyone in line." "Freedom means everything. I need to be free in order to live," Melody hooted.
Morok nodded at her.
"You are one of few who thinks so. Everyone has stopped talking about Wyntier. The teachers, as of recently, are now forbidden to teach anything bad about him. Everyone who wasn't directly affected by Wyntier's disasters has forgotten what he has done, and even those who were damaged by his actions choose not to remember. The council has managed to place people in positions of power who agree with Wyntier's ideas. This way they can pass any law they want to, and nobody can do anything about it."
"But the council can't just do whatever they want. There are others out there who would oppose them," Soren said.
"Haven't you been noticing the disappearances?" Professor Morok said. "Professor Menselin is gone. So is Professor Smithton. They're getting rid of all the teachers who say anything bad against Wyntier. It's not just the school. There are many throughout Nestings Haven who have vanished altogether. The ones who are missing have been known to oppose Wyntier in the past."
"If that's true, Vivi and I should be gone by now," Soren argued.
"Getting rid of Wyntier's children is too suspicious. It's more effective to discredit you," Morok said. "You're right in saying Wyntier is out there, Soren, and he will make a move soon. It won't be long before he steps foot in Nestings Haven again, and he'll try to take over once more. This time he has more followers."
Soren remembered the empty streets at the carnival, and a shiver ran up his spine. Wyntier had already begun to set another one of his plans in motion, and he hadn't even noticed. "Why doesn't Vixen stop all of this?" Soren said angrily, looking at his sister.
Viviana shook her head. "I don't know, Sor. I think there's something Aunt Vixen is keeping from us, but I don't know what." "The council could never be controlled, not even with an uprising from the residents of Nestings Haven," Morok said. The state of the council has only worsened under new leadership.
What do all the teachers think? Zona asked. Professor Aurora must know what's going on.
Aurora's being bullied, Morok said. She's being forced to teach that Wyntier is actually a brave leader instead of a cold-hearted monster. If she doesn't, she'll lose her job. Or worse, it's the same for all the teachers. Why haven't you gotten kicked out then? Soren asked. Morok smiled. When I was in school, I was Wyntier's former friend. They assume I'm on his side should he return. As long as I keep my mouth shut, I won't disappear like the rest of them. But he killed your changer during the Great Siege. Won't they think you'll have some sort of grudge against him? Soren leaned forward. Professor Morok shook his head. I know you love Zona, but not all the companies have the same affection for their partner. Changers are being treated more and more like slaves. As long as I act like I agree with Wyntier's idea of seeing changers as nothing more than servants, I won't be noticed. He frowned. Creator knows I treated my changer badly when I was younger. I was young and foolish. I regret my actions, but there is nothing more I can do now. Nagli is gone, and I cannot bring her back. All I can do is continue to fight for peace in her absence. But what about the council? There are tons of changes on there. Why would they put into law something that restricts their own rights? Soren asked. The rules do not apply to council members, Professor Morok scowled. Council members are considered above the status of normal changers. Of course, Viviana grumbled. There's always a loophole for those in power. But that isn't right, Soren shouted. Professor Morok, you don't agree with what's going on, so you should be brave enough to stand up for what's right, or at least be enough of a coward to run. Calm yourself, Soren, Morok said. If I was to leave, there would be nobody left at the school to stand against Wyntier. There would be us, Pumpkin put in formidably, shaking her tail. Everyone knows where you and your friends stand, Pumpkin, Professor Morok said. Yet nobody knows who I've sided with. I can work from the inside. How can we trust you? Chameleon asked, standing beside Soren. Professor Morok's eyes darkened. Because I promise you that I will be the only adult that will take your side after this purge has ended. Professor Morok seemed right about that. Day after day, more teachers began disappearing. They weren't the only ones. Students who were known to have something against Wyntier dropped out mysteriously. Nobody knew where they went. As the days passed, whole families began leaving Nesting's Haven. Houses would be full of life one day, and the next they would be vacant, the doors swinging wide open as if those inside had left abruptly in the middle of the night. Everybody was gone, and there was never a trace of where they had gone to. Some students tried going to the authorities about the missing accompanies and changers, but they always got the same response. There would be a short investigation, and it went no further than that. One accompany had hammered on the door of the council all night long, trying to get an answer as to why they hadn't found his missing changer. The next morning, he was found dead in his home. Francisca and her family were nowhere to be found. Her changer Cobbles had gone to pick up some books from the library for her and come back to find their dorm room empty.
How could she have just left me like that?
Cobbles sobbed to the group one morning during geography.
I'm sure she left you behind to keep you out of danger, Cobbles.
Chameleon petted the changer's soft fur gently, trying to comfort him.
Wherever she is, I'm sure she's safe.
The group wondered why they hadn't been taken yet. After all, they were Wyntier's biggest group of opposers, and made it known by the way they talked about him.
There has to be a reason.
Viviana pounded her fist on her textbook.
They wouldn't just go around letting us voice our opinion like this unless they think nobody is listening to us, like Morok said.
But nobody was listening to them. The school was divided in half between those who supported the council and their ideas about Wyntier, and those who were too scared to rebel in fear of what could happen to them and their families. They're splitting us up, Soren said sadly. They're separating changers and accompanies that oppose Wyntier. That way, nobody but his followers have any power. Changers and accompanies are always weaker apart. Zona shivered.
If we don't watch our step, we're going to be next.
Chapter 20. High School Causes Incurable Insanity.
Chameleon stood staring at the door in front of her, too scared to approach it. Pumpkin and Martin were two dogs by her side, and they seemed as anxious as she was, low whines emitting from their throats. Nervously, she reached out one hand and knocked on the door.
"Come in."
Chameleon jumped at the noise. Cautiously, she turned the knob and slowly walked into the room, her chest in tight knots.
"Hey, Chameleon, what's up?"
Darren said, blushing slightly.
Nothing,
she said timidly.
Soren, can I talk to you?
Soren looked up, his mathematics book spread out in front of him.
"Sure. What do you need to talk about?"
Can we talk alone somewhere?
She asked. She glanced at Darren as well as the changers. He stood.
"Yeah, let's go out into the courtyard. That's always quiet."
Soren walked toward Chameleon. Zorna automatically followed him.
Zorna, could you stay here?
Cam said softly.
You two guys, she told Pumpkin and Martin. It's important. I have to talk to Soren alone.
She took his hand and led him outside, leaving the others behind. The courtyard was empty, except for a few small benches set up here and there.
"What's on your mind, Cam?"
Soren asked, sitting down and gesturing for her to do the same.
I wanted to talk to you about the fight the other day,
she said, staring down at the green grass beneath her feet.
"The one where you said you didn't know what you did?"
Soren asked.
Yeah.
She dug the toe of her shoe into the dirt.
It's about that.
"What did you do?"
Soren lifted her chin so she was looking at him.
You're scaring me, Cam. What's going on? I almost killed those kids,
she said, turning away.
I didn't want to hurt anyone, so I fought it. I couldn't let it take control like last time.
She shook her head quickly as if she was trying to snap herself out of a horrible nightmare. Couldn't let what take control? Soren asked, his voice taking on a tone of deep concern.
The darkness.
The very word sounded menacing from her lips.
I couldn't let the darkness take me over again.
Please explain, Soren said.
You know how I told you I didn't know what happened to my mother?
She turned to face him again. He nodded, and she continued.
It's a lie. I was 2 years old when she died. I was playing with a toy I'd had since I was born. Mama said I was too old for it, so she tried to take it away from me. But I loved that toy.
Chameleon took a quivering sigh.
I was mad, and then it got dark. When I woke up, Daddy was screaming, and Mama was lying in a pool of her own blood, dead. It was all over me. Daddy kept saying it was my fault, that I killed her. It was my fault, and I don't even know what I did.
Tears began to pour from the girl's eyes. Soren wrapped his arms around her. It's not your fault, Chameleon. I'm sure you didn't do anything. You were practically a baby. There's no way you could have hurt her.
But I did, Soren. I killed her.
She began crying into the front of his shirt.
I killed Mama, and now she's gone. Daddy's gone too, and now I'm all alone.
You're not alone. I'm here. Soren stroked her hair gently. We're all here. You have friends now. We'd do anything to protect you.
But what if I hurt you? She asked, pulling away from him. I couldn't live with myself if I hurt you. I swear that, Soren. I don't have control of myself, and if I can't control it, I can hurt the people I care about without knowing it.
You won't hurt me. I know you never could. Soren placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, but she shrugged it off.
Promise me that if I start to lose control, you'll run, she told him. You'll have to run and never stop running.
No, Soren said harshly. I'll stay with you.
I can't lose you, Soren. You're everything to me. You have to promise that you'll run so I won't hurt you.
The tears poured down her face in thick streams as she begged him.
You have to run. Promise me. Promise.
Soren stared at her before he held her closer. I promise. Soren didn't lie to anyone, but he lied to Chameleon that day, because whatever this darkness was that had a hold of her, he wouldn't let her to fight it alone. The next day, Soren and Chameleon sat together during the art of writing. Their conversation had brought them closer,
although he was afraid of what would happen if Chameleon lost it like she had with her mother. Although he'd promised her to run, he told himself he'd stay and try to get Chameleon to snap out of it if something like that ever happened again. No matter what he'd said, swearing to abandon his friend was a promise he couldn't keep.
"Today I thought we'd try something new," Professor Rose announced. "I have decided that rather than writing, we will have a debate. The topic will be the one by the name of Wyntier."
The class began to mutter amongst themselves. Soren wondered what Professor Rose was doing. This was a sure way to get herself thrown out. But as he looked around the room, he noticed that Rose's changer, Seneca, wasn't there. With a start, Soren realized that the rat had been gone for several classes. They took her, Soren thought, staring at Rose's hooded expression. They took Rose's changer to threaten her to stay quiet. I know they did.
"Those who agree with the council about Wyntier will be on the left side of the classroom. The others will be on the right," Professor Rose said. "Split up."
The class quickly followed her orders. Out of 20 students, only Soren and Chameleon took to the right side of the room, their changers with them. The debate appeared to be very one-sided.
"Now, who would like to start?"
Professor Rose asked, looking about the room.
"I will, Professor."
A blonde-haired girl on the left side of the room raised her hand.
"Then start, Cicada."
Professor Rose gestured toward the girl with a look of pure disgust.
"Wyntier never did anything to hurt anyone, at least not on purpose," Cicada started. "He only did what he thought would help Nesting's Haven in the end."
Soren cleared his throat. "No, you have no idea how wrong you are." He rose from his seat and stepped forward. "Wyntier is my father, as you all know by now. He killed his changer, who had only shown him love. He put my changer, Zorna, onto some sort of human drugs and tried to force me to kill my cousin and his changer. He rejected my older sister for no reason other than she was a girl. If you think those are good things, you must have been dropped on your head."
"Vera died when she and Wyntier got separated. She was so weak she couldn't take it," Cicada snapped. "And Viviana probably isn't even your sister. You look completely different, and she acts nothing like you. The drug thing is just stupid. Humans are extinct, and have been for years." "You just don't get it, do you?"
Professor Rose was obviously not impartial to the argument. She swept out from behind her desk, towering over Cicada.
"Wyntier is not a good person in any way. He's cruel and spiteful. He's manipulating all of us." "Professor," Cicada gasped, "his ideas have nothing to do with what's good for Nesting's Haven. He only wants what's best for himself," Rose cried, shaking her fist. "I went to school with him and watched as he broke the heart of a very good friend of mine. He tore her apart from the inside out, and no one has seen her since. She made herself vanish."
"What was her name, Professor?" Chameleon asked, curious.
"Luciana Morris," Professor Rose said, her voice quivering. "Ask anyone, and they'll say they don't remember her. But I do. I always have, because I'm just like her."
Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door. Professor Rose seemed only slightly irritated by the frightening noise.
"Who's there?"
she called coldly.
"Rosinia Morris, you're under arrest," a strong male voice called. "Open the door this instant."
"Come in and get me,"
Professor Rose yelled back, her teeth locked in a growl.
"I dare you."
The door came flying inward with a loud thud, and several students screamed. 2 guards, clothed in suits of armor, stepped inward, gripping swords tightly at their sides.
"There is no use resisting us, Miss Morris," the first guard said. "I suggest you come quietly."
"Oh, but there is," she cooed softly.
Rose let out a cackling laugh before she sprinted toward the window, crashing out of it. The guards rushed out to the door to capture Rose in the grounds below. Soren ran to the window, looking down. The classroom was on the 3rd story of the castle, but Rose's body wasn't sprawled and broken on the ground from the fall. Instead, she was nowhere to be seen. Anna and Makrel stood together in the small flower bed that decorated the outside of their home on the outskirts of Nesting's Haven. Anna backed up to get a good view of the collection, smiling her approval at the multicolored flowers that decorated the bed. Makrel wrapped his arms around her thin waist. "I think you did wonderful," he whispered.
"We did wonderful," Anna corrected him. "You helped me quite a bit on this project, Makrel."
"I guess I did, didn't I?" He kissed her cheek gently. "But you did most of the work."
You got me there.
Anna turned to face him, his arms still locked around her waist.
But thank you for all you did do.
She kissed him softly.
At least I'm good for something, right?
Makrol's happy expression fell, to be replaced with one of sadness and disappointment. Anna hugged him tightly.
Makrol, quit blaming yourself. We hoped, but we knew it would never happen.
I know, he said. But I knew you wanted a child. But when you're with me, you can't.
Hush,
Anna said, kissing him again.
We're together, and that's what matters. A baby would be wonderful, but we've tried for years and nothing's happened. It's time to put it aside. That's the end of it.
There was a shadow from above, casting a darkness upon the two lovers. Anna pulled away from Makrol to gaze up at the sunny sky. A large black dragon was descending quickly with 2 riders upon his back.
What in the world?
Anna said, shielding her eyes as the dragon landed beside her home. It was her brother. Kyoto leapt off the dragon, helping off a white-haired woman who was heavily pregnant.
Hi, Anna. Can I stay here?
He asked immediately, without any sort of explanation. Anna put her hands on her hips.
Kyoto, what are you doing here? Who is this woman, and why is she pregnant?
I didn't do it,
Kyoto said instantly. The dragon transformed into a squirrel, skittering into the woman's arms.
Then who did?
Anna asked.
Kyoto, what's going on? Where's Kia and Keanu? Where's Ionan?
It's rather a long story, Anna, the woman said softly. One we'd rather not retell.
How do you know me?
Anna looked her up and down, utterly confused.
I've never seen you before in my life.
Luciana?
Makrol said, stepping forward and narrowing his eyes.
By the Creator, it is you. I haven't seen you in years.
When Makrol recognized Luciana, everything came rushing back. As if a spell had been broken, Anna suddenly remembered everything she'd known about Luciana and all the trouble she'd caused for her as chief of security. Anna put her hands on her hips as she sent a wayward glare at Rex.
Where did you find her, Kyoto?
She found me, Kyoto responded absently. But anyway, we're together now.
Together? Anna exclaimed. What exactly is going on?
Me and Kia fell out of love. We had a final argument and I left. Ionan refused to come with me, Kyoto shrugged.
So you ditch your family and come here? Anna asked. What the hell is wrong with you? Kyoto, you're still married.
Kia and I have been having problems for a while now, Anna. Just drop it, he told her harshly.
He thought you'd be able to house us. We have nowhere else to go,
Luciana said softly. Despite her irritation, Anna sighed.
You 3 can stay here as long as you would like. We have plenty of space for you all. As for your warrants and your previous crimes involving breaking Luciana out of jail, I made sure to have them all dismissed, Kyoto.
Anna frowned.
I can't say the same for you, Luciana. The council might still be looking for you, but they think you and Rex are dead, so as long as you lay low, you should be okay.
Thank you, Anna. You have no idea how much this means to me and him as well.
Luciana smiled and shook Kyoto's arm.
Come on, Kyoto. Don't you think you should say thank you?
Thanks,
he mumbled, picking at a loose string on his pants. Anna couldn't take it any longer. She grabbed Kyoto by the side of his sleeve and pulled him to the other side of the house, not bothering to cast a glance at the others.
I need to talk to my brother alone.
When they had gotten out of earshot, Anna whipped Kyoto around and said,
Is this for real, Kyoto? What are you thinking? Are you really with Luciana?
I don't know. He shrugged once again, appearing rather passive. We kissed, so I suppose we are. I'm not completely sure.
This is crazy. You're not thinking straight.
I'm thinking more clearly than I ever have been, Anna. Don't try to tell me otherwise.
I severely doubt that. Kyoto, Luciana's pregnant and the baby isn't yours. I know you've loved Luciana for years, but are you really willing to be a father to her child when he or she comes along? That child deserves a good dad who wants to be there, not a dad who just hopped along for the ride.
I don't know. I'm not ready for another kid, he said listlessly.
I can obviously see that as you left Keanu behind so easily, Anna snapped. Keanu doesn't have a lot of time left. You should be at home spending time with him.
The Varanian is no longer my home, Kyoto replied sharply. I left all that behind. Keanu has a lot of people around to help him. I'm no longer needed. I'm sure he doesn't miss me.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say, and that's saying something, Anna said. Kyoto, travelling with Luciana is probably giving her the wrong idea.
If you don't want to be in a relationship with her, you should probably tell her.
Kyoto shook his head. You don't understand. It's not like that. She'll never love anybody like she loves her changer, Rex. He's the only thing she needs. Luce comes and goes. She uses you when she needs you to be there and then runs away before she can return the favor. I don't hold it against her because it's who she is. And you know what? I don't think I mind being used either. But she needs me right now, so I'm not going to abandon her.
So you left your family for her?
Anna, stop trying to convince me to go back home. I won't. Nobody wants me there, not even Ionan. Anna stood open-mouthed, gazing at her brother in disbelief.
Whatever, she said, throwing her hands up. You can stay here. I just hope you change your mind.
Soren was the only one still in the entrance hall that afternoon. Everyone else had gone outside to enjoy the sun, but Soren still had a large amount of homework to get done. The light poured in through the large open window next to his table. A breeze blew by, ruffling the papers in front of him slightly.
Soren! Psst! Soren!
A soft female voice travelled in from outside, echoing through the window. He looked up from his paper. "Professor Rose?" he asked. The tiny professor peeked her head through the window.
I'm not a professor anymore, Soren. Just call me Rose.
"What are you doing here, Rose?" he whispered.
I need your help, she responded. I need somewhere to go, where no one will look for me or try to turn me in.
"You want somewhere to hide? I'm not the best person to ask." He put his quill down on the table.
You must know someone in Nestingshaven, and if not, I know you have family in the lands. You have to help me, Soren. You're the only one who I can trust, she begged.
"I'm not sure if I know anyone who would be willing to help," he said sadly. "My family is really far away."
Just think about it, all right? If you remember a name, let me know. I'll be around somewhere.
She ducked under the window to go. "Wait," he shouted, an idea coming to him. "You can stay with my Aunt Anna. I'm sure she wouldn't mind."
Your Aunt Anna? She asked.
"Yeah, Anna Morimotti," Soren smiled. "She's about your age. You must know her."
I remember Anna. I went to school with her. Where does she live?
"I'll take you to her tonight." Rose nodded.
All right. I'll meet you beneath the palm trees out front by the gate. I'll be wearing a hooded cloak so no one recognizes me.
"Okay, we'll be there." It took Soren 20 minutes to find his friends and tell him where he was going. When he had found Zorna, the two met Rose underneath the designated palm trees and set out immediately, hiding beneath the cover of twilight. Zorna sat as a phoenix on Soren's shoulder, looking this way and that for any sign of trouble. When they arrived, a golden-haired man answered the door. "Hi, Makrel. Is Anna there?" Soren asked. "Hey, Soren. Anna's inside," the man answered. For some reason he seemed rather irritated. The teens and Rose pushed past him and ran into the house. Makrel raised a finger to protest them barging in before he let his hand drop in a defeated manner.
"Anna, there's a bunch of teenagers looking for you,"
Makrel called, his voice a deep growl. "What?" Anna appeared round the corner. Her eyes grew wide as she saw Soren charging down her hallway. "Oh no! Aunt Anna!" Soren smiled. "I'm so glad we found you."
Soren, she gasped. What are you doing here? They came to help me find somewhere to hide,
Rose said, pulling off her hood.
Hello there, Anna.
Anna's eyes widened in shock, a smile of joy spreading across her face.
Rosenia!
Anna threw her arms around the other woman and hugged her close.
I haven't seen you in ages.
I know, Rose laughed and pulled away.
I've been teaching at the school recently, until they found out I was against Wyntier, of course.
Rose scowled.
Wyntier?
Anna gulped.
Let's not talk about him. Kyoto, would you stop bouncing the dumb ball already?
A sharp female voice screamed from the other room, and Zorna curiously peered around the corner. Uncle Kyoto's here, Soren said, and his face paled. Something's happened, hasn't it? Keanu is fine, Soren. Kyoto is here for his own reasons, Anna said with a scowl. Why should I stop bouncing the ball? Kyoto's voice floated out to them in the hallway, rather sounding like a small child's. Because it's annoying the heck out of me, the female voice responded. If you don't stop, I'll take it from you. Whatever, Kyoto responded. The sound of a ball bouncing off the wall echoed once again.
That's it. It's mine now.
the strange voice yelled. "Give that back, Luce, it's mine," Keanu whined.
"You're acting like a baby. Stop bouncing the dumb ball. I'm going to hold on to it until you decide to act normal."
"Fine."
Is that Luciana?" Rose asked, looking to Anna with an astounded expression. "It most certainly is," Anna replied, grinning. "It looks like her arrival here wasn't such a coincidence after all."
Beaming, Rose practically danced into the other room, Soren and Zona following.
"Hey, little sister, come give me a hug."
Luciana stood up cumbersomely, holding her large belly. She appeared astonished to see the other company standing in front of her.
"Rose!"
Luciana flung herself at her sister.
"Hey there, Lucy!"
Rose hugged the pale woman close to her.
"When did you decide to have a baby?"
"I didn't want to have a baby. Please, don't ask,"
Luciana said in a pained voice.
"Then I won't,"
Rose said, kissing Luciana's cheek.
"I've missed you, sister."
"And I've missed you."
Luciana leaned against the older woman happily.
"Why did you leave after everything that happened?"
"I had to leave. I couldn't watch you fade away. It was tearing me apart, so I simply got out of there,"
Rose replied, a quiver to her voice.
"I should have been there, but I wasn't. I swear I'll never leave you again."
"It's okay."
Luciana looked into her sister's eyes.
"I know you never meant to."
Rose let a small tear fall down her cheek.
"I'm sorry."
"You are forgiven,"
Luciana told her. The company looked at her sister's shoulders and then around her feet.
"Where's Seneca?"
Rose looked down at the floor.
"Seneca is gone. The council took her a few weeks ago, and I haven't been able to find her since."
"I'm so sorry, Rose."
Luciana wiped a tear from her sister's cheek.
"I know what it's like to lose a changer."
The two smiled, glad to have each other back. While the sisters had their tearful reunion, Keanu stomped outside, slamming the door behind him.
"What's wrong with him?"
Zona asked, ruffling his black feathers.
"If I knew, I'd tell you," Anna said. "I suppose Rose is looking for a place to stay, otherwise you wouldn't have come."
"Yes," Soren said. "Could you hide her just for a little while?" Anna sighed.
"This puts me and Makrel at risk, but I'll do anything to help a friend, especially my best friend from when I was in school. I suppose she can stay too."
Soren and Zona glanced at each other. They knew Anna and Makrel were already under watch from the council, because Makrel had once been Anna's changer before Wyntier had mutated him into a human by use of some strange drug. The only reason the council still permitted them to live together was because of their old bond. If the council found out she and Makrel were in a romantic relationship, or worse, were housing fugitives, there's no telling what would happen. Soren had overheard Ionan warn Makrel a very long time ago about facing the trials of separation if the two of them were found out, but such barbaric acts were outlawed long ago. He doubted the council would bring such a terrible practice back just for Anna and Makrel. There was a loud bang outside as Keanu ripped a limb off a flowery tree. Soren looked out the window and saw that the tropical plant was practically ripped in two, for no good reason other than Keanu had lost his temper.
"What are we going to do with him?"
Luciana asked Anna, looking out the window at her best friend.
"I don't know. He's been such a wreck ever since he left Kia,"
Anna responded. "Wait, he left Kia?" Soren gaped. Anna nodded solemnly.
"And Ionan."
Outside, Makrel was currently trying to wrestle with Keanu to restrain him from ruining more of the yard. It was something he was failing at miserably.
"We could make him get a job," Rose suggested. "It would make him useful and keep his mind off of his family."
"I like that idea. It would get him out of our hair,"
Anna mumbled. "He looks horrible," Soren commented.
"At least he's not like I was,"
Luciana told him.
"Just be glad he hasn't tried writing Ionan's name in blood."
Rose sighed sadly.
"Come here, little sister."
Rose wrapped her sister in her long arms.
"It's not your fault that you reacted like that. Everyone is different when they lose their changer. You just got a little violent."
"No, more than violent."
Luciana looked down.
"I became cruel and murderous."
Soren thought chillingly of Chameleon. He had just met Luciana, and he wasn't sure what had happened to her, but whatever it was, he didn't want the same thing to happen to his friend. What would Chameleon do if she lost it completely? He didn't want to think about it. The door went flying open, Keanu standing in its stead. Apparently he'd heard the last thing Luciana had said. He strode up to the company and took her firmly by her shoulders.
Keota,
Luciana said. No, listen to me, Luce. None of that was your fault, Keota yelled at her. It was those freaks who made fun of you and the stupid council who took you away from Rex. What you did in Azazel wasn't your fault, and none of this is your fault.
But it is.
Luciana pulled away and stood in front of him.
If I hadn't showed up, you and Kia would have stayed together. I broke you up.
We've been fighting for ages, Luce, ever since Wyntier kidnapped Keanu, he explained. You did nothing. Kia was just looking for one more thing to hold over my head so she would win the argument. That's the way she is. Luciana didn't say anything else, just gave Keota a solemn, disconnected expression. Soren took Zorna in his arms and slowly began backing out of the room. If you guys are okay, we're just gonna go, he said. We've got, homework and stuff. Oh, you don't want to stay any longer? Why, this is so much fun, Mackerel grumbled.
No thanks, Zorna said. We'll see you later.
Soren left the house and walked with Zorna through the empty streets of Nestingshaven alone, cradling his changer to his chest. He didn't know what was going on back in the lands, but he knew that if it had ended Kia and Keota's relationship, it had to be terrible. I can't believe he abandoned them, even Ionan, Soren said. How does anyone have the strength to leave their changer behind willingly?
I don't know, Sor.
Zorna clambered onto Soren's chest and stroked his soft feathered cheek across his accompanist's face.
Even if you ordered me, I could never leave you.
Chapter 21. Protests, Plans, and the Pain of Loss. A week later, things hadn't improved in Nestingshaven, but gotten worse. This is crap. Soren snapped his book shut with a bang, looking at each of his friends in turn as they sat within the school library. This is absolute crap.
I'll say,
Chameleon fiercely agreed, snapping the syllabus in her hand as she read the teacher's instructions furiously.
Do a project that recaps the great plans Wyntier had for Nestingshaven. I'll tell you what his plans are. His plans are to blow us all into oblivion.
Not all of us, just the ones brave enough to fight back,
Martin complained, scratching behind his ear with his ferret foot.
I can't believe Professor Aurora's making us do this. I wish I'd never come to this school.
Chameleon flung the syllabus to the floor. But you wouldn't have met all of us, Soren smiled. Then his face fell. All gotten the chance to do this super fun project. They all sat idly in the library in silence. Lately, every single school project, even the ones that had nothing to do with history, had something to do with Wyntier. It worried them. Why was the council focusing on brainwashing everyone in Nestingshaven about Wyntier? As a swan, Angel picked up a sharp quill in her beak. She leaned over a large piece of parchment and made big letters across it.
Angel, what are you doing?
Zorna barked in his coyote form. She didn't make any gesture that she had heard him, only propped up the sign. They all read it when finished. Don't let Wyntier extinguish your voice. Let it be heard, Darren read out loud. Angel, that's great, but what does this have to do with anything?
It's a protest, Chameleon said in excitement. Angel's telling us she thinks we should do a protest for our project.
That wouldn't work. Professor Aurora would fail us, Darren made a face. The syllabus says to do something that tells people about Wyntier's plans. This is a way we can pass the class, but still warn people about Wyntier. It's perfect. You're an angel, Angel. Soren scooped her up, spinning her around the room. Excited, the others got right to work on making signs, interest in their project renewed. Their vigorous work was interrupted by Viviana, who came storming into the library with a newspaper bunched up in her fist. Melody the owl was holding onto her accompanist's shoulders tightly with her talons, trying not to be flung off. What's going on? Soren asked.
This.
Viviana flung the newspaper down on the table. Soren's stomach twisted as he saw his father's face printed on the front. The headline was even worse. Wyntier returns. Long-lost visionary, presumed dead, now back in Nestingshaven.
The bastard finally decided to come out of hiding, Viviana said, tears blurring her face. Good. I'm tired of fighting him in the dark.
Is there going to be a trial? Soren asked, peering at the paper.
The council already cleared him of all charges that were associated with the Great Siege. It's in the article, Viviana said, wiping her eyes. They're giving him total control of the council. Giving control of the council to a murderer? I've never heard of such a thing, Chameleon said. My father would have never allowed it. I can't stand this, Viviana said, trembling. I just can't. Small sparks of black fire flashed from her fingertips. Melody bounced up and down and whispered, Vivi, stop before you burn down the library.
Vivi, Soren grabbed her wrist. Not here. Viviana took a deep breath, and the dark magic from her hands faded.
Fine, but what can we do? I wish we could get close to him, then I could kill him.
She clenched her fists.
My magic could do it. I know it could.
You'd have to get through Nineveh, Soren whispered.
She can get in the way too. I don't mind taking her down as well. We both know I'm the better witch,
Viviana said bitterly. We don't want a fight between you and Nineveh, Soren hushed under his breath. Your magic might be stronger than hers, but she's got more experience, and she'll do whatever it takes to win. She'll kill you, Vivi. She looked down and sighed.
I know, but I do want the chance, and if I ever get it, I'm going to take it.
You can help us with this, Soren said, floundering for a poster and showing it to her. We're making a protest against Wyntier. I guess it's more important than ever, seeing as how he's finally come out of hiding. Viviana wiped her face harshly with the back of her hand and said, If it's the least I can do, then so be it. Anything's better than just sitting here. A few days later on the project's due date, they'd finally finished. All the signs had been made and were set up in front of the school, where many companies and changers had to pass by for work. Chameleon was passing out flyers she had created off the school's printing press and was handing them out with a big smile. She had disguised herself as a pointy-nosed brunette girl. Viviana had complained that Chameleon wouldn't get caught because of the disguise. Soren was secretly glad, as he didn't want Chameleon to get into trouble with the rest of them if this went south.
Thanks for letting me write your childhood story, Soren. People will definitely read this.
Chameleon picked up more flyers off the table that contained the history of Soren's past, handing them out to a gaggle of students who flocked by. Soren smiled. It was hard, but it wasn't that bad telling it to you, Cam. At least once they read it, people are going to know what he's capable of. Zorna brushed his brown paw over his sign, which read,
Wyntier is drugging our society like he did me.
Pumpkin and Martin were horses, each with a chain wrapped around their necks and a sign hanging from it. Their signs read,
Wyntier's plans are a twin deal. Don't get attached.
Like a soldier, Darren was marching up and down with his sign, appearing extremely determined. He glanced Chameleon's way every now and then. Viviana and Melody were passing out buttons that read,
Stop Wyntier, free Nesting's Haven.
Angel, however, was the best. Although she was silent, the pearly whiteness of her extravagant coat attracted the most attention. The griffin proudly held her head up high, leading Darren in the march and flicking her tail back and forth. She had no reluctance to be in her main form as she had shown before, and carried her sign with pride. Even Federin had gotten in on the job, though he wasn't much help. He rested on the table with the sign propped up against him.
Don't laze around while Wyntier takes over.
This is great. I think people are starting to notice. Soren beamed. People were beginning to notice, but for reasons unknown to the group, they looked mad instead of supportive. It had only been an hour before a bunch of Wyntier's supporters rode by on their changers, chucking wet piles of mud at the group before riding quickly away.
I knew we would meet trouble,
Viviana complained, wiping mud off her new jacket. And it looks like more is on the way, Soren pointed. Professor Aurora and her unicorn changer were stomping directly toward them, absolutely furious. The teacher grabbed one of their boards and crumpled it up, tossing it to the ground.
What are you doing? You're going to get me fired,
she hissed. You told us we had to do a project that showed Wyntier's plans. We put in a lot of hard work for this, and we're not going to quit now, Soren said defensively.
As of this instant, you've all failed. Now pack up your things and get in that school.
Aurora pointed to the castle. Her unicorn danced uneasily, looking from left to right. Soren straightened and said, No, people need to know about this. We can't sit back any longer and watch these disappearances take place. You know why it's happening, just like we do. For a second, Aurora looked like she wanted to break down and join them. Then a guard came up behind Soren, shoving a pink ticket into Chameleon's hand.
Are you the leader of this protest? The guard asked.
Not really, she is. Soren pointed to Angel, and the griffin stepped toward the officer.
I don't want to talk to a changer or a bunch of dumb kids. Who's the adult here? The guard said rudely.
We're all students, but my sister's 19, Soren said. The guard clomped over to Viviana, his suit of armour rattling, and said,
I'm going to have to ask you to clear out before I have to break this up by force.
Why, this is a peaceful protest. You can't stop us, Viviana exclaimed. Yes, they can, Vivi, Chameleon said in a quiet voice, reading the ticket that the soldier gave her. We can't protest anymore, because we no longer have the right. The council's burned our constitution. They're rewriting all our laws. We no longer have the right to protest.
This is ridiculous. They can't do this, Soren burst.
Soren, shush,
Zorna said, glancing nervously toward the guard. The guard turned to Professor Aurora and asked,
Ma'am, are you the one responsible for this?
Professor Aurora gulped.
I had nothing to do with it. I'm just their teacher.
Then you allowed this to happen. Come with me.
He grabbed her arm and started leading Aurora away, her changer following. The guard paused to look at Soren.
This had better be cleaned up by the time I get back, otherwise there will be more arrests.
He pulled Aurora away, sneering at them from over his shoulder. The group got very quiet. Their flyers and signs felt useless now. I didn't mean to get Aurora and her changer arrested, Soren said quietly. I just wanted to do something to stop all of this.
What did you think was going to happen? This was a stupid idea, Darren said, already beginning to put away the signs. Let's hurry up and go before more soldiers show up.
Within a few minutes, everything was cleaned up, the signs thrown into the trash. Soren felt terrible just looking at them. He hadn't thought a couple of signs would get anyone hurt. Martin noticed the look on Angel's face.
Don't be sad, Angel. It's not your fault we got Aurora in trouble.
Angel ruffled her feathers and sighed, the fire gone from her blue eyes entirely. Professor Aurora and her changer weren't in class the next day, nor the day after that. They'd been replaced with an even worse teacher and his changer, two individuals who could have been told to jump off a mountain for Wyntier and would do it. The kids heard no more of Professor Aurora, nor her partner. They, like many others, had vanished. Soren realized that he and his friends were to blame for her disappearance. He wondered if their small protest was worth whatever Aurora and her changer were going through now, or if they were still alive. Pumpkin remembered. Pumpkin remembered everything. She hadn't liked it. No, she hadn't liked it at all. There was Chameleon, and her eyes were black, glowing with the richness of night, as a large crowd surrounded her in the middle of Nesting's Haven. A swirling mass of dark power hovered around Chameleon's form. But it wasn't fire. This wasn't magic. This was something bad. Something much worse. Dark water. That's what it was. That's all Pumpkin could think to call it. Chameleon cast her hands in front of her, into the crowd. Her companies and changers became infected by the dark water as it flowed relentlessly into their mouths. Screaming in horrible pain, the creatures fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs as they began bleeding from the inside out. Martin's eyes began filling up with black. Soon, Pumpkin's own eyes turned dark, and she was no longer herself, but a being of the dark water. She was the first part of the twin prophecy, and she would side with evil. Wyntier would win. Pumpkin awoke from her rest in the dead of the night, terribly frightened. She looked into the mirror on the opposite side of the moonlit room. Chameleon and Martin were resting in the bed next to her, and their eyes were closed. She let out a cry of horror as she saw that her eyes shone pitch black. An instant later, the darkness from them faded away.
Are you all right, Pumpkin?
Martin asked his sister the next day, worried. They watched as Soren fell headfirst through the skies above, only to be swooped up by Zorna as a black Pegasus, saved before he ever came close to hitting the ground. It was Morok's flying class, and they were being taught the accompany dive today. Soren and Zorna could perform it without flaw already, though the others were struggling to even attempt it. Pumpkin shook her head.
I'm fine, Martin. I just remembered something I shouldn't.
Martin wasn't sure how to respond. What had his sister remembered that had disturbed her so profoundly, and why didn't he recall anything?
Excellent, Soren, Professor Morok praised as the two touched ground. Marvellous form. Now you three have a go.
He pointed at Chameleon and the twins. Martin and Pumpkin both transformed, taking the form of winged horses. The company stood nervously, getting on Pumpkin's back. She took off. Martin flew after her, his brown wings pumping vigorously.
"I'll drop her, and you catch her," Pumpkin cried to her twin. "Ready, set—"
"Don't do it!" Chameleon screamed, but it was too late. Pumpkin had already turned sideways, and Chameleon was plummeting through the air. Martin waited a few seconds before diving after her. Chameleon was screaming her head off as she fell, crying out for anyone to save her. Martin caught her long before she hit the ground, fluttering down to the courtyard. Chameleon clung to Martin, bawling as they landed. "Are you quite all right?" Morok asked as he went to Chameleon's side. The other students in class were laughing at her as if they found her terror funny. She shook her head, and Martin said,
"Maybe I should drop her this time and Pumpkin should catch her."
"No, don't do it again. You'll let me fall," Chameleon protested. She slid off of Martin and grabbed her bag as Darren walked to her side, Soren following.
"It's not the end of the world, Cam. Federin and I can't do it. He won't even let me ride him," Darren said, trying to comfort her.
"Just get away from me," she snapped, pushing Darren away. She slammed the courtyard door behind her as she left, leaving her changers behind. Darren's cheeks burned, and he angrily glared at the ground, avoiding everyone's gaze.
"She—"
Pumpkin let her head down.
"She doesn't trust us enough to let us do it."
"If she can't trust us, then who can she trust?"
Martin asked, his voice a mixture of hurt and disgust. Morok waved to the rest of the class. "You're dismissed." The other students left the courtyard. Morok sighed. He rubbed his face, turning away from Soren and his friends. "Chameleon must learn to trust her changers. Otherwise it'll end up in disaster."
"What do you mean?"
Zorna was a phoenix again, sitting on Soren's shoulder. "Sit down. It'll be a long story, and you deserve to know, Soren." Morok sat cross-legged on the grass, and the rest followed suit. Angel slunk out of Soren's bag as an ermine, crawling to her friend and sitting upon his knee. Morok cleared his throat. "As a student, I was friends with Wyntier, but I was friends with Keanu and Ionan too." Morok cleared his throat. "Wyntier was jealous of Keanu for years. He had always wanted Ionan instead of Vera, because he thought Ionan was stronger. I remember there were times when Wyntier tried to steal Ionan out of Keota's dorm and leave poor Vera in his place by the bedside. I helped him once, and got a nasty burn for it too. Ionan didn't take kindly to being stuffed in a bag in the middle of the night. But it doesn't work like that," Soren said. "You can't just go around swapping changers. They choose you, not the other way round. They won't be with anyone else. Ionan wouldn't have stayed with Wyntier even if he had succeeded in kidnapping him." "Wyntier doesn't think like that. He sees changers as property," Morok explained grimly. After he realized that wasn't going to work, he tried persuading Ionan to make the switch. Of course, he always refused. Morok continued. "So, Wyntier was stuck with Vera to his dismay, but he decided to make the best of it. After he graduated, Wyntier tried getting onto the council. They rejected him completely, and it made him very bitter. He decided to sign them both up for the army. Back then, I was Wyntier's shadow, so my changer and I joined him. Keanu and Ionan followed suit." Morok mused upon his words as he spoke. "Wyntier quickly rose in the ranks of the army. He ended up becoming the commanding officer of our battalion in just a few months, though how I'm not sure. Most likely he bullied his way to the top. Of course, ever since the first despondent ended ages ago, there's been no one left for the army to fight. The army was reduced to settling small skirmishes in the city, and the occasional uprising on the edge of Southwild, the land bordering Nesting's Haven. Most of the time it was very boring. We spent the majority of our service fighting rebels in the jungle who opposed the rule of the council." Morok shook his head. Wyntier had grown up with violence, and it came to the point he needed the rush it gave him. He loved seeing the terror in another person's eyes. If he had any remorse when we killed rebels, he didn't show it. And then one day, something happened that sent Wyntier over the edge. "What?" The kids leaned forward, on the edge of their seats. Morok grimaced. "Ionan saved Wyntier's life." "You're not serious?" Soren let his jaw drop. "I'm more than serious.
Wyntier and I were desperately outnumbered against a group of rogue companies who were trying to rise up against the council. The look in Wyntier's eyes was insane, a crazed madness only war could bring. I thought it was all over until Ionan swooped in with Keota and saved the day. Ionan and Keota nearly died, along with the two of us, but we all managed to make it out. We weren't able to rescue the base, but we were able to get out in time and save our own skins. Morok scratched his chin. It was Wyntier's mistake that the base had been attacked. It turned out he had made an agreement with the rebels to raise up some sort of militia against the council, and they'd turned on him. When we returned to our general's camp, Wyntier was stripped of his power, and he and Vera were chased out of the army. He fled to the lands, and I haven't seen him since. The bell rang, signalling the dismissal of that class and the passage into another. The kids got up and packed their stuff away, heading toward the door. "Wait, Soren, stay for a moment. I can write you a pass," Morok called. Soren put down his bag in confusion, slowly turning to the professor. The teacher strode up to the boy with his hands in his pockets. "I need to tell you something, Soren, something only you and your sister should know."
"So you believe Vivi's his sister, then?"
Zorna asked sourly. Morok turned to him and said, "Without a doubt. She laughs the same way her father used to." Stung by this bit of information, Soren recoiled. Morok only moved closer. "Soren, I've had you as a student for about a year now, and I've noticed you have trouble controlling your temper. Is that correct?" Soren gulped and looked down at the grass. "Yes, sir, it is." Morok sighed. "Your father had a problem with his anger as well."
"Yes, but Soren would never hurt anyone," Zorna insisted, "especially never me."
"I know that, Zorna. At least, not intentionally."
"No, not even then,"
Zorna said defiantly. Morok closed his eyes. "The reason I ask is, Soren, I've been keeping secrets from you for too long. Do you know much about your family?" Soren shook his head. "Only my mother's side, nothing of Wyntier's." "Did you ever remember Wyntier eating when you were little?" "Eating?" Soren asked. "Wyntier's in a company. He doesn't need to eat." Morok gave a chuckle. "No. I suppose his blood had enough company in it to keep him strong, so he didn't have to eat much." "Professor Morok, what are you talking about?" Soren asked. Morok looked at Soren. "You and Vivienne need to know, and I'm the only one Wyntier ever told. The reason that Wyntier isn't as strong as a normal company is because his father, your grandfather, Soren, was a human." Once the initial shock wore off, Soren found he didn't really care much about having human blood. He was already mixed race due to his mother being a fairy. What was one more species thrown into the mix? Darren had completely flipped when Soren told him.
"But there's all kinds of diseases you can get, sneezels and who knows what else,"
Darren had yelled, throwing a medical book at his friend that Soren was sure was outdated. Vivienne was nearly as bad at taking the news. She didn't trust humans and didn't wish to share their blood. She was already stressed with all the talk of Wyntier returning. The papers discussed it nearly every day now. Vivienne's anxiousness was making Soren testy. He began pacing around his sister's room. Zorna the coyote followed, tracing his accompanist's steps.
"Cut it out, you're making me dizzy,"
the changer babbled. Soren patted him. "You're tired, Zo, I can see that. Why don't you go rest while I meet the others down at Anna's? That way you can take a break."
"That will be fine, but you forgot your book in Morok's class earlier,"
Zorna reminded him. "That's right. Can you swing by and pick it up for me?"
"Sure, I'll do that."
Zorna yawned, shaking his head.
"I'll meet you there in a bit."
The coyote trotted toward his dorm room alone, jumping onto Soren's bed once he got there. Immediately, the coyote laid his head down. His eyelids began to slowly droop, slipping into the realm of memories. It was soon to be Zorna's 17th birthday. He was in the lands, and they were running through the old plains. Nearby, a herd of unicorns grazed close to Vixen's house.
"Catch up, Zorna, you're so slow,"
Ali laughed as she bounded through the fields as a doe. Zorna followed behind her as a black stag, his antlers glistening in the sun.
"Ali, you're too fast for me,"
he complained, coming to a halt and gasping for breath.
A few butterflies landed on his antlers. Ali laughed at him, hopping up and down.
"So, you've got something on your nose," Ali said, coming closer to him.
"What is it? Is it a bug?"
he asked fearfully. He wasn't afraid of many things, but for some reason he hated bugs.
"Just hold still. Let me get it. It's right about—"
She drew closer and closer until their muzzles were almost touching. As he looked at her, he realized that her eyes were the deepest and most sparkling brown he had ever seen.
"Here."
She pecked him right on the nose in a deer kiss and ran away with a mischievous snicker, kicking up her heels. Zorna startled, and the butterflies fluttered off his antlers. He laughed and said,
"Ali, you're such a flirt."
He saw Keanu and Soren coming to get them. He turned to Keanu, whining,
"Your changer is hitting on me again."
Keanu laughed.
"She hits on everybody. I mean, how many animals has she gone out with now? There was that lynx from Creek Fall."
"The canary from Brooks Bend," Soren interrupted.
"And the snow leopard from the mountain."
Keanu laughed. Ali laid her head on Keanu's shoulder.
"I liked them all, but they just weren't right for me. They all have mates now anyways."
"Aren't you worried about finding a mate after pretending to like all these animals? No one will believe you if you actually tell them you're in love after word gets around that you like to play games," Soren stated.
Ali waggled her tail. "I don't plan to have a mate. I want to be single forever."
Zorna tried not to blush, because he very much hoped that would change. Zorna came out of the memory and found that Vivienna and Melody were grinning above him. They'd followed him back to his dorm and were whispering to each other in a girlish way.
"What?"
he asked in irritation. Vivienna beamed.
"Your tail was wagging. Were you dreaming about Ali again?"
He wrinkled his nose.
"I was thinking about the Varanian, not just Ali. Always jumping to conclusions, you two are."
"Ooh, Zorna has a crush," Melody sung cheerfully.
"I do not,"
he protested.
"Oh, yes, you do. Were you two kissing?"
The heat welled beneath his coat.
"Ali's just my friend. I don't have a crush on her."
Zorna jumped off the bed and scampered out of the room. He padded down the hallway, running at full speed to get away from Vivienna and Melody. He headed toward Morok's class to pick up Soren's book that he'd left behind earlier. As he drew near, it sounded like two people were arguing. He perked up his ears at the sound of conversation and stood away from the door. If Morok was having a conference with one of the teachers, then he wouldn't interrupt. He would just have to wait. The teachers were talking very loudly. It became impossible to shut their voices out.
"We've got to be on watch, Morok. Aurora got kicked out for simply being around Soren's little protest. We could be next,"
a teacher Zorna knew as Professor Chloe said.
"Heaven knows I realize that. How many of us are left that haven't gotten fired?" Professor Morok asked, before he said, "Any news that you believe involves Wyntier?" "Not much, except for the lands. A fairy had her forest burned to the ground. Poor thing. It's all gone."
"A forest?"
Zorna's heart caught in his throat. "I heard something about that. Wasn't it the Varanian?" Morok asked. Zorna's throat got even tighter. "I believe so. It's not in the news, but the council's been talking about it. My sister told me. As far as I know, the entire family fled, but one of them didn't make it. A changer. She died before the fire started, killed by Otusans." Zorna's heart was either beating very quickly or not beating at all. Morok said, "Who was it that died?" "I'm pretty sure it was Kota Kenzie and Alia's daughter. You remember them?" "Of course I do. Terrible tragedy that was. It looks like the whole family's wiped out now. What did you say her name was again?" "I didn't. The one that died, they called her Alakenzi." Zorna let out a great cry, and the teachers turned to see him collapse in front of the doorway. He couldn't maintain his coyote form and ended up changing back into a phoenix, wings spread out wide as he hit the stone hard. "I'm leaving, Morok. I'm not getting into this. If you tell anybody I was here, I'll deny it," Professor Chloe threatened. "You have nothing to worry about from me. Go, and do so quietly." Morok knelt by Zorna's side as Professor Chloe fled, picking the phoenix up off the ground. "Zorna? Zorna, what's wrong?" Zorna breathed in heavily as tears ran from his eyes.
"She's gone. Ali's dead."
Morok picked him up, Zorna's tail feathers dragging along the ground as he did so. "Come, Zorna, I'll take you to your room."
"No, Soren!"
Zorna protested loudly, screaming at the top of his lungs.
I have to see Soren!
All right, just calm down. Tell me where he is.
Anna Morimoti's. Just get me there, please. I must see Soren!
Morok started running through the school with Zorna in his arms, ignoring the stares and points as students began to gossip amongst themselves. For Zorna, the world had stopped moving, for Ali was dead. Chapter 22. Parade of a Tyrant. Kyoto stood in Anna's backyard, gazing at the mess he'd made. His newest rampage had caused him to lose all sense and tear up Anna's beautiful garden. The once lovely flowers were now lying scattered amongst the dirt, with crushed buds and broken stems. He felt terrible destroying his sister's hard work, but at the same time, he thought he couldn't help it. He'd figured leaving the Varanian would make everything better, but in reality, it had made everything worse. He was losing it without Ionan. What was worse, and he hated to admit it, was that he missed Kia. As he turned to head back into the house, something snarled at him. Curious as to what the noise was, he rounded the corner and almost fell to his knees. It was Ionan. His lion's fur was ragged and dirty, mane tangled and dull, eyes appearing like they had seen too much for his years. But it was still Ionan. The two looked at each other for a very long time. Then, in an instant, they both charged toward each other. Kyoto enveloped Ionan in his arms, gruffly gripping him in a firm hug.
You came back,
he said, tears entering his changer's mane.
Even though I left you, you still came back.
I swore when I next saw you I would rip your heart out, Ionan said. But now I realize I cannot do that, and was wrong for thinking so. I forgive you, my friend.
Kyoto pulled away, his arms still wrapped tightly around the lion.
Ionan, what's wrong? Something's happened, hasn't it? You didn't come here for no reason.
Ionan looked behind him, beneath the shadow of Anna's house. A weary-looking sunset emerged, Mirabelle dragging her wings on the ground behind her. An emaciated Lyrica clung to the dragon's back.
We've been feeding them what we could find,
Sunset explained. Lyrica made a disgusted face.
We had to eat meat a few times. I hated it. It's horrible.
As Mirabelle cooed in sympathy, Kyoto stared in disbelief at his son, who was lying across Sunset's back. Keanu looked awful. He was sleeping across the dragon's shoulders, with one arm hanging limply off. His hair and body was matted with grime, bones protruding from the skin. He looked deathly sick.
He'll recover now that we're here,
Ionan said, in a voice that hoped more than it believed.
We've been flying as fast as Mirabelle could keep up for weeks now. We could have made the trip shorter, but we couldn't push the children too much.
Why didn't you go to Southwild? Your parents are there,
Kyoto asked Ionan.
Kiatana said to find you first. Southwild is too far away, and I don't think Mirabelle could flap her wings another beat. We've had to carry her half the way,
Ionan explained. At the mention of his wife's name, Kyoto looked around, as if he expected her to suddenly appear. When she didn't, he asked,
Ionan, where's Kia? And Vixen? And Kasif? And where in the lands is Ali? She should be helping Keanu.
At the mention of Ali's name, Ionan broke into sobs. Kyoto grabbed him, and Sunset said,
Kyoto, it's been a very long journey, and not one well planned. We had to flee the Varanian.
Flee?
He asked, voice cracking.
A few weeks ago, Nineveh burned the forest. We didn't have time to pack or get ready. The Varanian is long a pile of ash now,
Sunset explained.
But what about Kasif and Vixen?
Kyoto asked weakly.
And what about my Kia?
We're not sure if they made it out alive,
Ionan said dully. All the air had gone out of him. Kyoto asked,
You still didn't mention Ali. What about Ali?
Ionan didn't say. Sunset dropped her head to explain.
Before the attack, the young prince and his changer got into an argument. She became so upset that she flew off into a thunderstorm, and Ionan chased after her. Wyntier hid with his Ortuzan friends and shot her down. They took her body.
Kyoto's mouth dropped open.
Ali's gone.
Yes, Kyoto,
Ionan said with a weary sigh.
Ali is gone.
Mirabelle came up to her father and said,
Don't cry, Papa. We don't grieve for those who are gone. We grieve because we miss them so. I know Ali's soul is happy, wherever she is. She's probably wrestling with the best of griffins right now and winning."
Ionan laughed sadly.
"I bet she is."
Keanu groaned. They all looked at the fairy prince, and Ionan said,
"Where are you staying? Keanu needs rest. We all do."
"At Anna's," he said, in a voice that didn't sound like his own. "She's inside." Kyoto pounded on the door. Anna opened it to find Kyoto standing outside, a crowd of people and animals behind him. Kyoto reached up and took Keanu off of Sunset's back, cradling his son in his arms. Sunset said,
"I'll go sleep behind the house,"
and disappeared. Ionan walked in and flopped down on the rug, curling up to rest without bothering to say hello.
"Kyoto, you found Ionan. But what on earth is going on?"
Anna asked, looking down at Keanu. "I'll explain later. Just get me some rooms," he said quickly. Anna called for Mackerel. She guided Lyrica and Mirabelle to the next room, where she found a bed for them. The girls collapsed into it, Mirabelle changing into a puppy at her accompany's knees. "Uncle Kyoto, what's going on?" Soren asked. He followed him into the last spare room they had in the house. Kyoto drew back the covers and put Keanu inside the bed, who was shivering.
"Kyoto, would you please explain to me what's going on?"
Anna demanded.
"I'm running out of room here. This place isn't a hotel."
Kyoto looked at Soren before tucking Keanu in. He went to speak, but before he could, the house door once again flew open. They ran out into the hallway, Anna snarling, "How many more visitors can I get in a month's time?" She trailed off as she saw Murok standing in the doorway, Zuna in his arms. Zuna flopped out of the teacher's hold, and Soren gave a cry, rushing to his changer's side. All was silent as Zuna lifted his head, opened his mouth, and wailed, "Ali's dead!" Angel could still hear the sobs within Anna's house, even though the door to the bedroom was closed. She was lying on the floor as a griffin, watching over the young boy they had called Keanu. At the moment, no one else was, and Angel felt that since he'd been the one that had lost his changer, he shouldn't be alone. It had been a long, agonizing story, painful for her to hear. All of his friends, including herself, had come rushing to Anna's when they'd heard the news. She didn't like the sound of her friends crying, but that's all they did, cry for their missing family members and cry for the changer they had called Ali. Even Angel was sad at her passing. This Ali was a stranger to her, but Angel felt some sort of connection to her, this changer she never knew. It brought a tear to Angel's eye to even think about her death. The minute Angel had seen Keanu's pale face, she felt protective over him, like she was his changer. Perhaps, now that he didn't have a partner, she could ask to be his. In her heart, she felt a guilty leap. This boy had just lost his changer. How could she even consider asking him to accept her in Ali's place? The boy shifted, and Angel cocked her head. His golden eyes fluttered open, looking at the griffin on the floor. "Ali, is that you?" "I'm not Ali," she begged in her head. "Oh, please let him hear me. I'm not Ali. I'm Angel." The boy blinked, and Angel heard his voice resonate within her mind. "No, you must be Ali. You look just like her. You sound like her. It's you, Ali." Angel gasped. "You can hear me? I'm telepathic. I can hear everybody's thoughts and speak with them if I wish." She had shifted in the dark, and his sureness that she was Ali vanished when he saw her silver eyes. Angel began weeping tears of joy. She'd finally found someone to speak with her, someone who could hear her voice. "You don't know how long I've waited for you," she hushed, getting up off the floor and leaning over his chest. Her feathers brushed against the boy's silver necklace. She leapt back in surprise as a great light emitted from it, shining throughout the room. Keanu jumped upward, taking the necklace in his shaking hands as a gentle voice emitted from it. "My daughter Alakenzi and my daughter Kalia, you have been reunited once again." The voice died away with these words, the light sinking back into the necklace. The amulet had extreme power and knowledge, one that neither of them could understand. Keanu's eyes were wide. "You're Ali's sister. I didn't even know she had one." "I was her sister?" Angel questioned. Unbidden, it all came rushing back to her.
The attack on the nest, the reason she couldn't talk, the death of her parents. Angel mused, I have a name, a true name. Kalir. That's why you look so much like her. You must have been twins. Keanu coughed. Though I don't know why Vixen didn't save both of you. Vixen. Angel thought back to when she was a hatchling. She remembered seeing a fairy, one with dark hair, skirt amongst the ruins of her home and pick up a little fawn abandoned within the rubble. She had turned and hid before the fairy saw her. If I know who you're talking about, which I believe I do, this Vixen never saw me. I don't think she knew I existed. I guess that makes sense. Ali was the one Vixen was saving from Wyntier after all, since he was after her. Not that it made a difference, because he got her anyway in the end. Tears filled the young prince's golden eyes. Don't get upset, Keanu, Angel said. I'm watching over you. I'll take care of my sister's company. He smiled weakly. Angel changed into a white fox and crawled onto the bed, curling her body around him. I'll take care of you, Keanu, she whispered to him. In honor of my sister, I will. The next morning dawned quickly. Keanu shook the sleep from his eyes and sat up, looking around. Angel was still resting in the giant bed as a fox. Someone was sitting in the chair across from him. Soren? He asked, peering closer. Soren smiled, though sadly. How are you, little cousin? Zona was on his lap, the phoenix lost in the realm of his memories. I've been better. Keanu smoothed out the covers and looked at Zona. Is he going to be all right? Soren glanced down at his changer. Yeah, he should be okay. All of it came as a big shock to him. But again, how are you feeling? Fine, he said in a flat voice, even though they both knew he was anything but. Soren pulled out a bag and said, Here, I brought you some clothes from my dorm. They're a little big, but you can have them. We've got some new clothes for Lyrica too, so you guys should be all set. Soren got up off the chair. Your dad is waiting for you whenever you're ready. He left the room. Keanu got out of the bed and took the bag, ruffling through them until he found something green. Once he was dressed, he left Angel to rest on the bed, then went out into the living room, where his father was impatiently waiting. Kyoto gave him a gripping hug, but Keanu didn't embrace him back, only stood still. Kyoto let go of his son and they both turned to the sofa, sitting upon it. Keanu, Kyoto started. Unable to control himself any longer, Keanu went off. You left us, took off with some woman we don't even know, one you haven't seen for years, and didn't look back. You dumped your changer and your family for her. How could you? The fighting had been going on for a long time, Keanu. I don't care. I'm tired of the fighting. Fighting is the reason I lost Ali. Do you blame me for that? Kyoto asked calmly. No, I blame myself for that, but I blame you for not being there, Keanu screamed. Mom was a mess when you left, and now I don't even know where she is. I've lost all my friends, and if you were there, you could have helped. You could have put a stop to this. Keanu put his head in his hands. Kyoto could say nothing more, except, I'm so sorry, Keanu. It was the same answer Reagan had given him. It only made him more bitter. Soren came in from the next room and said, It's Saturday, Keanu. We have the day off. Why don't you come down to the beach with me and my friends? I'm sure you'll have fun. Kyoto went to say no, but Keanu stood up and said, Okay, sure. It might take my mind off things. Besides, the last place I want to be is here with him. Keanu headed out the door without another word, refusing to look at his father. Keanu was glad for the distraction Soren and his friends gave him that day. They had fun playing in the waves of the ocean that bordered the old volcano, the palm trees swaying in the warm breeze. Although he didn't know the area, Keanu enjoyed being in a new place, enjoyed creating new memories where there was nothing to remind him of the past. For the first time in weeks, he finally felt like a kid, instead of some broken, useless object. Nesting's Haven is a beautiful place to die, Keanu thought, looking out at the ocean. If I can't have Ali, and I don't have long left, I might as well enjoy myself here for as long as I can. Late in the afternoon, the group headed back into the city, covered in sand and feeling moderately cheerful despite yesterday's terrible news. They all gathered about making dinner for the fairies, Anna complaining about the lack of space.
Lyrica and Mirabelle, who had been playing outside, rushed into the house. "Hey everyone, it's a parade!" Lyrica squealed. "A parade?" Keanu asked, confused. The group flooded out of the house and followed the girls down the street a couple of blocks, where a large crowd was forming. Anna's group pushed through the ruckus taking place along the city streets. Mirabelle and Lyrica's eyes shone as they watched the parade, gleefully giggling. The Bumbleberry University Band was marching in the streets, playing their loud instruments. Flag twirlers weaving black, silver and blue-coloured flags followed them, while others weaved streamers and threw confetti. Behind came gymnasts, both a company and changer, doing backflips and twists. Dancers weaved in and out of complicated lines, and prouder companies carried banners that had a strange unknown symbol upon them of a long, jagged icicle. All that wasn't anything compared to what happened next. Companies, mounted on changers wearing silver and black armour, marched through the streets. They were carrying long iron spears and were clothed in the same colours as the flags. The design on their chest was the same icicle as on the banner. The group couldn't see their faces through their iron masks. "It's the army," Keanu said, and he peered over Keanu's head. "But why are they dressed like that?" The answer came along several minutes later. Luciana gasped in fear and pointed, clutching to Keanu's chest as she did so. Wyntier. He was riding Lucas, who was in his wyvern form, and gazed at the crowd in a horrifying manner. Wyntier had a smile on his face and a hand raised in welcome, but anyone who knew the company was sure that smile meant nothing good. He wore long black pants and knee-high boots. He had no shirt, but wore only a black cloak with a heavy gold chain securing it around his neck. He sat in an iron saddle that some of them had seen on the dragon bloodbath years before. Yet there was one thing about Wyntier's appearance that was the worst. Covering the saddle were multitudes of furs. One of them was the skin of a golden griffin. Keanu fainted. Keanu grabbed his son just before he hit the ground. Ionan growled, smoke furling out of his mouth as Wyntier drew near, but Rex stepped in front of the changer to hold him back. There were too many guards who would kill not only Ionan, but the rest of them before he even made the attempt. All they could do was stand around and watch as Wyntier paraded into Nesting's Haven, sitting upon Ali's pelt. The crowd's cheers grew. "All hail King Wyntier and his army! All hail the new king!" They cheered this over and over. Wyntier held his head up proudly as his new subjects cried out his name. "The new king! He's a king now?" Soren screamed. Lyrica leaned too far forward trying to see and stumbled into the street. Mirabelle ran after her, halting directly in front of Lucas as he passed. When Mirabelle's blue eyes met Wyntier's, his eyebrows raised in realization. Lucas roared, rearing up on his hind legs. The girls screamed underneath the wyvern's claws in terror. Ionan pushed Rex out of the way and charged in front of them, slashing his tail behind him. Both enemies glared at each other for a long time, before Ionan finally said, "Pardon the child, she tripped." He herded Lyrica and Mirabelle back to the side of the street, and Wyntier finally ripped his eyes away from them. The new king noticed Soren and glared at him before Lucas went to walk on. Slowly, Keanu came round. With no way to protest the parade without getting killed, the group turned and fled. As soon as they reached the safety of Anna's yard, Mirabelle collapsed against Ionan.
"He knows I'm Vera's daughter. He wants me, Papa."
"Shush now, my child. It's going to be all right."
Ionan put his wing around his daughter and drew her close.
"All right? How is it going to be all right?"
Keanu questioned. He was near a breakdown again, and Angel pressed herself against his side to comfort him. "Nesting's Haven isn't safe anymore. We have to find a base, somewhere we can hide while the rest of us formulate a plan," Keanu said quickly. "I think I may be able to contact the elves and ask for assistance."
"The elves? Elves love war and hate fairies. They won't help," Soren said.
"No, I mean King Oliver and his subjects," Keanu said. "Kia was friends with them. They've helped us out before. It's sure to be safe there."
"Nowhere is safe now," Anna said. "I can't keep hiding you all in my house. Soon the council is going to find out where you are and we'll really be in trouble then. Things are sure to get worse with our new king leading the way. There hasn't been a monarch in Nesting's Haven for over 1,000 years. I'm sure Wyntier will do a wonderful job," Makrel said sarcastically.
"There is one safe place," Ionan said slowly. We should head to Southwild, to my mother and father's house. Ionia's palace is a safe haven for all. The companies and changers there are untamed and don't follow the laws of the council. They won't likely submit to Wyntier's reign. If we leave by—
No, Iona, not Southwild. I'll go with the elves before I'll go there, Makrel protested.
Ionan rounded on him angrily.
Why? Couldn't pay a visit to your parents all these years?
Neither could you, Makrel accused.
I live very far away, and Keota didn't want to come back. They always said to put the company first. You're just afraid they won't accept you for who you are, Makrel, Ionan growled.
Keota patted his changer's head.
I'm sorry, Ionan. I didn't realize how much you missed your family. We should have come back sooner.
It does not matter now. Ionan shook his head. We are here, and we need to hide until we can discover a plan of attack.
I'm not going back there, Ionan, Makrel protested. You nearly killed me when you found out I was in love with Anna. How do you think our parents will react?
I was devastated by Vera's loss when I did that. It would be better to tell them the truth than to keep slinking around Nesting's Haven avoiding them, Ionan argued.
It's settled then, Anna said. We'll head for Ionia's palace and ask if we can stay there. If they kick us out, or run us out more likely, Makrel whimpered, we'll go to King Oliver and ask for his help. My sister and I already discussed this, just in case we'd be forced to leave. Luciana, Rex and I don't want to go to Southwild, Rose interrupted. We would much rather stay with the elves, even though it's farther away. Rex doesn't think he can face his parents again after Vera's death.
It's his choice then, Ionan said, though he looked disappointed.
When do we leave? Soren asked. Right away?
No,
Keota shook his head. Keanu and the others still need time to recover. They can't travel again so soon.
I think it would be best if the children stayed behind to finish their education, Rose suggested. There are only a few days left in this semester. That way, Vivi and Melody can graduate.
Fine, Keota said. But after that, they can't return to Bumbleberry. Not ever. We can't go back, Soren said in a small voice. Keota put his hand on Soren's shoulder and said, No, Soren, you can't go back.
It's settled. Luciana and Rose will make way on Rex for the elves, Ionan said. I'll have Keota write a letter to Ionia's palace as soon as he can, announcing our arrival. Creator knows this whole congregation can't just show up on their doorstep.
Why not? Anna grumbled. You all showed up on mine.
Chapter 23. Senior walkthroughs never go as expected. Vivienne stood in line with the other seniors in the entrance hall, with the underclassmen clustered around the edge of the room. They didn't have any time to allow her to go to the graduation ceremony, so the simplicity of the senior walk on the last day of school would have to do. They'd be leaving for Southwild the day after. As the school band began to play a rather sad song, the students in front of her began to move, almost in an enchanted manner. She followed slowly, feeling morose. She had few friends, so she didn't say goodbye to anyone until she found Soren's group clustered together in a corner at the end of the hall.
Come walk with me, Soren,
Vivienne smiled, reaching a hand out to her brother.
I don't know if I'm allowed, he mumbled, looking toward the few teachers that decided to attend. I'm just a junior.
This is your last day too, so you'd better come walk with me. This is the only chance you'll get, Vivienne said.
Soren knew not to mess with his sister, so he and Zuna stepped onto the path cautiously, hoping nobody would complain.
Don't leave me,
Chameleon cried, rushing forward to stand with them and grab at his arm.
If you're walking, then so am I, Darren declared, scampering after Chameleon.
Their changers stood back a minute before joining the group, figuring they might as well.
Well, now that we're all here, let's walk,
Melody hooted, ruffling her owl feathers happily.
Sounds like a plan to me, Darren put in.
The small group began to walk the rest of the path, moving in one large group around the entrance hall.
Hey, get the underclassmen out of our way,
a senior boy yelled, throwing a wad of paper at them.
Shut up, I told them to walk with me,
Vivienne yelled back. She whipped around to glare at the boy, giving him a rude gesture.
Why don't you shut up, you stupid teacher's pet, the boy taunted. Nobody in our class likes you anyway. What, were you too stupid to graduate when you were 18 like everyone else?
Soren stepped in front of Vivienne, already losing his temper. No one talks to my sister that way, he threatened.
Oh, I'm so scared of the tiny little rebel,
the boy teased, looking eager to start a fight.
You're asking for it,
Chameleon stepped forward angrily, and Soren grabbed her arm. She shook it off.
Am I, little girlie? He asked, looking her up and down. You know, you're kind of cute. You should come walk with me instead of hanging out with these losers. I could show you a good time.
That's it, Soren yelled. Without hesitating, he punched the older boy directly in the nose. Vivienne grabbed her brother before any more damage could be done and began dragging him away. The group ran off quickly, out the doors of Bumblebury University and toward Anna's house. The only graduation Vivienne would ever get ended without her.
And then Soren punched the kid right in the nose, Vivienne said, smiling, as she related the story of what had happened to everyone back at Anna's. I never expected him to hit someone bigger than him, but I'm glad he did.
I didn't mean to hit him, Soren mumbled. I let my temper get the best of me again. I didn't mean to.
It's okay, Soren. Sometimes the only thing you can do is get angry, Chameleon said.
No, it's not okay. It means I'm just like him. Soren got up from the table and ran outside. Zorna went to follow, but Luciana held out an arm for him to stand back.
I can talk to him. I know how he feels.
Luciana got up.
I used to get mad and do terrible amounts of damage. I'm sure most of you remember the incident.
Yeah, we remember, Anna said sourly. Who could ever forget that?
Ignoring her, Luciana walked outside. Soren was leaning against a tree in the backyard, arms crossed over his chest.
It's Soren, right?
She asked, walking to him. Why do you care? He asked angrily. I just want to be left alone.
Because I want to help you, she said, sitting carefully upon a stone bench beside him. My name is Luciana.
He looked down at her. I appreciate the effort, but I doubt you can help me. I'm Wyntier's son. I'm beyond help.
I think if you hear my story, it could help a bit, she said. Have a seat, Soren. It's kind of long.
Whatever. He sat cross-legged in the grass next to her. Let's hear it. Luciana took a deep breath and told him all about what happened to her so many years ago. As she dove deeper into her tale, Soren's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, did that really happen? Soren asked when she was done, staring at her in shock. You don't seem like the kind of person who would lash out like that.
I know. I look so kind and sweet, shy and innocent, Luciana told him. But I'm far from it.
My friend Cam is like that, Soren said. She told me she freaked out once and hurt someone. Really bad. She said she's afraid to do it again.
If she's like me, you should stay away from her, Luciana warned. I hurt Keanu terribly when I vanished, and he did everything he could to help me. Your friend could end up hurting you too if you don't keep your distance.
Cam would never hurt me, I know it, Soren insisted.
If you say so, Luciana shrugged. Just be careful.
It was quiet for a moment before Soren spoke again. Interesting how people can be so different than what you assume them to be. Like, some people look really mean and act super tough, but they're actually good people on the inside. That's how Ali was. He looked sad as he said the words.
You all really miss her, don't you? Luciana asked, looking toward the sky. I never thought that one death could hurt so many people.
We all loved Ali, but Keanu loved her the most, Soren said, standing up. I should apologize for storming off like that. Luciana tilted her head as she looked at him.
You know, you really do look a lot like Wyntier. He turned out to be a horrible man, but maybe there's hope for you.
Soren gave an angry growl, casting his arms toward the sky. Really? After that big long talk we just had? I can't believe this! Soren kicked the tree they'd been sitting under and then stomped toward the house. Luciana watched him go as Keanu wandered outside.
What exactly did I do?
Luciana asked Keanu as he helped her up. I'm thinking you brought up his resemblance to Wyntier, Keanu said.
Yeah, but I didn't think it would be a big deal, she replied.
Don't bring it up. Ever, Keanu told her. He's had some rough times because of Wyntier, kind of like you had issues with him.
Oh, I see.
Luciana looked down.
I didn't mean to make him upset.
It's not your fault, Keanu comforted. Soren will get over it. You and Rose should finish packing. At the mention of her leaving, Keanu looked downward. He seemed very upset.
Luciana touched his arm and said, I have to do what's best for the baby. My child can't be born here. Wyntier will find us.
I understand. Keanu took a shuddering breath. I just wish I didn't have to lose you after just getting you back.
I guess I'm pretty good at leaving you behind, Luciana said, attempting a poor joke.
He didn't laugh. Luciana struggled not to cry as they headed into the house. Kyoto had kissed her back in the Varanian forest, but Luciana knew her feelings weren't the same. All he'd ever be to her was a friend, not a lover. She knew he was still in love with Kia, but if she continued to remain in his life, he'd never admit it to himself. He'd always be constantly chasing after her. There was only one thing left to do. She'd hurt Kyoto before, and now she'd have to hurt him all over again. At the end of the week, the two sisters and Rex stood outside Anna's house, watching the sunrise over Nestingshaven. As soon as it was light enough, they would leave. If they prolonged their trip any longer, they would lose their chance to go before Luciana was forced to stay in one spot due to the baby's birth. "Bye, Luce. I'm going to miss you," Kyoto said, choking back tears. "I know where to find you, so I'll visit as often as I can," Luciana said, hugging her dear friend goodbye. "I promise I will." Something was off about Luciana. She was even more distant than usual. Her expression was vacant, her embrace around Kyoto stiff and unwelcoming. Rose seemed herself, but there was an anxiousness about her as well. "Have fun with the elves," Anna told them, embracing Rose. "Be safe, my friend, and let no harm come to your sister or her child." "I shall protect her with my own life," Rose replied, "and I know Rex will as well." The large panther looked up at the sound of his name. "Are we ready to go yet?" he asked, sounding impatient. "Yes. You need to have a dragon form, Rex. It's the only thing that can fit both of us," Luciana said, stroking his soft fur. "All right, if I must." Luciana backed up slightly as Rex changed into a slender black dragon, his massive horns gleaming in the dim light of early morning. "We have to get moving if we are to arrive soon." "Come on, Rose. We have to go now. It's a long trip and I want to get there soon," Luciana said, climbing clumsily onto her changer's back. Rex had to use his head to push her up so she wouldn't fall onto the ground, struggling to clamber on with her pregnant belly. "Coming," Rose said sadly. She hugged Anna one last time, then climbed reluctantly onto Rex's back behind her sister. "Kyoto," Luciana started, "there's something I have to tell you." "Anything, Luce," Kyoto said, reaching up and grabbing her hand. Luciana tightly clutched his hand in hers. "I told myself if I ever had to use my powers on you, I would tell you first. It won't matter because you'll forget anyway, but it matters to me. At least I'll feel like I've done the right thing." "Luce, what are you talking about?" Kyoto said, very confused. "Luciana and I are faders," Rose explained quietly. "We were born with the power to make people forget us if we so choose. It's the reason Luciana was able to make people forget her so easily after she left Azazel." She looked at her sister. "Yes. Everyone forgot about me, except for you and Rose," Luciana said. "Sometimes, if the love is strong enough, people will remember you despite the magic." "But not this time," Rose interrupted. "Both of you and everyone we've met here must forget us entirely. It's the only way to keep ourselves safe from Wyntier, so he doesn't figure out where we're going." "So you're just going to erase our memories and make us forget about you?" Anna said angrily. "Rose, this isn't right." "I'm sorry, Anna," Rose whispered, "but this is the way it has to be." Rose closed her eyes. Anna blinked once or twice before looking up, staring in confusion at Rex and his riders. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my yard?" Anna asked Rose. "This is trespassing. Get out." "No, Luce." Kyoto lunged forward, grabbing Luciana's other hand. "Don't do this. Please, I can't stand to lose you again." "If there was a way you could remember me, I'd let you," she whispered to him. "But you can't. I've already ruined your life multiple times. It's better for you if you don't remember I ever existed." Luciana let go of Kyoto's hand. With the absence of her touch, all his memories of Luciana, from the first time they'd met until now, vanished. Luciana leaned away from him, and Rex beat his wings twice, carrying them into the sky. Tears marred Luciana's face as she watched Kyoto grasp at the air, staring upward at the ascending dragon without realizing why he was doing it. She watched until Kyoto was a dot, and Nestingshaven a toy city of tiny buildings below. "We had to, Lucy," Rose said quietly, putting a hand on her sister's shoulder. "If they're caught by Wyntier, we'll be in danger. It's better this way." Luciana didn't answer, only turned to face in the direction they were heading. After they'd been flying non-stop for several days over the ocean, the lands finally came in sight. Rex sailed lowly over a sparse forest, eyes drooping wearily. He was exhausted, They'd have to land soon. "How much farther must we travel?" Rose asked, stretching her arms above her head.
"How should I know? Look at the map,"
Luciana said. She gasped and held her stomach, a pained expression suddenly coming across her face.
"What's wrong?"
Rose looked at her sister, a panicked expression spreading across her face.
"Nothing, it just hurts," Luciana said through gritted teeth. "I'll be fine."
At this, she screamed loudly, her cry echoing over the lands.
"Or not,"
Rose said, her face turning pale.
"Please don't tell me this is happening."
"I'm going to land now," Rex announced. "I have a feeling that we don't have much time."
"Much time for what?"
Rose asked as the large dragon slowly descended. "The baby," Rex responded. "I have a feeling that it is just about time."
"What? She can't have a baby in the middle of a forest," Rose shouted. "We can't be that far from the elves. Come on, we can make it."
"I don't think I can, Rose," Luciana gasped. She was breathing heavily now, and sweat had broken out across her forehead. Both of her hands gripped her stomach, and she looked like she was trying not to scream.
"He's not going to wait any longer."
"I see," Rose said quietly.
"Then I guess we'd better get ready for baby."
She smiled encouragingly at her sister, and Luciana nodded. Rex landed as gently as possible in a small clearing, and Rose helped her little sister onto the ground. Rex took the form of a panther and laid down to wait, unsure of what else he could do. None of them had any experience in delivering babies, but at the moment they had no other option.
"I'm going to try to do this as best I can," Rose told her sister. "If I screw up, you can't blame me."
"I just hope I don't screw up," Luciana said in a voice mottled with pain. Unable to stand it any longer, she screamed again. Chapter 24. Not all paintings are sanctuaries. Keanu sat alone in the small room Anna had given him, the shades drawn and the room dark. Most of his friends were at the beach, and he'd wanted to go with them again, but the adults had told him to stay behind. His health was slowly getting worse, as the days without Ali became weeks. He didn't know how much more of life he could take without her. Soren had tried to help him feel better, but he only succeeded in making his younger cousin more depressed. Zorna was always at his side, and it made him think of Ali. Angel had tried to stay with Keanu, but he had asked the changer to go along without him. He felt guilty he couldn't provide the type of care to Angel that she gave him. It made it even worse that she was Ali's sister, because he once again felt like he was letting his best friend down. "I'm alone," Keanu thought. He brought back the curtains just a tiny bit and stared out the window. Birds flew about the yard without a care in the world. Their song made his ears ring. "Why?" he asked, desperate for answers. "Why me?" He slammed his head into the wall angrily, and unexpectedly he felt a sharp pain. A small trickle of blood ran down his forehead and down his cheek, before dripping off his chin and onto his pant leg. He looked to the spot on the wall he'd banged his head on. A small nail stuck out of the wood, most likely used to hold a painting on the wall. A small ruby dot was on the end of the old metal. Keanu stared at the blood, mesmerized. "What are you thinking about?" Keanu jumped at Anna's voice. His aunt walked into the room and sat on the bed across from his chair, hands on her lap. He didn't say anything. "What's running through your mind right now?" she asked again, obviously determined to get some response out of her nephew. "Nothing," Keanu answered quickly. "Don't lie, Keanu," she told him. "I'm not stupid." Anna shifted and then looked him in the eye. "You were thinking about how easy it would be, weren't you?" "I don't know what you're talking about," he mumbled, staring at the blood on the nail. "You know exactly what I'm talking about," Anna said, reaching out to place a hand on his knee. "It's not so easy, Keanu. You may be free of pain, but what about those that loved you? It's never an easy escape, because you'll end up in a better place watching the ones you loved suffer for you." "How do you know?" he asked, looking up at her again. "I just do." Anna looked at the sheet as if she were trying to memorize the exact pattern of it, unable to look her nephew in the eye. "The easiest way to get through everything is just to live with the pain. If life sucks, do something to make yourself laugh. If you can't go on, then sit down, take a breath, and get up again." She rose to her feet and walked toward the door. "I'll be right back with some things to clean that cut up." She was back a few minutes later with some bandages and a wet cloth. "I hope you understand that you're not the only one that's had a hard life, Keanu."
But I am the only one with problems this bad, he growled, flinching as she wiped the blood off his forehead. That's not true. Soren and Vivienne have to live with the knowledge that Wyntier is their father. Who cares about them? Keanu snarled. I sure don't. Don't say that. Anna looked at him in shock. Keanu, your family cares about you, so it's time you start caring about them. We all have to deal with this together, whether you want to or not. She finished bandaging his head. Well, it doesn't matter, Keanu said. They can all just go away and never come back for all I care. Keanu, I understand. No, you don't. You can never understand. You have no idea what it's like to lose your changer, Keanu burst. None whatsoever. Makrel might be human now, but he's still yours. It's absolute hell living without her. It's constant torture, like a piece of me is destroyed and I'm never going to fix it or get it back. Ali is gone forever. If I'm going to die anyway, why don't I just hurry up and get it over with? Don't say that, Keanu, Anna said quietly. Don't ever say that again. Yeah, okay, he said, crossing his arms and turning away from her. Just leave me alone. Anna got up. She began backing away. I think there's someone who can help you more than I can right now. I ask that you listen to her even if she can't say anything at all. Anna swung the door open. As she went out, Angel walked in. The white griffin had a small bag strung over her head and across her shoulder. Hi, Keanu, I brought you something, she said. He looked up. Hi, Angel. I thought you were at the beach. I didn't want you to be lonely, so I came back early. Oh. He sat back against the wall. What'd you bring me? The griffin walked to the edge of the bed and laid a sketch pad and 4 pieces of lead on the sheets. Soren said you liked to draw, so I brought you some things to draw with. Thanks, Angel. This is great. Keanu smiled weakly, getting up from the chair and scooping up the art supplies. He laid across the bed on his stomach, tilted his head when he looked at the paper, and then began to draw. Angel watched him intently, as absorbed in the creation of the drawing as he was. When he was finished, he displayed it to her proudly. This one's you, and this one here is Ali. He pointed to the 2 griffins he had drawn, and then hung the picture on the nail he had cut himself on a short time ago. Do you think you could see if Anna has anything else I could use to hang up pictures with? I can try, Angel answered. She waddled out of the room, and Keanu began to sketch once more. He didn't think about what to draw, or think about how it would look when he finished. He just drew whatever his hand wanted him to. And although it didn't make him feel better completely, it made him feel safe. When Angel came back with a small box of nails and a rock from the garden, he smiled. Can I see what else you drew? She asked. Yeah, I guess I can show you. He flipped back a couple of pages in the sketchbook and displayed the first picture. It was of a beautiful dragoness with feathered wings. It's supposed to be Vera. It would look better with colour, but I guess it'll be okay for now. I can get coloured pencils for you if you want it, Angel told him. From the same place I got this stuff. Where exactly did you get it from? Keanu asked, hoping Angel hadn't been so desperate to steal art supplies just to make him happy. There's a little art store not far from here. They have to close because Wyntier doesn't like art, and he's sending the owner away, Angel said. He's giving everything away to those who want it. Oh, that's too bad. So, do you want anything other than coloured pencils? Maybe an eraser, but I don't think I need anything else. Okay, I can do that. Angel was gone for almost an hour before returning with a set of over 30 different coloured leads and 4 small erasers. She had grabbed an extra set of regular pencils for good measure and a huge stack of paper as well. Thank you, Angel. You've made me a little bit happier than I was, Keanu said, taking a purple pencil and gently shading in the picture of Vera. I'm glad I could help in some way, Angel said, sitting on the edge of the bed next to him. Can I see them all now? Of course. This is Vera all coloured in. Keanu displayed the image to her, and he had to do a double take. He realised it was just like the real Vera had been. She's so beautiful, Angel said, looking at the drawing. Yeah, she was. Keanu took the picture and hung it on the wall, using the rock to pound in a nail. He looked at the next picture on the sketch pad, one he hadn't meant to draw. But even though it was accidental, it was perfect. The colours on the bikini were identical to the one in real life. Her hair and her sunglasses were drawn perfectly. He'd gotten every detail about her right. Who is that? Angel asked curiously. Someone I miss. Not as much as I miss Ali.
but I miss her just the same." He hung up the drawing of Regan next to Vera and the two griffins. Keanu sighed as he remembered Regan. "Why did you have to be so mean? Why couldn't you feel the same way about me?" He mused upon the thoughts openly, not caring if Angel could hear him, as he stared at the picture of the human girl. He took a deep breath, struggling to hold back tears, and then reached under the pillow to pull out a picture that was folded 4 ways. He unfolded it gently and hung it up on the wall, closest to where his head would go when he slept. "That's Allie, isn't it?" Angel asked. "Yeah, that's my Allie. I miss her more than anything in this world." Angel set her head on his shoulder. He returned the affectionate gesture, leaning against her. Later that night, Anna walked toward Keanu's room to bring him dinner. She knocked before opening the door, entering slowly. Keanu was curled up in a ball on the bed. Angel sat next to him, her head buried beneath her wing. The walls were plastered with all sorts of pictures, at least 20 of them. She set the food down on the bedside table and looked around in amazement, her mouth dropping open. There was a picture of the small hut where Keanu had been born, with Kia and Kyoto standing side by side, both of them smiling. There was one of Ionan and Allie flying together, and one of Mela, her blue hair up in pigtails. Soren, Zorna, Chameleon, Pumpkin, Martin and Darren were in their own picture, clustered together on a beach underneath a setting sun, grinning gleefully. There was one of Allie in her lynx form, standing next to a slightly larger male lynx. There was a picture of each of the wolves on their own, and then one of all of them together. But the one picture that caught her eye was one of Vera and all of the children that had been kidnapped 10 years ago. The drawing looked perfect, as if she were actually looking at something in real life. Anna reached out and brushed the drawing as if she needed to touch it to be sure it wasn't real, and then left the room. Luciana leaned against a tree, a broad smile across her face. In her arms, little Nathaniel sucked his thumb and slept. The child had pale blonde hair that was almost white, just like his mother's, but he hadn't opened his eyes yet, so their colour was still unknown. "He's so beautiful." Luciana smiled and stroked her son's cheek gently, wondering if the child was really in her arms or if it was just a dream. "It was worth everything I endured to have him here with me."
"Yeah, but he doesn't look much like you, does he?"
Rose said, sitting down next to her.
"He must take after the father."
"Yeah, but that's okay," Luciana told her. "He's my son just the same, whether he looks like me or not." "He is very cute," Rex said, admiring the baby's perfect pink skin. The baby's white hair ruffled as Rex blew a warm gust of air out of his nose. "He's my little angel, that's what he is," Luciana cooed, rocking Nathaniel gently back and forth in her arms.
"You're going to be a great mother, Luciana. I can just tell,"
Rose said with a proud grin. "You really think so?" Luciana asked, looking up at her older sister.
"I know so,"
Rose replied, smiling. Luciana continued talking quietly to Nathaniel. "Mummy loves you. Oh, yes, she does. She loves you, baby." The little boy moved slightly, and they watched him squirm curiously. "What's the matter, Nathaniel?" Luciana asked, as if expecting the boy to answer. The small child opened his eyes to look up at his mother. Rose immediately gasped.
"Luciana, do you see it? In his eyes,"
she said, pointing to the baby. Luciana didn't answer, but it was obvious she saw the same thing her older sister did, for in her child's hazel eyes she saw a friend of old. Chapter 25. Wyntier's Puppets. Everyone was packing their things in order to make the trip to Southwild, except for Lyrica and Mirabelle, who were simply too tired to do any more. They had just gotten back from a long trip already, and to go on another after a few days of rest seemed a daunting task to the two young girls. Lyrica stroked Mirabelle's head. Both had been too exhausted to even mutter a tune recently, let alone dance and sing. Ionan prowled in as a lion, manoeuvring around their few belongings on the floor.
"All ready to go?"
he asked, resting a paw on the bag. Mirabelle opened her eyes. "Yes, Papa."
"Girls, you've been quieter than I've ever known you to be. What is wrong?"
Ionan asked. Lyrica continued looking out the window.
"I miss Mummy and Daddy. Ionan, I'm scared."
"There's no need to be frightened. Your parents are very brave fairies. I'm sure they're all right."
Ionan said. Her blue eyes dimmed, and she said,
"But Ionan, remember what the oath from the forest said? The one written on a stone in every realm. But if land is dead and creatures cry, therefore shall the fairy die. If the forest and plains are burned, how can Aunt Kia still be alive?"
Lyrica's eyes began swimming with tears. She knew the consequences of a fairy leaving their realm unprotected. Ionan said, "Don't worry, Lyrica. Keanu has left the forest many times, and she has never been killed from it. I'm sure whoever wrote the poem long ago was exaggerating highly."
"But each time Aunt Kia left, it got worse for her," Lyrica protested.
Mirabelle cleared away her tears. It hurt Ionan to watch, remembering Ali had done the same for Keanu not so long ago. "Do not worry yourself so. We will find them soon enough. It won't be too long before you're back where you should be, at home with them." Ionan smiled at her, though it was a grin marred with uncertainty. Reassured by his words, Lyrica stopped crying and smiled back, only to have the small grin fall once again.
"That's not all," she said. "There's something else."
She looked down at her hands.
"Ionan, Mummy is the Great One, but the prophecy said the one who was her heir would be of her own family with wings shining and rare. I think it's me. It's the only explanation that makes sense. I think I'm the next Great One."
Lyrica's rainbow wings flickered once, and Ionan recoiled. The verse from the prophecy fit perfectly. "Lyrica, I have to agree with you. I believe it is you. There's little way around it."
"But I don't want to be the Great One,"
Lyrica protested, and Mirabelle wrinkled her nose.
"I don't want to have any special powers or rule over people. I just want to be myself. If Mummy's gone, I have to take her place. But I don't even know how to be the Great One."
"You may not have a choice, Lyrica."
"No. Mirabelle and I have been talking about it. We want to come back here when we're grown and be famous singers. That's what we want."
"There's nothing wrong with that. You could be both."
"But I don't want to be," Lyrica insisted. "You know if I really am the next Great One, I'll have to end this war. This is so unfair."
She squeezed her changer tightly. "Calm yourself. There might be a different way," Ionan said. Lyrica looked out the window.
"This isn't right. I don't want to be forced into this. I want a choice."
Ionan wagged his tail feebly to try to get her to smile. "Though the prophecy states what must be true, the war cannot balance on the shoulders of an 11-year-old girl. Follow your dreams, Lyrica. Whatever makes you happy and safe should be good enough for the rest of us." Lyrica hoped Ionan's words were true, because she didn't think she was strong enough to become the next Great One. But if her mother was gone, did she have a choice? One day left, Soren reminded himself. They were getting ready for the long flight to Southwild. Zorna lay in Soren's arms as a phoenix and watched the luggage be piled outside of Anna's house in a stack. He observed mournfully, as if the very idea of leaving Nesting's Haven was torturous to him. Chameleon came running up the street, Martin and Pumpkin following. Soren could tell by the look on their faces that whatever she had to say wasn't good. "My stupid godparents won't let me come with you," she said, angrily, stomping her shoes into the grass. "They're forcing me to stay behind, and Martin and Pumpkin's parents won't let them come either." "What? But Darren's parents said it was okay. Can't they come with you? They have to know it's not safe in the city anymore," Soren said. "No, they say there's no danger," she said sourly, and sat on the grass. "I hate my godparents. I wish they were gone and I didn't have to deal with them anymore."
"Be thankful you still have them," Zorna snapped, raising his head up. "Unlike a lot of people here."
"Shut up, Zorna, I don't need a lecture," she growled back at him. Soren tilted his head, looking upward as he got a sudden idea. "Wait, maybe there's something we can do so nobody has to leave." "What do you mean?" Pumpkin asked.
"The Council's secret files," Zorna said excitedly, catching on. "You're a genius, Soren."
Morok kept hinting at them. I never got it until now, but I think he wants us to go through them, Soren said. "I bet if we find Wyntier's file, we can show everyone who he really is. There's probably tons of stuff to discredit him in there."
"The files? As in the secret private files the Council keeps locked behind closed doors? You're insane if you think we're getting in there," Martin said.
"But I have the perfect way," Soren hushed.
At dusk, Wynter's going to be crowned king. Everybody's going to be there, including the council and their best guards. They'll put their worst soldiers to guard the files, because if there's going to be an attack, they'll expect an assassination attempt, not a break-in. Plus, their faith in the system is so absolute. Like you said, Martin, you'd have to be half mad to try to get in the council's headquarters.
We're going to do this, aren't we? Chameleon sighed, shaking her head. Come on, what's the plan?
It was just as Soren had said. Wyntier was being crowned at the new palace they were building for him downtown, so the council hall was practically empty. Darren had met up with them after Pumpkin and Martin flew off to spread the word.
You do realise this is illegal, right?
Keanu whispered to Soren as they entered the great wooden doors. Once he had found out that Soren was planning a sneak attack on Wyntier, he and Angel forced him to drag them along. Soren worried that there were too many of them and they were going to get caught. The adults had been so busy packing that they didn't see the kids leaving. It was almost too easy to get away, and it made Soren wary. Duh! What do you think I am, stupid? Soren hissed to his cousin, already wishing they could turn back.
We're all stupid if you think we're getting out of here without being arrested. My parents aren't going to bail me out of Azazel if we get caught.
Darren quivered with fear as they walked the cold marble hallways of the council hall. The room to the files was at the end of the building, the door protected by several guards and their changers. The kids stood behind the corner of the long walkway leading to the room, feeling close to their goal. Unlike his company, Fedorin was completely calm, resting in Darren's shirt pocket. Zorna had changed into a black hamster and was hiding inside Soren's coat at his company's request.
If we're caught, Lucas will tear us apart before we get the chance to be arrested, Chameleon said.
She was in a guard's uniform they had stolen from one of the storerooms in the back and looked rather intimidating.
This is where I come in.
As a female guard and her changer rounded the corner to end their shift, the kids stood along the wall patiently, pretending to be waiting for their parents. The guard nodded to them before leaving for home.
Come on, Cam, hurry,
Soren hushed under his breath. Chameleon melded her looks, taking on the pixie-nosed appearance of the guard, while Pumpkin mutated into the large black dog that had been following her. Chameleon nodded to Martin and Angel, who were both small ferrets. The two went around the opposite wall in the same route the guard had taken. It wasn't long before they heard a loud crash. Every guard but one stayed behind to block the room to the files. Chameleon walked boldly into the hallway, pretending to be in a hurry. The last guard and his changer turned, looking at her curiously.
Idana, what's up? I thought you were done for the day, the guard said in confusion.
Chameleon huffed, changing her voice to sound different from her own.
Change of plans. I was sent back here to watch the door. It looks like somebody's trying to get into the courtroom. The boss wants you and your changer to look into it.
Without another word, the man and his changer hurried off. Once he was gone, the kid stepped out from behind the corner.
Don't take forever, Chameleon said. Angel and Martin can only keep the guards preoccupied for so long.
Thanking the Creator for Martin and Angel's bravery, they rushed inside. Darren started leafing through the many different drawers, pulling out two at a time.
Look for a tan file, that means they're living, or green, which equals missing. Any coloured file means they've died, Darren explained. Red means death by murder, purple means death by illness, and white means died naturally.
Oh, come on, there's got to be 1,000,000 different cabinets in here, Keanu moaned. Soren opened a drawer and said,
Quit with the bad attitude, Keanu. Angel and Martin are risking their safety to give us this time. Stop wasting it.
With an irritated look at his cousin, Keanu pulled open another drawer. He asked,
It's alphabetized, right? Doesn't that mean we should look for his last name?
It's not organized by name, but the year of birth, which we don't know. Just keep leafing through stuff, Soren said, pulling out dozens of files at a time. Darren was deep in immense concentration, reading a large file carefully.
Wow, these facts are amazing, he said, truly awed. This information is really rare.
We're going to be rare if we don't get out of here, as in non-existing.
Chameleon poked her head through the door.
Keanu, what are you doing?
Keanu was currently flinging files onto the floor.
What?
Keanu asked, pausing with two files in each hand. Chameleon pointed and said,
They're not supposed to know we're here. You're making a mess.
Oops, Keanu gulped. There was no time to correct it now. They kept going, file after file. Stay near the top, that's where the most recent files are, Soren said. Keanu pulled out his fifth drawer. Within it, he found his own file.
He didn't even know he had a file, as he didn't live in Nesting's Haven. Yet there it was, all folded, several papers organised neatly inside. He pulled it out and looked at it. Inside he found Ali's file, still tan. They hadn't yet put it in a red folder. Tears formed in his eyes, but he brushed them away. This was no time for hysterics. He put his file back and moved on. "I'm close," Soren cried, and they all hurried over to his cabinet. "I found Vera's file." He pulled it out, and they saw it was purple instead of red. Why it wasn't in Wyntier's file they had no clue. They opened it up and found less than a page of information. "Nothing we didn't already know," Soren said with disappointment. "Just has her family, her graduation year, her time in the service, and the date that she died." They put it back solemnly, rushing through the rest of the files. After a while, they felt like giving up. Finally, Darren screamed, "I've got it!" He pulled out a tan file and they opened it up, dreading what they would find inside. There it was, Wyntier's file. But something was wrong. As they turned the pages, they realized that the paper was new and fresh off the printing press. "It's brand new! He rewrote his file!" Keanu snarled as he read through the pages. "They're making him seem like some sort of hero! Soren, are you reading this?" Soren shook his head furiously as they skimmed page after page of lies. Wyntier had deleted every single record that made him look the least bit distasteful. After a while, they found Lucas's file tucked inside. "The records indicate Wyntier had never been bonded to Vera at all," Keanu said. "I bet Nicodemus's file is a pile of ashes right now."
"I bet you're right,"
a sinister voice said behind them. They turned to see a giant monitor lizard, as large as several horses, blocking the doorway, his tongue flicking in and out of his mouth in amusement. Beside him was a cobra of the same monstrous size, his threatening hood flaring in the window's light. The rest of the guards circled the two behemoths. A man held Chameleon by the collar of her shirt, transformed back into herself. Two changers struggled to hold on to a fighting angel in her griffin form, while Martin and Pumpkin, both ferrets, were subdued by the rest of the changers.
"Clever idea, yes," the cobra hissed. "Nobody's around to catch our little friends in the act, except us. Bad little friends. You shouldn't be slithering around here."
The monitor lizard cackled and said,
"Allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Anu, and this is my cousin Ralin. Surely you have heard of us."
Anu laughed at their shocked expressions.
"You have heard of us indeed. Luckily the council left their changers behind to guard the hall, silly friends. All except for Lucas, of course, but we won't be needing him."
"Won't be needing him indeed."
Ralin slithered around the kids in a circle. The guards threw the rest of the group against Soren, and the company realized that Ralin was herding him into another room. Ralin took his tail, bashing them back through a door and throwing them down a long flight of stairs into darkness. Chapter 26. Temple of the Evil Gods. All that could be heard was the sound of their screams as they tumbled down the stairs, then their laboured breathing as they lay against the cold stone, immersed in the dark. They were unsure of where they were. Nothing could be seen, save for the pitch blackness of the room they'd fallen into. Soren heard the rattle of Ralin's tail and yelled, "Light! I need light!" His coat tore off him in flames. Zorna flew high into the air, sweeping around the room and creating as much fire as he could in his phoenix form. Even as a phoenix, Zorna only gave enough light so they could see what was right in front of them. The changers leapt protectively in front of their accomplices, forming a barrier between them and the changers of the council as they closed in. As far as they could tell, the room was nothing but stone. The only thing in it were tall platforms on which the council was sitting upon. Ralin was the only one on the floor, snaking around them.
"Let's see the power of your creator,"
Anu said mockingly. Anu displayed his fangs and chanted, "I
call upon the changers of our council. Do your duty for your king."
5 changers leapt off the platform. A falcon larger than Zorna flew straight at Soren's heart, aiming to plunge his beak into the accomplice's chest. Zorna flew in front of him and locked talons. The birds spiraled to the ground and began tearing at each other with everything they had. 2 mountain lions circled Martin and Pumpkin, who had changed into horses. The big cats leapt onto their backs, and Chameleon screamed loudly as the twins tried to buck them off. Angel was duelling fiercely with a formidable osprey of her own size, while poor Federin was being chased by a giggling hyena who was enjoying the game of violence. The remaining council members swayed in a chant, repeating over and over, "Our king! Our king!" Ralin circled around the Accompanies, enclosing them in as he planned to strangle them all at once. Soren wondered if this was the end. This was all his fault. Were they all to die here, foolishly and for no purpose? Chameleon sobbed as Martin and Pumpkin fell under the weight of the large cats, rolling to get them off. The mountain lions raked their claws over their backs and jumped out of the way when the horses fell. Federin was smacked by the hyena and hit the wall, unconscious. Zorna was trying so hard, so very hard to fight for Soren, but the falcon had him pinned and was ripping out his black feathers fanatically as Zorna screeched. The osprey smashed Angel down into the hard stone, biting hard behind her neck. Her mouth opened in a soundless scream as she writhed underneath her foe, and the griffin lost control, changing into a swan. One of the lions had Pumpkin pinned. The large cat pulled back his fangs and sunk them into her neck, tearing into the flesh. In wretched pain, the changer screamed. This noise did something terrible to Chameleon. Letting out a scream that matched her changer's, Chameleon's eyes began filling with a smoky black texture, overwhelming the pupils and whites. She flung her hand out in front of her, and from it emitted a wavy, flowing black water, one that streamed directly for the lion that bit Pumpkin. The water streamed into the lion's mouth. The big cat got off Pumpkin, eyes wide as it began coughing heavily, gasping for air. The lion took a few steps before collapsing onto the ground, blood streaming out of its mouth as it shuddered, then died.
"What is this?" Ralin hissed. "This is not part of our game."
Chameleon opened her other hand, and the black water went for the rest of the changers who were attacking her friends, infecting the mouths of the osprey, the hyena, the falcon, and the second lion. Each of them gasped for air just as the first had done, before sinking to the ground, drowning in a stream of their own blood that flowed from behind their teeth. Slowly, Chameleon's eyes lost their smoky appearance. She stepped back, her shoes soaked in the carnage she'd effortlessly created. The Accompanies had no time to marvel or be afraid. Chameleon ran to her changers, splashing through the bloody pools. The twins transformed into ferrets. She scooped them up in her arms, running up the steps they'd been thrown down. Darren grabbed Federin, and Keanu scooped up Angel. They hurried after Chameleon, clumsily scampering up the smooth stairs. Soren was last, crawling to Zorna through the river of blood flowing through the stone room. He knelt by his side, dragging the phoenix out from underneath the dead falcon. There was a part on Zorna's back where there were no feathers left. "Oh, Zorna, I'm so sorry." Tears fell from Soren's eyes as he got to his feet. He hurried up the steps before Ralin and Anu got their bearings and could follow. As they hurried through the council hall, Soren asked, "Cam, what was that?" She took deep breaths as she ran.
"That's what I told you about, Soren. The darkness."
The banging of the wooden doors behind them was enough to signal that Ralin and Anu were giving chase. There was nowhere to go. If they went to Arna's, they would only be leading them back to everyone else. Angel had an idea.
"Keanu, go to the cathedral," she said frailly in her mind.
Keanu relayed the thought to Soren, and the Accompany changed his path, heading immediately toward it. Angel's proposition was their only hope now. Once they had reached the grand stone cathedral, they launched themselves inside. Soren cried, "Refuge!" and fell across the head priest's feet, Zorna still in his arms. The head priest saw the council coming and stepped before them in his white robe, a white tiger following. He and the other ministers formed a wall between the children and their enemies. Anu stepped forward and snarled, raking his claws across the stone.
"Amancio, move!"
he snarled. The priest didn't move. "No, Anu, I will not stand for you coming into this holy place and wrenching the Creator's children out to seek judgment. You have no right."
"Your head will be on a platter for the king if you don't get out of the way, old man,"
Anu snarled.
"The children claim refuge."
Amancio's changer spoke in a deep, rumbling voice, calm against the storm of Anu's threatening command.
"There is nothing you can do. You have burned our constitution.
But there is a deeper law that states you cannot take those who seek sanctuary in the cathedral out to be judged, nor can you spill blood on sacred steps. Doing so will compromise your council status, and though we may be priests here, I'm sure we can all take care of ourselves."
The white tiger growled lowly as a warning to the council members. Anu flickered out his tongue.
"For now."
When they saw that the ministers weren't about to give in, Anu and Ralin turned to leave. Before completely slithering away, Ralin hissed,
"You would do well to leave Nesting's Haven, Amancio, while you still can."
With grim faces, the ministers turned to the children. They began tending to them and their changes, wrapping their battle wounds in clean white fabric. "Ignis, watch over him for me." Amancio pointed to Keanu, then went to put balm on Zorna's injuries. The white tiger left his cohorts to their duty and led Keanu over to a long pew. He made the boy sit down before checking him for any wounds.
"Well, you're fine on the outside," Ignis said in his rough voice, "but not on the inside."
"I know," Keanu said quickly, anxiously glancing over at his friends on the other side of the cathedral. "I'm in pretty bad shape. I can't believe I haven't had a seizure today."
"Not that," Ignis said. "In here, like I was, like we all were."
He touched his nose to Keanu's chest, where the boy's heart beat frailly. "Is everyone going to be all right?" Keanu asked anxiously.
"They'll be fine, but you won't if you don't learn to forgive yourself,"
Ignis said. Keanu looked at him in confusion, and the big cat stared back.
"I can see what has happened to you. You grieve for your lost child, and because of it you lash out at others, even when you don't mean to."
Amancio came back, his black hair brushed away from his eyes. "How is he?"
"Worse than we thought,"
Ignis said. The priest sat down beside him, and Keanu pleaded, "Please, sir, don't bother with me. I'm not worth saving. Just go help my friends." Amancio smiled. "Your friends are in good hands, Keanu, and despite what you may think, you are worth saving. Everyone is." Keanu looked closer at the priest and saw his own golden eyes shimmering out of the man's face. His mouth dropped open, and Amancio laughed. "Yes, Keanu, that's how I know your name. I'm not only the High Priest of Southwild, but also your grandfather."
"We received my son's letter and came here as soon as we could. We knew we would find you here in the city," Ignis rumbled.
He turned and said,
"Mirabelle, my love, what do you think? Doesn't he look like Quixote?"
A golden lioness padded over by the tiger.
"Dearest, no. He must take after his mother," she said. "He's obviously got fairy blood."
Keanu jumped at the sound of her voice. Amancio got up and patted his grandson on the shoulder. "Stay here. Your family will be here soon, and we'll all make way for Ionia's palace together." "Does my dad know you're here?" Keanu asked. Amancio laughed. "No, but he'll find out when he shows up. We've sent someone to fetch him." When she arrived, Viviana nearly crushed Soren and Zorna as she and Melody embraced them tightly. All the adults piled in after her. No one showed up for Darren, so he simply cuddled Federin to him and waited to leave. Ionan and Quixote seemed winded. They must have rode at breakneck speed all the way to the cathedral. For a minute, Keanu thought that his father was going to shout at him, but the company slid off of Ionan's back, grabbed his son and clung to him, ruffling his hair affectionately. Chameleon, Martin and Pumpkin looked around in confusion. Their family hadn't yet shown.
"Excuse me, but can anyone tell me where our parents are?"
Chameleon asked loudly. Anna, with Mackerel in her wake, said softly, "Chameleon, your house was attacked. Pumpkin's and Martin's parents, along with their accompanies, were chased out a few hours ago. Your godparents are missing. We looked everywhere, but we couldn't find them." Chameleon's face twisted into a snarl.
"It's not true. You're lying."
She stormed out of the cathedral in the direction of her home. "She'll come back," Quixote said solemnly. "There's nothing left for her to go back to. Everything has been burned to the ground. We were so scared. We thought you kids had gone to her house when we couldn't find you."
"Where did you all go?"
Ionan asked angrily, stomping his large feet. They all looked at each other, and Soren told the story slowly. When they were done, Ionan gnashed his teeth and said,
What a foolish thing to do! Even if you had found something, nobody would have believed you about Wyntier. Use your common sense.
Don't be so mad, Ionan. They did it for good. Amancio came up behind him. The dragon jumped several feet when he noticed the company, shaking the ground as he came down. Keanu looked closer. Dad? Is that really you? Amancio smiled. In the flesh, son. Keanu walked forward and embraced his father. I'm sorry I didn't come home. Again. I really meant to visit you with Kia, but I didn't. Life got in the way. He looked down shamefully. Everyone must follow his own path, Amancio said before he turned to Anna. However, I don't understand how someone so close to home could not come by once to see me. The pain in his face was evident once he set his eyes upon his daughter. Anna stepped forward. I'm sorry, Dad, I really am. I was just afraid how you would react. React to what? Amancio asked, bewildered. Mackerel, who had been hiding behind her, stepped out with his hair in front of his face. React to this, Anna said. I've fallen in love with him. There was a long silence. The golden lioness called Mirabelle stepped forward and asked, Are you my son? Mackerel smiled sheepishly. I was, until Wyntier used a drug on me and changed me. I'm human now. Nobody knew what to say. Thankfully, the moment was saved by two little girls who were skipping around the pews. Why, hello, little one, Ignis laughed as the younger Mirabelle looped circles around him while chasing after Lyrica. The young dragon turned around at the sound of his voice and cocked her head, her scales shimmering in the light of the stained glass. Papa, who are these people? She asked. Ignis and his mate looked at Ionan. He said softly,
These are your grandparents, Mirabelle. Ignis is my father, and the lioness you see is the changer you were named after.
Yay! Are we going to be seeing my other grandparents too? She asked.
Yes, very soon. Now, go play. You will have much time to talk to them on our way there,
Ionan said. At his words, the little dragon began playing tag with Lyrica again. Mirror, where are you? Sunset stuck her head inside the cathedral. Over here, Mama, I'm fine, the little one called. Sunset nodded in relief, drawing her head out of the building. I suppose we're going to have to call me Belle now to keep things less confusing, the older Mirabelle chuckled, glancing out the door at Sunset. Is she your mate? She's very beautiful. Ionan shook his head.
Sunset is Mira's adoptive mother.
Then whose hatchling is she? Ignis asked. A second later, the young Mirabelle opened her mouth and began to sing a happy tune.
Ionan turned away and said, Isn't it enough to know by her voice?
Ignis squinted.
She's not yours and Vera's, is she?
Ionan nodded.
Vera named her. She always adored you, Mother, up until the moment she died.
Mirabelle purred in happiness. Ignis placed his paw on Ionan's and said,
Welcome home, my son.
It wasn't long before Chameleon, Martin, and Pumpkin returned, dragging themselves into the cathedral. It's gone, Cam said, collapsing in a heap in a pew. Everything's just gone. Keanu came over to her and said, I know it's painful, Chameleon, but in order to get you to safety, we have to leave right away. Don't forget we're all leaving things behind here. Things we love. And if we stay in the city, we're all in great danger. The cathedral can't shelter us forever. But our parents, Pumpkin protested. There's nothing that can be done. Amancio shook his head. The only thing we can do is to get you to a safe place. He looked out the window. Darkness falls. We should move quickly in order to avoid being followed. Everyone went outside, and the bags were quickly loaded onto the scaly backs of the dragons. Belle and Ignis had changed into dragons that were bigger than Ionan was. Ignis became a glimmering emerald dragon with a beard, and Belle changed into a pretty golden dragoness with 7 different horns. Hop on, Angel said, offering her back to Keanu. The fairy balked. Ionan's the only person who's carried me since Ali died. I know, but you must get there somehow, Angel insisted. He nodded, clambering on slowly. When Ignis had given the signal, they all took off in a thrilling midnight ride out of the city. After a while, when many riders had fallen asleep, Belle flew up to her son's side. She looked at Ionan with a knowing smile and said,
Are you planning the wedding soon? I'm sure your father will be thrilled to plan another party.
What are you talking about? Ionan said grumpily.
Ionan, I see the way she gazes at you. It is the same way Vera used to.
Bell cast an eye towards sunset.
Vera is no longer here, but perhaps you can find love again.
I've known Sunset for years, Mother. She lost a mate, and so did I. It would never work out.
A small puff of smoke filtered out of Ionan's mouth.
I think she would say yes if you asked her, and I think it would work out if you tried.
I would need Kyoto's permission, he mumbled lamely.
Go ahead and marry her, Kyoto yawned from his back. You both raised Mirabelle. I don't see what's holding you back.
Ionan was quiet.
Do you really think I should ask her?
Bell chuckled.
As long as you love her. Changer's only mate.
When they are absolutely certain.
Ionan finished her sentence, obviously deep in thought. She flew beside him in silence, leaving him to make his mind up. At the back of the group, the kids were trying to make sense of Chameleon's powers.
It's just something like my telepathy. You can't explain it,
Keanu argued. He gestured to Chameleon, who was astride Pumpkin. She'd changed into an orange Pegasus in order to carry her a company.
I disagree,
Viviana argued upon Melody, who had changed into a giant owl.
It's not magic like my powers are. It's something else. I don't see why it matters, Chameleon snapped. I never want to do it again. I hate the darkness inside of me. The only reason I summoned it was to get you guys out of there.
Zorna was having difficulty flying. Soren looked down at the black Pegasus and said, "You're not all right, are you?"
No,
he coughed. After the fight with Ralin and Anu, he obviously wasn't feeling very well. Soren brought out his wings and told Zorna to change into a phoenix. The half-fairy hovered in midair and took his changer into his arms, flying them forward. Soren was strong, but he could be even stronger when Zorna needed him. He could keep flying in the direction of Southwild. Until then, Zorna would be safe in his arms. Chapter 27. The Land of Southwild. The dawn broke as they reached their destination. Everyone was wide awake now, and gazing down in awe at the splendor beneath them. The kids' mouths dropped open as they stared in amazement, and Ionan rumbled, "Southwild. Home." Tropical jungles encompassed the landscape, vines crawling over palm trees that sat by deep and wide rivers, thousands of tropical flowers speckled among multicolored ferns. Mirabelle flew low enough so Lyrica could pick some of the highest flowers twined within the branches of the trees. The group spotted a few monkeys swinging through trees and a crocodile basking in the sunlight by a riverbank. Hundreds of parrots of all colors nested within the branches.
The wildlife here is more prominent than in other parts of Nesting's Haven, Ionan said. You'll see many creatures the farther in we get.
It was true. Gorillas, great cats, and forest deer scattered when scared by the large shadows the group cast from above. As the sun rose, something shone in the distance. They were descending below to a great golden palace that was covered in vines and surrounded by a large garden. The palace was square and had several levels, one on top of the other like a large square pyramid. Next to the palace, some distance away, several large floodgates held back the ocean, which pounded against the walls of the golden gates. As they trailed to the grass, they realized how big the palace really was. It was enormous, the largest building they'd ever seen. It was big enough so that dragon, nay even Dranon changers could walk inside without having to change shape. In the main gardens, they passed a large crystal statue of a dragon in the middle of a flowing fountain. It was Lady Ionia, her wings wrapped around a small hatchling. Hundreds of changers and companies bustled around the area. Southwild was almost as heavily populated as Nesting's Haven. There were thousands of citizens living here, but everyone seemed to live inside the giant palace, which functioned as its own city.
"This place is amazing,"
Viviana hushed, truly impressed. When Ignis roamed to the gigantic golden doors, dozens of servants rushed out so they could open it for him. When the group walked inside, their breath was taken away. Everything in Southwild was so big, so extravagant. The windows were as huge as the building was, reaching up to the heights of the clouds. Vines hung against the shining walls as a waterfall crashed down from the ceiling, splashing into a river that ran through the middle of the fortress. They had built the palace around the river and incorporated it into their home. Children played happily in the water, underneath golden statues and ancient relics.
"Exactly how many people live in this place?"
Viviana asked. Amancio smiled and said, "A great deal, though the top 3 floors are limited to the royal family."
"Royal family?"
Melody asked. Her question was answered when the servants stopped in their tracks as Ionan entered the palace. Their faces broke into huge smiles, and Ignis trumpeted,
"All hail, my son, who was lost and now returns. Pay homage to your lord."
"Hail!" the people cheered, before going back to their work. Many came and welcomed Ionan, giving him low bows after he had been gone so long. He chatted with many friends for some time. When he was done, he rejoined the group. "Ionan's a lord?" Keanu asked in disbelief. Ionan smiled at him and said,
"I was, and I am again, young prince. I left the palace after Kyoto became bonded to me and went to live with him. Now I am back."
He turned to Makrel and gave him a look. The human was hiding behind Anna and hoping nobody would recognize him.
"Up to the last 3 floors, then,"
Ionan said. He pumped his wings and rose straight up the immense waterfall. The others followed by riding their changers. When Ionan came to the top floor, which had taken them 5 minutes to ascend to, he hovered over the banister. The others followed his lead. Ionan came to another set of double doors, sectioned off from the other parts of the palace. Ionan called out in his booming voice,
"I, Lord Ionan, ask that you open the gate. I have returned after many years and wish to seek refuge here, along with my congregation of travelers. With me I have also royalty, the young prince of the lands."
"How would one know it was you?"
a male voice asked from behind the door.
"Because I knew your daughter, Viron. Let us pass," Ionan said.
The doors opened slowly. A dragon, speckled with brown dots along his yellow scales, clambered out of the doorway. Mirabel giggled and said,
"Look, a spotted dragon!"
Viron didn't hear her. Instead, he flashed his eyes over the congregation and said,
"Regina, Ionan's back."
"What?" A dragoness came out from behind a set of potted plants. Her scales were pale blue with pink stripes. Her eyes were the same sapphire as Mirabel's. Neither of the dragons had any feathers, but great leathery wings like Rex. When Regina saw Ionan, she stepped forward and nuzzled him under the chin. "Ionan, it is good to see you after such a long time." Ionan bristled at her touch.
"It is good to see you as well, Regina. How are things?"
"As well as they can be,"
Regina chuckled, though a bit sadly. "I have not been well in a very long time, Ionan." Viron was growling lowly under his breath, glaring at Ionan. Lyrica let out a big yawn, and Regina said, "Look at us jabbering on while the little ones are tired. Come now, I'll fetch you all rooms." They were all put into rooms, close to the same hallway. Sunset received the biggest, as she couldn't change like the others. She settled down on her gigantic red pillow to sleep quietly, while the girls got a room next to hers. Everyone was assigned rooms. Before long, only Keanu, Angel, Kyoto, and Ionan were left without a room. "I've given you your own room," Regina said to Keanu. "The young prince of the lands should have his privacy." She went to push open a fairy-sized door for him with her talon, but Ionan held her back, glancing at Angel.
"Would you mind bunking with the prince, dear?" Ionan asked Angel. "I would like to keep you all on the same floor."
Angel nodded, leading Keanu inside his new room. Regina led Kyoto and Ionan to their own room, and asked, "Is there any word from Rex?" "Rex?" Kyoto's face was blank. "Who is that?" "Rex and Luciana," Regina repeated. "You would know where they were more than anyone would."
"Yes, Rex."
Ionan flicked his tail as if he was trying very hard to remember who that was.
"It sounds familiar, but I cannot place the name. It must have been someone we knew, though from where, I do not know."
Pain shadowed Regina's face. I see." She nodded, as if understanding something the other two didn't. The bed was huge. Keanu's body sunk into the clean white sheets, and he watched the curtains ripple in the breeze through the open balcony. Angel looked out at the jungle and at the beach several miles beyond.
"Isn't Southwild gorgeous?" she commented, not taking her eyes off the scenery.
Keanu didn't answer. The white griffin stepped outside into the valance, opening her wings to take off in flight. Keanu's hair ruffled as she beat her wings back, leaping into the sky to tour Southwild's wonders. "This isn't home," Keanu said out loud. His voice sounded very lonely. He got under the covers and tried to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. There was no soft breathing of a changer to lull him this time. An image of his mother broke into his mind. He remembered how he could always fall asleep to the sound of her voice as it had echoed from the kitchen to his bedroom upstairs. He concentrated on imagining Kia's voice soothing him to sleep, and slowly he slipped into dreamland. The Varanian forest was burning around him, the entire realm alight with black fire. A herd of deer stampeded across the plains, and Keanu turned to Allie, his Allie, in doe form. She wasn't dead, she was alive. "Allie!" he cried. He began rushing toward her, the black flames growing closer and closer. But as he ran to her, she stepped backward, shaking her head and refusing to let him near. "Allie, what's wrong?" Keanu asked. "You killed me, Keanu," she said in a mystic voice. "You killed me." "No, Allie, I didn't mean anything. I said, I love you," he pleaded. "You don't love me. You never did." She turned and bounded away, her black hooves kicking up ash as she vanished into thin air. When the fairies were eating lunch the next day around a long, large table, Ignis suggested, "We should have a ball, a grand gathering to celebrate your homecoming." "Ignis, we're not really in the mood to celebrate," Kyoto said, watching Keanu play thoughtlessly with his food. "Nonsense. We here in Southwild will give any excuse for a party," Ignis chuckled, and his beard swayed as he did so. "Well, we all know that," Makrel said, rolling his eyes. "I'm not one for dances, but that didn't stop you from throwing them constantly while I was here."
"Hold on, Ignis. Give Ionan time to decide on his proposal before you start throwing festivities."
Belle laid her tail across her mate's neck lightly, while Ionan let out a frustrated puff of smoke.
"A wedding! Wonderful!"
Ignis cheered, already excited.
"Everyone needs to calm down. I'm not sure if I am to ask her yet, or if she will even say yes."
Ionan let his head down. "Who are we talking about?" Soren asked. "Sunset?" Mirabelle fluttered her wings happily.
"Oh, ask her, Papa. Then we really will be a family."
"Well, while he's thinking about it, why don't I give you all a tour?" Makrel said. "It should be fun." There was a murmur of agreement, and everyone left the table and went back into the gardens. Makrel took them to the places of his childhood, and through all the secret rooms Ionia's palace held, maneuvering around the beauty of the jungles and the gardens. Young children around Lyrica's age began braiding the girl's hair into the common Southwild hairstyle of 2 plaits down the back, while their changers found flowers and interwove them into Mirabelle's horns. The littler ones tagged along and asked for rides. Ignis swept them onto his back and chortled as he did so. A tiny boy tugged at Soren's pant leg. Soren lifted him up, putting him on his shoulders. The little boy laughed as his tiny changer hopped around on Zorna's head.
"They adore us,"
Vivienne said, holding the hand of a Southwild girl.
"The people here do not see prejudices. They love everyone."
Belle caught a baby swallow trying to fly just before she hit the ground, placing the bird tenderly back in the safety of her nest. Angel was carrying 5 children at once. She said to Keanu,
"It reminds me of the innocence and beauty of the wild. These children are not being separated like back in the city."
"What do you mean?" Keanu asked.
"Didn't you know what was happening? Before I met you all, I saw it with my very own eyes," Angel said in amazement. "The council was taking companies and changers who they did not like together and splitting them up. They paired them with different ones, pairs that would be easier to control and order around. These were not adults, but young ones, just hatchlings."
Outraged, Keanu relayed the idea out loud to everyone. Soren shook his head and said, "That's not right. They're not supposed to be messing around with stuff like that. It's barbaric, taking a company away from the changer they were meant to be with."
"It happens every day," Angel said.
Out of nowhere, a tiny boy and his fawn changer came up from behind Keanu. The fairy prince tripped as the boy and his fawn chased each other around his feet, squealing. The little boy ran into the jungle, his fawn skipping happily after. It reminded Keanu of himself and Ali when they were that small, but this time it somehow didn't hurt to think of her. He walked over to Angel. "Hey, can we talk?" She lifted the children off her back, and they ran off. "Of course. What's up?" He looked down at the grass as he walked. "It's going to take a long time to get over Ali, I know that." He hesitated. "But I want to be your company, since you don't have one. I think it might be destiny or something. Having lost her and found you, you're her sister, so I can't think of a better replacement." Angel nestled him with her beak. "Take as long as your heart needs to heal from the loss of my sister. I've had practice waiting forever." He dropped his gaze, ashamed. "I know it's not fair to you. I'm sick, Angel, really sick." He swallowed. "I don't have a lot of time left, but I want to make the rest of my days count with you." "It doesn't matter whether I have you for a few weeks or a few years," she noted gently. "What matters is I was blessed with the miracle of knowing you in the first place. I will accept you as my company, and I will be your changer. Whatever time we have left together, we will share happily." He smiled at her as they walked into the jungle. They found Sunset maneuvering through the trees carefully, hunting for a meal. Keanu put his arm around Angel as they continued after their friends, listening to the joyous birdsong ringing throughout South Wild. There were no words to express how much he missed Ali. It was a deep ache, one that would never go away, no matter how hard he tried to get rid of it. But even though he missed her, nothing would change the fact that she was gone, and there wasn't anything he could say or do that was going to bring her back. There was no use raging at the world and cursing life because Ali had died. After all, he was still here. He couldn't waste what little life he had left constantly missing her. In his heart, Keanu knew it was time to say goodbye. But if he was honest with himself, he didn't think he'd ever be able to let her go. Afterward. Her heartbeat. It didn't exist. She'd always taken comfort in the sound of her own heart, listened to the flow of blood through her veins in order to calm herself whenever she felt anxious or in danger. But now it was simply gone. She didn't know how she could be alive, but the creature was certain she no longer had a heart. Had she possessed a heart before? She wasn't sure. Rain was falling steadily on her brown fur, flanked by the darkness of night. The doe struggled to sit up and look around. She was in the middle of a wooden bridge, inside a large canyon with red rocks reaching to the sky. Her black hooves slipped on the planks of the bridge, and she looked down. The river was only a short distance below her. A twinge throbbed on her shoulder. There was a wound there, and the large doe turned around to lick it. Patches of fur had been torn out of her body, and there were bite marks and scratches all over her pelt. By the look of the cracked planks beneath her, she must have fallen off a cliff from a very great height. Yet that was impossible. If that were the case, she would certainly be dead. A golden necklace hung around her neck, a griffin talisman glistening at the end of it. The doe shook her neck, and the chain rippled along her fur. She got to her feet with difficulty and walked cautiously across the bridge to the land on the other side. Ears up, she called out in a loud voice, "Hello?" Nobody heard her. Bravely, she stuck her neck out and walked carefully along the riverbed. Her resounding voice called out again, "Hello?" There was no answer. Her ears fell back in disappointment as she continued cautiously down the river. She would have thought that someone would be looking for her by now. But who? A terrible crash made her cower behind a large bush, scared for her life. It was only the thunder, but it made the doe quiver. Loud noises petrified her. It was the last rumble, however. The storm ended, fading away to a realm far away. The rain continued on in a soft drizzle. She wanted to go home, but she didn't know where home was. Her thoughts were blank, with no trace of memory. She couldn't recall her past, recent or otherwise. She knew she must have friends or family somewhere, but wasn't sure who they were. She didn't understand why she was here. She didn't understand anything. The canyon dissolved into the edges of a forest. The doe walked amongst the shadowy trees, no longer feeling safe enough to cry out a friendly greeting. From the shadows, 4 other deer emerged in her path, 2 does and 2 stags. They appeared to be around her age. The 5 deer stood still when they saw each other. A small doe was the first to walk forward. She stuck her nose out and followed the scent of the newcomer. One of the males travelling with them began to herd the last doe away until she headbutted him and turned to watch the scene. The small doe asked,
"Where did you come from? I've never seen you around here before."
The large doe blinked her brown eyes. I don't know. I'm not sure."
"She probably got attacked by Ortuzans."
One of the stags walked forward, observing the doe.
"It makes sense that she wouldn't remember anything due to the venom. Look at her, Star. She's covered in blood."
Star looked sympathetically at the strange doe.
"You're probably right, Orpheus. Stream, Kozu, get over here. This doe needs help."
The other deer journeyed closer, coming close to the newcomer.
"What happened to her chest?" the stag called Kozu asked. "It's all mangled."
"I told you, Ortuzans probably did it. Her injuries are typical of this kind of attack," Orpheus said wisely.
"What's with the necklace?" Stream asked, touching it with her nose. "Why would you need such a thing?" I don't know." The strange doe looked down at the talisman shining amongst her brown fur, mottled with dried blood. "I think someone I love gave it to me." "Hey, wait a minute," said Stream. "I've seen you before." "We've met. I can't remember," the strange doe said. "I definitely know this deer," Stream said confidently. "Her voice echoes just like I remember. This was the doe I was telling you about, the magic deer who set me free from the humans."
"Are you sure?" Orpheus asked skeptically. "She doesn't look like magic."
"I believe her, Orpheus. It could be true."
Kozu came forward and looked over.
"You're hurt, but you've obviously survived the attack, so you'll be fine. Lean against me. You're shivering."
"Thank you," the doe said, pressing herself against Kozu.
"Now we just have to figure out where you came from,"
Star said.
"We can do that in the morning."
Kozu led the strange doe up the hill.
"Right now, she just needs some rest."
"I just woke up,"
the doe protested.
"Yeah, but from what?" Kozu asked. "Obviously those Ortuzans barely left you alive."
"I'm a little dizzy,"
she said, weaving on the spot.
"You're overtired. Let's hurry. It's a long walk back to the herd."
When they had finally reached the large clearing where the herd was gathered, the strange doe saw hundreds of deer sleeping, grazing, and on watch.
"Why are there so many deer?"
she asked.
"A new wolf pack just moved in," Stream explained. "We're not taking chances, so we've banded together."
Star flicked her tail and lay down in the grass. Stream followed suit. The strange doe dropped to the ground, the dizziness still whirling in her head. The stags went to the edge of the trees to protect the herd.
"I never asked what your name was,"
Star said, letting out a large yawn as she laid her head upon the ground.
"Do you remember it?"
The strange doe blinked twice. As it was, her name was the only thing she could recall.
"Allie," she said. My name is Allie."
The adventure will continue in Vixen's Fate, Creatures of the Lands, Book 4. The End. This has been Wyntier's Rise, Creatures of the Lands, Book 3, authored by Megan Linsky and Kristen Lisson, writing as Natalie Erin. Narrated by Pete Gold. Copyright 2016 by Griffin Publishing. Audio copyright 2024 by Griffin Publishing.